The sky was inexplicably blue and crystal clear with all kinds of strange birds and beasts occasionally flying past. Yet everyone around him had long grown accustomed to such sights. 3 months ago, the elf dimension game descended upon this world. It was said that the elf world would gradually fuse with reality itself. At the same time, everyone across the globe entered the elf game world, and Chen Ruo was no exception. Yet Chen Ruo did not originally belong to this world. He had come from a cerulean planet, a world whose similarity to this one reached nearly 80%. When the elf dimension game descended, Chen Ruo had laughed. In this world, there were no Pokémon aside from him. No one recognized these elves. With the golden finger of foreknowledge in his grasp, he was certain that he could become a powerful Pokémon trainer before the elf dimension game and the real world fully fused. However, reality was utterly different from what Chen Ruo had imagined, though everything diverged completely from his expectations. After entering the game, he discovered that no matter how he completed quests, he could not obtain a single quest reward. Even the quest that was supposed to grant an initial Pokémon yielded nothing for him after he finished it. He did not receive any Pokémon at all. By now, 3 full months had passed since the game's descent. The strongest players had already reached over level 30 and even obtained third-stage Pokémon, such as Blastoise and Charizard, while he still did not even have a starter. If the game had customer service, Chen Ruo would have long since wanted to report this bug. In these 3 months, the elf dimension game had even spread into reality. Weak Pokémon, such as Rattata and Pidgey, had already begun appearing in the real world. Sooner or later, the real world would become a true Pokémon world. Chen Ruo had absolutely no way to change this. He could only ceaselessly complete all manner of quests. Up to this moment, during all this time, Chen Ruo had completed a full 100,000 low-level quests. From his initial anxiety and conjecture to his current numbness, he had long since grown accustomed to it. Chen Ruo, could I trouble you with something? Would you take this quillfish to Grandpa Wong in town? Professor Demu, smiling warmly, took out a Pokeball and handed it to him. Chen Ruo was already used to this. He did not refuse at all. No problem, Professor Damo. He had no idea how many similar quests he had done in these 3 months. Along the way, he would even help others carry or deliver items, thus allowing him to complete a few more quests. Moreover, he could not use quest items at all, which completely shattered his plan of simply walking off with them. Thinking of this, Chen Ruo gave a self-mocking chuckle. I probably count as the little prince of quests by now. I doubt anyone in the whole of Jinshin Town knows this place better than I do. This was no exaggeration. Among the hundreds of thousands of native residents of Jinshin Town, there was hardly anyone who did not know Chen Ruo. Watching his departing back, Professor Demu nodded in great satisfaction. What a good child. Chen Ruo had never asked them for any quest rewards. He had always devoted himself wholeheartedly to helping everyone, so the entire town held an extremely favorable impression of him. The townspeople had even spontaneously pooled their money to build a 3-story house for Chen Ruo as a sign of accepting him. This was a real world where every person was vividly alive. Familiar with every path, Chen Ruo headed toward Grandpa Wong's home. Grandpa Wong, Professor Demu asked me to bring quillfish over to you. A white-haired Grandpa Wong, wearing reading glasses, came out holding a tray of berries. Smiling broadly, he said to Chen Ruo, "Oh, the Chow Ruo. Thank you. Come have some berries. You've helped Grandpa Wong so much these past days." Chen Ruo did not refuse the old man's kindness. Smiling, he replied, "Then I won't stand on ceremony. Thank you, Grandpa Wong." Just as he put the berry into his mouth, he suddenly froze. He suspected he was hallucinating. Disbelief surged through him. Plug-in installing world assimilating. Ding. Quest completed. Deliver quillfish to Grandpa Wong. Reward. Chen Ruo incredulously opened his quest log. His quest system had actually come to life. It was simply unbelievable. 3 whole months. This was the first time he had ever received a system notification. Joy spread across Chen Ruo's face. The surprise was overwhelming. Seeing how delighted he was, Grandpa Wong also laughed. Tastes good, doesn't it? These berries are especially sweet. My son went out of his way to bring them back for me. Yes, they're really sweet. Grandpa Wong, I still have some things to take care of. I'll visit you again when I have time, so I'll be going now. With that, Chen Ruo dashed out, unable to contain himself. He had to thoroughly study his quest system. After completing a full 100,001 quests, he had finally activated his system. Quest completed. Deliver quillfish to Grandpa Wong. Reward 100 money. Ding. A system bug has been detected, which prevented quest rewards from being issued and caused significant impact to the host. Commencing compensation options. Option 1. Receive all rewards for the 100,001 completed quests and directly raise your level to 30. Option 2. Merge all quest rewards into a single reward, 1 Slakoth, with a freely chosen, fixed nature, and fixed ability. The host is requested to choose as soon as possible. I choose the second. Chen Ruo did not hesitate in the slightest as he made his decision. All the quests he had done were trivial errands, delivering items or lending a hand. So even if he received all the rewards, at most they would amount to some money, miscellaneous goods, and a few trash Pokemon. As for directly jumping his level to 30, that was an even bigger trap. This world was no mere game where level alone was enough. He could guarantee that even a Pokémon of purple grade aptitude suddenly boosted to level 30 with no combat experience and many moves yet to be comprehended would still be nothing but dead weight. By contrast, the second option seemed unremarkable on the surface. Yet one had to know that Slakoth's final evolution was slaking the non-legendary non-mage Pokémon with the highest base stats. Its base stat total reached a staggering 670, surpassing many first-rank gods in sheer power. And what was truly terrifying was not this, but the freedom to choose its nature, and to choose its ability as well. Slaking that neither slept excessively nor lazed about. Others in this world might not understand what that represented. But Chen Ruo did. It meant a terrifying slaking fully comparable to a legendary beast, a monster capable of standing toe-to-toe with the gods themselves. What does it mean for slaking to possess a base stat total as high as 670? Compare it with other Pokemon, and it becomes instantly clear. Charizard is already an exceptionally powerful Pokemon, yet its base stat total is only 534. Even after Mega Evolution, its total merely reaches 634. Even among first-rank legendary Pokemon in their normal forms, very few have a base stat total that reaches 670. If not for that slothful ability, making slaking extremely difficult to command in battle, its radiance would have long since eclipsed that of all other Pokemon. This is no video game. If it really lies down to sleep on the field, no one will politely wait for several turns. Powerful moves will rain down on it immediately. The second option, however, is the reward of Slakoth with any chosen fixed nature and the fixed ability of Truant. Freely chosen nature, freely chosen ability. Its nature and ability are fixed from the start, so there is no need to worry that evolving into Vigoroth will alter its ability. A slaking raised from such a Slakoth would be nothing less than a father-level existence to other trainers. As long as Chen Ruo is not a fool, he knows exactly which option to choose. System reward, distributing, please select a fixed nature. I choose the adamant nature, he replied without the slightest hesitation. Adamant increases attack and lowers special attack, driving slaking toward the path of extreme physical offense. How could that not be delightful? To enjoy the sheer thrill of felling foes with a single punch. How could that not be satisfying? Please select a fixed ability. Huge power. Huge power doubles the damage of its physical attacks, and Chen Ruo had intended from the very beginning to bestow this ability upon slaking. He never planned on being a decent ordinary person. The moment he chose Slakoth, Chen Ruo had already decided not to act like a normal human being. Would it not be wonderful to become the father figure of every Pokemon trainer out there? Ask yourself this in the late game: are you afraid of a slaking with a base stat total of 670, adamant nature, and huge power hurling a single punch at you? A one-punch slaking indeed. With one punch, even those Pokemon famed for their ironclad defenses would scarcely be able to withstand the blow. Rewards distributed. New missions have been issued. Obtain 8 badges and earn the right to enter the Kanto League tournament. Reward 1 Pokemon of purple tire aptitude. Mission 2, achieve a top 3 placement in the Kanto League. The champion's reward is a complete set of Megastones. Second place will receive a red grade aptitude advancement potion. The third place will receive a Pokemon of purple tire aptitude. Looking at these rewards, Chen Ruo could not help feeling a strong surge of desire. So long as he can evolve Slakoth into slaking before the Kanto League tournament 3 months from now, claiming the championship will not be beyond reach for Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo drew a Pokeball from his pocket. Come out, Slakoth. A Pokemon resembling a tree sloth appeared in front of him. Unlike ordinary Slakoth, which typically lies sprawled on the ground in a posture of utter laziness, Chen Ruo's Slakoth stood upright with its back straight, looking remarkably spirited. This was the god-tier Slakoth rewarded by the system, gifted with a huge power ability. Chen Ruo patted its head. Slakoth, from now on, let's work hard together. Slakoth, full of fighting spirit, swung its fist toward him in response. It's good to see that fire in you. Next, let's set off on a proper journey. We'll seize all 8 gym badges, enter the Kanto League tournament, and take the championship. Slakoth swung its fist even harder as though answering him. Professor Okido, I'm heading out on my journey as well. Thank you for taking care of me all this time. Chen Ruo bowed politely to Professor Okido. Professor Okido set aside his research and looked at him in surprise. Oh, Xiao Ruo, you're going traveling too. Have you prepared your Pokemon? Chen Ruo released Slakoth from its poke ball, his smile brilliant. Of course. It's a truly excellent part. Professor Okido stared at Slakoth in amazement. Oh my, Slakoth, that's actually standing. How incredible. Slakoth are usually very lazy Pokemon. This one is upright, but I've never seen anything like it. After stroking Slakoth, Professor Okido smiled at Chen Ruo. It truly is a fine partner. It must rely on you quite a lot. They say Slakoth will take the initiative to fight for a trainer they trust. This is my first time seeing it in person. Chen Ruo nodded with a smile. Of course. I believe in it very much as well. It is the partner I trust the most. As he spoke, he exchanged a glance with Slakoth. Slakoth's eyes narrowed into contented slits as it rubbed its fluffy head against Chen Ruo's leg, radiating deep reliance. Professor Okido patted Chen Ruo on the shoulder. You've finally reached this day and set off on your own journey. Since that's the case, you must work hard from now on. Chen Ruo laughed freely. Naturally, I'm very strong after all. Professor Okido chuckled as well, handing him a Pokédex and several Pokeballs. These are the things you'll need while traveling. Take good care of yourself, and remember, this place will always be your home. Chen Ruo nodded, bade farewell to Professor Okido, and walked out of the laboratory. At the threshold of the lab, Chen Ruo felt an almost dreamlike sense of dislocation. He had stayed here for a full 3 months, and he had come to regard everyone here as his own family. There was Grandpa Wang, who loved to share berries with him and reminisce about how powerful he had been in his youth. There was the grandmother who loved to cook for him, and the younger boy who always wanted to play with him. Just as Chen Ruo stepped out of the laboratory gate, he was startled. Outside, many townsfolk had gathered to see him off. Xiao Ruo, take good care of yourself out there. This is mosquito-repellent Annie prepared for you. And this is a healing potion. Keep it close, you'll need it. Looking at everyone, Chen Ruo was deeply moved. Thank you, uncles and aunties. When I have time, I'll come back to visit you all. Grandpa Wang carefully handed over a small cloth bundle, as if it were a treasure. This is something I've cherished for many years. Back then, that brat wanted it, and I refused. It contains the technique Return Punch. You can teach it to your Pokémon. It's a very useful move. Looking at Grandpa Wang's kindly face, Chen Ruo managed to hold back his tears. Grandpa Wang, please take care of your health. I'll bring back a championship for you. Everyone, please stay well. With a wave, Chen Ruo bid farewell to Masera Town, this so-called novice village. To many people, Masera Town was nothing more than a beginner starting point, but to Chen Ruo, this place was his home. It was where his dreams began, the glorious starting point of his journey. Lazy Old Man used Grab on Bobo. Chen Ruo commanded the Lazy Old Man to attack Bobo. This was already the 3rd day of his journey, and the Lazy Old Man had grown from level 5 to level 13. Along the way, he had defeated countless Pokémon. However, all of this was still not enough. The Pokémon Dimension had descended for over 3 months, and the number 1 on the leaderboard had a level 37 Charizard. If Chen Ruo wanted to challenge the gym, he needed to evolve the Lazy Old Man into a Machoke, otherwise its attacking methods were still too singular and its strength was far too lacking. The Lazy Old Man's sharp claws sent Bobo flying. This Bobo, who was almost about to evolve into a Pidgeotto, was utterly helpless before the Lazy Old Man. Chen Ruo happily patted the Lazy Old Man's head. Well done, Lazy Old Man. The Lazy Old Man squinted its eyes, enjoying Chen Ruo's affection. Side quest activated Battle Hardened. Fight with 100 Pokémon within 3 days to receive a special item. Chen Ruo's eyes lit up. This was the first task he had received in these days. Battling 100 Pokémon over 3 days meant he only needed to battle about 30 Pokémon each. Chen Ruo had no reason to refuse such a task. Lazy Old Man, I'll need your help next. He patted the Lazy Old Man's head again. The Lazy Old Man had no idea why Chen Ruo was so happy, but as long as Chen Ruo was in a good mood, with this thought, the Lazy Old Man's eyes squinted into a narrow slit, looking silly, yet quite amusing. Chen Ruo couldn't help but laugh at the sight. Lazy Old Man, go wild and grab. Don't let Pidgey take off. Chen Ruo shouted, loudly commanding the Lazy Old Man to attack Pidgey while secretly plotting. If he defeated this Pidgey, the Lazy Old Man would be enough to evolve into a Machoke at level 18. That would be a complete transformation. The Machoke would be far stronger than the Lazy Old Man. With the enhancement of its Strongman trait, every hit from the Lazy Old Man's wild grabs dealt immense damage to Pidgey. Although Pidgey was at a higher level, it was still no match for the Lazy Old Man. After a series of wild grabs, Pidgey fell into a near-death state, losing its fighting capability. Meanwhile, a dazzling white light shone from the Lazy Old Man, and its form began to change. Chen Ruo looked on in delight at the Lazy Old Man. It was about to evolve. The dazzling white light. The Lazy Old Man's form was continuously changing. It had suddenly grown taller than Chen Ruo, who was only as tall as the Lazy Old Man's thigh. Normally a Machoke is about 1.4 meters tall, but Chen Ruo's Machoke was nearly 2 meters tall, exuding a significant sense of pressure. As the white light gradually dissipated, its original brown fur turned white, while the hair on its head changed to red. Its original claws became sharper and more lethal. It looked utterly terrifying. With a body full of powerful muscles, no one would doubt the terrifying strength it contained. After evolving into a Machoke, it appeared extremely excited, jumping around Chen Ruo, occasionally slicing through stones with its claws. The hard stones were as easy to slice through as tofu under its claws, effortlessly cut apart with precision. Chen Ruo also smiled, stroking the Machoke's white fur, feeling a surge of pride and excitement. Host Chen Ruo, level intermediate trainer. Achievements none. Badges none. Abilities none. Items none. Pokemon Machoke. Current task, battle hardened 8 badges win the championship. Pokemon Machoke. Quality purple. Level 18. Strength advanced. Type normal. Skills counter, wild grab tile break. Trait strongman. Nature stubborn. Carrying item none. Though the panel looked quite bleak, Chen Ruo was already very satisfied. As long as he evolves the Machoke into a Gyarados, he would be able to compete with even the veteran gym leaders. In this world, Pokemon trainer levels are divided into newcomers, junior, intermediate, advanced, elite, gym leaders, champions, and other ranks. Trainers with their main Pokemon below level 10 are all considered newcomers, while junior trainers need to evolve their Pokemon to the second form. Intermediate trainers have their main Pokemon close to level 30 or above, but have not yet evolved them. The classification of advanced trainers is much simpler. They must have fully evolved Pokemon and enough strong command ability and understanding of Pokemon. Most current players are at this level. With his Machoke, Chen Ruo was considered among the top tier, even some advanced trainers might not be able to compete with him. After all, it took him less than 5 days to reach this, and he was just one step away from completing the side quest Battle Hardened. He should be able to finish it today. Let's go, Machoke, let's work hard and have a feast tonight. After evolving into a Machoke, it seemed to have boundless energy, eagerly craving battle. After just 3 battles, Chen Ruo received a notification. Ding! Side quest Battle Hardened completed. Rewarding mysterious item in progress. Reward drawn received Pokemon food recipe blue. Chen Ruo was taken aback. Did he just receive a Pokemon food recipe for saying he would have a feast after finishing? Food recipe from Mighty Power increases strength by 3 units every month. Making method. Chen Ruo couldn't help but laugh. It was worth it. This was incredibly valuable. Gaining 3 units of strength in a month was almost equivalent to leveling up. Moreover, this was a long-term effect. At least there were currently no significant restrictions. This recipe from Mighty Power was perfectly suitable for Chen Ruo. Although the production cost was somewhat high, Chen Ruo had already thought of a way. Once he implemented it, he wouldn't laugh. Some people would even be eager to send him money. Chen Ruo patted the shoulder of the Machoke beside him. At his height of 178 meters, he could only reach the Machoke's shoulder unless it lowered its head. Machoke, you're in for a treat tonight. This is truly a feast. Not just any feast, but one that will make you. Chen Ruo cautiously attempted to create the super strength food. After acquiring the recipe, the formula seamlessly integrated into his mind, as if he had known it all along. With the final ingredient added, the super strength food was completed. The hyperactive ape showed signs of impatience, constantly circling around Chen Ruo. If it weren't for its deep dependence on Chen Ruo, it would have snatched the super strength food and devoured it immediately. Go ahead, it's made for you. Chen Ruo playfully scolded as he handed the super strength food to the hyperactive ape. Without hesitation, the ape started eating, its eyes slightly squinted in sheer happiness. The smile on its face contrasted sharply with its fierce countenance, making it appear quite comical, which made Chen Ruo unable to suppress his laughter. The hyperactive ape looked at Chen Ruo, then glanced at the super strength food, which it had nearly finished. Finally, it reluctantly handed the last bit over to Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo felt touched and patted the hyperactive ape on the back. All right, you eat it. I won't have any. As soon as Chen Ruo refused, the hyperactive ape immediately stuffed the super strength food into its mouth, as if afraid that Chen Ruo would change his mind if it ate slowly. Not only that, it waved its empty hands in front of Chen Ruo, as if trying to convey that it had nothing left. Chen Ruo was completely amused by the hyperactive ape's antics. The combination of such behavior with a fierce Pokemon was simply hilarious. The hyperactive ape looked at Chen Ruo, and although it didn't quite understand, it sat down next to him with a silly smile, scratching its head. The two, one person and one ape, sat together and laughed. The hyperactive ape was already at level 21, but Chen Ruo did not train it today. Instead, he unusually exited the Pokémon Dimension and returned to the real world. Currently, there was still a barrier between the Pokémon Dimension and the real world, preventing the two from fully connecting. Today was the day to return to school, as the school mandated that every 7 days students must return. He was still a freshman at Yanqing University. If it weren't for the arrival of the Pokémon Dimension, he would still be enjoying college life. Chen Ruo had always been annoyed about returning to school, especially in the last 2 months. Ever since his classmates learned that he had been in the Pokémon Dimension for 3 months without acquiring a Pokémon, their perceptions of him had turned into ridicule. Although Chen Ruo didn't care much, he disliked seeing their ugly faces. To him now, all of this was merely a source of amusement. Did a true dragon care about the mockery of a loach? Chen Ruo was destined to rise. Upon entering class 4, Chen Ruo sat in his usual spot, too lazy to acknowledge those people. He attempted to summon the hyperactive ape in the real world, only to find it impossible. The hyperactive ape's power was still too strong. Given the current integration of the two worlds, it was still too early to summon the hyperactive ape. After Chen Ruo entered class, 4 many gazes turned towards him, each containing a hint of glee. Once the Pokémon Dimension and the real world fused, people like Chen Ruo wouldn't even be worthy of carrying their shoes. Chen Ruo was even less inclined to care about their attitudes, feeling like an outsider. As the class instructor walked in the room, quieted down. Instructor Li Hui addressed, "Everyone this time is different from usual class 4 plans to engage in a collective activity. A few days ago, the class leader reported to me about a gathering place for a very powerful group of circle bears. After discussing with the class leader, we decided to let everyone join in, which will also serve as a collective task for Class 4. Does anyone have any objections?" Class leader Wang Yao also stepped up, saying that the location where the circle bears were discovered was near Kuyu City in the Kanto region. "Those in our class nearby can sign up with me." Chen Ruo was also quite close to Kuyu City. If he were to go, he wouldn't necessarily be late, but he had his own plans and was too lazy to get involved with those people. Wang Yao seemed to think of something. "Chen Ruo, you've been in the Kanto region for a while, right? Why not come along? We can help you capture a Pokemon, and then you can become a Pokemon trainer." Before Chen Ruo could respond, Lin Qing, beside him, mock class leader, "Don't waste your breath. Last time he captured a level 3 Pidgey and thought it was too weak to keep." Ha! Everyone in the class laughed. Chen Ruo merely looked at those laughing with pity. The circle bears were social creatures and incredibly strong. Among this group, as far as he knew, there were no great players whose names were etched on the rankings. Just a bunch of mediocre players, yet they were ambitiously seeking to capture circle bears. Wasn't that akin to courting death? Chen Ruo would never follow them to court death. Currently, the two worlds hadn't fully merged. At most, they would just experience a bit of fright. They wouldn't die, and Chen Ruo was too lazy to speak up. Back home, Chen Ruo directly entered the Pokémon Dimension. He had not recalled the hyperactive ape, but instead instructed it to level up in the surrounding area. Having obtained a Pokemon later than others, he naturally needed to seize every moment to grow stronger. Chen Ruo sat on a stone, making adjustments in front of his computer while the hyperactive ape trained nearby. After revising for an entire afternoon, Chen Ruo finally breathed a sigh of relief, as most of the work was nearly completed. Chen Ruo easily clicked into a forum called the Scholar's Home. He had posted many articles here, mostly sharing little tips he had learned from his previous life, and he was somewhat well known in the Scholar's Home. Now he intended to release a bombshell. Once the Pokémon Dimension fused with the real world, the higher his status in the Pokémon Dimension, the greater the rewards he could obtain. Chen Ruo planned to directly aim for the title of Pokémon Professor. At that point, whatever he did would be much more convenient, as he could silence others with his own research. Just like the system rewarding the super strength item, Chen Ruo could also use his own research to shut others up. Perhaps sensing Chen Ruo's intentions, the system promptly issued a task. Title task: obtain the title of Pokémon Professor. Reward 1 purple aptitude Pokémon. A Pokémon of violet tier aptitude. Chen Ruo's breath quickened. Rewards of this caliber were exceedingly rare. Even the third-place prize at the Kanto League Championship was merely a single violet tier Pokémon. To others, this task might have seemed nearly insurmountable, but for Chen Ruo, it posed no great challenge. His profound understanding of Pokémon surpassed even that of Professor Oak in numerous domains. No exaggeration, who could possibly rival someone with such unparalleled insight? Without hesitation, Chen Ruo uploaded his pre-prepared manuscript to the Scholar's Hub. The title read, "On the Influence of Nature Upon Pokémon Combat Prowess." Meanwhile, in the Hoenn region, renowned Pokémon scholar Professor Birch, having just finished preparing instant noodles, habitually opened the Scholar's Hub to browse newly published research reports. A modest, unadorned post, devoid of rhetorical flourish or embellishment, caught his attention on the influence of nature upon Pokémon combat prowess. An intriguing and refreshingly novel topic. Seems genuinely promising. Intrigued, Professor Birch clicked immediately. The author's ID was Chen Ruo. All accounts on the Scholar's Hub were strictly verified via real name registration. Plagiarism or impersonation was impossible. Professor Birch recalled Chen Ruo. Well over the past months, he had posed incisive questions and proposed rigorously accurate conclusions, each demonstrating exceptional scholarly discipline. A dedicated, meticulous researcher. So in Professor Birch's estimation, even before reading the paper, he already trusted its substance with nearly 80% certainty. The moment he opened it, Professor Birch, who had been casually skimming while slurping noodles, abandoned his meal entirely, his full attention riveted to the screen. This is nothing short of revolutionary. How could anyone conceive of such an idea? It is utterly astonishing. Chen Ruo's mastery of Pokémon scholarship far exceeds my own. Perhaps only Professor Oak could stand as his intellectual equal. Upon finishing the paper, Professor Birch felt deeply humbled. Without delay, he reposted Chen Ruo's paper into the elite scholar circle. Professors Tsunemori, Oak, Akihiro, Yanasi, Platina, and Kukui all saw the reposted paper. Together with Professor Birch, these 7 constituted the most authoritative scholars across the entire Pokémon League. Rising stars like Professors Akihiro and Masato paled in comparison. Professor Akihiro, the consummate research fanatic, was the first to finish reading. The impact upon him rivaled Professor Birch's own astonishment. Professor Birch, Do you know this Chen Ruo? His paper is masterfully composed, and his line of inquiry is breathtakingly imaginative. Please introduce us. I urgently wish to speak with him. I do not know him personally. He appeared on the Scholars Hub 3 months ago. His research spans remarkably diverse fields. Many of his hypotheses left me profoundly enlightened. This is his inaugural publication. Professor Birch spoke with unmistakable admiration. Young Ruo is truly a prodigy, but he has already embarked on his journey. I'll arrange an introduction when the opportunity arises. Far away in Palatown, Professor Oak smiled faintly. Chen Ruo's Scholars Hub account had been created under his guidance. In the field of Pokémon research, Professor Oak held absolute confidence. A prodigy in his youth. Before long, our ranks shall welcome a new member. Professor Tsunemori, the sole female among the senior scholars, mused aloud, a rising genius indeed. Once he publishes 5 papers of this caliber, count me among those voting to recommend him as a Pokémon doctor. Count me in, and mine as well. Nearly every scholar was captivated, each eager to serve as Chen Ruo's formal sponsor. Professor Oak called Chen Ruo. Without delay, Ruo, did you author the paper titled On the Influence of Nature Upon Pokémon Combat Prowess? Chen Ruo remained blissfully unaware of the seismic impact his paper had triggered across the scholarly world. It heralded the birth of an entirely new school of thought. No scholar had ever systematically investigated the role of nature in Pokémon development. Truly, heroes rise from the young. Remarkable. Pursue this line of inquiry diligently. If you publish 4 more papers of comparable rigor, we shall formally recommend you for the title of Pokémon Doctor. Chen Ruo paused, startled. Must one publish exactly 5 papers to attain the title? Professor Oak chuckled warmly. Not at all. What matters is 5 papers of extraordinary influence and significance endorsed jointly by no fewer than 4 established doctors. After a brief exchange, Chen Ruo ended the call lost in quiet contemplation. For papers, but what if I release all 5 at once? Would that draw too much attention? After a moment's hesitation, he yielded to the irresistible allure of a Violeteer Pokémon and decisively uploaded his prepared manuscripts. On Eevee's evolutionary potential, on the impact of evolution stones upon Pokémon aptitude, on the non-exclusivity of Pokémon abilities, on the possibility of a 4th evolutionary stage and specialized evolution, and on the genetic foundations of Mega Evolution. 5 papers, all authored by Chen Ruo, now appeared simultaneously on the Scholars Hub. The already vibrant Scholars Hub erupted. Scholars across the globe began fervently debating each of Chen Ruo's 5 groundbreaking works. Who is this Chen Ruo? 5 masterworks in one stroke. Unprecedented. Have you read on the possibility of a 4th evolutionary stage and specialized evolution? A 4th stage, specialized evolution. His hypotheses verge on audacious. No, I find on the non-exclusivity of Pokémon abilities equally brilliant. It expands the very boundaries of our understanding. Chen Ruo's 5 papers sent shockwaves through the scholarly community, like a cataclysmic tsunami reshaping the academic landscape. Even luminaries like Professors Oak and Tsunemori stood in awe. Every claim in Chen Ruo's papers exhibited extraordinary veracity, with several already empirically confirmed. Unanimously, the senior scholars resolved to nominate Chen Ruo immediately for the title of Pokémon. The nomination draft passed instantly. Professors Tsunemori, Oak, Akihiro, Yanasi, Platina, Kukui, and Birch all signed as sponsors. It was without question the most distinguished endorsement panel in scholarly history. System-wide announcement. Congratulations to Chen Ruo on attaining the esteemed title of Pokémon Doctor. Let us all take pride in this historic achievement. This announcement stunned everyone. While everyone was still feeling their way across the river, someone had already become an authority. How is this possible? With so many types of Pokémon, I haven't even found a direction for my research, yet someone has directly become a Pokémon professor. This is simply unbelievable, said a highly talented scholar who had even entered the tutelage of a certain professor and began researching Pokémon. Who is this Chen Ruo? We must recruit him at all costs. We need talents like him. A certain congressman from the United Federation immediately dispatched people to search for Chen Ruo's whereabouts, as someone like him is far too important. With the merging of the real world and the Pokémon world, a Pokémon professor like Chen Ruo is undoubtedly a strategic level talent. Having such authority can save us countless detours. This name must belong to someone from our Huagua. Investigate thoroughly and ensure his protection. A talent like this must not be lost. We must safeguard him. The fusion of the 2 worlds is getting closer and closer. Based on the intelligence we have collected, modern weapons may indeed pose little threat to Pokémon. Moreover, there are legendary Pokémon whose power is comparable to nuclear weapons. They might even be more dangerous. We must prepare to integrate into this world. Now everyone is rejoicing at the existence of the Pokémon world, but the higher-ups have long recognized the underlying issues. Ordinary bullets cannot harm Pokémon at all, many of which possess terrifying destructive capabilities. Even a weak Rattata possesses great strength. And according to certain legends, some powerful divine beasts have the ability to bring the dead back to life. They possess a terrifying power that can shake the earth and sink the oceans. This power is far beyond the understanding of ordinary people. Previously, it was merely the power of myth. Fortunately, with the arrival of the Pokémon Dimension, the physical quality of humans is continuously improving. There's also been a significant increase in resistance across various aspects. It was said that a boy had been struck by a Pikachu's Thunderbolt multiple times and only suffered minor injuries, demonstrating how profound the impact of the Pokémon era is on the real world. In the entire Pokémon Dimension game, the news of Chen Ruo becoming a Pokémon professor is still spreading. No one can accept this news. This is absolutely a cheat. In just over 3 months, how much could one truly understand about this world? Yet someone has already become a doctor in the field of Pokémon research. This is simply unbelievable. Not only in the real world, but even in the Pokémon world, some major powers are searching for Chen Ruo. Not just the Pokémon League, but those old established corporations are also seeking Chen Ruo, even offering a reward in the billions for any useful information. Even the notorious teams like Team Rocket Plasma Gang and Magma Gang are looking for Chen Ruo, hoping to recruit. Primarily, the thesis Chen Ruo proposed on the possible existence of fourth evolution and special evolution is simply shocking. If one could master the fourth evolution or special evolution, how powerful would that be? There's also a fourth evolution and special evolution. I have no clues at all up. Until now, no Pokemon has ever exhibited a fourth evolution right. The authenticity of this paper is certainly questionable. I specialize in researching Pokemon evolution, and while I am not a doctor, I am a seasoned scholar. I can assure you that this paper is highly credible. Dr. Chen Ruo's research in the field of Pokemon evolution has likely reached a profoundly advanced level. The scholarly debates about Chen Ruo are unknown to him. Everyone is arguing over the few papers he has published, while the instigator Chen Ruo feels none of it. Congratulations to the host for becoming a Pokemon Professor Reward, 1 purple quality, Pokemon Reward being issued. After others completed their rookie tasks and received their Pokédex, an initial Pokemon, the system, these individuals fully integrated into this world, indistinguishable from the natives, while his system, although Chen Ruo did not know the reason based on his speculation, this should be his cheat for crossing over. Reward selection in progress. Congratulations on receiving a purple quality Pokemon Charmander. Reward issued. As the light shimmered, an ordinary Pokeball appeared in Chen Ruo's hand. Chen Ruo joyfully released Charmander. This is a good deal. He never expected to draw a purple quality Charmander. This can be considered one of the strongest. Chen Ruo is naturally very satisfied with this result. Pokemon Charmander. Quality purple. Level 5. Strength Hatchling. Type Fire. Skills Ember Tackle Growl. Ability Blaze. Nature Calm. Held item none. Chen Ruo released Charmander, which looked exactly like he remembered with no changes at all. He affectionately patted Charmander's head, while the nearby Apom imitated Chen Ruo, awkwardly patting Charmander's head. Unbeknownst to it, its strength was so great that it accidentally knocked Charmander over, and then seemed to realize its unintentional action, scratching its head in a silly manner. Charmander showed no signs of aversion. Instead, it affectionately rubbed against Apom's leg. Seeing the two harmonious Pokemon, Chen Ruo couldn't help but smile. With Charmander joining, his main goal from then on would be to level up Charmander, while also completing the tasks of collecting gym badges and participating in the Kanto League competition. Now there are just over 2 months left until the Kanto League competition, and many have already obtained their 6th and 7th badges, while Chen Ruo has yet to earn even 1 badge. Of course, given Chen Ruo's strength, obtaining at least the first 2 badges should pose no problem. This is even a conservative estimate. Moreover, Apom evolving into Ambipom is also pressing. This is his true trump card. Apom, we're going to challenge a gym now. From here on, it's up to you. Little Fire Dragon used Spark and attack Rattata. Chen Ruo calmly commanded the Little Fire Dragon. The Little Fire Dragon was nothing like a typical Pokemon in its juvenile stage. It showed no fear against the Rattata, which was several levels higher. Although the skill was called Spark, it was completely different from an ordinary Spark. It was a massive fireball that crashed down upon Rattata. The wild Rattata had never encountered such an attack, and was directly struck by the spark, losing its ability. Chen Ruo was pleased as he recalled the Little Fire Dragon. Indeed, the purple aptitude Little Fire Dragon was significantly stronger in all aspects. However, aptitude only represented potential. True strength depended on training. Chen Ruo had never neglected the training of either the Raging Monkey or the Little Fire Dragon. He even specially made training sandbags for the Raging Monkey, weighing a full 100 pounds, which it carried at all times except during battles. If it weren't for the fact that they could easily get damaged during battles, Chen Ruo wouldn't even want to take them off during fights. Mission activated 100 consecutive wins. As Chen Ruo felt a twinge of regret, the mission system promptly issued the task. 100 consecutive wins. Achieve. 100 consecutive victories. The reward training shop is now open. The achievement point collection system is now active. Chen Ruo nearly burst into laughter. This system is really considerate. It always provides what I lack. Just as he lamented about the absence of suitable training equipment, the system directly unlocked the functions for collecting achievement points and opening the training shop. 100 consecutive wins. This challenge looks somewhat difficult, requiring a whole 100 consecutive victories. For me at this moment, it seems a bit too tough. Right now, Chen Ruo's Raging Monkey was only at level 26, while the little fire dragon was merely at level 13, still awaiting evolution. Chen Ruo did not change his plans due to the 100 consecutive wins mission. He decided to head towards Nibi City first to obtain the gym badge. Stop! Are you also a Pokemon trainer? Before Chen Ruo could walk far, a young boy in shorts blocked his way. Chen Ruo felt a surge of excitement. Since leaving Jinshin Town, he hadn't encountered any Pokemon trainers, and now was just the right time for a Pokemon duel. Yes, do you want to have a Pokemon duel? Chen Ruo eagerly looked at the boy. The boy was equally excited. Let's go. I've been waiting here for a long time, finally meeting the Pokemon trainer. The boy eagerly released his Pokemon, Come Out Pidgey. This was a level 30 Pidgey, almost ready to evolve into Pidgeotto. Chen Ruo was not surprised that 3 months had passed since then, and many trainers' main Pokemon had reached level 30. If not for the time he had lost earlier, his name would definitely be on the leaderboard. Go Raging Monkey. The boy Yongtai was also surprised. He didn't expect Chen Ruo to use such a rare Pokemon. That's quite rare. I didn't expect you to have the evolution of Lazy King. You must be a rookie trainer. Lazy King is not only weak, but also hard to command in battle. Although its strength has improved since evolving into Raging Monkey, it's still just decent. Once it evolves into the powerful Slaking, it'll revert to its previous characteristics. You should switch your Pokemon soon. Yongtai shook his head in disappointment. Wasn't using such a Pokemon as a main one foolish. Chen Ruo paid no mind. You don't have to worry about that. I know what I'm doing. Yongtai saw that Chen Ruo wouldn't listen and didn't bother to persuade him further, directly commanding Pidgey, take to the skies. Chen Ruo was completely unconcerned with Yongtai's commands, and the Raging Monkey wouldn't care either. It had no idea how many times it had battled against a Pokemon like Pidgey. Pidgey used Whirlwind. Yongtai appeared very confident. In his view, defeating a non-flying Pokemon like Raging Monkey was a piece of cake. Torrential winds surged towards Raging Monkey. However, it stood firmly on the ground, completely unfazed. It's a normal-type Pokemon. It wasn't afraid of flying-type Pokemon. Pidgey continued using Whirlwind. Yongtai was full of confidence, thinking Raging Monkey was merely a live target. Chen Ruo still gave no commands while Raging Monkey remained steadfast, enduring the damage from the Whirlwind. Although flying-type Pokemon don't have an advantage over normal-type Pokemon, it doesn't mean there's no damage. Raging Monkey was clearly hurt. Yongtai looked at Chen Ruo, disdainfully shaking his head. Without any countermeasures, losing is only a matter of time. Pidgey continued using Whirlwind. Chen Ruo slightly raised the corner of his mouth, who said, I have no countermeasures. Raging Monkey. Return Punch. Send Pidgey down. The Raging Monkey gathered immense power in its hands, a skill recorded on the learning machine, given to him by Grandpa Wong before he left Shinshin Town. The godly skill Return Punch. It directly returns double the damage received to the opponent. Faced with this sudden and urgent punch from Raging Monkey, Pidgey couldn't react in time and was struck by Return Punch. Although Return Punch is a fighting-type skill, its damage is determined by the damage dealt by the opponent. Even if a flying type faces a fighting type with double resistance, it has no effect. Under this punch, Pidgey immediately lost its ability to battle and fell into a near-death state. Yongtai did not anticipate it would turn out like this. His awareness was still too poor compared to Chen Ruo. If there had been other skills mixed in, or if Raging Monkey had made other moves, the power of Return Punch wouldn't have been so great. Yongtai had foolishly kept using Whirlwind, practically digging his own grave. Yongtai directly released his second Pokemon Go, Onix. As he released Onix, Chen Ruo began to smile. This battle was over. Fighting-type skills deal double damage to Rock-type Pokemon. Raging Monkey. Use Sonic Punch. Double advantage combined with the strength of a strongman's punch. In an instant, Yongtai couldn't even give commands. Onix's body directly flew out. It fell into a near-death state. This is the power of a single punch from Raging Monkey. Yongtai was dumbfounded. What the heck is this? Is this a cheat? Is this Onix? It should be Rattata, right? How could it be knocked out with a single punch? Is something wrong with my eyes? Until the battle ended, Yongtai still looked at the Onix Serpent in disbelief, still in a daze. How could his perfectly fine Onix Serpent just fall over? Isn't it common knowledge that Onix Serpents have thick skin and tough flesh? Am I raising a fake Onix Serpent? Is my Onix Serpent just faking it? In just an instant, countless thoughts swirled in Yongtai's mind. He felt that his Onix Serpent was throwing, but he had no evidence. Am I really losing like this? Yong Tai's words were filled with 3 parts confusion, 6 parts disbelief, and 1 part grievance. Who could withstand this? Anyone would be left dumbfounded. With a single punch, a perfectly fine onyx serpent lay down. Who could handle this? The nearby hyperactive ape seemed completely oblivious to the impact his punch had on Yong Tai, merely squinting its eyes, sitting on the ground, and rubbing its large head against Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo was also charmed by the hyperactive ape's actions. His hyperactive ape was completely different from a normal one, being extremely clingy. To be precise, whether it was his little fire dragon or the hyperactive ape, their relationship with him was excellent. If the system displayed affinity levels, it would probably show maximum affinity between Chen Ruo and them. Chen Ruo patted the hyperactive ape's head. Well done. The hyperactive ape enjoyed rubbing against Chen Ruo's hand, and the little fire dragon also ran over, appearing very affectionate. Only then did Yong Tai come to his senses. I lost. How did you do that? You took out my onyx serpent with a single move. That's completely impossible. I previously challenged the pewter gym, and even the gym leader's onyx serpent was not as strong as mine. The onyx serpent is a rock type, and fighting type moves deal double damage to rock types. My hyperactive ape has undergone special training, so this outcome is not surprising at all. Chen Ruo did not mention his hyperactive ape special abilities, as they were rewards from the system better left unsaid. Yong Tai nodded deep in thought. So the lazy man evolved into something this strong. It seems I should consider raising a lazy man as well. Chen Ruo almost laughed out loud. A lazy man that remained lazy after evolution should not be called a lazy man. That would be a lazy pit. Even if it evolved into a lazy king, it's still a pit. With an impressive stat of 670, yet always slacking off and not training, what good is a high stat without effort? Chen Ruo's journey continued as expected, heading towards Pewter City. However, he underestimated the impact of the 5 papers he had published earlier, especially the one discussing the 4th evolution of Pokémon and special evolutions. Countless factions invested numerous genius scholars and money into researching this area, yet they found no leads. Almost all factions were searching for Chen Ruo, wanting to acquire information regarding the 4th evolution or to directly recruit him. Within the Pokémon League, undercurrents were also swirling. A seemingly arrogant young man was confronting an elder. We must find this person. If those evil factions get to him, the consequences would be unimaginable. When the other world descended, our databases were connected. I request to use the database to investigate information on this Chen Ruo. We must find this person quickly. The elder's attitude was resolute, but he looked helpless. It's not that I don't want to find his information, but all records regarding this name are classified at the highest level. It's completely impossible to search. The young man was taken aback. How could this be possible? Even the information on evil factions like Team Plasma and Team Rocket was clearly displayed in the database. How could there be no record of this person? The elder seemed to sense the young man's disbelief, waved for someone to bring the computer over, and began searching for Chen Ruo in front of him. Ding! Insufficient permissions. The young man was shocked. He had searched before, and when it showed insufficient permissions, he thought the League had found Chen Ruo and secured his information. However, after inquiring with the elder, he learned it wasn't the case. And now, even the elder before him couldn't find any information on Chen Ruo. When the world was going on, the elder was one of the highest-ranking individuals in the League. After the young man left, the elder slowly walked into a grand hall that was several dozen meters high. A shadow quietly sat in the center of the hall, as if it were holding up the heavens. The elder respectfully saluted the shadow. My lord, we encountered a problem. A person named Chen Ruo, even with my permissions, cannot access his information, nor can we view any related names. The shadow spoke, its voice deep and powerful, yet obscure, as if it hadn't spoken in a long time. You do not deserve to know his information. The shadow's simple statement stunned the elder. The elder's status in the entire Pokémon League had the highest permissions, yet now he was deemed unworthy. However, the elder did not dare to ask further. The background of this shadow was simply too significant, so incredible it was beyond belief. After the elder exited, the shadow's obscure and deep voice echoed. Have you returned? It's good that you're back. In Team Rocket, Sakaki, dressed in a red suit, elegantly stroked the Meowth lying at his feet, sipping from a glass of red wine. Boss, your phone. Sakaki casually took the phone from his secretary, but his expression instantly became serious, and he waved away all the nearby servants. What instructions do you have? No one could believe that Sakaki could say such a thing, but that's how it was. For now on, there's no need to investigate anything related to the name Chen Ruo. Everyone is forbidden. Anyone who insists on investigating will be my enemy. The voice on the phone was very forceful, and after finishing, he hung up without waiting for Sakaki to respond. Though it was quite rude, Sakaki did not dare to voice any dissent. The Pokémon League and all dark forces which had originally been eager to move against Chen Ruo suddenly quieted down overnight. All dark forces dared not probe into that person's information any longer. That night, far too many people couldn't sleep. all pondering what kind of identity that person had. The forces behind him were simply terrifying. Not only were the forces from the original Pokemon world dumbfounded, but even some major powers in the real world were also taken aback. What on earth is going on? All the information about the name Chen Ruo online is completely inaccessible. It's as if this name is a taboo. After 3 continuous days of travel, Chen Ruo finally arrived at Nibi City. He patted the dust off his clothes, feeling uncomfortable. Having survived in the wild for about a week, he naturally had a smell. Miss Joy, thank you for your trouble. Chen Ruo politely handed the Pokeballs representing the Mankey and Charmeleon. After paying the required amount, Chen Ruo felt a bit uneasy. This script was completely different from what he had imagined. According to his budget, he had already published 5 papers, so why had no one come to him? Had he overestimated the efficiency of these people? Chen Ruo helplessly prepared the giant strength food, while self-deprecatingly remarking, "If no one comes to me, I suppose even eating would become a problem. I might be the first Pokemon researcher to starve to death, because I couldn't secure sponsorship." "Excuse me, are you Dr. Chen Ruo?" A woman in a black business suit respectfully approached Chen Ruo. Finally, someone has come. Chen Ruo was not surprised at all. "Are you from the Pokemon League, or are you affiliated with some dark forces? However, your efficiency in getting things done is really slow. It's been almost a week since I last heard from anyone." The woman chuckled lightly and then sat across from Chen Ruo. "Dr. Chen Ruo, you guessed wrong. We are neither from the Pokemon League nor affiliated with any dark forces." Chen Ruo was taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered. "What is going on?" He cautiously asked, "Are you from those big financial groups?" The woman shook her head and smiled at Chen Ruo, saying, "Strictly speaking, we should be considered your people." Chen Ruo's expression turned serious. "What do you mean? I don't quite understand." "It means exactly what it says, we are your people." The woman's eyes sparkled with amusement as she quietly watched Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo skeptically remarked, "Are you joking with me? Do you think I look like I'm joking with you, my lord?" Chen Ruo's eyes met those of the woman whose gaze showed no sign of evasion, looking directly at him. She is not joking. This was Chen Ruo's first thought. The moment this idea crossed his mind, he was taken aback. Her words were straightforward, yet they stirred up immense waves in Chen Ruo's heart. What is going on here? He completely couldn't see through. Chen Ruo laughed. "Since you say you're my people, at the very least, you can tell me what the organization is called, right?" "Son." The woman directly stated this name. Just a single word, yet it instilled a sense of momentum in Chen Ruo, especially when she pronounced it. Her eyes shimmered with brilliance. Within her gaze directed at Chen Ruo, there was also a hint of emotion that he couldn't quite comprehend. Chen Ruo was certain it wasn't admiration, it felt more like reverence. Indeed, it was akin to the awe a fan feels upon seeing their idol's glory, but even stronger. "Son." A very simple name. It's a pity I haven't heard of it. I just wonder how strong it is. I am quite afraid of death. If I join your organization on the first day and disappear on the second, it would be better not to join at all. Chen Ruo couldn't help but probe for information. It's been a week. Not only the Pokemon League, but also no dark forces, and not even a single organization has inquired about you. Does that not represent our organization's strength? The woman countered Chen Ruo's statement, and the shock this brought him was not any less than before. He had previously wondered why, despite releasing so many papers, each with an impact comparable to a nuclear bomb, why had no organization approached him? Now he finally understood everything. What kind of background does this It was so terrifying. Not only the dark forces, but even the first force on the surface, the Pokemon League, had not investigated his information nor contacted him. How is that possible? If they claimed ignorance of his information, that would be completely impossible. Oh, professors like Oak definitely knew about him. And now that the Pokemon League has yet to reach out, it signifies everything. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Chen Ruo couldn't help but feel admiration. The power of this organization was simply too immense. The influence of our organization extends far beyond this. Just as you are in your world, we can also guarantee that no power can interfere with your life at any time. The woman emphasized at any time at the end. This meant that regardless of whether the Pokémon Dimension merges or not, Chen Ruo would never be interfered with. What incredible confidence. Moreover, this organization can even influence the real world. What kind of organization exists like this? It's worth noting that the contact between the real world and the Pokemon world has only just begun for 100 days, yet the influence of this organization has already covered both worlds. The woman feared Chen Ruo would not believe her. If you don't believe me, you can go back to your world and check your... Chen Ruo did not decline, and his body vanished from the Pokemon world. After a short while, his figure reappeared. "You and I must say your organization's strength is indeed formidable, but I still cannot comprehend why you need me." "What do I need to do?" The woman maintained her smile. "Because you are the most important existence to our organization. The meaning of our existence is also for you. You do not need to do anything, everything will follow your..." The woman's answer left Chen Ruo even more perplexed. This was not just a case of falling into a pie from the sky. It was too bizarre. But if this organization wanted something, that shouldn't be the case. This organization possesses such great strength. What could he have that would attract these people? The system? If they knew they should not have this kind of attitude, then what could it be? Chen Ruo felt as if everything before him was shrouded in mist. He could see nothing and know nothing. It felt as though he was caught in a vast game of chess, completely unaware of the role he was playing. Chen Ruo disliked this feeling of passivity immensely. Chen Ruo could not comprehend why the organization existed if that were the case. I'm very curious to know, what is the purpose of your organization? What kind of tasks do you usually have? Chen Ruo asked directly without holding back. The young woman thought for a moment and replied, if we are really discussing the purpose of our existence, then it is you. We have no tasks whatsoever. Chen Ruo was left speechless. He thought, if you don't want to tell me, then just don't. Why does it have to turn into a performance? Is this really a theatrical performance? For his sake. It's been only about 100 days since the dimensional arrival, and for this organization to develop to such a degree, it would require several years. Chen Ruo immediately lost interest in continuing the conversation. The young woman, however, did not mind. She took out a small black card embedded with crystal diamond from her bag and handed it directly to Chen Ruo. The card was not large, about the size of a normal bank card, but Chen Ruo could not discern its material. It was not made of plastic, and when Chen Ruo squeezed it with force, there was no reaction at all. The card simply had the word Seek inscribed on it, along with ancient patterns depicting various fantastic creatures. Chen Ruo even spotted the presence of a Lever Quest King and a Charmeleon on it. On the back of the card, there were only 2 sets of numbers and no further marks. Please keep this card safe. Its material is very special, and even a full force strike from a divine beast cannot destroy it. If you encounter any trouble, just call the numbers on it. The first set of numbers is for this world, and the second set can be used if you encounter trouble in your own world. Moreover, this black card can be used in any world. The amount inside is completely up to you. There will be no issues at all, so you need not worry about that. Remember, we can help you resolve any trouble. You are more important to us than you can imagine. The young woman's expression had turned serious, and she looked at Chen Ruo intently. Chen Ruo felt an overwhelming sense of trust towards her. But what if I am pursued by the Pokémon League, or chased by divine beasts? His argumentative nature kicked in again, and he couldn't help but press further. If the Pokémon League has a grudge against you, we would not mind toppling it. The confidence in the young woman's eyes was unmistakable. If such a scenario truly occurred, Chen Ruo felt as though they wouldn't hesitate to overthrow the Pokémon. The young woman said nothing more, simply smiled at Chen Ruo before walking out of the Pokémon Center. Chen Ruo gazed at the diamond black card in his hand, a bit lost in thought. For some inexplicable reason, he found the emergence of this Sikh organization to be baffling, yet he felt an uncanny trust in it, as if they were old friends. Moreover, he saw a fervent light in the young woman's eyes akin to that of a zealot. He felt he could not be. The people in this organization definitely knew him. It wasn't merely because he had acquired the title of Pokemon Professor that they sought him out. Yet all of this felt too strange. The time since the Pokemon had descended into the real world was barely 100 days. Before that, he had hardly shown any remarkable traits. How did these people even notice him? Unable to grasp these questions, Chen Ruo decided to abandon the inquiry, believing that once his strength grew, everything would naturally become clear. Chen Ruo smiled as he stroked the black card in his hand. This world was proving to be more interesting. He did not investigate the amount on the black card. After all, the Sikh organization would not concern itself with such trivial matters. After a restful night at the Pokémon Center, Chen Ruo energetically retrieved his Primeape and Charmeleon from. Not long after Chen Ruo obtained Charmeleon, he underwent intense training, and by the time he reached Pewter City, he had successfully evolved into a Charizard. Not only that, he had mastered skills like Flamethrower and Metal Claw, greatly enriching Chen Ruo's offensive attack. Chen Ruo then strolled towards the Pewter Gym. The merging of the two worlds had led to a rapid increase in the number of Pokemon trainers, and the Pewter Gym had become quite prosperous. When Chen Ruo entered the gym, there were already challengers present. The gym leader was no longer Brock. During the dimensional arrival, Brock and Ash were among the first batch of Pokemon trainers who had already begun their journey. Now, the leader of the Pewter Gym was Brock's father, Flint. Flint was far more mature than Brock, with battle experience and skills that completely overshadowed Brock. The Pewter Gym was originally founded by Flint. He was undoubtedly a powerhouse when it came to Rock-type Pokemon. Previously, the Pewter Gym had suffered too many defeats and was on the verge of being disbanded by the Pokemon League, but since Flint took over, they had not lost a single battle. His strength was evident. Onix used Rollout. Flint's opponent was a Nidoking, and the moment Chen Ruo saw it, he knew that Nidoking was destined to lose. Whether in terms of Pokemon training or combat skills, Flint was far superior to that challenger. The Poison-type Nidoking had its attacking options significantly reduced when facing Onix. Moreover, after Onix used Rollout, the challenger could not even interrupt the move. It's worth noting that this skill deals increasing damage as the frequency of the roll increases. Nidoking used Horn Attack on Onix. Chen Ruo nearly gasped at the challenger's strategy. What level of trainer is this? Using Horn Attack against the rapidly rolling Onix was akin to seeking death. However, one could not entirely blame these challengers. In such a short time, they might not even recognize all the Pokémon, let alone be aware of the characteristics of skills from Pokémon they had never seen before. This was an advantage for Chen Ruo. He understood the characteristics of these skills and could devise better countermeasures. As Chen Ruo predicted, without any surprises, Nidoking lost its ability to act under Onix's rollout, falling into a near-death state. The referee announced the result of the battle, declaring, Nidoking has lost the ability to fight, and the victor is the gym leader Wu Neng. The new gym leader is truly formidable. This must be the 400th challenger this month, and it seems very few have succeeded. Other trainers around also expressed their astonishment. The Pokemon gyms in this world are not limited to the 8 from the original series. There are at least 80. The regions are far more numerous than those in the original series. The regions in the original story were merely a few. This is a complete world. Thus, the distribution of Pokemon trainers across each gym is not very large. After all, there's only one gym leader. Even if they battled 24 hours non-stop, it would be impossible to defeat all the Pokemon trainers in a region. Other trainers who initially wanted to challenge the Nibi gym also became hesitant, intimidated by Wu Neng's relentless offensive. The Nibi gym in Nibi City and the Hualan gym in Hualan City were recognized as the easiest gyms to challenge among all novice trainers, but since Wu Neng became the gym leader, the difficulty of the Nibi gym has skyrocketed, causing many Pokemon trainers seeking gym badges to leave Nibi City for Hualan City. Wu Neng stood on the stage, his robust physique, imposing a great sense of pressure on other trainers, embodying the solid presence unique to Rock-type Pokemon trainers. Are there any challengers left? If not, today's gym battle will conclude here. Wu Neng observed the restless trainers below, furrowing his brow. The number of Pokemon trainers who caught his eye was just as Wu Neng was about to retreat, and in today's gym battle, a clear voice rang out. I am Chen Ruo, a Pokemon trainer from Jinxin Town, here to challenge the Nibi gym. Wu Neng glanced at the data on the machine, frowning. A level 27 Monferno and a level 21 Charmeleon. A novice trainer. The Nibi gym is no longer the same as before. I still suggest you travel a bit before challenging the Nibi gym. Wu Neng clearly did not see Chen Ruo as much of a threat and found it rather amusing. A newly evolved Charmeleon and a Monferno dared to challenge his Nibi gym. Did he really think of his Nibi gym as an easy target? While his son may excel in other areas, he seems to be lacking as a gym trainer. Not just Wu Neng, but others also had little faith in Chen Ruo. Many trainers with fully evolved Pokemon have been defeated by Wu Neng. What right did a newcomer like Chen Ruo have? Brother, if you got your information from the forum, you should give up. The current Nibi gym is no soft target. The previous gym leader Xiao Jiang has left, and the current gym leader Wu Neng is a tough character. Others around could not help but kindly advise Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo smiled, unfazed, confident as he looked at Wu Neng, saying, No need, I believe. I'm already ready to challenge the Nibi gym. I asked the gym leader for guidance. Wu Neng frowned, slightly displeased by Chen Ruo's arrogance, but said nothing. As the gym leader, it was only natural to accept a trainer challenge. The following battle is between Chen Ruo, a Pokemon trainer from Jinxin Town, and Wu Neng, the gym leader of Nibi Gym. The battle rules are 2v2, and the first to defeat the other's 2 Pokemon will be the victor. The match began. Chen Ruo sent out Charmeleon first, showing no signs of hesitation despite its level being only 21. Wu Neng recalled the Rhyhorn that had just defeated a trainer and released a Onix instead. Charmeleon used Quick Attack. Chen Ruo took the initiative. With Charmeleon at only level 21 facing a level 34 Onix, he could not afford to be careless. He had to focus all his attention. Onix used Tackle. Take down Charmeleon. Wu Neng appeared somewhat disinterested as Chen Ruo's Pokemon failed to ignite any battle desire within him. Charmeleon, keep using Quick Attack. Dodge Onix's attack. This isn't a game. Facing a slow Pokemon like Onix, the agile Charmeleon could easily toy with it. Onix's Tackle undoubtedly missed, entirely failing to even touch Charmeleon's shadow. Charmeleon, go for it. You are the best. Chen Ruo kept encouraging Charmeleon. Charmeleon managed to evade all of Onix's continuous tackles. At this moment, Wu Neng's interest was piqued. This trainer had some skill, but that was about it. A very agile Charmeleon, but it could only go this far. Onix used Earthquake. Nearby trainers sighed, shaking their heads, having already predicted Charmeleon's fate. If it had evolved into a Charizard, it could have flown to dodge the Earthquake, but it was still just a Charmeleon. Another loser daring to challenge Wu Neng with a level 21 Charmeleon. What a pipe dream. Some nearby mocked Chen Ruo, clearly finding it laughable that he would blindly challenge Wu Neng. Chen Ruo remained completely unfazed. In fact, he had already calculated Wu Neng's reaction. Moreover, Wu Neng's response was much slower than he had imagined. This provided him with a lot of operational space. Soon Wu Neng would learn just how mistaken he was to underestimate Chen Ruo. Charmeleon, release Flamethrower towards the ground, using the force to leap onto Onix, then use Metal Claw. A terrifying tremor reverberated throughout the gym, causing the entire rock arena to crack. However, Charmeleon was unaffected. Using the backward thrust of the flamethrower, it leaped up, perfectly dodging the earthquake, and then unleashed a metal claw directly onto Onyx. What the heck? It can be done like this. The trainers nearby were stunned. What kind of thought process is this? Using flamethrower to briefly hover and dodge the earthquake. Is there even such a maneuver? Moreover, this also allowed Charmeleon to land a metal claw on Onyx, creating a flawless combo that left all the Pokemon trainers mesmerized. No one had expected Chen Ruo's Charmeleon to execute such a smooth combo. It was absolutely picturesque. This set of skills has completely opened a new world for other novice trainers, revealing that not only can they command, but they can command in such a way. This set of skills is truly picturesque. The Onyx merely unleashed a collision and earthquake, while the Charmeleon not only used Quick Attack twice to increase its speed, but also dodged the earthquake damage with Flamethrower, simultaneously dealing a heavy blow to the Onyx with its Steel Claw. A level 30 Onyx battling a level 20 Charmeleon, and the Charmeleon miraculously remains unscathed while severely injuring the Onyx. What kind of divine command is this? What a jaw-dropping tactic. Chen Ruo's set of skills astonished not only the surrounding Pokemon trainers, but even seasoned veterans like Wu Neng. One can only say that Chen Ruo's control over the battle is simply perfect. He perfectly anticipated every command from Wu Neng and reacted accordingly. Moreover, he even accounted for Wu Neng's underestimation of him. Otherwise, his Charmeleon wouldn't have had the chance to use Quick Attack twice before Wu Neng could react, directly boosting its speed. The Steel Claw inflicted double damage on the Rock-type Onyx, severely injuring it. Wu Neng was completely dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? This shouldn't be possible. Even with double damage, a level 20 Charmeleon shouldn't be able to severely injure the Onyx in one hit. How is this possible? How could your Charmeleon deal such high damage? Wu Neng said, somewhat incredulous. Chen Ruo smiled and replied, "Do you remember what I said, Guild Master Wu Neng? Charmeleon, go for it. You are the strongest." This phrase is actually a skill. It's self-encouragement. Indeed, during this process, Chen Ruo's Charmeleon not only used Quick Attack to increase its speed, but also used self-encouragement to boost its attack power. Additionally, the Charmeleon regularly consumed plenty of power-enhancing food and never neglected strength training. Combined with Chen Ruo's imaginative command, this resulted in such an outcome. Wu Neng looked at Chen Ruo and couldn't help but applaud. "You are truly strong. In Pokemon battles, even many veteran trainers cannot match your prowess." Chen Ruo smiled, but remained silent. Wu Neng smiled at Chen Ruo. "However, your Charmeleon is still only level 20. If it were a few levels higher, you might have already won. But now what do you have to break through my Onyx's defense? Onyx, use Harden." A dull glow flashed over Onyx, clearly indicating a significant boost in its defense. "With just one hit, my Onyx can render your Charmeleon unable to fight, while your Charmeleon won't be able to break through my Onyx's defense and will inevitably lose." Onyx continued to use Harden. Chen Ruo did not respond to Wu Neng, continuously urging Charmeleon to enhance itself. Charmeleon, self-encourage. Continue to use self-encouragement. Both Onyx and Charmeleon were constantly improving themselves in the arena, while the surrounding Pokemon trainers were all wide-eyed in amazement. Previously, they had all pursued various powerful attacking abilities, completely neglecting the effects of these supportive abilities. Now, they realized that in true Pokemon battles, it is often these supportive skills that determine victory. Onyx's skin had turned from a grayish-white to a darker gray, almost taking on a metallic sheen, while Charmeleon was brimming with fighting spirit. Chen Ruo smiled and said, "I'm stalling with you because I need to grow stronger while you're stalling with me is merely waiting for defeat. Charmeleon, use Tail Whip. Then attack Onyx with Steel Claw." Wu Neng was stunned. This is actually possible. Charmeleon's speed was so fast that Chen Ruo had nearly maximized all its attributes. As Tail Whip was used, the defensive power of Onyx diminished, and Steel Claw directly clawed, and Onyx let out a painful cry, gasping for breath. Even though it had not yet reached the brink of death, it was not far off. Wu Neng helplessly looked at Chen Ruo, wondering if all young people are this fierce nowadays. His application of Pokemon skills was even more adept than that of this veteran Pokemon trainer. Wu Neng reluctantly released his Geodude, knowing that even if he sent it out, it was likely futile. How could one deal with a Charmeleon with all its attributes maximized by Chen Ruo, along with a Steel Claw that counters Rock-type Pokemon? Geodude, roll out. Charmeleon's Steel Claw. As expected, just as Wu Neng anticipated, Geodude's rollout couldn't even be initiated, and Charmeleon's figure seemed to teleport directly in front of Geodude, delivering a Steel Claw strike. With double damage and an overwhelming attack boost, Charmeleon's strike directly knocked out Geodude. There was no suspense at all. Geodude lost its ability to battle. The battle is over, and the winner is Chen Ruo, the Pokemon trainer from Pallet Town. With the referee's announcement, the others on the sidelines were still somewhat unable to believe it. He won just like that. A level 20 Charmeleon defeated a gym leader who couldn't even penetrate the defenses of a fully evolved Charizard. Is this real? Did he really win? Even now, some people still found it hard to believe. Wu Neng helplessly recalled his Geodude that was on the brink of death, admiringly looking at Chen Ruo. You are the most interesting and skillful Pokemon trainer I have ever seen. This rock badge is yours. You are fully qualified to possess it. In fact, you deserve it more than anyone else. Wu Neng had to admit he was completely impressed by Chen Ruo's intelligence. This statement was not an exaggeration. The impression Chen Ruo left on him was truly profound, and that feeling was remarkably intense. He had faced some elite-level Pokemon trainers before, but even they had not left as terrifying an impression on Wu Neng as Chen Ruo did. Everything was within Chen Ruo's calculations, as he directly defeated him with a level 21 Charmeleon while remaining unscathed. Chen Ruo is the first. Not only Wu Neng, but others also fell silent, unsure of what to say, their eyes filled with admiration as they looked at Chen Ruo. Today, Chen Ruo truly taught them a lesson. It turns out that Pokemon battles can be conducted this way. It turns out that level and the power of various moves are not the key factors determining victory. The role of a powerful Pokemon trainer is entirely decisive. The battle between Chen Ruo and Wu Neng was uploaded to the forum. It was truly a textbook level. The person who shared it originally thought such an incredible battle should be seen by more people, but they never expected it to go viral. In less than 3 hours after being posted on the forum, the view count skyrocketed to over 1 million. The rate of increase was so astonishing that it left others in shock. As time went on, this terrifying growth rate not only didn't decrease, but rather increased at an even more frightening pace. The video of Chen Ruo and Wu Neng's battle became immensely popular as the breathtaking duels between the Pokemon and Chen Ruo's terrifying control left everyone in awe. In the Island Nation, a particularly powerful Pokemon trainer who had even ranked among the top 3 in the regional leaderboard watched the video of Chen Ruo and Wu Neng's battle and remained silent for a long time. I am no match for him. His control over Pokemon is simply too formidable. After a long silence, the figure in the black kimono couldn't help but exhale, showing great admiration. Beautiful as a painting. Beyond that, I can't think of any words to describe Chen Ruo's operation during the Pokemon battle. This was not merely a fight, it had ascended to the level of art. In Europe and America, a man in traditional attire also saw the video of Chen Ruo and Wu Neng's battle. The moment he laid eyes on it, his expression lit up. So strong. Is this the Pokemon trainer from Huaxia? I can't wait to challenge them. The video of Chen Ruo and Wu Neng's battle was pushed to the top of the forum, and within just half a day, the view count surpassed 100 million. This is the current influence of Pokemon. All Pokemon trainers are eager to absorb any knowledge related to these battles. Chen Ruo was even referred to as an artist. The beautiful battles left people entranced. Yet Chen Ruo remained completely unaware of this. He realized he had actually lost his way. Chen Ruo never expected he would truly get lost in the Misty Forest. The Misty Forest was filled with ghost-type Pokemon, and without Goo-Goo, it would be difficult to navigate out of this forest. Unfortunately, Chen Ruo, indeed, did not have Goo-Goo. Charmeleon used claws to leave a mark here. Chen Ruo commanded Charmeleon to start leaving traces along the way. But just half an hour later, he was filled with despair. As far as the eye could see, every tree bore the marks left by Charmeleon's claws. This indicated that for so long Chen Ruo had been going in circles, never having left this forest. Chen Ruo's efforts were in vain. It was already nighttime, and the mist had thickened, making it even harder. Chen Ruo directly opened his backpack, took out a camping tent, and crawled into it to rest. Searching for a way out now was futile. It was pointless effort. He decided to wait until dawn when the mist would dissipate and things would naturally improve. However, when Chen Ruo woke up, he was a bit bewildered. What was going on? The mist still hadn't cleared. Not only that, but the time on his phone and watch had also stopped changing. It must be the ghost-type Pokemon causing mischief. In an instant, Chen Ruo reacted. Yet he had no way to deal with ghost-type Pokemon at all. This also made him realize his own shortcomings. If he faced ghost-type or psychic-type Pokemon in the future, his Slaking would be utterly useless. Could an ordinary Slaking fight against ghost-type Pokemon? Other than waiting, Chen Ruo found himself with no solutions. However, he didn't notice that a black card in his pocket began to glow. It was the black card given to him by the Seeking organization. In the mist, a terrifying wave was approaching. Chen Ruo sensed a tremendous threat. A remarkably powerful Pokemon was nearing. Slaking Charmeleon, I'm counting on you. This enemy is very strong. Slaking and Charmeleon nodded firmly, standing guard in front of Chen Ruo. The figure in the darkness drew closer, and a mass of white mist appeared before Chen Ruo. Slaking and Charmeleon had no time to react, and the white mist was already upon Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo was startled and stepped back a few paces only to see that the massive white mist was actually a Jengar. A white Jengar. A shiny Pokémon. This white Jengar shimmered with red flames, looking like a terrifying ghost. Though he encountered a rare shiny Pokémon, a powerful Jengar at that Chen Ruo felt no joy in his heart. Everything about this white Jengar before him was a mystery. There was no data at all. Its level exceeded the system's detection. This was the first Pokémon Chen Ruo had seen that couldn't be detected by the system. I've waited here for far too long, and finally I've found you. After speaking, the white Jengar licked Chen Ruo with its tongue. Chen Ruo felt paralyzed all over, but dared not make any movements. This was a being of father-level existence. The white Jengar seemed very attached to Chen Ruo, constantly circling around him. Chen Ruo still didn't dare to make any sudden moves, for the fusion of worlds was not yet complete. Although it wouldn't lead to immediate death, he would be greatly affected, and at least for half a month he couldn't enter the Pokémon world. The white Jengar made no further aggressive moves, but instead dove into the Pokeball strapped to Chen Ruo's waist. Chen Ruo was left utterly bewildered. What the heck is going on? Such a powerful Jengar has become his Pokémon. Pokémon Jengar, shape, shiny, qualification. Level, strength, attribute, go skills, shadow ball, dark glare curse. Ability levitate, personality, timid, item, dark, origin. Most of the important data, even the level and qualifications, are completely not displayed. Chen Ruo's brow furrowed. Everything was too bizarre. Moreover, the white Jengar had previously said it had waited for far too long just to meet Chen Ruo. How is this Jengar similar to the Seeking organization? What connection could there be between the two? What special identity does he hold? Chen Ruo was completely in the dark, knowing nothing. The white ghost entered his Pokeball, but Chen Ruo soon discovered that no matter how he called, he could not summon the white ghost out, as if the Pokeball was empty. However, after the white ghost entered the Pokeball, the mist around them dissipated, and the entire misty forest could no longer obstruct Chen Ruo's path. Chen Ruo's journey continued as he made his way towards the Hualan Gym. With less than 3 months left until the Kanto Pokemon League competition, he had no time to waste. After all, he had 2 tasks to complete. Class monitor, are you sure this is the place? We've been walking for so long and still haven't seen any circle bears. Lin Qing was starting to get a bit impatient. Wang Yao nodded confidently, yes. I am sure that group of circle bears is still in this forest, and they shouldn't be far. My fur ball has detected their scent. Hearing Wang Yao's words, expressions of excitement appeared on Lin Qing and the others' faces. The circle bear was an incredibly powerful Pokemon, and capturing one would greatly enhance their strength. Clearly, this group consisted of Chen Ruo's classmates, with nearly all the students from Kanto coming together. Not only that, many others who were not from Kanto also rushed over. There was a team of nearly 20 people. Even if they encountered a circle bear, they wouldn't be afraid. Hurry up, Furball has sensed the circle bear. Wang Yao's face lit up with joy as he ran briskly towards the direction of the signal. Lin Qing and the others naturally followed closely behind, each face beaming with excitement, eager to capture the circle bear. As long as they could capture a circle bear, their strength would experience a significant boost. When the real world and the Pokemon world merged, it would be their day of rise. Indeed, they hadn't run far before they spotted a lone bear cub. Lin Qing was overjoyed and immediately released a Pidgeot. Pidgeot used Hurricane to attack the bear cub. Wang Yao, who was running at the front, frowned, clearly displeased. Lin Qing's actions were simply too unseemly. However, he didn't say anything. There were plenty of circle bears here. In Wang Yao's heart, he had already blacklisted. If this kind of person acted rashly again in the future, he would definitely not drag Lin Qing along. The bear cub, initially basking in the sun and feeling quite happy, was suddenly sent flying by the unexpected hurricane, crashing hard to the ground. Although the bear cub was gentle-natured, it was thoroughly enraged by Lin Qing. Roar! The youthful voice echoed as the bear cub charged angrily at Pidgeot. Lin Qing was delighted. Before evolving into a circle bear, the bear cub could not possibly be Pidgeot's opponent. Pidgeot used Quick Attack. Lin Qing commanded Pidgeot to begin attacking the bear cub. The Quick Attack sent the bear cub flying again, crashing hard to the ground. The bear cub was now bruised and battered, sitting on the ground and howling in distress. Lin Qing paid no mind to the bear cub's condition. Pidgeot used Brave Bird. Roar! A vast expanse of trees fell, and a large group of circle bears surrounded them, with the leader of the circle bears delivering a powerful punch that struck Pidgeot. Pidgeot couldn't withstand a single strike from the circle bear leader, falling into a near-death state. This circle bear leader was at least level 60. Among a group of circle bears averaging levels in the 40s and 50s, this circle bear leader was at least level 60. It had the strength of a low-level king. They were simply no match for this group. This was why Chen Ruo felt these people were overestimating their abilities. How could there not be a king-level leader among a group of circle bears averaging levels in the 40s and 50s? Even if there wasn't a king-level leader in the 40s or 50s, a swarm of circle bears with average levels in that range was still beyond what the current Pokemon trainers could contend with. Lin Qing's face turned pale, his body trembling nonstop. The circle bear leader appeared right in front of him and unleashed a punch. Udi, use Protect. Wang Yao also sent out his main Pokemon, Udi, using Protect to shield. Even with Protect under the circle bear leader's casual punch, it nearly shattered. The gap in levels was simply too vast. This wasn't a game. There is no absolute protection. If a divine beast were to cause widespread destruction, if protection could block it 100%, there wouldn't be such heavy losses. After a brief standoff, the shield created by Protect shattered, and Lin Qing's body was sent flying like a broken sack, crashing into a tree, blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. The circle bear pack surrounded Wang Yao, Lin Qing, and the others tightly, their overwhelming aura bringing immense pressure upon them. Everyone's faces turned pale. This was entirely different from the script they had envisioned. In their imagination, they should have been the ones attacking the circle bears. But now the roles had completely reversed. Just as Chen Ruo stepped out of the misty forest, he stretched and felt that the taste of sunlight was simply marvelous. Inside the misty forest, it felt as if one could grow mold. The air was far too chilly, and there was no sunlight to speak of. Besides various ghost-type Pokemon, not even a bug could be seen. Suddenly, Chen Ruo was taken aback as a large number of trees in front of him collapsed, revealing a vast open space. At a glance, nearly 200 circle bears were gathered together. Perhaps sensing Chen Ruo's presence, dozens of circle bears turned to look at him. Chen Ruo felt his breath catch. He was so unlucky. What the hell was going on? Was his luck? Nevertheless, Chen Ruo forced a smile onto his face, looking gently at the circle bears. I swear I'm just passing by. Do you believe me? Although he spoke with a smile, the awkward yet polite expression on Chen Ruo's face was hard to suppress. The circle bears remained unfazed, staring intensely at Chen Ruo with evident hostility. At that moment, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Chen Ruo, you actually made it here, too. Chen Ruo suddenly saw a group of people, even more awkward than himself. It was actually Wang Yao and his group. They were surrounded by nearly 20 circle bears. Chen Ruo was stunned. Could it be such a coincidence? He inadvertently walked to the place Wang Yao mentioned. Moreover, even more coincidentally, he found himself in this predicament. Chen Ruo was filled with frustration. He had promised himself not to wade into muddy waters, yet here, he was right back in it. Truly unbelievable. Not only Chen Ruo, but even Wang Yao and the others were astonished to encounter him here. No one expected Chen Ruo could actually arrive at this place. It's important to know that without powerful Pokemon, recklessly entering the wild is extremely dangerous. Just like Lin Qing moments ago, who nearly got killed by a circle bear. Pokemon are not to be trifled with. The even more ferocious three-headed dragon and the violent Dragonite directly prey on other Pokemon. Official data shows that many Pokemon feed on other Pokemon, especially Dragon-type Pokemon and legendary beasts that can cause disasters resulting in the deaths of thousands. Chen Ruo's expression turned bitter as he looked at the heartbroken baby bear, still crying, and in that instant, everything clicked for him. He had walked straight into a trap. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Brother Bear, I really just passed by. How about letting me go? As he spoke, Chen Ruo cautiously stepped back, trying to leave the area. However, that was merely wishful thinking. The circle bears were notoriously irritable Pokemon, and with their cubs being bullied by humans, they were already furious. Chen Ruo's actions incited the circle bears to go into a frenzy, charging directly at him. Chen Ruo hadn't released his Monferno yet, and his face was filled with bitterness. The lowest level among these circle bears was at least level 40, while his Monferno was only in the 20s. How could it possibly stand a chance against them? If Monferno lost its fighting capability and was severely injured and then killed by these circle bears, Monferno. Currently, the two worlds had not yet fully merged. Even if he died here, he would only be unable to enter the game for half a month, and the mission might fail. Worst case, he could start over. With that thought, Chen Ruo's gaze became resolute, and he did not release Monferno. Accompanied by a punch with the force of 100,000 tons, the fist struck towards Chen Ruo, causing him to shut his eyes against the violent wind. Damn, am I really offering my head on a platter? This was Chen Ruo's last thought. Yet the pain he anticipated did not come, and he opened his eyes in astonishment. A white figure blocked Chen Ruo's path, and more than 100 circle bears floated in the air. Such terror! It was that white Jengar. Damn! This was not Chen Ruo's exclamation, but rather the words of someone behind Wang Yao. This single exclamation echoed the sentiments of many. It was absurdly powerful. What on earth is this? This is too terrifying. Moments ago, they had clearly seen the massive punch from the circle bear nearly land on Chen Ruo, while Wang Yao's Gardevoir had already fallen asleep from the previous exertion protecting Lin Qing. As they watched the impending disaster unfold before their eyes, no one had any means to stop it. Then a red and white light appeared before Chen Ruo, a red and white Jengar. The moment the white Jengar flashed its red light, all the circle bears levitated in place, unable to move. What incredible power! Just a single psychic move was enough to control nearly 200 powerful circle bears. It was worth noting that among them was even a lower-tier, monarch-level circle bear. How terrifying must this white Jengar's power be? Even Chen Ruo hadn't expected it. He had thought this Jengar, no matter how terrifying, would at most be on par with a monarch-level Pokémon. But now it appeared that this was some kind of unbeatable monarch. How could it be this terrifying? If a monarch had this level of strength, that monarch must be called Do Right. As the red light in the Jengar's eyes dissipated, all the circle bears fell to the ground. They all gazed at the Jengar with reverence. In the world of Pokemon, might makes right. This is an unchanging truth. The voice of the Jengar was piercing, apparently communicating with the circle bears. Just a loud roar made all the circle bears seem to breathe a sigh of relief as they fled into the forest. If there were a Pokemon that could translate, it would know that the Jengar simply said scram. As the circle bears vanished, the Jengar returned directly to Chen Ruo's Pokeball in front of everyone. This left the others in shock. Wasn't Chen Ruo supposed to be useless? Wasn't he a total nobody who didn't even have a Pokemon? So what was the deal with this white Jengar? What was going on here? These people have been searching for the whereabouts of the circle bears for days and hadn't even seen the pin battle video on the forum, let alone the battle between Chen Ruo and Wu Neng. Chen Ruo, was that just now your Pokemon? Wang Yao asked somewhat incredulously. Chen Ruo nodded. Although the arrival of the Jengar was quite sudden, the fact that it entered his Pokeball and became his Pokemon was undeniable. However, this Jengar had quite a temper, trying to command it was merely a dream. Everything depended on this Jengar's mood. If he could truly command it, Chen Ruo wouldn't have chosen to give up resisting so readily. Upon hearing Chen Ruo's confirmation, Wang Yao and the others fell silent. Who would dare believe this was true? No one could believe this was real, right? Someone wake me up, tell me this is all a dream. As for Lin Qing lying on the ground, she was already dazed and had no idea what to say. It was he who had mocked Chen Ruo the most, yet now he realized that the other party simply couldn't be bothered to care. Weren't you supposed to have no Pokemon before? Lin Qing seemed unable to accept this, stammering as she inquired. Do I have to tell you everything? Or do you think everyone in the world is your parents? That they should spoil you and cater to you? Chen Ruo had no good feelings towards Lin Qing and directly shot back at her. Lin Qing originally wanted to say something, but in an instant Chen Ruo's words left her utterly speechless, unable to utter a single word. Chen Ruo, indifferent to the crowd, simply slung her bag and walked towards the edge of the forest. Everyone behind fell into silence, filled with regret. They regretted not having handled their relationship with Chen Ruo better in the past. Ever since they found out that Chen Ruo could not capture Pokemon, this group had stopped paying her any attention. After Chen Ruo arrived in the Pokemon world, she felt increasingly out of place among the rest of her class. It was as if Chen Ruo did not exist in the class at all. Even before they had not cared for her, it didn't even want to include her in this activity. After leaving, Chen Ruo found a safe place and returned to the real world. Currently, the process of merging the Pokemon world and the real world was not complete. Staying too long in this world would lead to complete assimilation, and unless a fusion with the real world occurred, returning to reality would be impossible. This is why Chen Ruo had to return to the real world every now and then. Upon returning, the first thing Chen Ruo did was check her pockets. In her pocket, the black card, inscribed with the word Seek, was still intact. Moreover, this time, she surprisingly managed to bring back the Pokeball of her Charmeleon to the modern world. This left Chen Ruo astonished. She carefully released her Charmeleon, which affectionately rubbed. The merging process between this world and the Pokemon world was accelerating, perhaps it wouldn't be long before they fully integrated. With her right hand stroking Charmeleon's head and her left holding the black card, Chen Ruo realized that the Seek organization was not easily fooled. Their influence had truly spread into the real world. Chen Ruo hailed a cab and headed straight to the bank, Su Province Bank. It was arguably the most powerful bank in the entire southern Su region. Hello, could you check how much money I have on this card? Chen Ruo politely handed the black card to the staff. The staff was taken aback upon receiving the black card, as she did not recognize this type of card. However, when encountering such a special card, they usually handed it over to a higher-up manager for processing. Hello, sir, could you please wait a moment? At Chen Ruo's indication, the staff took the black card and headed straight to the second floor, entering the manager's office. Upon seeing the black card for the first time, the manager of Su Province Bank was stunned. He hurriedly opened a book recording special cards. The first image in the book was of this type of card. Sweat instantly covered his forehead. Where's the owner of this card? Quickly take me to him. Chen Ruo waited in the lobby for less than 5 minutes when she saw a mature-looking manager hurriedly approaching. Hello, are you Mr. Chen Ruo? I am Lu Zheng from Su Province Bank. You can just call me Xiao Lu. Manager Lu wore a flattering smile on his face. The staff beside them was also dumbfounded. As a manager of a major bank like Su Province Bank, Lu Zheng had never shown such deference even to the richest person in southern Su. What kind of identity does this person in front of him have to elicit such an attitude from Lu Zheng? Chen Ruo remained unfazed. Hello, manager. Lu, I just want to check how much money is on my card. Lu Zheng respectfully handed the black card back to Chen Ruo. Young Master Chen, you jest. This card has no limit. Are you short on cash right now? As long as you wish, all the liquid funds of Su Province Bank can be mobilized for you. Lu Zheng's words made Chen Ruo once again feel the immense power of the Sikh organization. Does young Master Chen need to start mobilizing funds now? Lu Zheng cautiously inquired. Chen Ruo waved his hand hurriedly. No, I just want to use some money. As the merging process between the Pokemon world and this world speeds up, Pokemon like the Ma Camp will gradually arrive. If I continue living in my small rental room, it will be too uncomfortable, so I plan to buy a house. Initially, Chen Ruo was only considering a larger space. Now, he was no longer concerned about money. Since the Sikh organization gave him this card, he might as well spend it. Even if there are ulterior motives, I should enjoy it first right. After all, even ancient criminals get a last meal before execution. Even if Chen Ruo were a pawn, he intended to enjoy himself fully. Young Master Chen, you want to buy a house? Lu Zheng's eyes were filled with excitement. Does young Master Chen have any requirements for the house? Chen Ruo thought for a moment. It should be quite large, ideally with a garden, and it would be best if there were a lake nearby along with some woods. This is also for future considerations without a lake or woods arranging for water-type and bug-type Pokemon. Moreover, having a larger space would make it much more convenient for Chen Ruo, as he had many secrets to keep. Lu Zheng pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Young Master Chen, I happen to know such a place. I have no other matters to attend to right now, or would you like me to take you to see it? Chen Ruo was not naive. He could clearly sense Lu Zheng's overly flattering attitude was due to that black card. Moreover, Lu Zheng did not even inquire about his name, and already knew he was Chen Ruo. The Sikh organization must have spread the word. Is this the influence of power? Although Chen Ruo was not particularly enamored, he certainly enjoyed it. Why not enjoy it if he could? He was not one of those hypocrites. All right then, I'll trouble you, Manager Lu. Lu Zheng's face instantly lit up. If he could establish a relationship with this person, then in the future for any matters he would need only to leverage a fraction of that power. No, not even a fraction, just a thousandth or even tenth of it, and Lu Zheng would fear nothing. Young Master Chen, please wait for me here. I'll go get the car. I must say, although Lu Zheng was flattering Chen Ruo, she felt no aversion. This person was indeed quite capable in his dealings. Before long, Lu Zheng drove out in a luxury car worth several million that Chen Ruo often saw. Young Master Chen, please get in. Lu Zheng adopted an exceedingly humble demeanor, bending slightly at the waist to open the car door for Chen Ruo did not hesitate. He seated himself in the car without pretense. To act coy or hesitant now would have been truly embarrassing. Composure and confidence suited him far better. Manager Lu, no need for such formality. Any location will suffice as long as it's spacious enough. Chen Ruo cared little for specifications. Material details held negligible importance to him. In the present world, Pokemon had begun appearing with increasing frequency. Not only those partnered with trainers, but also countless wild Pokemon. Just moments earlier, Chen Ruo had glimpsed a Spearow soaring across the azure sky, and later spotted a Rattata darting through the undergrowth. Satellite imagery further confirmed that the Pokemon world was gradually materializing from its extra-dimensional realm, merging ever more deeply with reality, expanding the world's very borders beyond measure. A sense of urgency stirred within Chen Ruo. He must rise swiftly within the Pokemon world before full convergence, seizing the decisive advantage. His conviction remained unwavering. Pokemon would inevitably become the global mainstream. Even advanced technologies, such as ballistic missiles, existed in the Pokemon world, often surpassing those of the real world in sophistication. A spatial teleportation, for instance, had already been successfully developed. Yet Pokemon power remained the dominant force, proof enough of its supremacy. Legendary Pokémon wielded cataclysmic might capable of reshaping heavens and shattering earth. No technological force could rival them. Celebi's mastery over time and space, Dialga's dominion over temporal flow, and Giratina sustaining an inverted dimension, a whole alternate plane, through sheer will alone. Deoxys and Rayquaza locked in celestial combat among the stars. All evidence converging upon one undeniable truth, the sheer, staggering magnitude of Pokemon power. Moreover, as the two worlds merged, peril accompanied opportunity. Even disregarding legendaries, a casual strike from an ordinary Pokemon could inflict grievous harm upon an unprepared human. Fortunately, concurrent with this fusion, humanity's physiology had subtly strengthened, nourished by an enigmatic substance, making sub-10-second sprints or lifting hundreds of kilograms commonplace for many. Young Master Chen, we've arrived. Lu Zheng respectfully opened the car door, gently interrupting Chen Ruo's reverie. Stepping out, Chen Ruo paused, astonished. Where exactly had Lu Zheng brought him? It was a luxury resort nestled at the heart of the city, featuring a winding stream, dense woodland, and sweeping meadows, all exuding opulence. A narrow forest path led directly to a secluded villa. This estate was originally designed by a real estate tycoon for his personal use, but after his bankruptcy, he defaulted on his debt to our bank and surrendered the property as collateral. Rest assured, the entire compound belongs to you. Every fixture inside the villa is brand new, and no one is. Chen Ruo had expected merely a modest villa. This exceeded his expectations entirely. The forest, the stream, the meadows, all were ideal habitats for Pokémon. Indeed, numerous Pokémon already dwelled within. Sensing Chen Ruo's gaze, Lu Zheng volunteered, "The environment here is exceptionally suited for Pokémon life. Rest assured, we regularly relocate any high destructive capability specimens. Only benign common Pokémon reside here now. Furthermore, security is managed by the most renowned firm across the entire Sunan region. You may dwell here with absolute peace of mind." Chen Ruo nodded, genuinely impressed, and spoke plainly. "Well done, Manager Lu. I am thoroughly satisfied. Were the terms. Originally valued at over 3 billion yuan, including land. The property was seized as collateral, drastically reducing our acquisition cost. Given your involvement, 10 billion yuan suffices." Chen Ruo nodded again. This price wasn't merely fair, it was virtually a gift. Over 3 billion referred to valuation years ago. Today, the land alone would command a staggering sum. At 10 billion, Lu Zheng was offering it practically for free. And if Chen Ruo had pressed further, Lu Zheng might well have handed it over gratis. "Manager Lu, there's no need for such deference. Charge the exact amount directly to my account." Chen Ruo dismissed the sum entirely. Funds came from the Sun organization. He bore no personal financial concern. He preferred spending the organization's money over accruing personal favors. After all, it cost him nothing. Lu Zheng perceived Chen Ruo's intent clearly, yet said nothing. A man of such stature truly lacked for nothing he could offer. Should Chen Ruo choose to accept the favor, Lu Zheng would rejoice. Should he decline, Lu Zheng would not press. Without another word, Chen Ruo began walking slowly down the forest path. Gentle-natured Pokémon frolicked playfully among the trees, harmony unfolding effortlessly. In the adjacent stream, water-type Pokémon, Magikarp and Staryu alike, drifted serenely. Chen Ruo stared stunned. Staryu, a marine species, swam freely in freshwater, alongside several seahorses as well. After a long, tranquil walk, the woods parted, revealing an elegant rustic villa before him. Built in refined Western architectural style, the villa radiated timeless sophistication. Though outwardly understated, its craftsmanship whispered quiet luxury, imbuing it with an ineffable culture. Chen Ruo admired precisely this aesthetic, elevated, yet unassuming, luxurious, yet restrained, sophisticated, dignified, and profoundly tasteful. "Young Master Chen, the property deed and related documents are en route. I trust nothing else falls short of your expectations." Chen Ruo shook his head, then settled comfortably onto the lawn, breathing in the soft breeze. Indeed, the design was masterful. Living here promised unparalleled serenity. "Yes, I'm quite pleased with everything." Lu Zheng exhaled in relief, beaming. "Then I'll arrange everything immediately." Chen Ruo casually glanced around, and to his surprise, he also discovered something unusual. At the center of a small river, Chen Ruo noticed an anomaly. Chen Ruo felt a sense of disbelief in his heart. Illogically, this kind of extraordinary creature, Chen Ruo felt it was incredibly unreal. In this world, even his active monkey couldn't enter, so how could such a high-level creature appear? It was a light, blue, shiny creature, and upon closer inspection, Chen Ruo was even more astonished. It turned out to be a shiny creature. Creature Froakie. Quality, form shiny. Level 47. Strength, attribute water. Skills water gun, hydro pump water, shuriken. Ability, personality, held item none. Froakie. It is actually the starter Pokemon from a Froakie nearing level 50. How could such a powerful creature possibly enter this world? Chen Ruo tentatively took out his active monkey's Pokeball, only to find he couldn't release it. This must be the normal situation, so there's only one possibility. This Froakie is weaker than the active monkey. Quickly, Chen Ruo dismissed this thought. That would be ridiculous. If a shiny starter Pokemon, like Froakie, close to level 50, isn't strong, then there probably aren't many powerful Pokemon left. Chen Ruo tried to approach Froakie, and Froakie leaped from under the lily pads, appearing right in front of Chen. Chen Ruo's body tensed up. This was not the Pokemon world. If he died here, it would be a real death. He dared not make any sudden moves. Froakie circled around Chen Ruo a few times, and then pointed its claw towards the river, and then at itself. Chen Ruo was also surprised. "Do you mean you want to live in this river?" Froakie's eyes squinted together, clearly pleased that Chen Ruo understood its meaning. "All right, welcome, stay here, Froakie." Chen Ruo readily extended his hand. Having Froakie willing to stay here was only beneficial for him. Once his strength increases, capturing this Froakie would be a piece of cake. With a powerful, shiny Froakie willing to stay here and the chance to capture it, Chen Ruo was ecstatic. Froakie also extended its forelimb and placed it on Chen Ruo's hand as if an agreement had been reached. It was fortunate that Froakie didn't possess any mind-reading abilities, or else it would surely want to eliminate Chen. Young Master Chen, I have brought the house deed and land deed. Lu Zheng quickly approached. He caught sight of Froakie and tensed up. Young Master Chen, it's dangerous. This creature is very powerful. I didn't have the chance to tell you earlier. This creature has been here for quite some time. We're no match for it. If it weren't for its non-violent nature, I wouldn't have recommended you come here. Chen Ruo waved his hand dismissively. No worries, this Froakie is my friend. Manager Lu, please inform security that they need not worry about Froakie anymore. Saying this, Chen Ruo patted Froakie's head. Froakie squinted its eyes in enjoyment, appearing quite harmonious. Lu Zheng was also very surprised this Froakie actually allowed Chen Ruo to approach. Not only that, but it also let Chen Ruo pat its head. Previously, even the security personnel could not get close to Froakie and were directly forced back. Many powerful Pokémon from trainers could not be summoned, and other Pokémon were simply no match for it. Chen Ruo continued to bond with Froakie for a while, and then headed toward the villa. The decoration inside the villa was quite ancient with a retro style and plenty of character. Chen Ruo was also quite fond of this style. The villa was fully furnished. Lu Zheng looked at Chen Ruo and slapped his forehead. A young Master Chen, I just remembered you seem to not have. This place is quite far from the city, and without a car, it's inconvenient to come and go. I have some connections here, I can help you find a good car. Then I'll trouble Manager Lu, just arrange a car for me, as long as it's comfortable, preferably an off-road type. Thinking for a moment, Chen Ruo seemed to recall something. Once the two worlds merged, there would inevitably be mountains and forests, so it's better to buy an off-road vehicle. Lu Zheng did not say much and directly walked out to make a phone call. Mr. Su, I remember you have a Xuanfeng TX2 off-road vehicle, right? Lu Zheng spoke cheerfully. The voice on the other end was also quite cheerful. Yes, Manager Lu, why do you suddenly ask about this? I remember you're not a car enthusiast, right? Also, don't even think about obtaining this model. It's a globally limited edition of the Xuanfeng series, and just the cost is several million USD. This vehicle was also procured from Mr. Wang from my connections. Lu Zheng laughed heartily. Mr. So I'm not a car enthusiast, but I have a distinguished guest who quite likes this vehicle. How about you speak to Mr. Wang and see if he would part with it? On the other end of the line, Mr. Su was a stout man in his 40s with a serious expression. He looked puzzled, wondering what kind of distinguished guest could make Lu Zheng go to such lengths and request Mr. Wang to part with something. What background could this be? Su Yun's voice came through. Haha, I can't say anything to Mr. Wang about this. He treats cars like his life. He spent tens of millions of USD just to acquire this vehicle. Mr. Wang is right next to me. How about you? Lu Zheng nodded. All right, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Su. Su Yun handed the phone to Wang Hao, who looked quite displeased. Manager Lu, by asking me to part with this, you're asking for my life. Lu Zheng also knew that when facing an old fox like Wang Hao, if he didn't speak the truth, he wouldn't let it go. Moreover, Chen Ruo could casually throw out a tiny profit, but he wouldn't be able to stomach it. Rather than this, it would be better for everyone to share the cake together. Let me put it this way, General Manager Wang, if you turn on the speakerphone, let General Manager Su also listen. None of US can take this cake alone. Only by cooperating can we divide it more. Wang Hao and Su Yong exchanged glances, both sensing the meaning in each other's eyes. It seemed this was indeed an extraordinary deal. For Lu Zheng's stature to be unable to take this cake was quite significant. General Manager Wang, General Manager Su, today I met a noble person. Can you guess which level they belong to? Lu Zheng kept them in suspense. Wang Hao was the richest man in Su City and a prominent figure in the entire southern region of Su. Since Lu Zheng was speaking highly of this person, such individuals were rare in Wang Hao's eyes. It's important to note that although Lu Zheng was just a manager at the Su Province Bank, his identity was not ordinary. The Su Province Bank is one of the 3 largest banks in the country, and Lu Zheng is the future successor of the Su Province Bank. Now, over 50% of the business must go through Lu Zheng's hands. Is it someone from the Bai family? Wang Hao tentatively inquired. The Bai family was already at a high level. They could almost be counted as one of the top families in the entire Hua country. No guess again. Lu Zheng was still keeping them in suspense. Su Yun thought for a moment and tentatively said, could it be someone of the Chen family's level? At this point, both Su Yun and Wang Hao's breaths quickened. Although Wang Hao was a prominent figure throughout Su province, he was still a younger brother in many resource aspects. Not even close. Guess higher. Lu Zheng still did not reveal his card. Su Yun and Wang Hao were both filled with shock. The Chen family was already one of the top families internationally. What could be higher than that? Su Yun and Wang Hao both hesitated to think further. If they weren't friends with Lu Zheng for so many years, they would have suspected he was deceiving them. Lu Zheng laughed, ha ha ha. Forget it, it's hard for you to guess. Let me tell you directly. Do you know the Carl family? They are even one level higher than the Carl family. Lu Zheng's voice startled Su Yun and Wang Hao. The Carl family was already one of the top existences in the world, and to be even higher than the Carl family. What a terrifying existence that must be. General Manager Wang, General Manager, Suit, don't say, I Lu Zheng am not giving you a chance. This person is currently at the mountain villa. If you want to come over, hurry up. Su Yun and General Manager Wang exchanged glances, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. Thank you, General Manager Lu. We will be there soon. General Manager Wang directly addressed General Manager Su, saying, Old Su, bring that Xuanfeng car along. I'll have someone bring over a few of my prize cars too. General Manager Wang's face was filled with excitement. His development had been stuck, and now was a great opportunity. Young Master Chen, I have 2 friends who know about your desire to buy a car, and specially brought you some options. Why don't you pick one that catches your eye? Chen Ruo immediately realized the intricacies involved. However, he didn't mind. Thank you, Manager Lu, and for bringing so many people. Young Master Chen took the lead as he walked out, and the few people were slightly taken aback. The parking lot of the mountain villa was filled with all kinds of vehicles from sedans to RVs. Almost everything was available. 2 sturdy men in their 40s approached Manager Lu. This must be Young Master Chen. Lu Zheng nodded. Young Master Chen, this is General Manager Wang of Fumao International, whose real estate business in the entire Su City is related to him. And this is General Manager Su of Jufeng Group, who occupies 60% of the vehicle market in Su City. Chen Ruo smiled kindly at the two and extended his hand. General Manager Wang and Su Yun were somewhat taken aback, pleasantly surprised as they shook hands with Chen Ruo. After some pleasantries, Chen Ruo turned his gaze towards the cars. His eyes immediately landed on the first car, the imposing Xuanfeng Envoy series. He had seen this series on television before. Moreover, it was a globally limited edition. The entire garage was filled with the most top-tier luxury cars. From high-end business vehicles to top sports cars, there was no shortage of variety. The Xuanfeng is limited to 20 units worldwide, specially produced by Angel Company, costing no less than several $1 million. At the time, it caused quite a stir, and it was said that there were only 3 in all of Huaxia. The Xuanfeng also possesses formidable defensive capabilities entirely constructed from a rare metal that could withstand attacks from Tyrannosaurus Rex for half an hour, making it a top-tier off-road vehicle. Just the manufacturing cost alone was a staggering several tens of millions of Huaxia currency. The selling price exceeds 100 million, and it's not something that can be purchased with money. Ordinary people don't even qualify to buy it. Don't be fooled by the fact that General Manager Wang only spent several tens of millions. How much personal connections were used in that only he knows. The entire body of a Xuanfeng is streamlined, looking very fluid, and its exquisite patterns captivate all car enthusiasts. Not only that, but its off-road performance is also considered the best among all off-road vehicles. As long as it's not an extremely terrifying cliff, the Xuanfeng can traverse it. That's also how it got its name, like the wind, cruising freely. General Manager Wang and Su Yun exchanged glances, both noticing Chen Ruo's fondness for the Xuanfeng. Clearly, sending the Xuanfeng over was an extremely correct decision. Although there were many luxury cars here, Chen Ruo didn't even glance at the others. He indeed liked the Xuanfeng very much. This car looked very imposing. Moreover, more importantly, it was an off-road vehicle. In the future, no matter what he did, it would undoubtedly be very convenient. After all, the price was not trivial. Suddenly, Chen Ruo remembered something and laughed. Now, could it be said that he had houses, cars, and money? Is this the pinnacle of life? Can someone like him slap a key on the table during a blind date? Like a nouveau riche. Thinking of this, Chen Ruo couldn't help but laugh, leaving the other 3 bewildered. The 3 lingered for a while, exchanged numbers with Chen Ruo, and then left directly. Chen Ruo had already obtained his driver's license. Every man's heart has a dream of luxury cars, and he was no exception. Thus, Chen Ruo immediately drove the Xuanfeng towards the school, enjoying the thrill of being the center of attention along the way. Suddenly, Chen Ruo felt that this was quite good. He was inherently a shrewd person. If things could continue like this, perhaps it wouldn't be so bad. Along the way, everyone looked at the Xuanfeng Envoy with envy, and Chen Ruo truly felt the thrill. Meanwhile, he was unaware that he had already become famous at school, and it was quite a sensational fame. The combat video he and Wu Neng were assigned previously had naturally been seen by others. Chen Ruo had become a celebrity in the entire school. Almost everyone knew of this so-called waste who could not even tame a Pokémon. And now this sudden change in status left everyone unable to accept it. The once waste was actually... Did this mean they were mere clowns? Remembering how they mocked Chen Ruo in the past, they almost regretted it. Lin Qing and others who had seen Chen Ruo in action were all thinking of ways to mend their relationship with him. If they had an expert like Chen Ruo backing them, how could they not rise after the integration of the Pokemon world? However, Chen Ruo's figure had not appeared in class, leaving those who intended to build a relationship with him disappointed. Chen Ruo drove directly into the school in a Xuanfeng without any concealment or feeling overly ostentatious. The entire campus was captivated by the sleek body of the Xuanfeng. The Xuanfeng was not just an off-road vehicle, it was also an off-road sports car. Its smooth lines clearly indicated its high value. After parking the car, Chen Ruo walked straight into the school. Cultural classes had long ceased, and new textbooks related to Pokémon were being developed by numerous experts. Thus, the management was undoubtedly much more relaxed. As Chen Ruo entered the classroom, all eyes turned to him filled with inexplicable emotions. The shock Chen Ruo brought them was immense. Had it not been for that viral video, no one would have known this so-called useless person in their eyes could be so powerful. Yet Chen Ruo remained as indifferent as ever, directly sitting down his place. The current school was merely a platform for resource exchange, and he was here just for that. These resources included Pokémon rare berries, learning devices, and more. Since it was the early stage, everyone was exploring what kind of Pokémon were worth training, how to match skills, and what foods these Pokémon liked, among other things. People around were exchanging information, yet they seemed quite distracted. Had their previous relationships with Chen Ruo not been poor, even with some rifts, they would have approached him to ask questions. Chen Ruo was too lazy to engage with them. He was merely here to go through the motions. After completing the formalities, he would leave directly. The class supervisor Li Hui soon entered the classroom and glanced at Chen Ruo, his eyes filled with disbelief. I'm here to share some news. According to research from above, the real world and the Pokemon world are about to merge. When that happens, the school will reopen. Good universities will receive better Pokemon and resources. Li Hui's announcement sparked a heated discussion among the crowd. It seemed the merger of these two worlds was not far off. The policies from above were already changing and adjusting the appropriate models. However, Chen Ruo thought far beyond that. He was beginning to doubt whether those in power truly knew nothing about the Pokemon world arrival. The emergence of the Sun organization had taught him a lesson. If the power of the Sun organization had already infiltrated both the Pokemon and the real worlds, could it be possible that the Pokemon world did not just descend 3 months ago? Since the higher-ups had already begun to systematically plan for the new world, top schools would be allocated better resources and higher quality Pokemon. What did this signify? It indicated that those above were definitely not completely ignorant of the Pokemon world. It was very likely that the Pokémon Dimension had already descended 3 months prior. At that time, the people above had already established contact with the Pokemon world. The more Chen Ruo thought about it, the more convinced he became. Otherwise, it would not make sense for schools to stop disseminating knowledge when the Pokemon world descended and shifted to teaching Pokemon knowledge. Li Hui was unaware that in just a moment Chen Ruo had shifted his thoughts multiple times. He continued to announce, in a few days all high schools in Sioux City will face a Pokemon ranking battle. This battle will determine the resources allocated to our school in the future, so the school has decided to offer a purple quality Pokemon, a young Jirachi, as a reward. As long as we can secure a top 3 position among the 34 participating high schools, we will obtain this Pokemon. Furthermore, there will be strong support from the school. Although we are just a high school, the resources within the school are beyond your imagination. Li Hui cast a sidelong glance at Chen Ruo. This was also a task given to him by the higher-ups. He had to ensure Chen Ruo participated. In the entire Mingyuan High School, there wasn't even a single person ranked in the top 10,000 on the national Pokemon leaderboard. In contrast, several other nearby schools had outstanding talents on the leaderboard. The school administration of Mingyuan High School had already fallen into despair, but Chen Ruo's appearance once again gave them hope. With such a Pokemon Battle Master participating, they believed he could achieve a respectable rank. As for the top 3, that was merely a goal. They didn't think Chen Ruo could actually place that high. If Chen Ruo's Pokemon were at a higher level, they would not have doubted him at all. But the current situation was that Chen Ruo had yet to reach the 3rd form of his Pokemon and was barely over level 20. Those top 1,000 talents on the leaderboard were no pushovers. They would not underestimate Chen Ruo and would surely go all out to crush him with overwhelming advantage. Thus, from the perspective of Mingyuan High School, as long as Chen Ruo could make it into the top 10, that would be enough. If any of you have ideas, feel free to sign up. A total of 3 participants will be selected, and as long as you perform well, the school's rewards will be substantial. Li Hui encouragingly looked at everyone below, primarily at Chen Ruo. Wang Yao and Lin Qing, who had seen Chen Ruo's prowess, had complex expressions. If Chen Ruo were willing to participate, it should be a piece of cake for him. The circle of bears at levels 40 to 50 seemed like a joke to him. Even those ranked in the top 10 would likely not be Chen Ruo's opponents. However, Chen Ruo was lost in thought. His task system had actually activated. Moreover, it had issued a new task. System task, High School Ranking Battle. Achieve 1st place in a high school ranking battle. Reward 1 random special ability. The system's task was resolute. If he participated, he had to secure the 1st place. Otherwise, there would be no reward at all. In the eyes of the system, only the 1st place in this level of battle qualified for a reward, though any other rank would not be eligible for rewards. And this reward made Chen Ruo extremely eager. A special ability. The abilities in the Pokemon world were not simple. Abilities such as instant teleportation, self-healing powers, and telepathic abilities. There were so many powerful special abilities, each of which was incredibly strong. Chen Ruo was determined to win this high school ranking battle. Is there anyone in our class willing to participate in the college ranking battle? Li Hui asked again. A cool voice rang out directly. The speaker was Chen Ruo, who decided to enter the competition and naturally needed to learn more about it. Li Hui's eyes brightened. He had been waiting for Chen Ruo to speak. The college ranking battle will start in 20 days. According to the estimates, by then all the main Pokémon of everyone should be able to materialize in the real world, so holding the college ranking battle at that time is the most suitable. Chen Ruo also just learned this news. Will the restrictions on some advanced Pokémon disappear in 20 days? If so, then the complete fusion should not be far off. Chen Ruo nodded. With 20 days, his overactive monkey might just evolve into a vacation king. Once he became a vacation king, he wouldn't flinch in front of any Pokémon trainers ranked in the top 10,000, let alone the top 100. Then teacher, I'll sign up. Since Chen Ruo had made up his mind, he had no hesitation and spoke directly. Li Hui's face also revealed joy. Are you participating, Chen Ruo? Is there anyone else in our class who wants to participate? Li Hui asked again. This competition was not limited to their class, and participating did not guarantee selection. They still had to go through the internal selection. Lin Xing Wang Yao, I remember your strengths seem quite good. Are you not considering participating? Such events once selected would not lack rewards from school. Wang Yao and Lin Xing both smiled. Awkwardly, no need, we know our own strengths well. We don't want to embarrass ourselves. With Chen Ruo in the competition, he will definitely achieve a good ranking. Li Hui also didn't say anything, nodded, and led Chen Ruo out of the classroom. Chen Ruo, follow me. Anyone choosing to participate in this college ranking competition must first undergo internal selection. Only those who pass the internal selection will be qualified to participate in the college ranking battle. At the same time, as long as you pass the internal selection, the school will unconditionally support you. Any resources you need, we will find a way to secure for you. Li Hui's words also made Chen Ruo realize that this college ranking battle was far more important than Li Hui had mentioned. Otherwise, the school's level of support wouldn't be so high. Any required resources would be made available. Following Li Hui, Chen Ruo also entered the principal's office, which was already filled with students, all of whom were there to participate in the college challenge. Upon seeing Li Hui bring Chen Ruo in, Principal Kai's eyes lit up. He held great hopes for Chen Ruo and the others. At the same time, the other students looked at Chen Ruo with a hint of hostility. This was a great opportunity, and they needed it just as much. Principal Kai looked at everyone who had arrived and cleared his throat to speak. I believe your class teacher has informed you of the reason for calling you here, but what they told you may not be very complete. Let me explain the general situation to you. This college ranking battle is more important than you can imagine because it not only concerns the resources the school can obtain, but also whether the school will continue to exist. Principal Kai's first words stunned everyone, while only Chen Ruo showed a knowing expression. At first, Chen Ruo sensed that if it was merely a college ranking battle deciding resource allocation, the school support wouldn't be so substantial. Because the Pokemon world is about to merge with the real world, the cultivation of Pokemon trainers has also been prioritized and resources are limited. It's impossible to cater to all schools, hence the college ranking battle. Only the top 10 schools in the college ranking battle will be qualified to continue operating, while others must integrate into these 10 schools to ensure resources can be fully covered. As for the top 10 schools, they will be allocated different resources based on their rankings. The higher the rank, the more resources they can allocate. In simple terms, the college ranking battle not only concerns resource allocation, but also the future of the school. Principal Kai's eyes also fixed on the more than 30 participants filling the office, so whether our school will continue to operate or merge with other schools depends on you all. The school will provide you with maximum support. Everything is to help you achieve a top 10 ranking. As long as you can secure a top 10 position, the final rewards will not shortchange you by even a fraction. Everyone now felt the pressure. They originally thought it was just a simple ranking battle, but hadn't realized the immense pressure behind it. This college ranking battle will adopt a point system. Each school will select 3 participants. Winning a match earns 1 point, while losing does not affect the score. In the end, the school with the highest points will be the winner. Principal Kai briefly introduced the competition rules, but as soon as Chen Ruo heard them, his brow furrowed. The system's task for him was to secure first place, but even if he won all his matches against everyone, he would only earn a total of 33 points. If his teammates did not perform well and failed to secure enough points, even if he dominated everyone, he would still fail the task and receive no rewards. Thinking of this, Chen Ruo couldn't help but speak. Principal, does everyone only compete in one match? What if only one person participates? Chen Ruo's words stunned everyone. And what kind of thought process was that? 34 schools, 3 participants each, excluding his own, left 33, totaling 99 participants. One person taking on 99. That was madness. Principal Kai was also a bit taken aback. He will compete against 5 schools each day, basically needing to face 15 trainers, which means encountering 45 Pokémon. I doubt there exists such a person. Endurance simply cannot sustain, completing all the matches, and any unexpected events could lead to worse outcomes. Principal Kai shook his head directly, deeming such a notion utterly unrealistic. How could such a person possibly exist? All the contestants were carefully selected, each one a prodigy, so how could the 3 of them, even in a battle, possibly compete? For instance, if a team is mainly composed of water-type Pokémon and the opponent deliberately fields a grass-type team, how could they fight? Chen Ruo did not change his attitude. Due to Principal Kai's words, if this contestant can achieve a 100% win rate, wouldn't that mean they are guaranteed to be number 1? And for the 3 contestants, even if one can ensure victory, as long as the other 2 lose enough, the ranking cannot be guaranteed. Wouldn't that be meaningless? Chen Ruo's eyes were fixed intently on Principal Kai. So, Principal, I believe it would be better to send only 1 contestant. This way we can ensure a better rank, right? Others looked at Chen Ruo with some disdain. He was a madman. Who in their right mind would suggest such a thing? Principal Kai remained silent, merely gazing at Chen Ruo. Do you dare to guarantee that you can achieve a 100% win rate? If a problem arises midway, you will lose all subsequent matches. Chen Ruo smiled. Since I dare to say this, I naturally have confidence. If we aren't going to compete, then we shouldn't participate. Since we are competing, why not aim for first place directly? Chen Ruo's words were commanding, and his eyes looked seriously at Principal Kai, as if to say he would. Principal Kai did not directly respond to Chen Ruo, but instead changed the subject. Let's begin the selection matches and see who is qualified to represent Mingyuan High School. Chen Ruo did not hesitate in the slightest and walked out confidently behind Principal Kai. Sometimes one does not need to learn a fight. Only by striving for more can one grow faster and develop better. Only in this way can a positive cycle. All contestants, except for Chen Ruo, looked at him with complex expressions. Their eyes held hostility, admiration, and mockery. Although everyone felt Chen Ruo was being too arrogant, his audacity still earned everyone's respect. Of course, some people's eyes were filled with schadenfreude, looking at Chen Ruo with mockery, eager to see. On the playground, Chen Ruo did not wait for Principal Kai to speak, stepping forward to face everyone. Come on, my Pokemon is Charmeleon. The others have not yet materialized into this world. The battle rule is 1v1. Who will fight first? Chen Ruo took a stance, and everyone understood he was clearly challenging all of them. Anger appeared on the faces of all participants. Even a clay figurine has its limits, let alone those chosen to compete. Go Blue Crocodile. A robust-looking youth released his Pokemon, which just happened to have a type advantage over. Blue Crocodile is the evolved form of Croconaw and is an extremely powerful starter Pokemon. Most importantly, it is a water type, which directly counters Chen Ruo's Charmeleon. Principal Kai did not stop the match and watched with great interest. He wanted to see just how capable Chen Ruo truly was to deserve the title of Pokemon Battle Art Master. Clearly, this first match against the water-type Blue Crocodile would reveal much. Chen Ruo looked at Blue Crocodile and nodded slightly. A water-type Pokemon, is it? That is indeed quite tricky. If it were a rapid ash that materialized, it would have been better. But just Blue Crocodile should be manageable for Charmeleon. Charmeleon used Quick Attack to get close to Blue Crocodile, dodging attacks. Along the way, then used Smokescreen. Chen Ruo commanded calmly. Charmeleon's performance was also very stable. Its purple aptitude was not to be trifled with. It was truly powerful. Blue Crocodile used Water Gun to attack Charmeleon. A thick jet of water shot out of Blue Crocodile's mouth, heading straight for Charmeleon. In its quick dash, Charmeleon easily dodged Blue Crocodile's Water Gun, showing that Chen Ruo was not all worried. If it were a difficult skill to dodge like Bubble, it might have been different. However, using Water Gun, which has a low hit rate, unless Blue Crocodile has practiced hitting moving targets, it would be impossible to hit Charmeleon. This isn't a game. The hit rate of Water Gun isn't high, and it's not an area effect skill like Hydro Pump. It could be easily avoided. Charmeleon charged beside Blue Crocodile, releasing a plume of black smoke that enveloped the entire arena. Blue Crocodile instantly panicked in the smoke. Even the trainer was taken aback. In the smoke, Blue Crocodile could not see Charmeleon's position. Charmeleon used Quick Attack with Metal Claw. I believe you can do it. Blue Crocodile, dodge. The trainer shouted anxiously. In the smoke, nothing happened, and Chen Ruo cursed, damn it. It managed to dodge. That what luck. The trainer's face was filled with smiles. As soon as the smoke dissipated, he would have Blue Crocodile directly finish off Charmeleon. Blue Crocodile, well done. Chen Ruo appeared unaffected. Charmeleon, continue. Blue Crocodile, keep dodging. Since the space wasn't sealed, the smoke dissipated quickly, and both Blue Crocodile and Charmeleon's figures soon became visible. Chen Ruo's lips curved slightly upwards. These people truly were a bunch of harmless little sheep. In the arena, Blue Crocodile seemed to be jumping around foolishly, while Charmeleon stood still, continually using self-improvement to boost its own abilities. The trainer who had originally been smiling was now stunned. He felt completely manipulated by Chen Ruo. Did he really just follow Chen Ruo's commands so willingly, and then wait to be defeated? Those watching nearby felt a chill. Chen Ruo's commanding ability was truly terrifying. This is just the skill Chen Ruo had been training all along. When he called out both Metal Claw and You Are the Best, Charmeleon did not use Metal Claw, but instead used Cell. These are merely small tricks. As long as one trains often and uses them in matches, they can yield remarkable results. This round of commands perfectly illustrated that point. If it weren't for the trainer's erroneous commands, defeating Blue Crocodile would have been much more challenging. Such is the commanding art of Pokemon Battle Master Chen Ruo, completely imaginative and unconstrained by trivialities. In the face of the enhanced Charmeleon Lawn, he had no power to resist whatsoever, and the Pokemon trainer was far inferior to Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo directly commanded Charmeleon to use a Metal Claw, swiftly taking down Lawn, leaving the trainer utterly despondent. Next, in a hurry, Chen Ruo turned and smiled at the other trainers. Everyone felt a chill. Chen Ruo's command ability was truly formidable. Type advantages seemed to have no effect before him. Moreover, despite being at a disadvantage, Charmeleon fought Lawn, and emerged unscathed victorious. What kind of terrifying monster is this? Not only was it unscathed, but it even gained enhancements. Various buff effects were maxed out. The other Pokemon trainers couldn't help but curse the first one to battle. What the hell? Not only did they fail to inflict any damage on Charmeleon, but they also allowed it to gain buffs. What kind of game is no one else up? Hurry up and send the next one. You're giving my Charmeleon time to recover. Chen Ruo shook his head, helplessly wondering why these people couldn't see through it. Come on, one after another challenge him. He only has one Charmeleon, and we have so many Pokemon trainers here. Even if it's a war of attrition, we can wear him down. As long as we don't give him time to rest, he will undoubtedly lose. Chen Ruo nodded slightly. This person was right. In prolonged battle, Charmeleon would struggle to endure, and he could only choose to support Charmeleon. After all, to earn system rewards, all potential worries must be resolved. He certainly didn't want to win all battles, but fail to receive rewards. Pidgey used Hurricane. Charmeleon unleashed Flamethrower. Under Chen Ruo's command, Charmeleon swiftly knocked out one opponent after another, having no trouble whatsoever. As the battle continued, more and more people gathered around, captivated by the spectacle. The entire playground was filled with spectators, all marveling at Chen Ruo's fluid command. Every command from Chen Ruo gave everyone a sense of seamless flow without any stiffness. Chen Ruo's command style had its own methodology. He interspersed powerful skills with minor ones to enhance himself or weaken his opponents. It was like using a powerful skill, such as a Mega Punch, and then following it up with something like Brick Break or Sonic Punch. It simply wasn't realistic. It's akin to a person throwing a full-powered punch. Once thrown, it's tough to retract or change tactics, but just by raising a hand, whether it's a palm or a fist, one can choose freely. This is Chen Ruo's command style, seizing every opportunity to strike to enhance himself or attack the enemy. The onlookers were left in awe. Each of these trainers was the pride of their class, the most powerful Pokemon trainers, yet before Chen Ruo, they seemed like immature children utterly dominated. Isn't that Gao Ming from Class 3? I encountered him in the Pokemon world before. He's incredibly strong. He fought 4 Pokemon trainers all by himself, and with just 2 Pokemon, he left them with no chance to retaliate. I can't believe he was defeated. This is simply terrifying. That Charmeleon is indeed powerful. It hasn't been hit even once by Gao Ming. No, the true strength doesn't lie with that Charmeleon, but with Chen Ruo. His commanding prowess is indeed legendary, a true master of Pokemon battle arts. Have you seen the pin video? The battle video is of Chen Ruo against gym leader Wunong. He defeated 2 opponents with a Charmeleon despite being at a type disadvantage. He crushed Wunong. I was dumbfounded when I watched it. Chen Ruo's command was simply remarkable. His previous feats were also unearthed, leaving those nearby who didn't know much about him utterly astonished. After 3 months of being useless, he suddenly soared to greatness. It's completely like a plot from a novel. This is nothing. Chen Ruo's weakest Pokemon is this Charmeleon. Someone who knew more information spoke up. How can this be? This Charmeleon is so powerful, it can't be his main Pokemon. Those nearby found it hard to believe. How could a Charmeleon that defeated over 10 opponents be the weakest? You don't know. It said that his starter Pokemon was that Mashoki, and he also has an incredibly powerful Gengar. It said that this Gengar is white, and with a blink of its eyes, it can completely dominate even elite-level Pokemon. TCH, why don't you mention that he also has a legendary Pokemon? This is complete nonsense. The Pokémon Dimension has only just ascended for 3 months. How could he directly dominate the elite? No one believes that Chen Ruo has a stronger white Gengar than the elite. It's utterly impossible. But reality is often that exaggerated. Chen Ruo indeed had one. The battle in the arena was still ongoing, and now nearly half of the trainers had already been defeated by Chen Ruo. A bespectacled boy adjusted his glasses, thinking he was quite impressive, and stepped forward. Chen Ruo, your command is indeed powerful. However, I have also found your weakness. Chen Ruo looked at the boy with a smirk, thinking he must be in his own little world, pretending to be a big boss. Out you come, Weezing. Weezing, you smokescreen. The boy confidently looked at Chen Ruo, and now both you and I have lost sight of the battlefield. I can calmly lower your Charmeleon's buffs, and you will definitely not be a match for so many of us. Chen Ruo looked at the boy as if he were an idiot. While Weezing is a poison-type Pokémon, it is quite special. Its body is made of gas, and it will explode upon encountering flames. Charmeleon used Ember at the southwest corner, and then quickly retreat. A flash of flame appeared in the smoke, followed by a thunderous explosion. Everyone closed their eyes against the violent heatwave. When they opened their eyes again, Weezing was already on the verge of collapse. And Charmeleon was still safe and sound. How was this possible? This can't be. How did you hit me? You couldn't possibly know where Weezing was. The boy's emotions were getting out of control. This is ridiculous. Impossible. With the smoke screen obscuring the view, how could you possibly see the position of the double bang gas? It's completely impossible. The bespectacled youth's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could it be like this? He simply couldn't understand. Chen Ruo did not keep him in suspense. Although the smoke screen can obscure vision, it cannot completely hide it. As long as you look closely, you can still roughly discern some outlines. Moreover, the smoke screen also shifts with the movements of the Pokémon. As long as you find the pattern, achieving this is not difficult at all. The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. For so long, no one had ever attempted to study these things. No one cared about these details. Yet Chen Ruo made it happen. He not only noticed these details, but also handled them perfectly. Chen Ruo stood proudly in the arena, while his fire dinosaur, though unharmed, was panting heavily, having fought for 20 rounds. Even without taking damage, its energy consumption was considerable. However, everyone looked at Chen Ruo with apprehension, and no one was willing to make a move. He was just too strong. They had been fighting for a long time now. Chen Ruo's fire dinosaur had not received a single attack. Not even once. Chen Ruo shook his head. These people were still too naive. If they had used the Sonic Punch or Electric Flash skills, which are extremely fast and of high priority, his fire dinosaur would have likely been defeated by now. But these people hadn't even thought in that direction. This was a complete crushing of battle awareness. Principal Kai's eyes sparkled. Chen Ruo's emergence had given him great hope, yet he still felt a bit anxious. After all, Chen Ruo's level was still too low, while those others had already advanced, and their Pokémon had reached their third forms. However, these recent battles had shown Principal Kai a glimmer of hope. Chen Ruo's powerful control had raised his expectations even higher. If they spared no expense and fully supported Chen Ruo in raising his level within these 20 days, then what Chen Ruo suggested would indeed be a feasible approach. Principal Kai thought further. Even if they lost to others, this was a point system. If Chen Ruo could earn more points, even if he couldn't defeat the geniuses on the leaderboard, Mingyuan High School could still maintain a lead on the points chart. In the arena, the fire dinosaur had taken several attacks, not because Chen Ruo commanded poorly, but because the fire dinosaur's stamina had diminished from prolonged combat, clearly struggling to keep up. However, only 3 Pokémon trainers remained. Previously, over 30 had failed to defeat Chen Ruo, and no one believed these 3 could do it. By the end of the battle, although the fire dinosaur was battered and bruised, it remained standing. Chen Ruo fought a 1v37 battle right in front of everyone, and he achieved a resounding victory. This was simply terrifying. It was utterly inhumane. Principal Kai was grinning from ear to ear. With Chen Ruo's presence, the chances of Mingyuan High School winning in the inter-school ranking battles were greatly increased. Back in the principal's office, only Chen Ruo remained. Principal Kai looked at him seriously. Chen Ruo, if I let you fight alone, how confident are you in getting Mingyuan High School into the top 10? Just the top 10. My goal is to be first. Chen Ruo smiled at Principal Kai. He could see the confidence in Chen Ruo's eyes, but he still spoke. What if you don't succeed? Chen Ruo remained silent. He knew Principal Kai had more to say. Seeing that Chen Ruo wasn't taking the bait, Principal Kai continued. How about we make a bet? If you can make it into the top 10, as long as you need our school, we will fully support you. If you can't make it into the top 10, Principal Kai looked into Chen Ruo's eyes. Then when you're strong enough, you must rebuild Mingyuan High School. The quality of the Pokemon trainers at Mingyuan High School goes without saying. The best have all been chosen by Chen Ruo. Among the 34 high schools, it is the most inferior existence. Under normal circumstances, without Chen Ruo, Principal Kai would have been preparing for a merger. Now, it was just a gamble, and even if they failed, he believed in Chen Ruo's potential. When the time came with sufficient strength, Mingyuan High School could still be rebuilt. Chen Ruo nodded readily. No problem. For now on, our school will fully support you. You can tell me what you need. Principal Kai acted decisively, showing no signs of delay. What do I need? Chen Ruo pondered for a moment. I need you to get me that purple graded Yuki. I currently don't have 3 Pokemon to compete with, and that's the first. Principal Kai was taken aback. Don't you have a very powerful Gung-Gui? That Gung-Gui is strong, and I obtained it by coincidence. When the inter-school ranking battles commence, I estimate that the White Ghost won't even be able to enter the real world. Chen Ruo felt helpless. He still didn't know how strong that White Ghost was, but it was undeniably stronger. And within these 20 days, how could the two worlds merge in such a way that the White Ghost could enter this world? Principal Kai held his head in pain. He now doubted his decision. What the hell? He didn't even have 3 Pokemon ready for the competition. What kind of courage had he taken to choose to trust Chen Ruo? But this was Mingyuan High School's last chance. Principal Kai suppressed his headache and asked, what is the second condition? In these 2 days arrange for 50 capable Pokemon trainers for me. I want to train my fire dinosaur well. The task Chen Ruo had received to defeat 100 Pokemon trainers still had over 40 to go. Now that Principal Kai was supporting him, it was just right to complete this task. Once he completed the 100 consecutive defeats task, he would unlock the achievement point collection system and the training shop function. The system's functions had never disappointed Chen Ruo up to now, and he was equally looking forward to the achievement points and training shop. Principal Kai nodded. Is that all there is to it? MHM. Then follow me. The one called Ujira will be. Saying this, Principal Kai led Chen Ruo out of the office. Ujira manifested in this world a long time ago, but it has a rather bad temper, making it hard to tame. Even if it is forcibly subdued, it is difficult to command, and the most challenging aspect is its food. It feeds on a type of rock to grow a substance that is quite rare in the real world, so acquiring food for it won't be easy. If you are determined to tame it, you will need to find a solution for its food yourself. Chen Ruo listened to Principal Kai's words without any psychological burden, who all his Pokemon directly consumed powerful food and enjoyed it immensely. Ujira was settled in the back mountain, and Principal Kai led Chen Ruo directly into the area. Chen Ruo immediately spotted Ujira lazily resting atop a stone mill. This Ujira had developed quite well. Its limbs were robust, exuding a strong sense of power. The gray armor shimmered with a metallic sheen, looking quite heavy. Pokemon Ujira. Qualification Purple. Level 23. Strength Advanced. Type Rock Ground. Skills Iron Defense Counter Scale Split Stone. Ability Sand Veil. Nature Brave. Carried Item None. Wow. It actually has both Iron Defense and Counter Scale as skills. Ujira's parents must be exceptional. Those 2 skills can only be inherited by Ujira. Just as Chen Ruo was about to approach Ujira, Principal Kai blocked him. Don't get too close. Ujira has a strong territorial instinct. If you approach it, it will attack you. Ujira seemed to sense the presence of Chen Ruo and the others and opened its closed eyes. Ujira also stood up and slowly approached Principal Kai and Chen Ruo. Principal Kai was tense while Chen Ruo blocked Principal Kai, saying, I feel it doesn't seem to have any malice. Saying this, Chen Ruo also walked towards Ujira, feeling a sense of warmth emanating from it, a feeling he had experienced with his Charmeleon Brawly and that shiny Frogadier. For some reason, Chen Ruo felt an inexplicable closeness to these Pokemon, believing that they could never harm. In harmony with his feelings, Ujira seemed very happy, jumping directly into Chen Ruo's arms and knocking him to the ground. It should be noted that Ujira typically weighs around 150 pounds, and jumping into Chen Ruo's arms naturally knocked him down. Ujira lay on Chen Ruo's chest affectionately, rubbing its head against him, appearing very intimate. Principal Kai nearby was dumbfounded, wondering what was happening. Normally, Ujira would not allow anyone to approach, so how could it be so close to Chen Ruo now? Ujira cutely tapped the empty Pokeball at Chen Ruo's waist with its paw and directly entered the Pokeball. Is that it? Until Ujira was captured, Principal Kai still felt a sense of unreality. Is this really all there is? This guy must be a cheat. Not only does he have advantages in battles, but he even cheats in capturing Pokemon. Chen Ruo immersed his mind into the system. His panel had changed significantly. Host Chen Ruo. Level. Achievements Pokemon Battle Arts Master. Pokemon Professor. Badges none. Abilities none. Items none. Pokemon Brawly Charmeleon Shiny Frogadier Ujira. Current task experienced in Battle 8 badges, winning the Championship College ranking battles. Chen Ruo speculated that his trainer level was largely due to Shiny Frogadier. He had not subdued Shiny Frogadier's strength, yet it was still his Pokemon leading to this situation. Principal Kai was very efficient. While Chen Ruo was still pondering, he directly arranged for over 50 capable Pokemon trainers. The competition rules remained unknown, but this time Chen Ruo had both Ujira and Charmeleon, and this batch of trainers was far less competent than the previous batch, making the battles much easier. In just 2 hours, Chen Ruo defeated everyone and successfully completed the task of achieving 100 consecutive victories. Task of 100 consecutive victories, completed rewards being distributed. Achievement Point Collection System activated, current achievement points 237,000. Training Shop activated. Achievement point collection system: complete various achievements or obtain titles to earn achievement points. Chen Ruo currently had over 200,000 achievement points. His 2 titles each granted him 100,000 achievement points. Both Pokémon Professor and Pokémon Battle Arts Master were top-tier titles. When Chen Ruo opened the training shop, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Stamina training vest: price 50,000 achievement points. Function used for daily training of Pokémon stamina with remarkable effects. Speed training leggings: price 50,000 achievement points. Function used for daily training of Pokémon speed with remarkable effects. Strength training arm guards: price 50,000 achievement points. Function used for daily training of Pokémon strength with remarkable effects. Waterstone: price 5,000 achievement points. Grass stone: price 5,000 achievement points. Specialized skill training: price 1,000 achievement points per day. Function: enhance Pokémon skills. The training shop was filled with various training tools, from training suits to evolution stones and other items. Whatever could be imagined was available in the training shop. Originally, Chen Ruo, who was feeling proud of having over 200,000 achievement points, felt like a poor man after browsing the training shop. Over 200,000 achievement points were not even enough to buy a complete set of training equipment for a single Pokémon. Considering the upcoming college ranking battles where stamina would undoubtedly be a key attribute, Chen Ruo gritted his teeth and purchased 3 stamina training vests. Then Chen Ruo bought a speed training vest for Brawly before stopping. In an instant, his originally 200,000 achievement points dwindled to just a few scattered points. Chen Ruo took a deep breath and closed the training shop. The training shop felt like it was toxic. It was simply impossible to click in. Once clicked in, it was impossible to leave without spending all the achievement points. There were many enticing items. If not for his insufficient achievement points, he would have wanted to buy everything. After dealing with these matters, Chen Ruo also entered the world of the Elf Era with only 20 days remaining until the high school ranking battles. His time was tight. After the high school ranking battles, just a month later the Kanto Alliance Tournament would commence. As for the 8 badges required to participate in the Kanto Alliance Tournament, Chen Ruo had only obtained 1 Nibby badge so far. He could not afford to slack off. He had to put in 200 effort. Chen Ruo was wearing a specially customized weighted vest, and beside him his Pokémon the Active Monkey and the Fire Dinosaur, as well as Ujira, were all wearing endurance training vests, with the Active Monkey also donning speed training leg guards. The endurance training vests fit these Pokémon as if they were tailor-made, and despite appearing to be merely a thin layer, wearing them felt like carrying a mountain on their backs. The speed training leg guards felt the same, making their legs feel as heavy as lead. However, once activated, these items would seamlessly integrate into the Pokémon's bodies as if they were carrying items. What reassured Chen Ruo was that these training items did not interfere with one another. Wearing both the endurance training vest and speed training leg guards did not double the pressure. With 3 Pokémon in tow, Chen Ruo walked slowly towards the direction of Hualan City, also wearing a weighted vest, and his pace was not particularly fast. What they could originally complete in a day now took them a day and a half or even 2 days to finish. Although it was quite arduous, the training effects were remarkably significant, with each Pokémon showing a noticeable improvement in spirit, and during this process the Active Monkey even leveled up. Currently among the Pokémon in Chen Ruo's possession, except for the unknown level White Ghost, the highest level was the Active Monkey at level 31, while the lowest Ujira had also reached level 25. As for the Fire Dinosaur, it had reached level 28. Announcement: the number of Pokémon trainers reaching the 3rd evolution has surpassed 1 million. The level system has been cancelled, and no one can see the qualifications or levels of Pokémon. This announcement appeared suddenly in everyone's minds, catching many by surprise. Previously, they could rely on the qualification system to assess a Pokémon's potential, but now that the qualification system was abolished, they could only judge based on their own observations. Moreover, the level system was also abolished, and no one could see the levels of their opponent's Pokémon. This once again reminded everyone that this was not a game, but true reality. However, Chen Ruo's system could still see the qualifications of Pokémon, even though it could no longer display levels. System message: level system cancelled, restrictions on Pokémon evolution removed. Chen Ruo chuckled. The cancellation of the level system was even more beneficial for him. This was not a game. In reality, once a Pokémon comprehended to a certain degree, it could evolve directly, yet now it had been rigidly restricted by levels. He did not know when it began, but everyone measured a Pokémon's strength by its level. Just like many Pokémon of the Intelligent Master in the original story, most had not evolved, yet their levels were definitely not lower than those that had, and might even be higher. The level system had previously existed to help everyone understand the Pokémon world better, but after months of development, their understanding of Pokémon was already sufficient, making the level system naturally obsolete. Just as the initial task system was directly cancelled. The process of merging this world with the real world was accelerating, and now all the previously convenient systems for understanding this world had been abolished. Announcement: the rankings of all major regions have been reorganized and all trainers can view them. Not only was the level system shut down, but even the previous regional rankings had been rearranged. Chen Ruo opened the regional rankings where all of Huaxia belonged to the Kanto region. Kanto region rankings, battle power rankings, first Chen Ruo power. Second Li E power, elite level. Third, Luyang power, elite level. Fourth, Luo Pengfei power, elite level. Pokémon rankings, first Gung Gue, owner, Chen Ruo power. Second Charizard, owner Li E power, elite level. Third, Chung Long, owner, Luyang power, elite level. At the moment the rankings were updated, everyone couldn't help but gasp. What was going on with his first place? It was directly listed as, even the power of his Gung Gue was also, what kind of strength was this? Even the rankings displayed, everyone fell into silence, and the name Chen Ruo awakened their memories. This name had appeared more than once. The Pokemon professor mentioned in the previous announcement seemed to be Chen. Not only that, but the challenger in the video of the battle with Wu Neng that had been posted on the forum also seemed to be Chen. Thinking about it, everyone felt a bit stunned. There couldn't be such a coincidence. The only explanation was that these three Chen Ruos were the same as the one on the rankings. Everyone found it hard to believe who exactly was this Chen Ruo. Not only was his strength terrifying to the point of being, but he was also the Pokemon professor. Even Chen Ruo was a bit confused. He hadn't expected a rank so high. According to his strength, he should only be at the advanced level, at most not even reaching elite level. Unless the active monkey could evolve into a king of vacations. Once the active monkey evolved into a king of vacations, it would be a huge transformation. With a base stat of 670 for the king of vacations, plus the ability to be a powerhouse, along with countless items from the system training shop, Chen Ruo felt that he could completely cultivate a divine beast. However, he also knew that this was entirely unrealistic, which divine beast did not have a deity. Only those with deities could be considered divine beasts. Even if his king of vacations truly reached that level, it would not be a divine beast. But it would still be a being comparable to one. As Chen Ruo thought of this, he looked at the panting active monkey beside him. Active monkey, you need to keep... The active monkey wearing the endurance training vest and speed training shorts had already been running for 4 hours and was naturally panting. However, upon hearing Chen Ruo speak, the active monkey still energetically waved it. After walking for several days, Chen Ruo finally left Nibi City and headed toward Hualan City, which was not far from Nibi. The dojo in Hualan City is infamous not for its strength, but rather for its weakness, having previously been ranked among the 2 weakest dojos alongside the Nibi Dojo managed by Xiao Gang. However, the dojo in Hualan City is famous not only for its weakness, but also for the beautiful trio of sisters and their renowned water ballet performances. Upon arriving in Hualan City, Chen Ruo saw the Hualan Dojo, which was decorated like a grand stage. It hardly resembled a dojo, more like a large performance hall with posters on the walls advertising the water ballet performances of the beautiful trio. A visual feast, Hualan City's water ballet performances. The most beautiful trio of sisters at the Hualan Dojo performing water ballet. Chen Ruo shook his head in helplessness. Although he came to Hualan City solely for the dojo badge, the appearance of the Hualan trio was truly disappointing. Among so many dojos aside from Nibi being weak due to Xiao Gang's interim management, which other dojo could... Even Xiao Gang was far more responsible than the Hualan trio. Is anyone there? Chen Ruo walked into the Hualan Dojo, which was completely empty. Not even a single staff member was present, let alone the bustling challengers and cheering spectators commonly found in other dojos. In contrast, the water ballet performance hall ahead was booming as if it would blow off the roof. Chen Ruo called out again, "Is anyone there?" There was no response, but he heard some sounds coming from the back of the dojo and decided to investigate. Passing through a long corridor, Chen Ruo found himself in front of a huge swimming pool, but he was momentarily stunned by the 3 figures above the water. 3 voluptuous beauties in swimwear were frolicking in the pool, exposing a significant amount of skin. Chen Ruo had never encountered such a scene before and was momentarily dumbfounded. At just 17 years of age, Chen Ruo was already quite developed, standing at 1.78 meters tall, with a sturdy and handsome face. Coupled with his confident demeanor, he exuded an air of a young nobleman. One could easily mistake him for 20. Only then did Chen Ruo realize it was impolite, and he quickly turned around saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't see anything." His face bore a hint of embarrassment, making him seem quite flustered. The Hualan trio finally reacted, seemingly realizing someone had intruded, and they quickly submerged their beautiful bodies beneath the water. The blue-haired beauty, with an air of intellectuality, was visibly angry, her face puffing up in frustration. "How can you just barge in without a word?" Chen Ruo hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, I'm a trainer challenging the dojo. I came here to challenge, and I called out for a long time without anyone responding. I heard noises from the back, so I came over. I really didn't see anything, I swear." The pink-haired beauty, with an innocent look, blushed as she said, "You're lying. How could you not see anything?" "Exactly. Turn around, you pervert." Chen Ruo awkwardly turned around again. Although physically he was 17, mentally he was over 30, it was hard. The blonde beauty looked adorably clueless and said, "Hey, it seems we really can't blame him. We just finished our performance and forgot to hang up the sign indicating we were resting. Plus the dojo door was left open." The blue-haired beauty glared at the blonde. "Sister, are you silly? Someone has seen our bodies, and you still don't." Chen Ruo scratched the back of his head and muttered softly, "What's there to see? It's just swimwear, and we're underwater." He couldn't see anything clearly. The blue-haired bowtie's puffy face glared at Chen Ruo. "What did you say?" The innocent pink-haired beauty seemed to think the blue-haired beauty didn't hear her clearly and felt the need to repeat. He said, "It's just swimwear. What's there to see?" He also said we were underwater, so he couldn't see clearly. Chen Ruo felt a headache coming on. It was more exhausting than battling a champion. The main issue was that these three were truly bizarre. He would rather face a champion than endure this awkwardness. It was the blonde beauty who finally spoke up, suggesting Chen Ruo step outside while they changed clothes, breaking the awkward atmosphere. "I'm Chen Ruo from Jinshin Town, here to challenge the Hualan Dojo. I genuinely didn't mean to intrude. The door was open when I arrived." The blue-haired beauty stomped her foot in annoyance. "You still have the audacity to speak." The blonde beauty should be Sakura, while the blue-haired one is Changpu, and the pink-haired one is Mutant. Sakura patted Changpu's shoulder, saying, All right, he didn't mean it. Besides, it was her fault for forgetting to close the door. I might have overlooked it after the performance, so we can't really blame him." Chen Ruo nodded along like a bobblehead. Sakura gently tossed her hair and said, "Ahem, Chen Ruo, here's the deal. We are preparing for a water ballet performance and don't have time to train our Pokémon. As compensation for your earlier intrusion, you need to help us welcome challengers, and for this week, you cannot issue more than 3 Hualan Dojo badges. If you succeed, this matter will be forgotten, and we will grant you a Hualan badge. If you fail, then—" Chen Ruo interrupted Sakura, saying, "Sure, but I absolutely won't fail." Chen Ruo naturally wouldn't refuse such an offer. Trainers challenging dojos were not typically weak, and the experience and achievement points were exactly what he needed. Moreover, he believed that obtaining the Hualan Dojo badge this way was far superior to winning it by defeating the 3 sisters directly. Besides, his Pokémon needed training, and this was a perfect opportunity for him to train them well. Sakura lazily nodded. "Good, since you're so confident, then let's do it. Good luck, Chen Ruo. Your sister will be watching you. For the next week, you will be the acting dojo master of Hualan." Sakura stretched and said, "Changpu Mutant, let's go prepare the water ballet program. Please take care of things here." After the 3 sisters stepped out, Changpu looked at Yinghua with some confusion. "Elder sister, are you really going to leave the dojo to him, just like that?" Yinghua smiled mysteriously. "Do you really think he is that simple? That is Chen Ruo, the top rookie trainer right now. For many years, the 3 of us sisters have not engaged in Pokemon training. How could we still possess the strength of a gym leader? At most, we are merely intermediate trainers." The former gym leader of the neighboring Nibi Gym, Wu Neng, has already returned to reorganize the gym. Previously, our Hualan Gym and Nibi Gym were known as the weakest 2 gyms in the entire Kanto region. However, compared to Nibi Gym, our Hualan Gym generates significant profits for the Alliance every year, and some people just turn a blind eye to it. But now Nibi Gym has transformed, while our Hualan Gym remains unchanged, naturally becoming a target for criticism. It is hard to predict how much longer our Hualan Gym can survive like this. Moreover, the days until the Kanto Alliance competition are drawing closer. The Alliance is placing greater importance on gyms, and those with an excessively high badge issuance rate will inevitably attract the attention of the Alliance's upper echelons. Currently, with Chen Ruo safeguarding Hualan Gym, as long as the badge issuance rate decreases over this period, it at least gives them an explanation. Yinghua's eyes sparkled with wisdom. She was clearly not as simple as she appeared. Inside the gym, Chen Ruo was equally aware of Yinghua's scheme, yet he did not mind. This matter did not constitute any real scheme. Chen Ruo needed battles, and his Primeape required a vast number of fights. Not only Primeape, but also Gila and Charmeleon needed extensive combat experience. There was no better place to engage in Pokemon battles than the Pokemon Gym, especially one as famous as Hualan Gym. In the following days, Chen Ruo continuously accepted challenges at Hualan Gym, while the Hualan sisters were not just casually trusting Chen Ruo. During this time, they were meticulously preparing for a water ballet performance, not even stepping into the gym. In just 3 days, Chen Ruo had defeated nearly 1,000 challengers. The gym battles at Hualan Gym became incredibly lively, even more so than the water ballet performance conducted by the Hualan sisters. Each of Chen Ruo's commands was perfectly timed, captivating the surrounding Pokemon trainers. Moreover, every time Chen Ruo defeated a challenger, he would offer advice, pointing out their weaknesses and areas for improvement, which further intensified the gym battles. Chen Ruo's insights surpassed even the top Pokemon researchers in this world. It is worth noting that he also had the assistance of a system attracting more and more Pokemon trainers. Throughout these days, even after battling hundreds, nearly 1,000 Pokemon trainers, no one had managed to force out Chen Ruo's Gengar. On the leaderboard, while information about other Pokemon trainers' Pokemon or battle videos could be found, there was no news about Chen Ruo's Gengar. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. All information about it was shrouded in mystery, and no one knew just how powerful it truly was. Of course, some forces wanted to probe Chen Ruo's capabilities, and more powerful Pokemon trainers were heading toward Hualan City. Chen Ruo has made a move. In a certain dense forest, a heavily built figure appeared. The sturdy figure was revealed, his bronze muscles appearing extremely healthy and strong, and his short hair. Look, Chen Ruo has made a move at Hualan Gym. The burly man pondered for a moment. What about it? His Primate Charmeleon and Gila are exceptionally strong, but that top-ranked Gengar has never been seen. The voice on the other end of the phone revealed a hint of admiration. Even when facing renowned experts on the leaderboard, Chen Ruo had not used his Gengar and still managed to secure victories with Primate, Gila, and Charmeleon. No matter how difficult the battle, it seemed effortless in his hands. The burly man's head nodded unconsciously. Send someone to investigate his background. It would be best to ascertain the strength of his Gengar. He will be my greatest rival in the Kanto Alliance. The voice on the other end of the phone respectfully replied, Understood, you can rest assured to prepare everything. We will send someone to investigate his background. The burly man paid no further attention to this matter. His primary goal remained the Kanto Alliance. Naturally, these individuals had insider information. The significance of the Kanto Alliance competition was certainly not so simple, and the status of the Pokemon Alliance exceeded many people's imagination. It is said that winning the championship in the Kanto Alliance competition is tied to the champions of the Pokemon Alliance. There's a saying that every champion in the Pokemon Alliance must be a champion of a particular league. All these league champions share a unified title, Champion Candidate. If one could become a champion candidate after the merging of the real world and the reality, what immense power would that entail? It would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step. Most of the powerful individuals behind the leaderboard possess extraordinary strength. All these individuals are diligently training, waiting for the Kanto Alliance competition to commence, anticipating this opportunity. As the fifth day arrived, no one had managed to take a badge from Hualan Gym. Chen Ruo was hailed as the undefeated one. Up until now, he had truly never lost even once. Countless gazes were focused on Hualan Gym, on Chen Ruo. Everyone was waiting for a stronger Pokemon trainer to appear, wanting to see when Chen Ruo would finally be defeated. Even if he remained undefeated, they at least wanted to force out his Gengar. This was a consensus reached by many forces challenging Chen Ruo to force out his Gengar. Chen Ruo seemed completely oblivious, still waiting for challengers at Hualan Gym. During these days, his gains were substantial. He even felt that Primate might evolve soon. Not only Primate, but even Charmeleon was showing signs of wanting to break through and become stronger. This was also the reason Chen Ruo remained at Hualan Gym. He needed more battles. Stronger opponents. Those who were heading toward Hualan Gym just happened to meet Chen Ruo's needs. He had no reason. The challenger has no Pokemon left to continue the battle, and the match ends. The victor is Chen Ruo, the gym leader of the Hualan Gym. He's just too strong. There's no way to defeat him. Indeed, the previously ranked Pokemon trainers, over 5,000 in number, seemed like mere children before him, completely toyed with it. Chen Ruo's mastery of the battle was truly terrifying. Is there really no one who can defeat him? This seems to be his 1431st win. All the spectators marveled, wondering if anyone could end Chen Ruo's winning streak. He is just too powerful. Not only is Chen Ruo a master in battle, but even his Pokemon are extraordinarily skilled. The recovery machines in the gym can only heal physical wounds, while mental fatigue is much harder to recover from. Yet Chen Ruo's 3 Pokemon fought for an entire day without feeling any fatigue. Their fighting spirit remained incredibly high. Even Chen Ruo was somewhat surprised. Initially, he thought it was due to his purple aptitude, but among the challenger's Pokemon, there were also many with purple aptitude, and they did not exhibit the same condition. Moreover, Chen Ruo found that he and his Pokemon shared an extraordinary synergy. Techniques that were difficult for others to learn came easily to him. A mere glance could convey what skills needed to be unleashed. Next, we will have a gym battle at the Hualan Gym. The challenger is the novice trainer Li Mu. The battle rules are 3v3, and the match begins. As soon as Li Mu's name was announced, the crowd erupted with excitement. Li Mu. Upon hearing this name, everyone in the arena gasped in astonishment. Li Mu ranked 742nd in China. To be among the top 1,000 trainers out of billions in China is no small feat. Every one of them is a chosen one. It should be noted that in the university ranking battles among those schools, there are powerful trainers ranked in the top 10,000, nearly overwhelming Mingyuan High School. Li Mu stood confidently at the side. So, you are Chen Ruo. I've long admired your name. Would please show me your guidance. Chen Ruo felt immense pressure from Li Mu, which ignited his fighting spirit. Go, Ujira. Chen Ruo released Ujira without hesitation. After such a long period of battling, Ujira was no longer the same as before. It had become immensely stronger in every aspect. Oh, a rock-type and ground-type Ujira. Then I will send out Deiji and Gue. Li Mu showed no sign of underestimating Chen Ruo and gave him no chance directly dispatching a powerful Pokémon like Deiji and Gue. Deiji and Gue is also one of the starter Pokémon and is naturally very powerful, especially since it is a water type which completely counters Ujira. Even Chen Ruo couldn't help but feel speechless. This is too much of an underhanded move. To win, he's resorting to such tactics. Right now, it's just Ujira. He didn't even send out Shakira and went straight for a Pokémon like Deiji and Gue. This is just too underhanded. Ujira used Dark Pulse. Facing the water type, Deiji and Gue, Ujira's rock type, moves dealt half damage, effectively rendering half of Ujira's offensive capabilities useless. Fortunately, Ujira could still use many dark type moves. Deiji and Gue used Surf. Li Mu gave Chen Ruo no room for counterattack. He opened with a Surf move that covered the entire battlefield. It was clear that he intended to forcefully overpower Chen Ruo, denying him the chance to showcase his tactical skills. Indeed, while Chen Ruo is quite skilled, there's hardly anyone who can claim they can dominate him. However, his weaknesses are also quite apparent. Most of his Pokémon have yet to evolve, and their battle power is not in their strongest form. Thus, directly overpowering Chen Ruo is the best strategy. You think you're showing off. With the water-type move Surf, you're forcefully covering the entire battlefield. Oh, let's see you shine with your rock-type Ujira. If you were a Banjira, I might accept your show-off, but you're just a Ujira. Thinking of this, Li Mu couldn't help but confidently declare Chen, well, no matter how brilliant your tactics are against an attack like Surf, you won't be able to evade. And you won't be able to showcase any operation. You're bound to lose. Chen Ruo's lips curled into a faint smile. Are you sure? Li Mu's eyes involuntarily twitched, and he felt a sense of unease. Ujira used Earthquake. Chen Ruo remained calm and composed. The ground suddenly split, open a crack heading straight for Deiji and Gue. Earthquake is a move that upon hitting results in instant KO. Deiji and Gue hurriedly jumped aside, but Ujira's target was never Deiji and Gue. It was the earth. The ground opened a deep, unfathomable fissure. The massive wave flowed down the crack, and Chen Ruo used Earthquake to neutralize Surf. This display left all the surrounding Pokémon trainers in awe. Indeed, Chen Ruo is still the same Chen Ruo who can shine on any occasion. It can be done like this. No wonder he is a master of battle arts. His reflexes are simply terrifying. His use of Pokémon skills is so proficient that it's hard to imagine how he accomplished this. Even Li Mu was momentarily speechless. He had been feeling proud, but now he felt like cursing. This is simply beyond reason. How can he still show off like this? Why doesn't he just ascend to the heavens? However, deep down, Li Mu remained unfazed. Even if Chen Ruo was skilled, Ujira could never defeat Deiji and Gue. Water type is strong against rock type, and Deiji and Gui's level completely suppresses Chen Ruo's Ujira. He simply did not believe that under these circumstances, he could still be suppressed by Chen Ruo. The gym leader cannot switch Pokemon, but the challenger can. Chen Ruo's 3 Pokemon have long been thoroughly analyzed by everyone, and Li Mu did not think he would lose. However, his goal was not to defeat Chen Ruo. Instead, it was to force Chen Ruo to use that mysterious Gung-Gue. This was also the task assigned to him. Coming from an ordinary family, his current achievements were naturally due to the backing of powerful forces. Thus, he had no choice but to proceed this way. After all those above had already spoken, if he did not comply, he would lose the meaning of being nurtured, and the resources he could access would be greatly diminished. This is the tragedy of people like them. Great Sword used Water Pulse. Yanmega endure Water Pulse. Then strike back with counter. Great Sword unleashed Water Pulse without hesitation, while Yanmega had no chance to evade. It could only brace itself and absorb the blow. Pain contorted Yanmega's face, yet it did not retreat a single step. Instead, it forced itself to retaliate with counter. Counter inflicts double damage when used immediately after taking a hit. Chen Ruo had already maximized its destructive potential, and there was nothing more he could do. Yanmega stood no chance of surviving a second strike, and counter was the only move capable of delivering maximum damage at this moment. Yanmega launched counter directly at Great Sword. Its agonized howl echoed, sharply proof of the devastating impact it had suffered. Chen Ruo ceased issuing commands. Yanmega, having already endured 1 full Water Pulse, had reached its absolute limit. Combat continuation was no longer possible. Yet Yanmega had performed admirably, confronting a vastly superior level water type. Great Sword, it had traded injuries for damage. Inflicting grievous wounds upon its opponent was triumph enough. Chen Ruo recalled the exhausted Yanmega and immediately deployed his Machamp. His Charizard, too, was a pure Fire-type Pokemon. Yet even victory over Great Sword would be a Pyrrhic one at best. Li Mu possessed not just 1, but 3 Pokemon. Unless Chen Ruo deployed by Gue, the outcome remained genuinely uncertain. But if he truly could deploy by Gue, why would he bother with such trivial challenges at all? He'd long since have gone berserk. He might well have stormed the Elite Four with by Gue, certainly not waste time squabbling with underlings like these. Since repelling the Ursaring that day by Gue had vanished entirely. As a ghost-type Pokemon, it required no food, sustaining itself, instead, by absorbing ambient spectral energy. Go Machamp. Chen Ruo sent out his Machamp instantly. Great Sword, Final Gambit. Limu did not switch Pokemon, but commanded Great Sword to unleash Final Gambit. Final Gambit's power escalates inversely with the user's remaining HP. He intended to sacrifice Great Sword outright to eliminate Chen Ruo's Machamp. Machamp, Arm Thrust. In this now, a faint Smilik Carol Limu's lips. His Great Sword possessed not only immense destructive force, but extraordinary defensive resilience as well. For Machamp to instantly KO Great Sword was pure fantasy. Yet what followed left him utterly dumb. Machamp's fist struck Great Sword Hedon, launching it violently backward, soaring dozens of meters before collapsing incapacitated and teetering on the brink of fainting. Chen Ruo broke into laughter attempting to withstand Machamp. Hedon revealed either breathtaking naivety or sheer folly. After all, Machamp's ability was Guts, doubling the power of all physical moves. This was no ordinary Machamp. It was a one-punch titan. What could a grievously wounded Great Sword possibly hope to resist? What is this Machamp? How could it obliterate my Great Sword in a single blow? Disbelief flooded Limu's eyes. Great Sword had sustained damage only from Yamega's counter. Nothing else. And yet it had been instantly felled. This defied all logic. Chen Ruo offered no explanation. Not that he owed any. Machamp remained his ultimate trump card. Even in its fully evolved form, Machamp feared no legendary Pokemon. He would never voluntarily reveal its unique prowess, unless and until his strength rendered all concealment obsolete. The allure of legendary Pokemon terrified every organization. Rocket Team, Magma Team, Aqua. These shadowy factions proved how perilous such power could be. Chen Ruo remained silent, and Limu asked no further questions. He still held 2 more Pokemon, specifically trained to counter Chen Ruo's team. He refused to believe Chen Ruo could win without Baigue, relying solely on a newly captured Yanmega and 2 unevolved Pokemon. He certainly didn't think so. Fortunately, Chen Ruo remained unaware of Limu's assumptions, or his face might have frozen mid-grin. Limu had confidently predicted victory multiple times, only to suffer humiliating defeat each time. Was he perhaps a legendary self-jinx? To boast so boldly about one's own fortune, without evidence, was simply absurd. Chen Ruo had no idea where Limu's inexplicable confidence originated, but noticing the smirk twisting Limu's lips, he remarked coolly, "Your turn. If you don't deploy another Pokemon, soon you forfeit the match." Limu snapped back to reality and hurled his Pokeball. "Go, Sizer. Your Machamp cannot match Sizer's speed. It will only suffer blows passively. Chen Ruo, I've studied your Pokemon thoroughly. Without Baigue, victory is impossible for you today." Chen Ruo said nothing, merely watched unruffled as Limu postured. Limu hesitated slightly, but remained convinced Chen Ruo could not reverse the tide. Sizer, Swords Dance. Sizer began its lethal dance once more. Renowned for its blinding speed, Sizer, now amplified by Swords Dance, became even more terrifying, a crimson blur streaking across the sky visible only as a fleeting afterimage. Machamp slashed. Machamp materialized before Sizer and delivered a devastating downward palm strike, a flash of red light, and Sizer reappeared behind Machamp, landing a precise X-scissor directly across its torso. Sizer's velocity was legendary, and its agility unmatched. Against a bulky, physically oriented Pokemon like Machamp, Sizer's precision-based combat style conferred an overwhelming natural advantage. Limu's Green Vidend. To Sizer, Machamp was little more than a stationary target, its silhouette impossible to track, let alone strike. Chen Ruo, deploy by Gue. I wish to measure the true gap between myself and the one-ranked trainer, relying only on Charizard, Yanmega, and Machamp. You stand no chance against me. Chen Ruo remained silent, calm, and unshaken, utterly impervious to Limu's taunts. Limu loathed this sensation, as if defeat were already sealed. Sizer, attack. Let it witness your true might. The figure of the flying mantis transformed into streaks of red light. To the naked eye, only a fleeting red silhouette could be seen. The Hyper Monkey was continuously knocked back, clearly receiving a rapid and powerful strike. The audience around the arena erupted in cheers. Chen Ruo had been winning all this time. He had never faced defeat. Moreover, his Hyper Monkey stood like an impenetrable barrier, showing no signs of yielding against any opponent. This was the first time Chen Ruo found himself in such a dire situation, now completely under someone else's control. Of course, this cannot be blamed on Chen Ruo. Rather, Limu's choice of Pokemon countered Chen Ruo, perfectly coupled with vast differences in levels and other aspects. This led to the current predicament. The Hyper Monkey possessed formidable defense, and the Flying Mantis was somewhat wary of the Hyper Monkey's fists. Otherwise, it would have been defeated long ago, even like this. In the arena, the Hyper Monkey resembled a punching bag, constantly being knocked away by the Flying Mantis, utterly unable to retaliate. Chen Ruo, what are you still holding on for? Even if you are a master of Pokemon battle arts, you are powerless in the face of absolute strength. Chen Ruo chuckled. You are right, everything seems so laughable in the face of absolute strength, but I do not believe I will lose. What's laughable is not me. Li Mu's eyes were filled with surprise. His small eyes were brimming with great doubt. Could Chen Ruo really turn the tables at this point? Unless he uses Gungue. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make a comeback. Hyper Monkey removed the endurance training gear on your back and the speed training gear on your feet. Boom! With Chen Ruo's command of vest and knee pads smashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The people around gasped in astonishment. It looked like it weighed around 200 to 300 pounds. The Hyper Monkey had been carrying these into battle. In all the previous battles, it had never been seen without these items. How terrifying! It had been carrying these into battle all along. After removing the training gear, the Hyper Monkey shook its body with ease. It was the first time in days it had shed such burdens. Instantly, it felt as if it had broken free from shackles. Li Mu clenched his teeth unconsciously. So what? Even if you have removed them, the Hyper Monkey still cannot be a match for the Flying Mantis. Flying Mantis, use Missile Fist. Hyper Monkey, use Arm Hammer, strike the ground, and show the Flying Mantis what absolute strength looks like. The Hyper Monkey gathered all its strength and smashed its fist into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The center of the impact unleashed a terrifying shockwave with sand and stones flying everywhere. Even the splintering sand and stones striking the Flying Mantis made it cry out in distress. The power contained within was simply too terrifying. Each piece of shattered stone was like a bullet. Chen Ruo's eyes lit up. Hyper Monkey, now is the time to use Sonic Fist. Attack the Flying Mantis. The Sonic Fist skill had a high priority, and with the burden removed, the Hyper Monkey's speed was exceptionally terrifying, appearing directly in front of the Flying Mantis and delivering a punch. A punch from the Hyper Monkey was beyond what the Flying Mantis could withstand. Moreover, this was Chen Ruo's abnormal Hyper Monkey. It was no exaggeration to say that Chen Ruo's Hyper Monkey was on a monstrous level. Not only did it consume giant strength food daily, but it also had the benefits of being a powerhouse and its unique traits. With this punch, it could possibly kill. This statement was not off the mark at all. The Flying Mantis was sent flying dozens of meters away, crashing directly into the surrounding wall, before finally stopping already in a near-death state, losing its combat ability. Li Mu still had not reacted. This reversal came too quickly. His Flying Mantis, which had originally held the upper hand, was gone, just like that. Even so, Li Mu did not believe he would lose. Do you think you have one? Even if you defeated my Flying Mantis, your Hyper Monkey has sustained injuries from the impact, and cannot possibly defeat my Shuckle. Come fort. Shuckle. With Li Mu's shout, a stout bear appeared in the arena. This was Li Mu's main Poké. Shuckle. This also possessed the strength of the top 1,000 on the rankings. Every Pokemon had overwhelming strength. Not like Chen Ruo, who relied on tactics to win. Chen Ruo's rank of first place was truly inflated. Bai Gue had directly boosted his ranking. Otherwise, he could never have become the top ranker, let alone break into the top 1,000. As soon as Shuckle appeared, it fell into a deep sleep, which was a trait of this Pokemon. Otherwise, Shuckle's power would not have become one that no one used. It was similar to the lazy Pokemon, but if it could be awakened, its strength would be extraordinary. Although Shuckle fell asleep, right after entering the arena, Li Mu showed no signs of panic and directly took out a flute from his pocket. This was the reward given to him by the organization. It was also one of the reasons he had to come. The Monster Flute, a special Pokemon item that could awaken sleeping Pokemon. The boost from the Monster Flute was several times stronger. It could directly unleash all of Shuckle's strength, revealing its true combat power. With the Monster Flute, he could command Shuckle in battle like a regular Pokemon. Li Mu placed the Monster Flute to his lips and began to play gently. The soft sound reached Shuckle's ears, and it instantly opened its eyes, looking very spirited. Alright, use Mega Punch. Attack the Hyper Monkey. Hyper Monkey, we will also use Mega Punch. Chen Ruo shouted loudly as well. The fists of the ape and the bear collided, and the Hyper Monkey was sent stumbling back several steps. Shuckle's strength was far greater than that of the Hyper Monkey. Even with the benefits of being a powerhouse, it was still no match for Shuckle in a contest of strength. After all, it was merely an unevolved Hyper Monkey, while the opponent was a fully unleashed Shuckle. However, this retreat enraged the Hyper Monkey. In all its battles, it had never lost in turn. The rampaging monkey charged at the Snorlax, once again displaying an unprecedented ferocity. The intense clash thrilled everyone watching. The level of this battle was simply terrifying, making the spectators feel as if even their seats were shaking. The rampaging monkey was continuously pushed back by the Snorlax only to charge forward with fierce tenacity, engaging in a brutal fight. This time, Chen Ruo did not command the rampaging monkey, it had its own plans. It had been a long time since it experienced such a thrilling battle, and this fierce confrontation awakened the wild genes within it. It's all in vain. No matter what, the rampaging monkey cannot be a match for the Snorlax unless it evolves into a Slaking. Li Mu didn't take it seriously at all. He knew better than anyone how powerful his Snorlax was. Snorlax, use Heavy Slam. Finish off the rampaging monkey. With Li Mu's command, Snorlax's massive body leaped up and slammed down toward the rampaging monkey. The rampaging monkey extended its arms as if trying to lift the Snorlax. However, it was all futile. Snorlax's terrifying strength combined with Heavy Slam pinned the rampaging monkey down. Li Mu smiled at Chen Ruo, saying, "Your strongest rampaging monkey has already been defeated. Do you think that fire lizard could be a match for my Snorlax? You might as well send out your Jengar." Chen Ruo smiled back at Li Mu. "Are you sure?" With the battle's outcome seemingly set, Li Mu wasn't worried at all. "Isn't it obvious now? Unless your rampaging monkey can evolve into a Slaking, it won't withstand my Snorlax's Heavy Slam." Before Li Mu finished speaking, a white light began to shimmer beneath Snorlax, and the rampaging monkey's form started to change. The spectators on the sidelines shouted in excitement. Evolution. They were actually witnessing an evolution, making this worth it. Li Mu felt like slapping himself. This is just too much of a jinx. How many times has this happened tonight? Why can't I control my mouth? Damn it. Chen Ruo couldn't help but laugh. Initially, he was worried that the rampaging monkey wouldn't successfully evolve, but thanks to Li Mu's jinx, it managed to pull through. With this in mind, Chen Ruo couldn't resist, saying to Li Mu, "Why don't you say a few more words?" Li Mu was overwhelmed, feeling quite helpless. This mouth of mine is truly a jinx. Unbelievably, Li Mu couldn't help but say, "Even if it evolves into a Slaking, so what? A Slaking is not a rampaging monkey. You won't be able to command it, and if it falls asleep, you won't be able to wake it up. In this battle, you are destined to lose." In the arena, Snorlax's body was continuously being lifted. The previously pinned rampaging monkey had completely transformed. Its fur was no longer pure white, but had turned brown. It successfully evolved from a rampaging monkey into a Slaking. The Slaking gradually lifted Snorlax, slowly standing up, and then threw Snorlax away. It then let out a roar towards the sky. That imposing stature instantly won over the spectators. The power of the Slaking was simply terrifying. It lifted Snorlax despite its weight. "Well done, Slaking. Use Gigaton Punch." Now, the Slaking was truly the boss. With a staggering base stat of 670, even Snorlax couldn't compare. Moreover, no one noticed that a Slaking quietly appeared in second place on the Pokemon rankings. In first place was Jengar. Its owner was still Chen Ruo. A punch from Gigaton Punch struck Snorlax, sending it flying, and the entire dojo echoed with a deafening explosion. That punch sent Snorlax crashing into the wall, nearly breaking through it. If the dojo's walls weren't made of special materials, it would have been shattered long ago. One can only imagine how terrifying the power of that punch was. And now the Slaking was incredibly formidable. Watching Snorlax embedded in the wall, Li Mu was questioning his life. What the hell was going on? Was his jinx really that powerful? But upon reflecting on his words today, they seemed to have come true. This was truly a jinx. Li Mu couldn't help but cover his mouth. He was now doubting his life choices, completely unsure of what he had done. And he felt that Chen Ruo's Slaking must be considered overpowered. This one punch, really just one punch, it directly embedded his main Pokemon Snorlax into the wall, stuck and unable to pull it out. Is Slaking really that powerful? Li Mu was engulfed in self-doubt. Not only him, but the surrounding spectators were also silent, with no sound escaping. Everyone was at a loss for words. The scene before them was simply too shocking. Chen Ruo's Slaking had completely reshaped their perspectives. What kind of power is this? Is that thing in the arena really a Slaking? Are you sure it's not a Rayquaza disguised as a Slaking? Everyone fell silent, questioning their own eyes. On the sidelines, a little boy's eyes lit up. "Daddy, I want a Slaking too." The father holding the little boy was at a loss for words. "Well, that doesn't seem too good." The professor said that Slakings are not suitable for rookie trainers. The little boy's eyes sparkled. "I want to be as strong as that big brother." The child's father glanced at Chen Ruo, then at the Slaking in the arena, and couldn't help but nod in agreement with the boy's request. "Then I'll get you one." According to incomplete statistics, after this battle, someone uploaded a video of Chen Ruo's battle online. However, rookie trainers using Slakings as their main Pokemon became increasingly common, each one getting scammed left and right. They were practically questioning their lives. And when they saw Chen Ruo's slaking, they always wondered if their slaking was of the same quality as Chen. The Lazy King suddenly landed in second place on the Pokemon ranking, and gradually people began to notice this point. The first place is occupied by Gung Gue, and the second place by the Lazy King, both belonging to Chen Ruo, meaning he single-handedly claimed the top 2 spots. Now Chen Ruo is truly number 1. It's a complete and well-deserved recognition. Xiao Ruo, you are simply amazing. Sakura hugged Chen Ruo tightly, nearly suffocating him. Hey, big sister, pay attention to your image. This is so embarrassing. On the side, Chong Pu looked at Sakura, who was almost clinging to Chen Ruo, and covered her face in exasperation. It was just too embarrassing. Then Sakura seemed to be oblivious to any impropriety and tightened her embrace around Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo was nearly suffocated by the overwhelming waves of affection and struggled hard to break free from Sakura's hold. Cough, 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 I've done what I promised you. Now, where's my gym badge? No problem, this is the Hualan Gym's Hualan badge. Since you've completed the task, it's now yours. Sakura happily handed Chen Ruo a water drop-shaped badge, which represents the water-type badge of the Hualan Gym. Chen Ruo not only met their expectations, but also performed exceedingly well. During Chen Ruo's time as acting gym leader, no one was able to obtain a Pokemon badge from him. Chen Ruo stored away the Hualan badge. Now he had 2 out of the 8 badges needed for the Kanto League tournament, with only a month and a half remaining. He must accelerate his progress and aim to obtain at least 1 badge per week. Having obtained the Hualan badge, Chen Ruo bid farewell to the Hualan sisters and headed towards the gym. On the way, aside from necessary training, Chen Ruo hardly paused at all. Although he was 3 Pokemon short of the 6 required for the Kanto Pokemon tournament, he had no intention of capturing random Pokemon just to fill the ranks. If he were to capture a Pokemon, he would train it properly, otherwise capturing one would hold no meaning. Moreover, once he obtained 8 Pokemon badges, he would receive a purple quality Pokemon. At that point, if he could capture a Froakie, he would have enough Pokemon for the Kanto League tournament team. Just as Chen Ruo stepped out of Hualan City, a terrifying 3-headed dragon flew over, targeting Chen Ruo, and on the back of the 3-headed dragon stood a man with an air of arrogance. Chen Ruo immediately released the Lazy King, keeping a close watch on the approaching 3-headed dragon. The man on the 3-headed dragon wore a gray coat that completely concealed his body. The man also wore dark goggles, making it impossible to discern any features. Kanto League official Yamazaki, are you Chen Ruo? Chen Ruo nodded, yet the caution in his eyes did not wane. What do you want with me? The Lazy King stood protectively behind Chen Ruo, firmly blocking Yamazaki and the 3-headed dragon. Yamazaki sensed Chen Ruo's distance and wariness. He slapped his forehead as if realizing something. This is my identification. Take a look, then we can talk. Chen Ruo took the identification handed over by Yamazaki. It indeed belonged to the Kanto League official, and everything seemed quite normal. Chen Ruo returned the identification to Yamazaki, and his gaze was less wary now. What do you want with me? Mr. Chen Ruo, perhaps I should call you Dr. Chen Ruo. The League has discovered a peculiar statue that seems related to the 4th evolution of Pokemon. Considering your expertise in this field, I'm here to invite you to participate in this research. Chen Ruo immediately shook his head in refusal. I'm busy. I need to participate in the Kanto League tournament. I still have 6 badges to obtain and no time to join any research. Yamazaki was taken aback. Aren't all those researchers obsessed with their studies? Don't they get excited at the mention of any research opportunity? But Chen Ruo was completely different. Upon hearing about the research, his interest instantly vanished, and he seemed eager to run as far away as possible. Haha, Dr. Chen Ruo is joking. Researching ancient civilizations is an opportunity that many scholars can only dream of. Then you should look for those scholars. I don't have time for that. Pokemon research is just my sideline. My main focus is still being a Pokemon trainer. Chen Ruo directly interrupted Yamazaki, showing no interest in being anyone's free labor. Come on, just be a decent person. Yamazaki felt like cursing. This guy is just too unreasonable. It's practically a joke. What do you mean your main job is being a Pokemon trainer, while Pokemon research is merely a sideline? If an ordinary person said this, it would be acceptable, but the person saying it is currently the most talented Pokemon researcher in the entire league. However, upon reflection, Yamazaki thought that Chen Ruo's statement was not entirely unreasonable. In fact, he was among the most outstanding Pokemon trainers of his generation. This truly shows a complete disregard for norms. Yamazaki understood that this fellow was not one to give up easily. Dr. Chen Ruo, if you agree to come, you can choose 1 item from those that interest you. Moreover, the league will grant you a gym badge directly, and it won't delay your challenge for the Kanto League tournament. That seems a bit troublesome. How about I just don't go? Yamazaki's expression twitched slightly. How about this? If you go, we can allow you to enter the wild area, where many dragons are. Whether you can obtain one will depend on your own skill. Deal. Chen Ruo replied eagerly with no hint of hesitation, as if he hadn't been reluctant just moments ago. This completely took Yamazaki by surprise. He stared at Chen Ruo, unsure of what to say. It was just too proud. Chen Ruo looked at Yamazaki seriously. So when do we depart? Yamazaki. In the end, Yamazaki suppressed his anger, smiling as he spoke to Chen Ruo. Please, Dr. Chen Ruo, ride my three-headed dragon. It will be faster that way. Chen Ruo nodded and directly climbed onto the back of the three-headed dragon, which then flapped its wings and set off towards the east. Not long after the three-headed evil dragon took off, Chen Ruo began to hold his stomach. Mr. Yamazaki, please stop for a moment. Ew, I have a stomach ache and need to relieve myself. Chen Ruo's constant trivial issues were excessive. It was either a headache or an itch in the rear. Yamazaki felt somewhat speechless. Despite his annoyance, he said nothing. Reluctantly, Yamazaki had to command the three-headed evil dragon to land, allowing Chen Ruo to take care of his business. Once Chen Ruo disembarked from the three-headed evil dragon, he immediately entered the woods and retrieved a black card with the character Sun from his pocket, dialing the number on it directly. In a luxurious mansion, just as the phone rang, a figure appeared in front of it. I am at your service. Chen Ruo's voice, half-smiling, echoed. I was taken by an attendant of the Pokémon League, claiming to study some ancient relic. What do you all think? The voice on the other end instantly turned cold. Understood. After saying this, Chen Ruo hung up the phone without further words. He sensed something was off. This direction was not where the Kanto League was located. Moreover, he had just inquired with Professor Oak, who mentioned there were no ancient relics needing personnel recently. Setting aside Professor Oak's status, just the influence of the Oak family within the Pokémon League meant that any news of an ancient relic could not be hidden from him. Chen Ruo quickly deduced that there was definitely something wrong. At that moment, within the Sun organization, the Shadow's eyes were filled with fierce light the instant Chen Ruo hung up the phone. Investigate. Leave no one behind. Uproot everything. With his command, dozens of figures emerged from the mansion. A multitude of ferocious Pokémon were released by this group, while many others secretly monitored the mansion from the shadows. These individuals were members deployed by various powerful factions waiting for orders. Yet everyone was filled with terror. This organization had not left this place for many years. Typically, they would simply be instructed to carry out tasks, but this time, they had to go personally, and there were so many. Countless leaders simultaneously answered their phones. Boss, those madmen have made their move. Boss, that group has left. Their whereabouts are unknown. Boss, all factions felt anxious, wondering if their recent actions had crossed the organization's bottom line. Across the entire Pokémon world, every organization was on high alert. Even some high-ranking officials of the Pokémon League collapsed in fear on the ground. It was said that the reason these individuals moved was also related to the Pokémon League. Everyone was frantically searching for the reason behind their actions and cleaning up any illicit dealings that could offend them. Indeed, one cannot underestimate the vigilance of a Pokémon researcher. Yamazaki, along with the three-headed evil dragon, appeared before Chen Ruo. Now, Yamazaki's true appearance was fully revealed. His hands were covered in scars, and his face resembled a burned victim, completely unrecognizable, all marred by tumors. To capture you, my appearance has been utterly destroyed by strong sulfuric acid, and all my fingerprints have been erased. If you escape again, wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? The organization was too powerful. Even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, he couldn't take the risk, so he destroyed all evidence. Regardless of his appearance or fingerprints, Chen Ruo released the Vacation King, his most formidable opponent. Yamazaki was at least a champion-level powerhouse. All of this is futile. Three-headed evil dragon, deal with it. The difference between a champion and those below is like two different worlds. The three-headed evil dragon struck directly, injuring the Vacation King severely. The Vacation King was no match for the three-headed evil dragon. Chen Ruo retracted the Vacation King, staring intently at Yamazaki. You have no benefit in holding me hostage, and it will offend the Sun organization. Is it worth it? No, you don't understand. You do not grasp the temptation of the fourth evolution of Pokémon. If we can master its secrets, we can rise to power. Yamazaki's eyes were filled with fervor. It was the feeling of a fanatic, as if he were possessed. As for the Sun organization, as long as I die, they will never know who did it. Ha! For the sake of my family, even if I die, it's worth it. Yamazaki acted as though he had lost his mind. Chen Ruo never expected Yamazaki to be so insane. No matter his horror towards the Sun organization, it had escalated to another level. Simply a possibility led such a powerful champion to ruin himself. According to his reasoning, even if he captured Chen Ruo, he wouldn't survive. To truly erase all traces, he must die. What Chen Ruo did not know was that aside from Yamazaki, the organization had always issued tasks in a single line, and with each task release, someone at the top would die. This meant that apart from Yamazaki and the highest task issuer, no one else knew of this news. All because he was a member of the Sun organization. The terror of the Sun organization was evident. So you handle matters very carefully, huh? Yamazaki proudly declared, of course. For this matter, we have already researched many things thoroughly. Countless plans have been devised. Following this, Yamazaki's pupils began to constrict. The one who just spoke was not Chen Ruo. At some unknown point, a man in black had appeared before Chen Ruo, shielding him behind himself. The man in black knelt on one knee, directly apologizing to Chen Ruo. It was our oversight that caused this situation, and we frightened you. Chen Ruo remained silent, somewhat astonished. It had been less than 10 minutes since his phone call, and these individuals had already arrived. How terrifying was this? Yamazaki trembled as he looked at the man in black. It's actually the executor personally taking action. How could it be the executor personally taking action? Yamazaki could hardly believe it. The executor of the Sun organization. A terrifying organization that everyone feared. Once the executor appeared, it signified that this matter would be thoroughly investigated. And to this day, there hadn't been a case the executor couldn't uncover. Perhaps realizing something, Yamazaki drew a handgun from his waist. His gun was not aimed at the executor or Chen Ruo. Instead, he aimed it directly at his own head and unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. You want to die? Did you ask me first? A shadow flashed and appeared directly behind Yamazaki. The judger did not grasp Yamazaki's hand. Instead, it was the bullet that had been fired. He appeared directly behind Yamazaki in an instant. Moreover, in merely a split second, he single-handedly caught the bullet shot by Yamazaki. This is something that simply cannot be achieved by human strength. The judger is undoubtedly a person with extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, such a feat would be impossible. For the judger, even seeking death before them is a kind of luxury. The judgers of the Sun organization are this tyrannical. If he wants you dead, no one can save you. But if he does not want you to die, you cannot even seek death. Yamazaki looked at the judger in despair. So, it is still like this. As expected of the judger. Even so, Yamazaki did not give up. He still intended to bite his tongue, to commit suicide. However, the judger's hand merely brushed against Yamazaki's chin, dislocating it, rendering him unable to even bite his tongue to end his life. After completing everything, the judger respectfully bowed to Chen Ruo. My lord. We will handle this matter. You need not worry at all. We will definitely handle it properly. Moreover, my lord, your status is immensely noble. Not even the Kanto Alliance can assert authority over you. Not even the Pokémon League headquarters has that power. No one can interfere with your matters. Chen Ruo looked into the judger's eyes and skeptically asked, what about the people within your organization? The judger did not hesitate in the slightest. No one can interfere with your choices. Not even the leader. Chen Ruo smiled a relaxed smile. He saw honesty in the judger's eyes, and he was not speaking falsehoods. After smiling, Chen Ruo became even more confused. What then does he represent for the Sun organization? Whose pawn is he really? In the pitch-black night, figures clad in black gathered around a manor. Inside the manor, an old man awakened, sensing a powerful presence approaching. Old buddy, I trouble you again. The old man directly threw out his pokeball, and a massive desert dragonfly took flight. The old man stood proudly atop the desert dragonfly. Who dares disturb the Zumux family? Before he could continue his threats, he saw a row of black-clad men standing not far away. The old man's teeth trembled. Judger. There were nearly 3 squads of judgers. What kind of treatment is this? To know that at that time, a particularly powerful organization provoked the Sun organization, and they only sent 1 squad of 8 judgers to obliterate them. And what qualifications does his Zumux family have to make 3 squads of judgers come knocking? The old man laughed a laugh full of powerlessness. His Zumux family is doomed today. 3 squads of judgers. What sins have they committed? The leading judger looked at the list in his hand. Participants include the Zumux family, and not a single one will be spared. One by one, terrifying Pokémon emerged, directly launching attacks against the entire Zumux family. The old man resisted for less than 10 seconds before being overwhelmed by a barrage of skills. Each skill hitting the small hill could flatten it. Now nearly 30 individuals were attacking the Zumux family. This was outright slaughter. 10 minutes passed, and all the judgers vanished. Where the Zumux family once stood, even the foundation had sunk down. Only a deep pit of several meters was left. The entire Zumux family had disappeared, and it took merely 10 minutes. Yet the Sun organization had no intention of stopping. They would pursue to the end. This was what the mysterious leader had decreed. Any family, even slightly related to this matter, would not be spared. All organizations had been warned beforehand, and yet some still took it lightly, then let their blood awaken them. In just one night, the judgers nearly swept through the entire Kanto region. They annihilated 14 small families and 6 large families, and even a top-tier force. That night, the judgers caused panic throughout the Kanto region. They spilled rivers of blood. No one counted how many people were killed that night, nor did anyone dare to count. Those who dared to touch the Sun organization's reverse scale would face this fate. The tremors. The entire alliance was shaken. Countless organizations fell into panic. Those were complete madmen. But who would dare say anything in the face of absolute power? In just that one night, 3 squads, 3 captains, and 24 members were dispatched, equivalent to 3 top-tier kings, even Quasa champions, and 24 lower-level kings. Moreover, no one knew how many members there were in the Sun organization's judger teams. Not only that aside from the judgers, there were also the orderers, leaders. The most terrifying were those leaders. Each one was a terrifying existence at the level of ancient beings. It is said that the elder who holds the greatest power at Pokémon League headquarters is one of the leaders of the Sun, and such leaders the Sun organization has more than 3 publicly known. Who would dare to antagonize the Sun organization unless they were tired of living? No one dared to intervene, not even the publicly recognized top force the Pokémon League remained silent, and the Junsha clan, which upholds justice and order, also said nothing. This is the Sun organization, the unsung emperor of this world. The matter has been taken care of. Rest assured that no one will dare to lay a hand on you again. Chen Ruo had just picked up the phone when the voice on the other end directly came through. A night had passed, and the entire Sun organization had arranged everything. Chen Ruo did not say much. He now had no doubt about the strength of the Sun organization. Although he did not know many of the ins and outs, the way Yamazaki treated even an ordinary judger of the Sun organization revealed many issues. Thank you, I have seen your sincerity. If there is anything, you can contact me at any time. Chen Ruo made a not insignificant promise. You are too kind. Being able to relieve your worries is also the meaning of our existence. The person on the other end of the phone appeared very polite. If outsiders were to see this, they would surely be dumbfounded. This is an extremely powerful leader, even a being of the ancient monster level. How could a leader have such an attitude towards Chen Ruo? If this were to be said out loud, no one would believe it. Among the 3 known leaders, one is the Grand Elder of the Pokémon Alliance headquarters. One is the head of a powerful family, and the identity of the last one is unknown. All that is known is that he is the emperor of the underground forces. His identity is like a riddle shrouded in mystery. No one can uncover any information about him. This speaks volumes about the extraordinary nature of the leaders. Each leader can be said to exist at the pinnacle of power. This is the most terrifying aspect of Sun. Chen Ruo hung up the phone and stretched as if nothing had happened before. This time the speed of the Sun organization made him completely believe in its strength. Even if he was merely a pawn, he was still a crucial one. He was not far from the Kuyu Dojo, so Chen Ruo decided to head directly to the Kuyu Dojo. In Kuyu City, the dojo is the Kuyu Dojo, and the dojo master within is the electric-type Pokemon trainer Majishur. Majishur is not just the dojo trainer of Kuyu City. He is also a special operations member of Team Rocket. Thinking of this made Chen Ruo want to laugh. The Pokemon dojos throughout the Kanto region can be completely said to be Team Rocket's Pokemon dojos. The trainer of the Qianhong City Dojo, Eiju, special operations member of Team Rocket. The trainer of the Huangjin City Dojo, Nazi, special operations member of Team Rocket. The trainer of the Kuyu City Dojo, Majishur, special operations member of Team Rocket. The trainer of the Chongpan City Dojo, Banmu, the leader of Team Rocket. The trainer of the Honglian Dojo, Xiaobo, former member of Team Rocket. The remaining 3 dojo trainers unrelated to Team Rocket are from the Nibi Dojo and the Hualan Dojo. This is a complete disgrace for the dojo community. It can be said that apart from the Rainbow Dojo trainer Li Jia, there is not a single normal dojo trainer in the Kanto region. Oh, guys, let's cheer up. Majishur, dressed in a military green vest that showcased his muscular physique, shouted on stage. Below the stage, there were all sorts of young trainers sporting various punk hairstyles. This place could easily rival the Hualan Dojo. It was entirely like a bar and dance hall. Oh, here comes another young fellow. Let's cheer together. Majishur jumped right in front of Chen Ruo, standing upright and looking down at him. Chen Ruo was about 1.8 meters tall. Standing in front of Majishur made him look like a child. Majishur stood over 2 meters tall. He looked like a small giant. He familiarized himself by patting Chen Ruo's shoulder. Kid, are you here to join our party? Chen Ruo brushed off Ma Zishi's hand, rubbing his somewhat sore shoulder. No, I'm here to challenge the dojo. Ma Zishi's smile faded, becoming very serious. Although he looked quite unreliable, he was extremely serious towards challengers. Kid, are you sure you're ready? Ma Zishi's booming voice made Chen Ruo's ears ache. Yes, I'm ready. Chen Ruo naturally didn't think that the Kuyu Dojo would pose a significant challenge. All right, then let's do this. Majishur jumped onto the arena. The battle at the Kuyu City Dojo is about to begin. The challenger is Chen Ruo from Jinshin Town. The match rules are 3v3, and the first side to lose all combat capability will lose. The match begins. Go Electabuzz. Majishur sent out Electabuzz. Chen Ruo was stunned. Logically, Ma Zishi's Pokemon should be Raichu, Thunderball, and Pikachu. Why did he suddenly send out such a powerful Pokemon like Electabuzz? Majishur looked at Chen Ruo and laughed. You are indeed a formidable opponent. the star trainer, Chen Ruo, master of Pokemon battles, the #1 new generation Pokemon trainer. I will not underestimate you. If it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't use Electabuzz, but against you I can't afford to be careless. Ma Zhishe spoke as if he could see through Chen Ruo's confusion. Indeed, Ma Zhishe was not lying. He always called other trainers baby, but calling Chen Ruo kid already showed he held him in high regard. Even Li Yi, ranked second, was referred to as baby in the video of his battle against Ma Zhishe. It was said that the usually calm Li Yi was somewhat gritting his teeth. Chen Ruo said nothing and directly released his Gible. His Gible was on the brink of evolution. This challenge to Kuyu City was also a means to train Gible. Once Gible successfully evolves in a Gabite, it can keep up with the pace of the tournament, and by then, it will be a mainstay Pokemon for challenging the Kanto Alliance. Gible use Metal Claw. First, be careful to avoid attacks like Thunder Wave. Don't get paralyzed. That would be Chen Ruo called out. Ma Zhishe laughed heartily. Electabuzz used Thunder Wave. Electabuzz, a powerful electric-type Pokemon, filled the entire arena with dense thunder waves. Chen Ruo's lips curled into a smile. This is the wordplay. He said that being hit by Thunder Wave would be troublesome. In a rush, Ma Zhishe had not considered that Gible was a ground-type, rendering electric-type moves completely ineffective against him. And this was a guide through words. It was all an intentional trap for Ma Zhishe. Gible now. Use Earthquake. The Thunder Wave struck Gible and was directly transmitted underground, having no effect on Gible whatsoever, let alone getting paralyzed. Electric-type moves have no effect on ground types. As the ground began to quake violently, Electabuzz let out a pained roar. People nearby looked at Chen Ruo with admiration. As expected of the master of Pokemon battle art, with just a few words he completely ensnared a seasoned Pokemon trainer like Ma Zhishe. Ma Zhishe looked at Chen Ruo with admiration. Kid, you really are remarkable. You deserve the title of master of Pokemon battle art. However, thinking you can defeat me, Ma Zhishe, is a bit too simple. Chen Ruo maintained a calm expression. Facing Gible, all electric-type moves would be ineffective. With his commanding ability, he didn't think Electabuzz could pose much of a challenge. Do you think my Electric Beast only possesses Electric-type skills? How naive. Electric Beast used Sonic Punch. Ma Zhishe also chuckled. If he had no way to counter the ground type, he would have been obliterated long ago. Chen Ruo found it strange as well. Being able to seal the Electric Beast's Electric-type skills was already impressive. He certainly wouldn't naively believe that Ma Zhishe was that simple. Ugela used Mountain Press. The Electric Beast sent Ugela flying with a single punch, without Ugela even getting the chance to execute Mountain Press. Chen Ruo shook his head. It was indeed a bit too forced. The first form of Ugela was still far too inferior compared to the third form of the Electric Beast. However, Chen Ruo still did not recall Ugela, allowing it to endure the pressure from the Electric Beast. If it could successfully break through to Shigila, it would become immensely stronger. Ugela, break through yourself. Use Mountain Press. I believe you can do it. Ugela charged forward with a determined expression towards the Electric Beast. However, in a mere instant, the Electric Beast appeared behind Ugela and sent it flying with a punch. The gap between the Electric Beast and Ugela was still far too great. Ugela felt like a sandbag in the hands of the Electric Beast. Although the Electric Beast didn't use its powerful Electric-type skills, it completely subdued Ugela with mere punch techniques. Ugela was no match for the Electric Beast, being hit as if it were a small boat swaying in the water at risk of capsizing at any moment. Ugela desperately tried to counterattack, but it was utterly incapable. Time, and again it was sent flying only to stand up again. Chen Ruo looked at Ugela with a hint of sympathy. Come back, Ugela. However, Ugela broke free, unwilling to return to its Pokeball. Ugela charged at the Electric Beast once more. It didn't want to disappoint Chen Ruo. It had seen the hope in Chen Ruo's eyes for its evolution. It didn't want to let Chen Ruo down. Though it didn't know why, it simply wanted to avoid disappointing Chen Ruo. From a moment it first saw Chen Ruo, it felt an intimate connection. The reason it wanted to evolve was that it didn't want to see disappointment in Chen Ruo's eyes. Chen Ruo understood. He saw the determination in Ugela's eyes. Chen Ruo recalled the Pokeball and no longer gave commands. Perhaps this is the charm of Pokemon. Each Pokemon is a living being. They have their own thoughts, their own joys and sorrows. And this time Chen Ruo chose to trust Ugela. He entrusted everything to Ugela's own choices. He didn't even give commands. Ugela was stubborn, repeatedly using Mountain Press against the Electric Beast. Yet the Electric Beast paid it no mind. It continuously sent Ugela flying. Ugela was merely a living target with no means of resistance before the Electric Beast. Before long, Ugela was battered and bruised, barely able to stand as it slowly approached the Electric Beast. Its unyielding demeanor left all the onlookers in awe. This was a completely indomitable will. Even Ma Zhishe admired Ugela greatly. Generally, he despised unevolved Pokemon, but Ugela truly won his affection. A Pokemon like Ugela with such a strong will was impossible not to like. Ma Zhisher shook his head and said, Ugela, just give up. You can't possibly be a match for the electric beast. Yet Ugela ignored Ma Zishi's words and continued to step towards the electric beast. The electric beast also shook its head but still delivered a powerful punch directly at Ugela. Ugela's body crashed heavily to the ground, and it took a long time before it managed to get back up and slowly approach the electric beast. The electric beast showed no mercy. That was also a form of respect for Ugela. It landed another heavy punch on Ugela, sending it flying, and this time it did not get back up. Everyone watched Ugela, hoping it could stand up. However, Ugela could not get back up. The referee looked at Ugela and couldn't help but shake his head, preparing to announce the result. Ugela had truly given its all. Anyone could see its effort. Yet to everyone's surprise, Ugela stood up once more. Everyone cheered. They cheered for Ugela. It was as if Chen Ruo had already won this gym battle. However, just as it stood up, Ugela collapsed to the ground, losing its ability to battle. Chen Ruo recalled Ugela. This time, Ugela had truly done its best. It was still in its juvenile stage, and facing a fully evolved electric beast, it was naturally no match. Although Ugela worked hard, it still failed to evolve. That's just the reality. Sometimes effort alone isn't enough, and Chen Ruo could fully accept that outcome. Chen Ruo had no dissatisfaction. He directly released Charmeleon. Charmeleon was also on the verge of evolution. As long as it could evolve into Charizard, it would become a significant force. Not only that, but it would also fill the gap in Chen Ruo's team for the flying type. Charmeleon, it's your turn. Let's work hard together with Ugela's spirit. Charmeleon looked at the electric beast with fierce determination, as if it wanted to devour it whole. The electric beast showed no signs of intimidation, staring at Charmeleon with a commanding presence. Chen Ruo felt that this electric beast was like Ma Zishi's main team member. It was entirely different from an ordinary electric beast. Ma Zhisher looked at Charmeleon and smiled. Another unevolved baby, huh? Electric beast, give it a good lesson. Charmeleon, use flamethrower. Chen Ruo showed no fear, directly commanding Charmeleon to charge forward. As Chen Ruo challenged the dojo, changes were also occurring in the outside world. In the real world, on a certain island, the entire land seemed to be in a cataclysm, with mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. An armored arm also extended out. It was impossible to discern what kind of marvelous creature it was. This strange creature had its eyes tightly shut, its mind in utter chaos. Some scattered memories began to surface, appearing in its mind. Within its memories, an island also emerged. This place is called Shenlong Island. What is most crucial is that it has grasped the rules of Shenlong Island. It is an artificial cradle for marvelous creatures, and as long as one possesses specific genes within their body, they can evolve here. Every month, a type of medicine is distributed on the island, and a ruler is determined. Only the ruler who consumes the medicine will be taken away by that group of strange people. The others will die. This month's medicine was acquired by a fire dragon that had slain a fossil pterosaur. This fire dragon is among the strongest of all the artificially gene-modified creatures on Shenlong Island. Originally, it was merely a fire dinosaur with a small amount of genes, one of the weakest on Shenlong Island. Yet through an extraordinary battle instinct, this fire dragon became the ruler of Shenlong Island. Although it was an artificially gene-modified creature, it had been enhancing its close combat abilities, gradually transforming into a form more suited for melee combat with wings, allowing it to fight in all environments. At the moment it became the ruler, the fire dragon was revered as a tyrant by all the artificially gene-modified creatures on Shenlong Island. All rulers are taken away by the mysterious individuals, and after the tyrant, Shenlong Island fell into a frenzy of slaughter, with everyone trying to survive. Currently the strongest on Shenlong Island is a giant named Jumin, a fossil pterosaur several hundred meters long with 3 dragon heads. Though the fossil pterosaur is the strongest, it cannot exert the same pressure over Shenlong Island as the tyrant. The only other challengers are the violent salamander and the fierce bite land shark. In its memories, although it had left the ranks of the lowest artificially gene-modified creatures, it did not mean it was safe. In fact, it was even more dangerous. On Shenlong Island, the most perilous were not the weakest or the strongest, but those trapped in between. The 2 weak, artificially gene-modified creatures are looked down upon by the strong, while the 2 strong are not seen as prey, and no one can guarantee a successful hunt, thus they would not attack easily. Those caught in the middle are simply unfortunate, essentially becoming food for the strong. Since entering this tier, it understood that its survival without becoming food for higher-tier, artificially gene-modified creatures was thanks to its understanding of their characteristics. However, artificially gene-modified creatures have a very obvious flaw: they are extremely proud. Moreover, higher-tier, artificially gene-modified creatures possess an extremely strong territorial instinct. The area surrounding where a high-tier, artificially gene-modified creature rests naturally belongs to them. Due to their powerful territorial awareness, everything within their territory is regarded as theirs, and any higher-tier artificially gene-modified creature that intrudes is seen as an invader, provoking fierce battles between the two. The area it occupies is on the edge of the territories of 3 high-tier, artificially gene-modified creatures. If a high-tier creature were to hunt it only needs to flee into the territory of another high-tier creature to be safe. High-tier artificially gene-modified creatures never pay attention to mid-tier ones. In their eyes, these are merely their food. As long as they are within their territory, they will eventually become their food, and since they are unwilling to exert effort to hunt, it has successfully survived until now. It's silently calculated, last time I went to territory number 2, this time I should go to territory number 3. Although high-tier artificially gene-modified creatures do not place much importance on mid-tier ones, they do not allow random slaughter. Generally, they will first consume the more aggressive mid-tier creatures, as these could be the next competitors. Additionally, they fear that killing too many mid-tier creatures will reduce the food supply in their territory. Number 3 is a rogue crocodile, the one high-tier artificially gene-modified creature it feels most at ease with. The rogue crocodile is quite lazy, mostly avoiding hunting, spending 60% of its time resting. Upon reaching the rogue crocodile's territory, it concealed its presence and curled its body, resembling a small worm ready for slaughter. The feeding strategy on Shenlong Island is to first show weakness. One must not scare others away. If one frightens them off, that would be disastrous. It moved swiftly, casually sensing its surroundings, and crawled towards an area that responded to its senses. This was a mid-tier creature. It had strong experience dealing with such beings, feigning panic upon seeing a Venusaur, immediately turning around to flee. The Venusaur was overjoyed as it seemed this cold serpent was being pursued by some creature and had stumbled upon itself in a panic. The Venusaur chased after the cold serpent it had transformed into. It feigned shock, emitting a hissing sound to intimidate the Venusaur. Are you seeking death? The Venusaur felt more reassured. On Shenlong Island, everyone knows the saying, those who scream are not fierce, and those who are fierce do not scream. When the Venusaur was not far from it, just a few breaths away from being caught, it suddenly moved, kicking towards the Venusaur's face, its arm striking the Venusaur's body. The Venusaur had not anticipated such a sudden change, and was caught completely off guard, receiving The Venusaur's sprinting speed was remarkable, but under this unexpected attack, it lost its balance and fell to the ground, the tremendous impact shattering a large area of forest. It would not give the Venusaur a chance to catch its breath, swiftly moving in to pin the Venusaur's body down, wrapping it tightly, while destroying everything around as if it cost nothing, smashing onto the Venusaur. This Venusaur became its prey, completely lacking the power to resist. It chose not to devour the Venusaur, directly sensing it was just a bit short of breaking into the ranks of high-tier, artificially gene-modified creatures. With the Venusaur's corpse on its back, it quickly retreated to its lair. Back at its lair, it retrieved the Venusaur's corpse from its spatial storage and bit down on it. Since the first day it arrived, it had realized it had lost its sense of taste. For it, entering the mouth of an artificially gene-modified creature felt like consuming energy, which was then transformed into the energy its body lacked and distributed throughout, reaching a critical point for a qualitative change, which is evolution. The eyes of the creatures on the island began to open slightly. They remained somewhat dazed, but it seemed they recalled. Its name seemed to be Gai Nuo Sai Kote. Genesect opened its eyes. The entire sky seemed to be pierced by its gaze. Who is it? It is Genesect, the strongest hunter. Genesect. Genesect recalled its experiences on Dragon Island. Humans, all humans. It never wished to become the strongest hunter. It was those people who pushed it to become the strongest hunter. A killing machine that embodies destruction and slaughter. Moreover, in the end, the war subsided. Had it not been vigilant, it would have been destroyed long ago. Even if it barely survived, it sustained severe injuries and fell into a deep slumber. This sleep lasted for countless ages. Only now did it awaken. Genesect stood up, shaking its rusty body and shaking off the dust that I am Genesect, the strongest hunter. Flames erupted from Genesect's feet as it soared from the small. Then it unleashed a destructive beam that annihilated the entire island. This is the might of a divine beast. Divine beasts are called so because they possess powers far beyond ordinary Pokémon. Genesect clutched its head in agony. Its consciousness became hazy again, as if it had fallen into a strange state. This is North Aozhou. Genesect seemed to lose its awareness, its eyes turning blood red. It attacked the island in a frenzy, causing the entire sea to churn. Countless creatures fled in panic. Even the once mighty Pokémon were on the run. Verfa remained shall die. In its madness, Genesect showed no restraint, attacking with all its might. Satellites in the sky captured this terrifying scene, causing the entire Arctic Sea to tremble. North Aozhou Scala. Scala is a major nation close to the Arctic Sea with immense national power. Oh my god, what is that thing? It is simply terrifying. The power contained within its body is on par with the energy released by a nuclear explosion. What kind of Pokemon is this? The entire Arctic Sea is shaking. The high-ranking officials of Scala were filled with existential doubt. What on earth is this thing? It is too horrifying. Each beam it fires seems capable of piercing. This is bad. It's heading towards the coastline of Scala. The people nearby were terrified. We cannot let it reach our Scala territory. Stop it. A high-ranking official directly issued the command. The whole of Scala fell into a state of war preparedness. Countless weapons were activated. A row of immensely powerful missiles were ready to be launched at any moment. Meanwhile, the chaotic Genesect continued to approach Scala, unconsciously, completely unaware of the tense atmosphere. It's about to enter our territory. Should we attack? No. Wait a little longer. Let's get a bit close. Genesect remained in a daze. As it officially stepped into the attack range, countless missiles were launched. In an instant, Genesect was struck by numerous missiles. A wave of energy surged, obscuring the situation within. However, under such an extent of attack, no one believed Genesect could survive. What a false alarm. But its destructive power is indeed formidable. The commanding official of Scala let out a sigh of relief. No, General, is not dead. Amidst the heat wave, a beam of light shot out. Its target was the defensive structures that had just attacked it. Genesect's eyes were completely consumed by a blood-red glow. It now knew only slaughter. It was born for killing. During this process, consciousness gradually emerged, yet it did not hinder its terrifying combat instinct. Faster than ever. It was impossible to see with the naked eye. All that could be seen was a beam of light sweeping past, causing numerous defensive structures to explode. No one could see how it attacked. It initially acted mindlessly in destruction, but now its instincts completely suppressed its consciousness. This version of Genesect is the most terrifying killing machine. Damn it, where's the third fleet? Isn't the third fleet stationed there? Quickly send the third fleet to attack. Emer was the one who had just given the command. Now he was panicking. Sir, the third fleet has been completely wiped out. Not a single survivor. Emer was stunned. The elite third fleet was gone just like that. Sir, it has already entered our territory. The aide beside him was filled with terror. At all costs, this is a disaster. Not just for humanity. Countless Pokémon that have manifested in this world are also dying. Genesect attacks are indiscriminate, battling solely on instinct. Scala utilized nearly all its offensive measures, yet could not halt Genesect's advance. A full 30% of the nation's territory had already been bombarded by Genesect. Deploy nuclear weapons. Emer appeared utterly defeated. General, no, that is Karl King's city. You will face a military tribunal. The aide also began to advise against it. However, Emer was resolute. If I command you to use it, then you use it. Deploying nuclear weapons on one's own territory, he would surely be recorded in the annals of history. But probably wouldn't be a good reputation. With this thought, Emer smiled self-deprecatingly. A terrifying explosion erupted, shaking the entire North Aojo. The violent flames turned half of Scala into scorched earth. A wasteland filled with ruins. This is the disaster caused by the arrival of the Pokémon world. Emer looked at the satellite map, showing half of the territory turned to ruins, and couldn't help but clutch his head in pain. This is finally over. In just 10 minutes, 130,000 square kilometers of Scala turned to ruins. Countless lives lost. This is a nightmare. If he had deployed nuclear weapons earlier, this problem wouldn't have arisen. It was his hesitation that led to countless deaths. The technology in the Pokémon world is incredibly advanced, even researching spatial teleportation technology. Genesect has destroyed cities in original films, and had it not been for Mutwo, the entire city would have been reduced to ruins. Even Mutwo used its ultimate form, and Genesect has not yet unleashed its full power, which illustrates just how powerful it is. This may seem exaggerated, but I hope everyone can understand. Amid the consuming flames, Gai Nua, Sai, Kute did not perish. Its consciousness slowly returned, slipping back into memories of Long Dao. The corpse of Miao Hua Hua transmuted into the purest genetic energy and poured into Gai Nua, Sai, Kute's body. It felt its whole form swell with pain as it writhed desperately. Its defenses gave way, our armor plates flaked off in sheets, and before long, Gai Nua, Sai, Kute's once imposing chassis lay broken into fragments. Then the genetic energy reshaped its body, refining it into a more perfect form. Tiny metallic plates sprouted across Gai Nua, Sai, Kute's frame like scales. They covered its entire body, then multiplied until they fused into a seamless shell, the hue shifting from translucent silver-white to a purplish crimson that gleamed with metallic luster. These were merely the most basic outward changes. Only now could Gai Nua, Sai Kute be considered a high-grade genetic organism. This did not mean the metamorphosis was complete. The most crucial phase followed as the body fully formed. A terrible power surged in a Gai Nuo Saikute, and it was forced to make a choice. There were two paths of evolution, one leaning toward special attack, the other toward physical attack. In the end, they might reach similar summits, but the early divergence shaped their development. The special attack route favored wide-ranging strikes while retaining stout bodies. The physical attack route sacrificed long-range offense for peerless close combat prowess and fighting instinct. Gai Nuo Saikute hesitated little. It funneled the energy into its form and honed itself. Its manner of combat resolved toward physical attack, for only by surviving could it grow stronger. Under the influx of energy, its body began to transform. Internal forces were channeled into its flesh as it reconfigured. Only by fitting more power into the same frame could it become mightier. What followed was an endless season of it slaughtered every Pokémon on the island, absorbing all genetic energies into itself and becoming the truest, most formidable hunter. It was then retrieved from Shenlongdao by a group of mysterious men, becoming the only genetic specimen ever to leave. Only then did it learn it had been regarded as scrap in the research program. Thrown carelessly onto Longdao, no one expected it would fight its way out and become the very weapon those men sought for war. The world was awash in war, and Gai Nuo Saikute was born for battle. It quickly struck terror into all who faced it. That faction rose to dominance because of it, and in time those men discovered that Gai Nuo Saikute had developed self-awareness. Panic seized them. After luring Gai Nuo Saikute into a death trap, they unleashed ceaseless bombardment. It was captured. Instead of killing it, they experimented on it, relentlessly attempting to create mindless substitutes. It seized an opportunity and escaped, then plunged into endless slaughter. In the real world, Gai Nuo Saikute came to. It sat cross-legged, piecing together what it had done from fractured memories. A pale green crystalline shell unfolded around its ceiling, it completely within. Its consciousness remained muddled. Fearing a repeat of its past deeds, it chose to seal itself away. The Sikala incident was exposed. It could not be concealed. Half of Sikala lay in ruins, and the culprit seemed not dead after all. It had merely fallen into slumber. Immediately, the great powers convened a joint council. One day, the sleeping Gai Nuo Saikute would awaken. What then? Would they simply await death? Even nuclear weapons could not eliminate Gai Nuo Saikute. There was no known way to destroy it. The world plunged into chaos. The consequences of the Pokémon world spilling into reality were at last evident. Chen Ruo, however, knew nothing of these reports. He was still dueling Ma Ji-Shi. Pinnacle used Jet Flame. Chen Ruo's face lit with excitement. Jila had not evolved, but during the clash with Diengmo, Shou Huakong Long transformed into an immensely powerful Pinnacle Long. Ma Ji-Shi praised Chen Ruo. You are perhaps the strongest Pokemon trainer I have seen among the new gen, but that's all there is to it. Diengmo, Shou used Thunder. Pinnacle Long smokescreen. Evade the thunder. Hidden by the smoke, the thunder could not possibly hit Pinnacle Long. Pinnacle Long burst from the mist, its searing flames reducing Diengmo, Shou to anguished screams. Under the onslaught, Diengmo, Shou teetered on the brink of death. Pinnacle Long remained indomitable. By now, Chen Ruo's team was essentially assembled. Whether Pinnacle Long or Qin Jia Wang, each could stand on its own. Moreover, Jila was no slouch. If Chen Ruo were to capture that Jia Hirenhua, now he would be invincible. He had coveted that Jia Hirenhua for a long time. A shiny purple variant Jia Hirenhua of exceptional aptitude. Failing to capture, it would be folly. Kid, you won. This badge is rightly yours. Ma Ji-Shi drew out the Lei Dian badge and handed it to Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo, puzzled, said, wasn't it supposed to be 3 and 3? Ma Ji-Shi laughed, with your strength you fully deserve this Lei Dian badge. Moreover, the Diengmo Shou you defeated was my main Pokemon. You have one. Ma Ji-Shi warmly patted Chen Ruo's shoulder, leaving him bewildered, entirely unlike the Ma Ji-Shi described by others. According to the forums, Ma Ji-Shi was ferocious and heavy-handed. New challengers' Pokemon would often be gravely injured, yet Chen Ruo felt none of that. Instead, he found Ma Ji-Shi unusually friendly, which left him baffled. Kid, this is the skill book, for sure. 1. Fu Te 100,000 volts. If you have electric-type Pokemon, they can learn it. Ma Ji-Shi produced a skill book and tossed it to Chen Ruo. Wearing a dazed expression, Chen Ruo took the badge and the book and left Ku Yi Dao Guan feeling as if Ma Ji-Shi had seen off a harbinger of doom. After Chen Ruo left, Ma Ji-Shi wiped the sweat off his forehead. He was extremely tense during the battle, with Chen Ruo fearing to offend him. Given his status, he naturally knew how terrifying the group of lunatics behind Chen Ruo could be. He was afraid that offending this young master would lead to extermination by that group. It could be said that every faction at the level of cadre knew who Chen Ruo was. The organization spent an entire night hunting because of him. In such a precarious position, who would dare to touch this bad luck? The upper management's attitude towards Chen Ruo was unanimous. They would all back down upon seeing him. Absolutely do not provoke him. If one made an enemy of Chen Ruo, and he held a grudge, it would not just be a matter of losing face. As Chen Ruo exited from Withered Leaf City, he was stopped by a man in plain clothes. This person's attire was identical to that of Yamazaki from before. If nothing went wrong, he should be from the Dr. Chen Ruo, we sincerely apologize for the incident with Yamazaki. We have already handled it. This is our token of goodwill. After speaking, the league staff directly handed Chen Ruo a cloth bag. Chen Ruo opened the bag and was taken aback. Inside was a complete set of Fire-type Pokemon skill books. Your Charmeleon has just evolved into a Charizard. This is our gift to congratulate you. Please accept it. Chen Ruo was not one to be indecisive and directly accepted the gift. What, Yamazaki? I don't know. The league steward laughed as Chen Ruo's attitude had made everything clear. Then we won't disturb you further. Here are tickets for the ST. Anu, you will need this. Chen Ruo was indeed going to challenge other gyms next, and he needed the ticket, so he accepted it without refusal. Thank you very much. The ST. Anu is an extremely luxurious cruise ship arriving at Withered Leaf City once a month. According to Chen Ruo, it seems the ST. Anu had just passed through Withered Leaf City a few days ago. Chen Ruo couldn't be bothered to verify the contents, so he boarded the ST. Anu directly. His ticket was even for the VIP cabin, the best luxurious presidential suite on the ship. On the entire ST. Anu, countless trainers were battling or exchanging Pokemon. Chen Ruo enjoyed this feeling very relaxed with the sea breeze. Chen Ruo, bro. A familiar voice rang in Chen Ruo's ears. Turning around, he saw a boy with a Pikachu. Chen Ruo also smiled at Ash. Indeed, this was the Ash from the original story. Chen Ruo met Ash on his first day in Pallet Town. The relationship between Chen Ruo and Ash was quite good. He had the advantage of foresight, having gained the favor of Ash and Professor Oak when others were not even paying attention. Behind Ash was a seemingly healthy gray-skinned boy and a very sunny girl. This should be the trio from the original story. The plotline of this world was exactly as Chen Ruo perceived. Are these your friends? Chen Ruo smiled at Ash. Ash nodded vigorously. Yeah, this is Misty and this is Brock. Misty and Brock, this is brother Chen Ruo, a very good brother. Brock looked at Chen Ruo and respectfully extended his hands. Chen Ruo, the #1 new generation Pokemon trainer. I have watched the video of you battling against my dad. You are truly strong. The Pokemon Forum can be viewed not only by people in the real world, but also by people in this world. It was quite normal for Brock to recognize a star trainer like Chen Ruo. Ash, who was beside them, finally realized, looking at Chen Ruo in surprise. Wow, brother Chen Ruo, you're actually this amazing. Misty also appeared somewhat speechless. Don't you even check the Pokemon trainer rankings? The strongest new Pokemon trainer is definitely him. Perhaps thinking of something, Ash, full of spirit, addressed Chen Ruo. Brother Ruo, come on, let's have a Pokemon battle. Chen Ruo did not refuse, as he was also curious about Ash's current strength. All right, let's go. Go Pikachu. Ash immediately sent out Pikachu. Chen Ruo did not hold back either. He sent out his King of Leave. This time, he wanted to understand the uniqueness of Pikachu. Ash's Pikachu had always been a mysterious existence. It was basically never normal. It could easily defeat Pokemon like Charizard and Gyarados, yet it could also be defeated by Pokemon like Pidgey, and before Ash and Chen Ruo could start their battle, the entire ST. Anu began to shake violently. Everyone lost control of their bodies and fell to the ground. Chen Ruo immediately released Charizard and jumped onto its back. What terrible luck! Chen Ruo was also amused as they encountered a whirlpool. Moreover, it was a gigantic whirlpool that even the ST. Anu could not escape. Warning! Warning! Due to the ocean whirlpool, the ST. Anu has run aground. All trainers prepare for evacuation. The alarm on the ST. Anu rang, and to make matters worse, the entire sky darkened. A storm. Chen Ruo was too exhausted to complain. This was the kind of luck that could win the lottery. Brother Ruo, Ash, Misty, and Brock were all waving at Chen Ruo from the back of their Dragonite. Chen Ruo descended directly, as flying in such stormy weather was simply impossible. Only Pokemon like Dragonite could navigate through the storm. At the Pokemon Center, the league staff member Camus, who had previously given Chen Ruo the ST and a ticket, was resting. Now, playing a message, the ST. Anu cruise ship has run aground at sea due to encountering a large whirlpool and is facing a storm. Pokemon trainers with water-type Pokemon, please come to assist. The ST. Anu cruise ship. Camus was taken aback when he heard this. He wished he could slap himself. The ticket he had just given to Chen Ruo seemed to be for the ST. Anu. Not only that, but it appeared Chen Ruo did not have a water-type Pokemon. Thinking about the consequences, Camus felt like he was going crazy. Boss, I gave that guy a ticket for the ST. Anu, and now the ST. Anu cruise ship is sinking. Camus directly made the call. The person on the other end of the line was also nearly going crazy upon hearing. Yamazaki was previously his person, and since such an incident had occurred, it was already a miracle he had not been held accountable. Now, he had originally meant to please Chen Ruo, but instead, he had put him in danger. I'm telling you, find him at all costs. Otherwise, we will both die. Do you understand? The voice of the league's upper management on the other end was breaking, as this matter was too shocking. It was difficult for him to accept. On the sea, the storm continued to rage. The waves surged relentlessly, as if the entire ocean was about to be overturned. As the holy Anu began to sink, cries and desperate wails intertwined into a cacophony. Not all Pokémon trainers possess water-type Pokémon. Even fewer water-type Pokémon can carry people through storms and colossal waves. Those capable of such feats are all extraordinarily powerful Pokémon. Most other trainers can only be swallowed by the waves and swept away by the storm. Before nature, humanity still appears too fragile. Divine beasts are considered divine because they possess the power to conquer nature. At this moment, Chen Ruo felt it was necessary to find a Pokémon capable of traveling across the sea. If it weren't for Xiao Ji having a Dragonair, he might not have survived this ordeal. The storm continued to sweep through, and the whirlpool on the sea grew increasingly violent. It truly was a case of misfortune compounding. Xiao Ji, look ahead, shouted Xiao Gang beside him. Chen Ruo's gaze shifted, and a towering wave bore down upon them. With no other options, Chen Ruo could only shout, "Everyone hold on tight. Don't let the wind and waves separate us." Then the tempest ruthlessly crashed upon them. "Hurry, take me to the site of the accident." A man in a light blue suit was drenched in sweat, his back soaked through. Indeed, he was not soaked by sea or rainwater, but had been drenched in sweat long before arriving. He was a high-ranking official from the Alliance who had sent Chen Ruo the tickets for the Holy Anu. The previous Yamazaki was also under his management. Although Yamazaki had no direct connection to him, sending the tickets for the Holy Anu was truly his intent. He knew this was a coincidence, but would others believe it? The luxurious cruise ship Holy Anu had been sailing smoothly for so long, and now it had encountered trouble. Who would believe such a coincidence? Remembering the methods of the enforcers, Ji Mu felt like crying. This truly was a coincidence. He just feared Chen Ruo would hold him accountable, or he would have kept his distance. Camus was also sweating profusely, urging his Pidgeot to move faster. "Master, we're almost there, but the storm makes it impossible for Pidgeot to enter." Without a word, Camus leapt into action, directly releasing a Wylord. He sped toward the site of the Holy Anus accident, where the wreckage was already visible. "Master! I call you Master. You absolutely must be safe." Ji Mu was frantic with urgency. Arriving at the site of the Holy Anus accident, Ji Mu threw out a Pokeball. Ducklet used Sunny Day. With Ji Mu's Ducklet was incredibly powerful. It was his ace Pokemon. The sunny day it used could directly influence the weather, gradually weakening the storm above. Ducklet, keep using Sunny Day until the storm fully dissipates. Wailord, use all your strength to calm the whirlpool below. With the efforts of Wylord and Ducklet, the storm gradually subsided, and even the whirlpool below. At this point, Ji Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the sea was utterly empty, with only remnants of broken ship fragments remaining. He didn't even see any bodies underwater. Apazald Grunt arose besides him. He turned his body, stiffening instantly. Behind him stood a man in a light blue embroidered flowing robe, quietly observing. "Leader." Ji Mu dared not move at all. He was certain he had never seen this leader before. He did not recognize him. This was a leader of the Sun organization. A terrifying existence. This made Ji Mu tremble. Such a matter had actually mobilized a leader. This felt like a joke. "And Master, I assure you this incident has nothing to do with me. The ticket indeed was arranged by me, but this matter truly has nothing to do with me." Ji Mu was almost incoherent. Meanwhile, the man in the flowing robe paid no attention to Ji Mu's words, simply hovering silently in the air. He closed his eyes, slowly attuning to the cosmos. Here he sensed a unique power fluctuation, immensely powerful. It did not belong to any divine beast he recognized. It was an unfamiliar Pokemon. He was already nearing the boundaries of divine beasts. This was impossible. There were no reports of any Pokemon advancing to become a divine beast. The man in the flowing robe also bore a hint of confusion in his gaze, but he quickly regained composure. Regardless of who acted, it could not be so easily resolved. "Sir, it was already like this when I arrived. I did not discover any traces of that individual." Ji Mu's forehead was drenched in sweat. Ew. As for his clothes, did they even matter? At this moment, the man in the flowing robe glanced at Ji Mu and spoke in a gentle tone. "It's fine that power is beyond your ability to stop. You cannot be blamed for this. You need not worry. If there were truly a problem, you wouldn't have survived the last enforcer's intervention, so you need not be so anxious." The gentle voice of the man in the flowing robe carried a penetrating power, naturally calming one's emotions. Ji Mu felt a sense of relief. He believed the man in the flowing robe's assurance meant he was indeed safe. Even if a divine beast acted, he would still be unharmed. This was the innate power the man in the flowing robe possessed, whose such charisma inexplicably reassured others. Master, can I follow you? Jimu couldn't help but speak up. The man in the flowing robe nodded. Of course, my name is Lu Yin, you can just call me Lu Yin. Jimu was overwhelmed with excitement, yet he remained rational. Master Lu Yun, I will arrange for someone to search for that individual's whereabouts right away. Lu Yun watched Jimu's retreating figure, shaking his head with a smile. He had not intentionally influenced Jimu. Everything was voluntary on Jimu's part. The immense power he possessed was enough to alter others' perceptions of him. That was the truly frightening aspect. And within the Sun organization, there were several such leaders. By the seaside, Lu Yun felt the sea breeze, his eyes slightly squinted, as if he were exploring something. Suddenly a light flashed in his eyes. Although the aura was faint, it still lingered. He felt it. Lu Yun's body vanished from the sea without a trace, as if he never existed. His affinity with nature was incredibly strong, as if he had completely merged with the environment. On the vast ocean, Chen Ruo also opened his eyes. Since being struck by that wave, he had fainted. They were on an island, and their current location was the beach of... That's right, it was them. All the trainers from the Holy Anu were on this island. At this moment, not only Chen Ruo, but many others also woke up looking quite puzzled. However, everyone knew something was amiss. Otherwise, the Holy Anu wouldn't have sunk, and all of them, without exception, had ended up on this island. Chen Ruo said, nothing, quietly waiting. He believed that whoever had gone to such great lengths to gather them here was certainly not doing it out of boredom. If that's the case, someone would definitely come. Brother Chen Ruo, where is this place? Xiaoji also woke up. Chen Ruo shook his head. I don't know either, but we should find out soon. Sure enough, before long, everyone awakened, and a petite girl in gray approached, saying, Welcome, everyone. This is the venue for the strongest Pokémon trainer competition. So this is the place. Chen Ruo's eyes brightened. If it were that Pokémon, the sinking of the Holy Anu, and everyone gathering here would all make sense. Other people were unaware of Chen Ruo's thoughts. Someone stood up to challenge. What nonsensical strongest Pokémon trainer competition? I've never heard of it. Besides, inviting people to participate using such disgraceful means suggests it can't be a legitimate competition. After saying this, the person tried to leave, but a radiance rose from outside the island completely. Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus, break it open for me. The seemingly powerful attack from Iron Armor Rhydon had no effect on the barrier at all. Chen Ruo stepped forward. If I were you, I would quietly listen to what they have to say. Since they could sink the Holy Anu and gather so many of us here, I believe killing 1 or 2 Pokémon trainers wouldn't be a difficult task for them, would it? His words instantly silenced everyone. No one dared to speak further. Chen Ruo was right. Initially, they were in a strange place. Due to an accident and the panic from the storm had yet to pass, so many had not. But now that they had calmed down, everyone understood. If they could sink the Holy Anu and bring them all here, if they really wanted to kill them, probably no one would say anything. After all, strictly speaking, in the eyes of many outside, they should have perished in the previous storm. Chen Ruo's words made everyone calm down. Those who were still attacking the barrier also ceased, fearing they might provoke someone. The girl in gray smiled. Very good, there are indeed smart people here. I initially thought I would need to kill a chicken to scare the monkeys, but it seems that won't be necessary. This sentence startled those who had acted previously. They looked at Chen Ruo with gratitude, realizing that if it weren't for him, they might not know what their fate would be now. Wait, is that voice? And this smell? Xiao Gang's face also showed a hint of shock. You're Miss... Xiao Gang couldn't help but shout. No, she was just controlled by me. The girl in gray removed her hat, revealing that she indeed was Miss Joy. However, her eyes were completely red, a sign of being controlled. This further solidified Chen Ruo's earlier thoughts. Indeed, he was not mistaken. It must be that person, there is no doubt about it. Chen Ruo had long coveted that individual. His previous remarks were merely to attract attention. The next situation would completely fall under his control. You gathered us all here, but shouldn't be so simple. So tell us, what is this all about? Chen Ruo spoke first. Miss Joy replied, It's simple, we're holding the strongest Pokemon trainer competition to see who is the strongest Pokemon trainer. Now everyone follow me. After saying this, Joy floated into the air, heading towards an ancient castle. All the Pokemon trainers behind exchanged glances, completely unsure of what to do. However, Chen Ruo was very confident and directly followed Joy's lead. Brother Chen Ruo, wait for me. Xiao Ji and the other 3 also followed closely. The remaining Pokemon trainers were somewhat at a loss, but eventually grit their teeth and followed. Inside the ancient castle, a Pokemon, exuding a terrifying aura, stood up, its eyes gleaming with red light. Have you arrived? This batch of Pokemon trainers is quite impressive. I hope you won't disappoint me. After entering the castle, Joy's figure vanished, leaving a group of people standing inside. Inside the castle, various delicacies were neatly arranged on the table. Chen Ruo naturally sat down and began to eat heartily. You guys eat too, why aren't you eating? While eating, Chen Ruo called Xiaoji and the others to sit down and eat together. Xiaoji had an awkward smile on his face. Brother Ruo, is it really okay for us to do this? What are you afraid of? If they wanted to harm you, they wouldn't waste such effort. You would have died long ago. No wonder you are the strongest rookie Pokemon trainer, the master of Pokemon battle arts, Chen Ruo. Truly impressive. A cold voice sounded, and out stepped a humanoid Pokemon. Seeing it, Chen Ruo's lips curled into a slight smile. It was indeed you, the strongest artificial Pokemon Mutwo, the existence that transcends dreams. Chen Ruo was not mistaken from the very beginning. Although the plot direction may differ slightly from the original work, everything is largely similar. Especially when he saw the strongest Pokemon trainer competition and Miss Joy appear, Chen Ruo was already about 70 to 80% certain. Mutwo's eyes stared at Chen Ruo, filled with appreciation. It must be said that Chen Ruo's goal had indeed been achieved. Are you a Pokemon? Next to him, Ash was also stunned, staring at Mutwo. Not only Ash, but almost everyone was taken aback, not expecting that the one who gathered them here was actually a Pokemon. Ash even took out his Pokédex and pointed it at Mutwo. No such Pokemon found. Chen Ruo couldn't help but cover his face at Ash's somewhat foolish behavior. This silly guy. He didn't even know how to describe Ash properly. If Mutwo's temper were any worse, whether he could survive would be another question. Wait, if it weren't for the protagonist's halo, Ash would have long been buried under 3 feet of grass. Just look at what he has participated in. Just the plot involving Mutwo occurred twice, not to mention the plots of the 3 legendary birds, and the sea god Lugia, and the plots of the 3 divine clouds, and 3 divine dragons. Not to mention, he had even participated in the plot involving Arceus. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, his grave grass would indeed be 3 feet high. Mutwo did not care about the gazes of others and directly said, "This time I have invited all of you Pokemon trainers here to see who is the strongest Pokemon trainer." As Mutwo finished speaking, a bunch of black Pokeballs flew out, attaching themselves to the Pokeballs of other Pokemon trainers. These are Dark Balls, evil Pokeballs that can directly seize Pokemon. Everyone was resisting, while Chen Ruo remained indifferent and did not care at all. After all, there was a troublesome Pokemon in his Pokeball. If this could be copied too, then Chen Ruo would truly... Indeed, when absorbing other Pokeballs, it went very smoothly. Even the Lazy King was not an exception. However, when it came to the White Ghost Pokeball, there was completely no response, and instead the Dark Ball exploded. The White Ghost Pokeball flickered with a red light, as if warning the surrounding Dark Balls. Get lost. Don't touch me. Alright, bro. The surrounding Dark Balls wisely circumvented the White Ghost's Pokeball. Mutwo's eyes flickered with red light, also watching the White Ghost Pokeball. Chen Ruo casually waved his hand, saying, "Although in a certain sense he is my Pokemon, in reality, he doesn't really count as one." Mutwo nodded, saying, "Indeed, with your strength you cannot command it at all." Perhaps thinking of something, Mutwo added, "It is indeed very powerful." This time, even Chen Ruo was somewhat surprised. What level of Pokemon is Mutwo? It can definitely be considered one of the strongest Pokemon. And even Mutwo praised the power of the White Ghost. It is evident that the White Ghost is indeed extraordinary. Even Chen Ruo took a deep glance at the White Ghost Pokeball. This White Ghost entered his Pokeball voluntarily in the Misty Forest. The only time it acted was against the Circle Bear pack, and that time couldn't really be considered a battle. That was a complete crushing. Mutwo did not dwell on the matter of the White Ghost, and soon all the Pokemon were seized by the Dark Balls. Of course, except for the White Ghost. Mutwo directly copied all the Pokemon, and the copied Pokemon were even more powerful due to his machine. And the Lazy King and other Pokemon quickly returned to their original owners, while behind Mutwo were all copies. Alright, the strongest Pokemon trainer competition officially begins now. Who will come first? Mutwo looked at all the Pokemon trainers. Chen Ruo did not choose to go first. Making a move at this moment would be counterproductive. He was confident that if he took action, he would definitely be able to defeat the Pokemon copied by Mutwo. His Lazy King was a system reward, and there could never be a second one. No matter how it was copied, the result would only be the gene, personality, and traits could not be copied. The first to challenge Mutwo was a Pokemon trainer ranked over 400, which caused Mutwo to become... The subsequent challengers were all powerful Pokemon trainers ranked within 500. What surprised Chen Ruo the most was that Ash was actually ranked 217th. Seeing Ash beside him also getting restless, Chen Ruo stepped forward first. After all, Ash had the protagonist's halo. If he really defeated Mutwo, he would be in despair. Mutwo looked at Chen Ruo stepping forward and smiled, saying, "Do you know, you are the one I most want to battle with here. I want to prove to everyone that Pokemon don't need trainers to be the same." Mutwo was very persistent. Chen Ruo was also full of fighting spirit. "I'm also looking forward to battling with you. You are indeed very powerful, but you definitely cannot defeat me." Mutwo laughed. "We are all the same Pokemon. Why do you think you can defeat me?" Chen Ruo did not speak, but directly sent out his Lazy King. Lazy King used Mega Punch. Chen Ruo shouted directly. Mutwo also did not hold back, saying, "We will also use Mega Punch." Chen Ruo smiled. He could already predict the outcome. Indeed, the two Lazy Kings collided, and the copy was sent flying. Lazy King follow up and use Heavy Slam. Chen Ruo had already anticipated the current result. One Punch Man's Lazy King was no joke. Even the copy would definitely not be the opponent. Mutwo was taken aback. This Lazy King is so strange. It shouldn't have such a result. You must know that Pokemon produced by the machine are supposed to be even stronger. This had already been proven in previous battles. But how could it lose this time? Mutwo could not comprehend it all. Its face showed an expression of disbelief. Impossible. Your Lazy King cannot possibly be a match for my Lazy King. Chen Ruo smiled indifferently, saying, "I already mentioned it before. Even the same Pokemon are two different individuals. Along this journey, my trust with the King of Leave has been unshakable, something you cannot replicate." Chen Ruo began to speak nonsense. He wouldn't reveal the King of Leave's traits to Mutwo. Moreover, even if a clone is created, once it is copied, it becomes a completely new individual. It is no longer a copy of anyone, it is itself. It has its own independent thoughts, its own life and story. Just like a saying, there are no two identical flowers. Chen Ruo looked at Mutwo, confidence shining in his eyes, as if his words were genuinely heartfelt. His remarks were indeed highly targeted. During this time, what Mutwo despised most was being a copy of Mew. It had fought against Mew about this matter before. Thus, Chen Ruo's words were completely targeted taunts. He didn't believe that he couldn't leave a mark in Mutwo's. As for capturing Mutwo in one go, Chen Ruo had never considered it. With Mutwo's arrogance, if he couldn't defeat it, it would be even more absurd to try to capture it. Are there no two similar flowers in the world? Sure enough, just as Chen Ruo imagined, Mutwo fell into deep thought, contemplating his words. Are there no two similar flowers in the world? Mutwo felt as if it had grasped something profound. Indeed, it is a copy of Mew. Since escaping from Team Rocket, it had been searching for the meaning of its existence. Just like now, it wanted to prove that even as a clone, it could be stronger than anyone. However, Chen Ruo's words directly awakened it. It is itself. It is not a copy of anyone. From the moment it gained self-awareness, it became a complete life, an independent life. Mutwo raised its head, looking at Chen Ruo with increasing admiration. "You are Chen Ruo, right?" "You are absolutely right. I am Mutwo." After saying this, Mutwo extended its hand, and beside it, Chen Ruo also reached out, shaking Mutwo's hand. "Hello, Mutwo. I am Chen Ruo." Just as Chen Ruo thought this matter had settled, a pink Pokemon curiously began to circle around Mutwo. This suddenly appearing Pokemon was completely undetected, as if it had materialized out of thin air. Wow, a new Pokemon. Ding. Mew, the mythical Pokemon of legend. Everything is a mystery, possessing the ability to change its form at will. Chen Ruo didn't even need to turn around. He knew the one pulling out the Pokédex was Ash, that fool. No one else had the nerve to act recklessly like him. When Mew approached, Chen Ruo immediately took a step back. The relationship between these two was that of original and clone. If a fight broke out, he wouldn't be able to handle it. Mew curiously circled around Mutwo, inspecting it closely. It sensed its own aura from Mutwo, as if it had thought of something. Mew also began to hover around Mutwo, as if trying to convey something. Wherever Ash was, the Team Rocket trio couldn't be far behind. Meowth took it upon himself to translate. It says a clone is just a clone, a fake is just a fake. It can't compare to its beauty. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruo knew it was bad. If Mutwo didn't take this lightly, it would certainly jump up and strike. Mew's self-destructive nature truly hadn't changed at all. Mutwo, being quite proud, immediately conjured a series of illusionary slashes directly aimed at Mew. Mew, being an extremely powerful illusion beast, transformed into Mutwo's form, also unleashing an illusionary slash clashing with Mutwo. They weren't just exchanging blows, they were also trading barbs. A clone is just a clone. I possess all the abilities you have. I can become you, can you become me? You can't. Since you're just a fake, such a fake has no reason to exist. Even Chen Ruo had to admire Mew's sharp tongue. Although Chen Ruo felt these words were trivial, Mutwo, being a proud entity, could never quietly listen to Mew's incessant chatter. The two powerful Pokemon were fully engaged in battle. Luckily, the battlefield was set among the stars, though otherwise this place would have been completely destroyed. Both of their powers were on a divine level. Even the shockwaves from their clash caused the ancient castle to tremble, raising clouds of dust as if it were about to collapse. Run. It's about to collapse here. Chen Ruo quickly recalled his Pokemon and urged the group of Pokemon that Mutwo had copied to retreat. In the sky, while Mutwo was locked in fierce battle with Mew, it was naturally aware of Chen Ruo's. It subtly nodded in agreement. Chen Ruo was the most unique Pokemon trainer it had ever encountered. Its fondness for Chen Ruo was rapidly increasing. Chen Ruo's attitude toward cloned Pokemon directly influenced it, because it was also a cloned Pokemon. The fierce battle in the sky continued. Mew, being the legendary Pokémon of illusion, possessed incredibly powerful strength. At one moment, it transformed into the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza, and at another into the legendary Pokémon. Mew's abilities could be seen as an enhanced version of Ditto, but it could perfectly transform into divine beasts. As long as it had seen a divine beast, it could transform into it, or perhaps that is why it is known as the illusion beast. Yet Mutwo remained extremely aloof. Chen Ruo couldn't tell whether Mutwo lacked the ability to transform or simply looked down upon it. Given its proud nature, it could very well be capable of such disdain. However, even without using any transformations, Mutwo's strength was still formidable. Regardless of how Mew transformed, it could simply overpower it. This battle captivated all the Pokémon trainers below. Such power was overwhelming, causing even the space around them to tremble. All Pokémon trainers gazed at the battle in the sky, with deep longing, wishing they could wield such powerful. Whoever could control such immense power would find that everything they desired was within their grasp. This battle even triggered a live broadcast segment on the Pokémon forum, instantly becoming the top topic. The title was incredibly eye-catching Battle of the Legendary Beasts. Countless viewers flocked into the live stream, for in this world, they had heard of the legendary beasts. For instance, the legendary Ho-Oh and its three great envoys, Suicune, Entei, and Raikou. Yet the legendary beasts remained shrouded in mystery, as no one had ever laid eyes on them. Previously, videos of Genesect had long been taken down. Such panic-inducing footage was entirely blocked across the internet, making it nearly impossible to find. One must know that the war was utterly despairing. Genesect's battle in Kalos was a one-sided slaughter. Even nuclear weapons were deployed, yet Genesect still managed to devastate half of Kalos. Furthermore, had Genesect not regained consciousness and sealed itself away, the existence of Kalos would have remained uncertain. Now videos of Mutwo and Mew have been pinned at the top, with virtually all Pokémon trainers diving into the live stream. Even officials entered the live stream, feeling an overwhelming sense of threat from Genesect, and although they were unaware of its true identity, they all understood one thing: Genesect was undeniably a legendary beast. This is terrifying. Is this the power of a legendary beast? Seeing these two Pokémon makes me seriously doubt the authenticity of my own Pokémon. Don't say that. I've already prepared to release my Dragonite. Even fighting against the Pokémon in the video feels like a 50-50 chance. It's just too weak. You up there? Stop just drinking. Eat some more food. The officials were swiftly gathering effective data, analyzing the power of these Pokémon. Commander, each casual strike from these legendary beasts possesses nearly the power equivalent to a TX-class missile. The researchers wore expressions of shock. A TX-class missile is essentially one of the most powerful weapons just beneath nuclear arms. Normally, a single missile can flatten a mountain without issue. P.S. The weapons and nations mentioned here do not reflect reality, though everyone understands this. Moreover, there is no exaggeration of the legendary beast's powers. Take Kyogre and Groudon, for example. One can engulf the land while the other can fill the oceans. Their strength surpasses that of nuclear weapons. The blonde general gasped in awe indeed. Is this the power of a legendary beast? The gap in technological might is simply too wide before them. Based on our simulations, unless we launch a mutually destructive attack, there may be a chance to defeat the legendary beasts. And according to our collected data, excluding the mysterious Pokémon that appear in Kalos, there are over 10 Pokémon of this level. The blonde general couldn't hold back, slamming his cup onto the ground. FCK? What kind of bullshit? We have no way to defend ourselves. There are still double-digit Pokémon above this level. If anything goes wrong, who can possibly deal with it? On the island, the war continued. A figure silently appeared beside Chen Ruo. Seeing that he was unharmed, the newcomer let out a sigh of relief. However, he looked up at the two legendary Pokémon battling above and couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise if it escalated it would be troublesome. Hello. The newcomer cheerfully patted Chen Ruo's shoulder. Chen Ruo was startled, finally noticing someone beside him. Beside him stood a man dressed in a light blue ancient robe, his face adorned with a warm smile that made one feel drawn to him. Chen Ruo looked at the man in the light blue ancient robe, surprisingly feeling no sense of vigilance. Instead, he felt a bit more close to him. Who are you? The man in the light blue ancient robe had a smile in his eyes. Hello, my name is Lu Yun. Chen Ruo nodded, and then noticed that Lu Yun's attire bore some resemblance to that of the enforcers he had met before. Are you with the Seeking organization? Chen Ruo couldn't help but inquire. Lu Yun did not deny it, nodding readily. Yes, that's correct. Are you here for them? Chen Ruo pointed at the two legendary beasts fighting above. Lu Yun thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not entirely, mainly I am here for you, and secondly for them. Before Chen Ruo could speak, Lu Yun smiled warmly and brightly. Remember, you are more important than the Seeking organization. After saying that, Lu Yun's body floated up and directly entered the battlefield. A green radiance emanated from him, calming both Mutwo and Mew. Lu Yun gently greeted Mew. Hello, Mew. Upon seeing Lu Yun, Mew excitedly flew over Sir. Lu Yun patted Mew's head. Let's consider this matter settled, but do not forget the agreement. Mentioning the agreement, Mew showed some apprehension, clearly recalling something unpleasant. Lu Yun paid no mind to this, instead, turning to Mutwo, a new Pokémon I see. Indeed, it possesses formidable power, but it must adhere to the agreement. Mutwo looked at Lu Yun with. Lu Yun slapped his forehead. Look at me, I haven't even told you the agreement. It's quite simple, you mustn't cause significant destruction in areas populated by humans. Is that acceptable, eh? Mutwo remained silent, feeling a sense of goodwill towards Lu Yun, yet its pride prevented it from bending. It felt as though signing that agreement would mean bowing to Lu Yun. Mutwo hesitated to sign, causing Lu Yun's smile to fade. What's wrong? You unwilling? As he spoke, a hint of coldness appeared on Lu Yun's face. If you are unwilling to obey even the most basic agreement, then we will have to resort to coercive measures. Chen Ruo, below, was completely baffled. Were the seeking organization's members this powerful? Looking at the seemingly gentle Lu Yun, he was astonished by his insistence. He directly threatened Mutwo. It seemed that Mew also felt a bit intimidated by him. Beneath the brilliant starry sky, even the night wind turned tranquil, devoid of any sound. In the center, Lu Yun wore a faint smile, appearing utterly harmless. No one anticipated that he would directly threaten Chao Meng. His audacity was simply too bold. Not only those present, but even the Pokémon trainers who had witnessed Chao Meng in action, and those on the Pokémon forums were stunned by Lu Yun's sudden appearance on the battlefield, directly threatening Chao Meng. Everyone was left questioning whether this person was seeking death. How dare he intervene in the war between divine beasts? Not only that, but he also dared to directly threaten them. Find out who this person is. The general watching the live broadcast had a fervor in his eyes. This person dared to threaten a divine beast, which meant he definitely had his own trump card. General, this person. The researcher beside him wore an incredulous expression. What kind of existence was this? This was simply terrifying. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this person? The general's face also showed confusion. General, the power contained within this person's body is completely on par with that of the divine beast. The researcher's eyes brimmed with fervor. It was as if a new world had been opened. Humans could actually possess such powerful strength. This was utterly inconceivable. If humans could be this strong, then many problems would naturally resolve themselves. Chao Meng's eyes were also fixed on Lu Yun, the atmosphere on the verge of eruption. What if I refuse? Chao Meng's proud nature did not allow it to back down, and it immediately confronted him. Chen Ruo knew at this moment that things were going downhill. These two were definitely going to fight. He did not speak to stop them, as it seemed that the agreement was something that Chao Meng had to comply with. Moreover, Chen Ruo felt that there was nothing wrong with this agreement. One must know that if a divine beast truly began battling in a crowd, the casualties would be unimaginable. Furthermore, with the future merging of the real world, in this place the existence of divine beasts would definitely incite panic. Therefore, Chen Ruo did not intervene, but instead watched with great interest. He was confident that regardless of the outcome, even if Chao Meng chose to battle, it would not involve him. As for the seeking organization, there was no way they could find a reason to kill him now. A broader smile appeared on Lu Yun's face as he took several steps back. All right, Sun Feng, the next thing is up to you. If it refuses to communicate with me, then the communication is in your hands. Even Chen Ruo was taken aback. In the original position of Lu Yun appeared a man in a purple robe. Not only Chen Ruo, but even Lu Yun was stunned. What the heck? Why are you here? Wasn't Sun Feng called? The man in the purple robe shot Lu Yun a glare, then turned to look at Chao Meng. During this process, Chen Ruo felt that he seemed to have scrutinized him closely. From this person's presence, Chen Ruo sensed a military-like aura. It was an aura forged in the heat of battle. Such an aura would generally not exist in ordinary people. Moreover, the mysterious man's eyes were terrifying. He seemed like a king amidst a sea of blood. Chen Ruo's perception was not wrong. He indeed glanced at Chen Ruo, and at that moment, a hint of unusual emotion flickered in his eyes. In a dojo in Chongpan City, the hand of Sakaki, swirling a glass of red wine, came to a halt, and he was no longer indifferent. He recognized both individuals present. One was a Pokémon he had personally created. The other was one of the few leaders known to all factions, the Underground Emperor, Yang Ting. The reason everyone knew Yang Ting was that he had once defeated all the high-ranking members of every organization and stepped on them, and he single-handedly challenged the legendary Pokémon, the sea god Lugia, and Ho-Oh. Back then, the Burnt Tower had ignited a fierce battle between Ho-Oh and Lugia for some unknown reason, resulting in countless casualties. However, Yang Ting managed to drive both Ho-Oh and Lugia away. This was bound to be entertaining if this man truly pursued accountability. Sakaki could hardly imagine it. Although many organizations attempted to control divine beasts, no one dared to openly speak about such matters. Yang Ting coldly stared at Xiao Meng. No battles are allowed in any area where humans gather. Xiao Meng laughed. It greatly disliked Yang Ting's superior demeanor. It was inherently proud. It unwillingly bowed to anyone. Xiao Meng mocked Yang Ting. What if I don't? Yang Ting remained silent and directly released his Pokémon. It was a Lucario, an aged Lucario. It exuded an aura of decay. By all accounts, such a Lucario should have long been dead, unable to battle. However, this Lucario still exuded vitality. Contrary to the decaying aura surrounding it, Lucario was full of vigor, and in some aspects it resembled Yang Ting, as if they were one entity. Damn, even in this state, it hasn't died. What is this thing? Sakaki crushed the wine glass in his hand. The very Lucario that had defeated them all was this one. Back then, this Lucario had already looked like this, and now nearly 20 years had passed, yet it remained unchanged. What the hell? Is this Lucario immortal? Not only Sakaki, but many who had painful memories of this Lucario were cursing. Lucario, like its master, was also ruthless and spoke little. It launched a barrage of aura spheres. Each aura sphere contained astonishing power, compelling even Xiao Meng to take it seriously. Lucario's strength was terrifying, completely on par with Xiao Meng's. Moreover, its battle experience exceeded that of Xiao Meng as it dominated the fight. Currently, Xiao Meng had just been created and was not in peak condition. Yet Lucario's ability to overpower Xiao Meng had completely taken Chen Ruo by surprise. Yang Ting looked at Xiao Meng, his face cold. Either you agree or you die. Xiao Meng did not speak, simply attacking Lucario with a cold expression, and his attitude spoke volumes. Yang Ting remained silent, slowly closing his eyes, his entire aura merging completely with Lucario. The aura surrounding Lucario grew, increasingly terrifying, exuding a force even more powerful than Xiao Meng. Chen Ruo looked at Yang Ting, deducing the source of his strength. Lucario has always been known as the partner of the aura, and Yang Ting's abilities need no elaboration. He undoubtedly wielded the power of aura. If it weren't for this power, Chen Ruo would be willing to twist his own head off to serve as a ball. Originally, Lucario could already suppress Xiao Meng, but now enhanced by Yang Ting's strength, Lucario was countless times stronger than Xiao Meng. In the original work, the Golden Gym leader, Naz, had also empowered her Pokémon Jengar, directly evolving it into Alakazam. Lucario aura sphère. Yang Ting and Lucario simultaneously channeled the power of aura within their bodies, launching an incredibly terrifying aura sphere directly at Xiao Meng. Xiao Meng sensed the destructive force within the aura sphere. However, it still charged forward, choosing to withstand the attack. A violent explosion erupted, and Xiao Meng was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. Yang Ting's expression remained unchanged. He did not say much. From the look on his face, it seemed he was determined to take down Xiao Meng. Tisk tisk tsk. Yang Ting is still so fierce. Lu Yin stood behind Chen Ruo, filled with emotions. A level 1 divine Pokémon was completely suppressed by Yang Ting. Such terrifying strength made one shiver in fear. Chen Ruo looked at Lu Yin and said, "Aren't you going to stop this?" Lu Yin was surprised, looking at Chen Ruo. Why would I stop it? Lu Yin was puzzled, staring at Chen Ruo in disbelief. A Pokémon that refuses to abide by contracts and possesses such terrifying strength. If we don't deal with it, will it not cause disaster? Moreover, if Yang Ting is unwilling to back down, I have no way of making him stop. Lu Yin shrugged, innocently indicating he had no solutions. Chen Ruo paused, realizing that Yang Ting indeed had no reason to back down. However, Chen Ruo had a great admiration for Xiao Meng and immediately said, "I really like this Pokémon's character. Is there any way to persuade it to back down?" Lu Yin pointed at Chen Ruo and said, "The only way to make Yang Ting stop is if you speak up." Me? Chen Ruo found it hard to comprehend. Unless it's you, there is no other way to make Yang Ting stop. Otherwise, you can only choose to defeat him. And as far as I know, there are hardly more than a handful of people who could defeat Yang Ting. Chen Ruo was unsure why Lu Yin said this, but he still spoke up. If he didn't, Xiao Meng would really be dealt with. Let's just let this matter go. Xiao Meng, you are not the kind of Pokemon that enjoys destruction, so why be so stubborn? Chen Ruo shouted out directly. Everyone was stunned. Who dared to speak up in such a high-level battle? It was like asking an old man to eat arsenic. Life was becoming intolerable. Moreover, those watching the live broadcast wondered whether Chen Ruo had lost his mind. How dared he to persuade them? Didn't he realize that they could effortlessly crush him? Perhaps it was even easier than squashing a grasshopper. Yet to everyone's surprise, silence enveloped the battlefield. Lucario actually halted its attack. Yang Ting and Lucario did not continue to attack Xiao Meng. However, Xiao Meng also cast a deep glance at Chen Ruo before flying into the sky with a group of clone Pokémon. Yang Ting and Lucario turned their gaze towards Chen Ruo, who felt a bit uneasy. Their eyes were too frightening and different to everything. However, the next moment Chen Ruo was bewildered as both Yang Ting and Lucario smiled at him, grinning foolishly. Just when Chen Ruo was uncertain whether Yang Ting was smiling or not, both Yang Ting and Lucario vanished, as if they had never existed. Moreover, the previously friendly Lu Yun also disappeared without a trace. The Seekers organization remained as mysterious as ever. Aside from Chen Ruo and a few original world inhabitants, hardly anyone knew the identities of the leaders within the organization. Just after Lu Yun left, members of the Pokemon Alliance arrived. They took away all the Pokemon trainers on the island, and the person in charge of this matter was an old acquaintance of Chen Ruo, Gemu. Camus looked at Chen Ruo awkwardly, saying, "Please don't misunderstand. We genuinely had no idea about this matter. Giving you the ticket for the Saint Anu was merely a coincidence." Chen Ruo understood that this matter couldn't be blamed on Camus, not to mention the Saint Anu. Even if he took any ship, he would still have faced the same outcome. "I understand this matter indeed cannot be blamed on you." Upon hearing Chen Ruo's words, Camus' tense nerves finally relaxed. Although this incident did not cause Chen Ruo significant losses, it seemed that his time to challenge the gym would have to be postponed, because the college ranking battles were about to be held next. If he missed the college ranking battles due to collecting gym badges, it would be a major disaster. It should be noted that the rewards for the college ranking battles included a unique ability. After seeing the abilities within the Seekers organization, Chen Ruo became even more eager for special abilities. Be it the power of aura psychic abilities or the power of transcending, not to mention the power of Tokiwa, they were all remarkable abilities. These superpowers could significantly boost Chen Ruo's combat strength. Most importantly, given the current situation, Chen Ruo had no need to worry. His Leaf King could easily crush everything. As soon as Chen Ruo's consciousness withdrew from the Pokemon world, he found dozens of missed calls on his phone, all from Principal Kai. As soon as Chen Ruo returned the call, Principal Kai picked up immediately. "My little ancestor, tomorrow is the college ranking battle. You finally returned to the real world. If you hadn't returned any sooner, I would have had to come find you. Principal, rest assured, since I promised you, I will definitely keep my word. Yes, for this competition, we have submitted the participants from Mingyuan High School as per your instructions. I ask you one last time, are you truly confident?" Principal Kai remained silent. He had no reason not to trust Chen Ruo's strength. Being ranked first among the new Pokemon trainers, Chen Ruo certainly deserved his trust. However, Principal Kai's only concern was whether Chen Ruo's Pokemon could endure. In a 3v3 battle, each school had 3 participants, meaning Chen Ruo would have to face 9 battles. Moreover, since it was a points battle, Chen Ruo would have to compete against all high schools, except Mingyuan High. This meant he would be up against 33 schools and a total of 99 prodigies. In total, there would be 297 Pokemon battling, and the competition would now be condensed into just 5 days, meaning he would face 6 prodigies each day. Principal Kai's sole worry was that Chen Ruo's Pokemon might lack endurance, risking severe injuries during the battle. If that happened, he would have to forfeit the subsequent matches. There was simply no room for error. Chen Ruo also touched his Pokeball, and indeed his Sloth King emerged. The integration of this world with the Pokemon world was becoming increasingly profound. At first, Chen Ruo was concerned about whether he could take his Sloth King's Pokeball out, but now it seemed he could probably even take out the White Ghost Pokeball. Chen Ruo released his Sloth King Charizard and the Pokeball of Ujira. It was the first time for Sloth King Charizard and Ujira to see this world. All of them excitedly roamed around Chen Ruo's villa, breathing in the essence of this world. A smile appeared in Chen Ruo's eyes as he stroked his faithful companion Sloth King. This Sloth King was a starter Pokemon, having evolved from Lazy King to Active Monkey, and then to Sloth King, and no matter how things change in the future, it would always be Chen Ruo's main Pokemon. The Pokemon that could accompany Chen Ruo throughout his journey. Not only Sloth King, but also Charizard and Ujira were exceptionally powerful Pokemon. Chen Ruo walked out of the villa with Sloth King, heading towards the small river. He finally felt ready to challenge the Froakie he had been eyeing for so long. Since he moved into this villa, he had already seen that Froakie, the shiny variant of Froakie, was undoubtedly an incredibly powerful existence. Now, with Sloth King possessing combat power far beyond that of his peers, he might stand a chance against Froakie. By the pond, Froakie lounged in the sun, appearing utterly comfortable as always. Chen Ruo excitedly ran over Froakie. "Would you like to battle? If I win, you'll join me on an adventure." Froakie glanced at Chen Ruo with interest and jumped out of the water. "Froakie, you better be careful. We're about to make our move." Chen Ruo was filled with fighting spirit. Battling a Pokemon like Froakie required him to be fully alert, or he might not be able to match up. However, Chen Ruo did not anticipate that he was still mistaken. Even if he focused completely, he would still not be a match for Froakie. Sloth King used Mega Punch. Sloth King demonstrated exceptional prowess as it charged towards Froakie with the Mega Punch struck Froakie solidly. However, it caused no harm whatsoever. No, strictly speaking, it hit Froakie's illusion. Froakies' speed was undoubtedly the fastest Pokémon Chen Ruo had ever seen aside from Legendary Pokémon. It left a blur behind. It directly appeared behind Slaking. A blade of water formed from flowing water, slashed across What followed was a one-sided display of skill. Even Chen Ruo was at a loss for how to command the gap was simply too vast. Aside from that initial punch from Slaking, it didn't make any moves afterward, not a single attack. All that could be seen was a blue light swirling around Slaking, while Sloth's body was marked with countless wounds. No matter Chen Ruo's commands and orders, Slaking simply could not respond. It couldn't even endure. Froakie was a trained ninja. Water Shuriken, low kick extreme speed, and water gun were seamlessly connected together. It was still too much to handle. Slaking was strong, but the shiny Froakie was no weaker. Moreover, Chen Ruo felt that this Froakie's potential might surpass that of a purple tire Pokemon. To defeat this Froakie, he would at least need to barely keep up with its speed. Otherwise, he would only serve as a live target, getting thoroughly trounced by Froakie. This Froakie was simply extraordinarily powerful, reaching an appalling level. It was not something an ordinary Pokemon could handle. Stop it, Froakie, I concede this time. Chen Ruo directly called for surrender. The gap was still too great. Froakie happily ceased its assault, its eyes squinting in delight. Slaking was fine. It wasn't that Froakie's attacks weren't powerful, it simply hadn't gone all out, always striking Slaking perfectly to prevent any counterattack. Slaking looked at Froakie, its eyes filled with fighting spirit. The recent battle had instilled a sense of respect for Froakie within it. However, Chen Ruo's Slaking was inherently strong-willed and would never concede. It would eventually continue to challenge Froakie. Chen Ruo patted Slaking's head. It's okay, don't hang your head, this was still too much to bear. Froakie is very strong, but I believe you will have your moment to defeat it. Slaking confidently waved its fist, appearing very spirited. Nearby, Froakie smiled at Slaking, blowing a series of bubbles, as if teasing Slaking with no hit. Chen Ruo laughed. This Froakie was indeed quite interesting. Meanwhile, Ujira was tirelessly in the sky. Charizard was training its wings with endurance training equipment. By the creek, Froakie was instructing Slaking on how to battle. The two Pokemon had grown quite close due to their recent battle. Chen Ruo sat on the lawn enjoying the breeze and watching his Pokemon, feeling quite content. The venue for the high school ranking battles was not Minuan High School, but in Sioux Province. All 34 renowned high schools in the Sioux Province participated in the competition, and the losing schools would be eliminated, directly merging into other schools. After all, there are still numerous shortcomings in terms of educational resources, as Sioux Province can only accommodate a maximum of 10 high schools. Too many would lead to a situation where no school truly excels. Not just in Sioux Province, but the entire Xia Nation has eliminated 3/4 of various higher education institutions. Moreover, the legal age to start engaging with Pokemon is set at 14, otherwise it would be absurd to lose one's life due to ignorance and anger of Pokemon. Chen Ruo, if you have any health issues, make sure to tell me immediately. We cannot have any problems during the ranking battle. Principal Kai looked at the yawning Chen Ruo, feeling somewhat worried. It's nothing, just that I didn't rest well yesterday. It won't affect me. Chen Ruo indeed did not rest well the previous day. He had even watched videos of Genesect on Scala while climbing over walls yesterday. The terrifying power depicted left him shaken. This was not a world of dimensional descent. There were no organizations, no peaceful deities like Ho-Oh. If Genesect truly appeared in Xia Nation, how could they possibly stop it? Even with Mute-Wo in the anime, the Bug God still caused tremendous destruction. Ultimately, it was only under Mute-Wo's extreme form that Genesect was defeated. Even though Genesect's attributes had a doubled advantage over Mute-Wo, it does not deny Genesect's might. Ranking among the strongest bug-type deities, the Bug God Genesect is no laughing matter. Although yawning it was alright today was mainly for registration and contestant entry, so actual battles were not a concern. Are you sure? Are you really a Pokemon trainer? Your school hasn't made a mistake, right? There are only 3 spots for participants, and the battles are ranking battles based on points. The staff member responsible for statistics looked confused. Minuan High School must have made a mistake, right? Aren't there only 3 participants in total? Moreover, this is a points-based ranking battle, not a ranking battle. Sending out one person means they plan to have one person challenge all 33 participants from other schools. If you made a mistake, hurry and gather the participants. I estimate there's still enough time, the staff member tried to persuade earnestly. Chen Ruo retorted, why? I didn't see that message on the notice. No, it's not that you can't, but this competition is a points battle organized by schools, not individuals. A single participant means they have to fight 3 opponents. Moreover, you can only earn a point if you don't lose a single match. Even if you defeat 2, but lose to the last one, you still score 0 while your opponent gains a point. Chen Ruo was taken aback. It was not a points battle by individual units. This contradicted what Principal Kai had told him. Next to him, Principal Kai felt awkward. This issue was genuinely his fault. Had he not misremembered, the situation would not have reached this point. He had thought it was an individual-based system, where if one person won they would gain a point, but it turned out to be school-based, requiring one school to win against 3 participants to earn just 1 point. Chen Ruo felt like cursing, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. Although it sounded trivial, the difficulty had increased significantly. Those high schools with exceptionally strong Pokémon would put immense pressure on Chen Ruo. He originally thought 2 wins would earn 2 points, but now realized that it required sweeping 3 matches to earn a single point. Principal Kai was putting him in a precarious situation. But now that they had come this far, they had no choice but to push forward. Chen Ruo maintained a smile, looking at the staff with an air of nonchalance. It's fine, we are very confident and believe one person is enough. The staff member shrugged and no longer tried to dissuade them. Mingyuan High School was committing self-sabotage, and there was nothing he could do. All right, what's your name? Chen Ruo. Upon hearing this name, the staff member could not help but look at Chen Ruo more closely, seemingly confirming something, and then took out her phone to compare. Are you the Chen Ruo ranked first among the strongest Pokemon trainers? Excitement appeared on the staff member's face. Right now, Chen Ruo's popularity was no less than that of those celebrity stars, perhaps even more explosive. However, due to world protection reasons, no one knew that Chen Ruo was actually a student of Mingyuan High School. Chen Ruo smiled and nodded, graciously admitting it. The staff member nodded excitedly. No wonder there's only one participant. If it's you, then there should be no problem. In everyone's eyes, Chen Ruo's strength was extraordinarily formidable. A master of the art of Pokemon battles, then the #1 rookie trainer on the rankings. So the staff member's thoughts were entirely understandable. Principal Kai mysteriously approached, saying, "Just know this information yourself, and don't let it out." The staff member, a young girl, nodded excitedly. "Don't worry. I absolutely adore Chen Ruo. I really admire the way he commands Pokemon in battle. It's just so cool." Although only a few knew, no one realized that the participant from Mingyuan High School was Chen Ruo. Yet everyone knew that Mingyuan High School had sent only one participant. This infuriated the other schools. Who do they think they're looking down on? 1 against 100. Do they think they're invincible? This high school ranking battle attracted attention not only from schools, but also from all sectors of society, with media reporting at all times. Mingyuan High School became famous. Sending just one participant raised questions about whether it was confidence or foolishness. No one could provide a definitive answer. Furthermore, Mingyuan High School protected this participant exceptionally well. No one knew the identity of this participant. Those watching online speculated that Mingyuan High School was either bold or merely seeking attention with clownish antics. In summary, Mingyuan High School became famous. And Chen Ruo became famous too. Everyone was guessing the identity of the participant from Mingyuan High School, and what his strength was. Was it truly boldness or mere attention-seeking? As Chen Ruo just finished registering, he noticed many reporters cheerfully interviewing the contestants. One reporter also spotted the seemingly drowsy Chen Ruo, who was doing nothing, and approached him. "Are you a contestant in this competition? Mingyuan High School has only sent one participant. Do you feel underestimated by this?" The reporter excitedly thrust the microphone toward Chen Ruo, bombarding him with a series of questions. Chen Ruo looked at the reporter helplessly. "First of all, I am indeed a contestant in this competition. Secondly, I can't answer your subsequent questions because I am a contestant from Mingyuan High School you mentioned." The reporter was taken aback, then a look of joy spread across his face. "You are the only contestant from Mingyuan High. Can I ask you a few questions?" Before Chen Ruo could respond with a yes or no, the reporter had already started. "What made you decide to participate alone?" Chen Ruo pondered for a moment, feeling he should give Principal Kai some face. "Actually, I don't have much of an opinion on this matter. To be honest, whether I am fighting 1 person or 100, I feel it's all the same. Because I seriously lack confidence." The reporter was stunned. What kind of answer was that? You lack confidence, but still signed up to compete alone. Are you sure this isn't excessive confidence? Is it really a lack of confidence? Facing so many excellent contestants, do any of them make you feel pressured? For example, Su Xiao from Hingyang High School is highly regarded by many, and he ranked within the top 200 in the last leaderboard refresh. Although a bit confused, his instincts urged him to continue the interview. Chen Ruo lowered his head, thought for a moment, and replied directly, "As for pressure, I feel it's okay. In fact, I don't feel any mysterious pressure, including that Su Xiao, you mentioned him, not familiar with him either. The reason is quite simple. As I mentioned, I lack confidence, and because of that, I think it's all the same who I fight against." After finishing his statement, Chen Ruo nodded, as if he had made a very sensible point. The reporter beside him was almost in tears, pleading silently for him to stop talking nonsense and be a bit more normal. This was the first time in his entire journalism career that he encountered someone so full of nonsense. No confidence, yet claiming fighting 1 or 100 is the same. No confidence, so it doesn't matter who he fights. What more nonsense can you possibly say next? The reporter was also curious. If that's the case, what ranking do you aim to achieve in this competition? The reporter pressed on. Actually, the bottom line set by the school is 10th place, which would ensure the school isn't eliminated. However, I feel that 10th and 1st place are quite similar, so it's better to aim for 1st place. Therefore, let's set a small goal first to get 1st place. Chen Ruo looked at the reporter seriously, appearing very earnest. The reporter really wanted to smash the microphone into Chen Ruo's face. Are you really sure that 10th place is similar to 1st place? A small goal of aiming for 1st place. Dude, this isn't lack of confidence. This is excessive confidence. The reporter wanted to wrap up the topic quickly. Chen Ruo's lack of confidence was already quite stimulating. He was afraid that Chen Ruo might say something else. All right, thank you for the contestant's response. I want to disturb you further, and please do your best. Because it was a live broadcast, all the viewers on the platform burst into laughter. This was truly a display of excessive confidence. And the funniest part was that Chen Ruo maintained a serious expression throughout, making it seem as if he really believed what he was saying. However, there were always contrarians. Some liked Chen Ruo's lack of confidence, while others thought he was simply too arrogant. I really don't understand what he's being arrogant about. Oh, what qualifications does he have to be so? Just like Minuan High School, it's just for show. Exactly, the competition hasn't even started, and it's still the same whether he fights anyone or not. Su Xiao has already earned 8 badges and ranked within the top 200 among the strongest rookie Pokemon trainers. How can it be the same? I just scoff. Yet Chen Ruo's identity couldn't be hidden at all. He had released too many videos before. Plus his identity was completely different. A Pokemon Battle Arts Master. Pokemon Doctor. The strongest rookie trainer. Online, some recognized Chen Ruo's identity. Brothers upstairs, are you sure you want to insult him seriously? Sorry if you want to insult others, that's one thing, but you truly can't insult this person. To him, it really is the same against anyone. Don't even mention Su Xiao. What if he ranked in the top 10? His name is Chen Ruo. If you're not familiar with it, you can look up Pokemon Doctor, Pokemon Battle Arts Master. The strongest rookie Pokemon trainer. Now everyone was in an uproar in the aftermath of the disaster. A Pokemon trainer like Chen Ruo was truly a top-tier sensation. Information about Chen Ruo was exposed, and everyone realized he wasn't boasting at all. No one had the right to talk back to Chen Ruo. If even he had no right, then others had even less. Those who initially criticized Chen Ruo seemed to vanish instantly, but the heat remained high. Everyone wanted to see how terrifying Chen Ruo's strength truly was. How terrifying could the strongest rookie Pokemon trainer be? Moreover, how terrifying could the top-ranked mysterious ghost be? How strong could the second-ranked, supposedly extraordinarily powerful absentee king be? This directly led many to focus on the upcoming battle and the university ranking battle in Su province. At this moment, no one knew that Chen Ruo was quite bewildered. He stared at the white ghost in front of him, rubbing it in disbelief. How did this white ghost come into the real world? This is simply like a joke. Based on the strength of this white ghost, unless the real world and the Pokemon dimension merged, it wouldn't theoretically be possible for it to enter the real world. After all, even Mutwo believed that the white ghost was not just strong. With its proud character, it looked at the white ghost with new eyes. It is evident how terrifying the strength of the white ghost is. How could such strength appear? Chen Ruo looked at the white ghost, remaining silent while the white ghost did nothing but comfortably sat on the luxurious sofa in the living room watching television. With the strength of the white ghost, it should be impossible to enter the real world. Just like Gai Nua Saikute, with its power, it shouldn't be able to appear in reality either. The same goes for the previous Koga Ninja Frog. This signifies that the loopholes in this world are increasing and the fusion of the real world and the virtual Pokemon world is accelerating. This indicates that the dimensional spirit world will merge with the real world faster than expected. Cracks appeared on a purple crystal that was originally heavily surrounded with fissures spreading across the entire crystal as if it were about to explode at any moment. General, that purple crystal is about to crack. The previous general had already been sent to a military court because the anger of the people needed to be quelled. The newly appointed General Seamank was tense, truly not want to take office, being pushed into the position as if forced. It should be noted that the terrifying Pokemon has not yet been dealt with. If any issues arise, the fate of the previous general will be the same as Seamank's. Seamank was completely on edge, not daring to relax in the slightest. General, hurry up and give the orders. The crystal is about to crack. The eyes of those nearby were filled with fear, having no idea how to face Gai Nua Sai Kute. The destruction caused by Gai Nua Sai Kute and Skara was immense. To the people of Skara, it was synonymous with the devil. General, hurry up and give the orders. Otherwise it will be too late. Those around were urging. However, Seamank was still hesitating. He dared not issue that order, because no one could guarantee they could definitely eliminate Gai Nua Saikute. If they couldn't eliminate it and instead angered at the existence of Skara would be in question. Everyone stay away. Withdraw all weapons. Do not provoke it. Seamank gritted his teeth and issued the command directly. General, this leaves us with no means of resistance. Seamank's eyes turned red. Fuck. Shut up. If it weren't for that idiot previously provoking a half of Scara wouldn't have been destroyed. And now continuing to provoke it, do you want to see Scara destroyed? Attack. Ridiculous. If we could really eliminate it, why is it still alive now? Everyone just let it awaken, but do not disturb it. Seamank's eyes were also red. This feeling was simply unbearable with life and death in the hands of others. The heavily surrounded purple crystal shattered, revealing Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute within. Its originally blood-red eyes had faded considerably, yet it remained a daze. In all of Scara, everyone watched Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute with bated breath silently. Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute chose not to destroy anything but flew into the sky, heading into the distance. It had no consciousness of destruction, having previously been attacked by Scara and then falling into a war instinct. As Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute flew away, Seamank felt as if he were drained his body, seeming to lack bones, slumping directly onto the chair. He had bet right. Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute really did not take action. Just moments ago, the pressure he felt was immense. The entire country was resting on his shoulders, and if he had bet wrong, Scara would cease to exist. At that point, he would be the center of all Scara. Everyone was cheering, filled with a sense of joy after surviving a calamity. Everyone was wildly shouting Seamank's name. In that moment, Seamank was a hero. However, Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute left Scara without stopping, flying directly towards the direction of Xia Country. Xia Country. The higher-ups were nervously watching the map as the icon representing Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute drew ever closer. Based on this direction, its landing point will be in the Su Province region. Should we notify the citizens of Su Province to evacuate? There's no time. At most, it will reach Su Province in an hour. The higher-ups shook their heads. Handle it according to Scara's methods. Before it causes massive destruction, we absolutely cannot provoke it. The higher-ups issued orders decisively. However, the outside world was not the same. The news of Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute's arrival could not be concealed. In the entire Su Province region, everyone was filled with anxiety. This feeling of despair annoyed everyone, yet they felt helpless. However, within Chen Ruo's estate, a flash of white light shot out, flying directly from Chen Ruo's estate. Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute was getting closer to Su Province. In just 10 minutes, it would reach Su Province. Yet a white Pokémon directly blocked Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute's path. This white Pokémon was enormous, nearly covering the entire sky. My god, what is that? Everyone saw the figure of the white Pokémon. It was so large, and it did nothing but block Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute's path. Sweat covered the foreheads of Xia's higher-ups, looking extremely flustered. Another terrifying Pokémon. If these two truly fought, it would be a huge problem. However, that incredibly gigantic white Pokémon roared loudly at Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute. Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute's forward momentum also halted, perhaps arguing something, as it roared back at the gigantic white Pokémon. The gigantic white Pokémon paid no mind to this, directly threatening Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute with loud roars. It seemed ready to take action if Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute did not leave. Everyone's hearts tensed up, clearly afraid that these two Pokémon would really engage in battle. If they did, the battlefield would be Su Province, and the resulting damage would be immeasurable. Chen Ruo was a bit dazed. This gigantic white Pokémon looked more and more like his Gangue, the very same white Gangue. Chen Ruo was also somewhat uncertain. How could this white Gangue be so powerful, daring to challenge a divine beast directly? Moreover, it appeared to be equally imposing as the divine. The white ghost and Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute faced each other at a distance, with the world's focus concentrated here. Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute halted its advance, remaining in place. If it takes another step forward, it will directly ignite the flames of war. The white ghost could never tolerate Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute entering the Su Province region. Currently, Chen Ruo is still too weak. If a battle truly occurs, it cannot guarantee Chen Ruo's safety with absolute certainty. Seeing that Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute was unwilling to retreat, the white ghost let out an angry roar, threatening Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute. Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute retreated. Its current consciousness was quite confused, yet deep down it still did not want to conflict with the white ghost. It flew directly toward the vast starry sky, leaving the Xia Kingdom. The entire world remained vigilant, all eyes fixed on the white ghost. The white ghost was larger than Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute. It also posed a greater threat. Whether it was good or bad remained unknown. The white ghost watched as Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute departed. That immense figure gradually faded into the void, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, everyone cheered. Although Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute did not cause any destruction, the devastation it wrought in Scala was unforgettable. When Gai Nuo, Sai, Kute reached the Xia Kingdom, everyone's hearts tightened. However, now that Nuo Saikute had left and the white ghost had dissipated, everyone finally smiled. However, the higher-ups were considering much more had the white ghost always been in the Xia Kingdom. And what exactly was this white ghost? There was far too much unknown in this situation, and they also feared that if the white ghost were to wreak havoc like Nuo Saikute, how would they deal with it? In the villa, Chen Ruo looked at the white ghost who was lying on the sofa like a salted fish watching television with a rather peculiar expression. Is this truly the same white ghost from before? The one that could even stop Nuo Saikute? Yet in Chen Ruo's heart, he was already certain that this white ghost should be his white ghost. Chao Meng had already mentioned the extraordinary nature of this white ghost, and now its performance perfectly demonstrated this point. However, the white ghost remained aloof, as always showing no interest in Chen Ruo, simply engrossed in watching television. Chen Ruo, feeling indifferent, returned to his bedroom. He still had a competition tomorrow. If anything went wrong, Principal Kai would probably come at him with a knife. This competition attracted attention due to the gathering of all the renowned high schools in the Su province region, along with the previous hype. The Starlight Sports Arena, where the competition was held, could accommodate over 30,000 people. Yet even so, the tickets sold out instantly. Even the tickets for the subsequent 4 days of competition were all sold out. Everyone wanted to learn from others' understanding of Pokemon battles and various skill combinations. Moreover, the strongest rookie Pokemon trainer Chen Ruo was also participating. It could be said that this competition was second only to that of Kyoto in terms of value. The Kyoto competition was truly a death group. In the vast Kyoto region, among 47 schools, there were astonishingly 13 participants in the top 50. Additionally, there were dozens of participants in the top 500, making this quality truly a death group. Classmate Chen Ruo, do not feel any psychological pressure or burden of both the school, and we believe in you. Principal Kai kept trying to reassure Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo felt somewhat speechless in his view. He actually felt no pressure. It was as if Principal Kai was comforting himself. However, after what Principal Kai said, Chen Ruo indeed felt some pressure. If he won this time, he could gain a powerful special ability. Even if he came in second, there would be no rewards. So for Chen Ruo, as long as he did not become the final champion of the competition, it would be considered a failure. In the first battle, we will be facing a tough opponent. As Chen Ruo's class instructor Wang Yao undoubtedly came along this time. Wang Yao looked at the schedule in his hand, somewhat astonished. The first day's competition was already starting off unfriendly. On the first day, Chen Ruo had to battle against 7 schools. Although there were 2 matches in the morning with an interval of 2 hours, it wasn't a big deal. However, the afternoon matches were nearly all lined up consecutively. There was less than half an hour for rest and adjustment. Chen Ruo glanced at the leaderboard, chuckling. Without saying a word, he had already anticipated the current situation before the competition. These days of battles were not just about strength. It was also about endurance. The opponent in the first battle is Chengyu High School. I have looked at the data before. Chengyu High School is ranked in the top 10 among the 34 schools. The strength of the participants is generally very strong. Even the weakest has a ranking within the top 1. This leaderboard records the real strength of the Pokemon. In fact, aside from the top 100, the strength among the others does not vary widely. What matters more is the ability to command. Therefore, these individuals from Chengyu High School are indeed quite tricky. They have no obvious weaknesses. Everyone's strength is roughly similar. All are exceptionally powerful. If they forcibly replaced one of Chen Ruo's Pokemon, the subsequent battles would become difficult for him, because he had no teammates to rotate, allowing his Pokemon and himself to rest. Such high-intensity battles could easily lead to mistakes. Yet for some unknown reason, Chen Ruo felt not nervous at all. Instead, he was quite excited with high battle. In the resting area of Chengyu High School, a middle-aged man with glasses and a beer belly spoke up. Our opponent in the first battle is none other than the strongest rookie trainer Chen Ruo. However, the leadership of Mingyuan High School is somewhat lacking, only dispatching 1 participant. Thus, we may still have a chance. According to our current data, the Pokemon in Chen Ruo's possession include one whose strength is unknown, a Gungue ranked 2nd, and a Charizard ranked 31st. The last one is a Ujira that has not yet evolved. Based on our predictions, his White Ghost may still be restricted by the world rules and unable to enter the real world, so, without a doubt, the only Pokemon he has for battle are the remaining 3. Let's plan carefully. You should also adjust your participating Pokemon, striving to secure a victory right from Chengyu High School was determined to score this point from Chen Ruo. Every point was critical for the school's resources, and every single point must be fought for. Different rankings lead to entirely different resources. Often just a single rank difference could result in a disparity of hundreds or even millions in resources. The top 3 rankings were even more outrageous. The resources available to the top 3 were countless times more than those available to the schools ranked lower. Hence, every point must be contested. One can only imagine how terrifying the competition for this battle would be. Chen Ruo took a deep breath, knowing that his upcoming battle would not be so simple. This group of people was absolutely insane. Want to pull him down? Anyone who could defeat Chen Ruo would surely become famous overnight. This was the terrifying popularity that Chen Ruo possessed. A confident smile also appeared on Chen Ruo's lips. So many people wanted to defeat him. However, he was not some soft dough that anyone could mold. The match began, and the first contestant from Qingyu High School was a sturdy, chubby boy. Chen Ruo furrowed his brow. This person was the weakest contestant from Qingyu High School. Of course, this weakness was only in comparison to the other two contestants from the same school. Among all the contestants, this seemingly simple chubby boy was certainly one of the strongest. Great Chen Ruo, I am your fan. I've watched the video of your battle against the martial arts hall master many times. The chubby boy looked at Chen Ruo with admiration. Chen Ruo was not surprised, and he believed the chubby boy's words. The video of his battle with the martial arts master had spread, widely teaching many that Pokémon battles could be conducted in such a way. It turned out that the role of a Pokémon trainer is not just to train Pokémon. In some sense, they can also influence the outcome of a battle. Chen Ruo looked kindly at the chubby boy and said, "Really? I am honored. As a sign of respect, I will take our match seriously." The chubby boy's face instantly stiffened. Could it really be like this? He could only force a smile and say, "Ha ha ha, I'm extremely honored." Indeed, Chen Ruo did not go back on his word and immediately unleashed a powerful move. Go! Qingjiao Wang. The chubby boy's face stiffened even more. Chen Ruo was really sending out his main force right away. Everyone knew how fierce Chen Ruo's Qingjiao Wang was. Let's go too. Yinwu Wang. The chubby boy also sent out his main Pokemon, Yinwu Wang. Qingjiao Wang used Arm Hammer. Yinwu Wang used Flame Chariot. Both sides unleashed extremely powerful skills without testing the waters. It was an all-out clash from the start. A smile appeared on Chen Ruo's lips. His confidence stemmed primarily from the presence of Qingjiao Wang. This time, they would learn what it meant to be dominated by the punch of the One-Punch Man's Qingjiao Wang. Flames engulfing its body, Yinwu Wang charged fiercely at Qingjiao Wang. Yet Qingjiao Wang simply executed an arm hammer, smashing directly at Yinwu Wang. Just one punch. An utterly unadorned punch. A simple and straightforward punch. Yinwu Wang was sent flying, crashing violently into the wall, which even trembled under the impact. It was left unconscious, completely losing its ability to fight. The might of a single punch was terrifying. This was the power of Qingjiao Wang's punch. With the characteristic of a strong man, its skill damage was doubled, and it was the battle-hardened Qingjiao Wang. If it couldn't take down Yinwu Wang in one punch, then that would truly be a mystery. The chubby boy questioned his life. Was this really his main Pokemon, Yinwu Wang? The one that was so powerful it could often stomp others. Not only the chubby boy, but all the contestants were stunned by that punch. Was this truly the strength of Chen Ruo? Was this the Qingjiao Wang ranked just below the White Ghost in the Pokemon rankings? Such a level of power was too terrifying. Not to mention those people, even Chen Ruo himself, felt somewhat abnormal. Did he choose this reward that was just too overpowered? How could others even play like this? The chubby boy's mouth moved a few times, but he couldn't utter a single word. Was this what Chen Ruo meant by respecting him and giving his all in the match? This guy really shouldn't take it so seriously. Please don't take it seriously. Can you just act like a normal person? However, Chen Ruo couldn't hear his pleas and had no intention of recalling Qingjiao Wang. When he sent out Qingjiao Wang, he was already prepared for a sweeping victory. After today, it would be challenging for Qingjiao Wang to perform as well. At that time, someone would definitely send out Ghost-type Pokemon, and Qingjiao Wang's damage would be completely ineffective against Ghost types. He wouldn't be so easy to deal with then. The chubby boy timidly took out a new Pokeball and sent out a new Pokemon. It was a blue alligator, which was also incredibly powerful and was originally meant to counter Chen Ruo's Charizard. However, he finally realized that he had overthought things. Targeting Charizard. Forget it. He better not let Qingjiao Wang sweep through all three Pokemon. Alligator used counter. The chubby boy was taking a gamble. If Qingjiao Wang could not take down Alligator with one punch, the damage from counter would be immensely terrifying. However, Chen Ruo had no concerns at all. Did you think I couldn't take out your Yinwu Wang with one arm hammer, but couldn't take down your Alligator? Alright, you're confident, so we'll give you even more confidence. Qingjiao Wang. Use True Chi Fist. True Chi Fist is one of the strongest skills in the fighting category. However, its only weakness is that it cannot be used if it takes damage before using the skill. However, since Alligator was using counter, which has a very low priority, Chen Ruo didn't need to worry about True. Boom! The arena collapsed. If it weren't for the outer layer of steel protection, Alligator might have been sent flying into the audience. The violent roar echoed throughout the entire Starlight Arena, causing everyone to cover their ears in pain. Even Chen Ruo felt a sharp pain in his eardrum. Qingjiao Wang did not hold back at all with that punch. As for Alligator, compared to Yinwu Wang, it was in a much more miserable state. It could be said that even by tomorrow it might not recover. The chubby boy completely questioned his life. His entire face was filled with despair. The match has temporarily come to a halt. This is mainly because Chen Ruo has smashed a hole through the arena, leaving the audience terrified and strongly demanding reinforced walls. With the help of Pokemon, a steel plate, several meters thick, was quickly transported and placed against the breached wall. Not only that, but all the spectators in that area were also relocated, fearing that Chen Ruo's King of Absence would recklessly punch through the thick steel plate and send the opponent flying into the audience. The situation was tense. Once everything was settled, the match continued. The chubby boy was now overwhelmed with mixed feelings, completely a loss for words. Chen Ruo should be disqualified. His participation in this competition is utterly unreasonable. It's akin to a street fight where a professional boxer suddenly appears. It's absurd, especially if it's Mike Tyson. The chubby boy felt exactly like that. He wanted to report Chen Ruo for being a professional competing in an amateur match, but the authorities were indifferent. The chubby boy laughed bitterly watching as Chen Ruo sent out his Pokemon. This time, Chen Ruo didn't bother giving any commands. Sending out Onix against the King of Absence was essentially a gift. The King of Absence could deal with Onix without any guidance from Chen Ruo. Indeed, Onix could not even last 2 rounds against the King of Absence and was effortlessly knocked out with a single. With this match concluded, the chubby boy was overwhelmed by Chen Ruo's dominance, yet rather than feeling humiliated, he felt a sense of relief. The psychological shadow cast by Chen Ruo's King of Absence was too great, leading him to question his very existence. The next competitor was a tall, slender boy who also appeared to be in a state of confusion. This scenario was completely off script. According to the calculations of the leaders, at Xingyu High School, the King of Absence should have been defeated by the previous. However, reality dealt him a harsh slap. Not only was the King of Absence unharmed, but it also seemed effortless for it to eliminate him. The bespectacled boy gritted his teeth and sent out his Pokemon. Go, Brave Bird. Brave Bird. The bespectacled boy immediately commanded Brave Bird to soar into the air. Chen Ruo felt no panic at all. Without a moment's hesitation, he recalled the King of Absence and released Charizard. Though a flying-type Pokemon could find a chance to defeat the King of Absence, it would waste a tremendous amount of stamina, making it counterproductive. The bespectacled boy nearly choked on his own blood. Chen Ruo's switch was far too decisive, leaving him no room to maneuver. Charizard used Flamethrower, Brave Bird dodge, then use Aerial Ace. But it would not be that. Chen Ruo's Charizard was equally powerful. It kept pressing down on Brave Bird, denying it any chance to escape. Brave Bird could only scramble to keep up. Chen Ruo's Charizard was fierce, relentlessly attacking. There was no opportunity for it to create space. Brave Bird retaliated fiercely, launching fiery attacks against Charizard, using its Steel Wing and Claw techniques with great precision. Chen Ruo's eyes brightened. This was the moment. Charizard, use Explosion. This close-range explosion arrived far too suddenly and hastily. The slender boy was completely caught off guard. Originally, Chen Ruo had already gained the upper hand. Brave Bird was on the verge of defeat, and it should have been him looking for an opportunity. However, Chen Ruo's control over the battle was extraordinarily strong. In the blink of an eye, he seized the moment, launching a close-range explosion that struck Brave Bird directly. Brave Bird was taken out by the close-range explosion without any chance to recover. Chen Ruo's Pokemon, like his commands, was swift and decisive. With a single explosion, it eliminated Brave Bird, and Charizard's fighting spirit remained high. The slender boy sent out his second Pokemon, which turned out to be a Snorlax. Chen Ruo decisively recalled Charizard, knowing that the best way to counter strength was with even greater strength. Go, King of Absence. Chen Ruo threw out the Pokeball for the King of Absence. The slender boy's face turned a deep shade of green. There was truly no way to win. They were simply not on the same level. Compared to Chen Ruo, they were all mere juniors. Snorlax used. The slender boy intended to challenge Chen Ruo Heat-In with such a powerful move. However, Chen Ruo was unfazed. King of Absence used Play Rough. Although Play Rough is a fairy-type move, it is still a physical move. The ability Huge Power enhances all physical attacks. As long as it is not a special attack, it can receive the boost. No matter what type of move, a violent explosion echoed throughout the arena once again. This time Snorlax was not knocked out in one hit by the King of Absence. However, it was still sent flying, gasping for air. The only way to combat the King of Absence was with brute force. To strike until the King of Absence was unable to fight back, just like that shiny Greninja. Yet this was incredibly difficult. At least for the rookie trainers right now, it was utterly impossible. The King of Absence stood proudly in the arena, its strong muscles and dominating aura captivating all Pokemon trainers. Chen Ruo's King of Absence did not possess the lazy trait, so it lacked the lethargy usually associated with the King of Absence. Continuous battles had forged it into a remarkably fierce presence. Its robust muscles were honed from sheer sweat and effort with no signs of flabbiness. With the King of Absence's fierce aura, it could be said that Chen Ruo's King of Absence resembled a wild beast. Just its appearance alone was intimidating. This is the kind of Pokémon that everyone yearns for, not those delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse. In front of Chen Ruo's King of Absence, no matter the opponent, it would be solved with a single punch. There is nothing that cannot be resolved with a single punch. If there's, then it just takes 2 punches. King of Absence used Sonic Punch to take out Snorlax. The King of Absence's powerful form appeared right in front of Snorlax, delivering a fierce punch that knocked it out instantly. The tall and thin boy was at a loss on how to face Chen Ruo's Leaf-Sending King. His last Pokémon was a Grass-type Bayleaf, which was clearly no match for the Leaf-Sending King. Moreover, Chen Ruo's Charizard had a natural advantage over Bayleaf, making it a guaranteed defeat. However, he had no choice but to send out Bayleaf. Go Bayleaf! Protect yourself! The tall and thin boy was too weary to command Bayleaf to resist, simply issuing the order to safeguard itself. If Bayleaf received less damage, he would consider it a blessing. The main powerhouse of Qingyu, a chubby kid, was gravely injured. Whether he could compete tomorrow was uncertain. If Bayleaf got hurt again, it would be difficult for Qingyu to secure a place in the top 10. He didn't dare to directly surrender, especially with the Plump School leader watching. If he truly displeased him, with the resources allocated by the school being reduced, his losses would be even greater. Chen Ruo, observing the demoralized tall and thin boy, understood his thoughts very well. Having already defeated Qingyu, there was no need for him to insist on reducing Qingji's numbers, as it would be more harmful than beneficial to him. After all, if the main competitors of Qingyu couldn't participate, it would only benefit those schools that hadn't yet faced Qingyu. Chen Ruo had no interest in this thankless task. He allowed the Leaf-Sending King to take down Bayleaf with a punch, opting not to use a powerful move. Surprisingly, the last competitor from Qingyu was a female contestant, and she was the strongest among the 3. However, despite her strength, she did not wish to battle Chen Ruo either. Fighting against him felt utterly... It could be said that the battle between Chen Ruo and Wu Neng showcased a scenario where the weak triumphed over the strong, demonstrating what godly command truly meant. Conversely, the battle between Chen Ruo and them taught them that in the face of absolute power, all commands appeared powerless and futile. Just as the strongest competitor of Qingyu finally made up his mind to face the battle, the Plump School leader spoke surrender. You're no match for him. Even if you manage to take down his Pokémon, we will still fail to secure a single point. Moreover, if your Pokémon gets injured again, it will be even harder for us to recover for the next battle. Instead of this, it's better to surrender and preserve your strength, not letting other schools reap the benefits. With Qingyu's surrender, Chen Ruo directly achieved victory in this round. In facing Qingyu, Chen Ruo also firmly helped Mingyuan High secure a point. This battle surprisingly went very smoothly. This made Chen Ruo realize a lot. He calculated that it might be difficult for him, but he did not account for people. When many schools felt they had no hope of victory, they would directly choose to surrender, showing no qualms about helping other opponents out. Those who couldn't defeat Chen Ruo, but insisted on confronting him, were the most foolish. And clearly there were no such people here. Wang Yao looked at the battle chart in his hand, a smile appearing on his face. Next we will battle one of the weakest schools, Senmu High. Chen Ruo, you can handle this battle, right? After the previous battle, both Principal Kai and Wang Yao were filled with confidence in Chen Ruo, mainly because the strength of Chen Ruo's Leaf-Sending King was truly overwhelming. 1 punch for each Pokémon. He took down the chubby kid from Qingyu in just 3 punches. This was incredibly exhilarating. In the Senmu rest area, the 3 competitors from Senmu had gathered together. The bald leader in the middle wore a bitter expression. That Chen Ruo is far too strong. Do you think you have a chance? Yes, said the bespectacled man, holding a laptop, adjusting his glasses. The other 3 looked at him in shock, incredulous that there was still a chance against Chen Ruo. According to my calculations, our odds against Chen Ruo are 1 in 1,000.387. This includes 4 mistakes from Chen Ruo and 6 lucky wins for our Pokémon. However, so far Chen Ruo has made 0 mistakes. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses and spoke rationally. Get lost. The others immediately raised their middle fingers at him, finding his odds utterly ridiculous. 1 in 1,000, which includes Chen Ruo's 4 mistakes and the 6 wins for them. If they had such luck, why weren't they flying to the heavens already? Why even participate in the competition? It would seem utterly absurd. If they had such luck, they would have already defied the heavens. This was akin to finding a divine Pokémon on the way out. Alright, this matter is settled. If your battle against him injures our main Pokémon, our battles this afternoon will be even more troublesome. The leader of Senmu made a decisive conclusion, choosing to forfeit the match. Chen Ruo was left baffled. Senmu actually surrendered as well. This maneuver was quite clever. Chen Ruo's Leaf-Sending King had frightened many. Mingyuan High achieved a stunning start with 2 consecutive victories. This made Principal Kai unable to close his mouth, exceedingly glad that he had chosen to trust Chen Ruo at that moment. And Chen Ruo had become incredibly popular. His leave-sending king had become the target of countless Pokemon trainers. This time, it was a live broadcast online, leading to a heated discussion on the internet. My leave-sending king is also here. Why is it that my leave-sending king can be called leave-sending pig? It just eats and sleeps, and eats alright. Except for a few moments when it can battle, it's almost 90% of the time sleeping. Upstairs, you're right. I initially caught a leave-sending king after watching Ruo Shen's video, and now I finally understand. This isn't because of the Pokemon. It's because of the trainer. Ruo Shen is truly too strong. Whether training Pokemon or battling. I feel like putting Ruo Shen in such competitions is just bullying people. Yeah, that chubby kid laughed at me. He was beaten to tears by Ruo Shen. The entire forum was filled with discussions about Chen Ruo's posts. Whether it was Chen Ruo's leave-sending king or his Charizard, they both displayed absolute strength. The afternoon matches were not going to be easy for Chen Ruo. Today there were a total of 7 matches, 2 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon. The first 2 matches in the afternoon were fierce encounters. It was impossible for the events of the morning to repeat themselves. Thus, the challenges facing Chen Ruo were increasing exponentially. For these past few days, he had to manage at least 50 Pokemon battles every day. This was also a tremendous test for him. However, Chen Ruo was well prepared, knowing that special abilities weren't easily obtained. Please King of Absence used Rapid Punch. Raichu used Thunderbolt. This was already the 3rd match of the afternoon. Chen Ruo couldn't help but feel frustrated as King of Absence was already panting heavily. The first 2 tough opponents had relentlessly pressured him. Moreover, they had disgustingly used Poison-type Pokemon or various other negative status Pokemon. Even Chen Ruo found it difficult to deal with them, fearing that he might contract one of those negative abilities, which would undoubtedly make his upcoming battles far more challenging. Many times, it wasn't just the moves that could inflict negative statuses, like with Nidoking. Any close-range moves could lead to being poisoned by its toxic spikes. After battling for an entire afternoon, Chen Ruo was likewise exhausted. It was evident that his command was not as sharp as it had been in the morning. Many opportunities right in front of him slipped away. This was also the concern of Principal Kai, who prolonged intense battles were extremely difficult for any Pokemon trainer to endure. King of Absence used Mega Punch to take down Blastoise. It was clear that even the speed of King of Absence's punches was not as fierce as before. However, it was still enough. Earlier, Blastoise had already taken several punches, and under King of Absence's Mega Punch, it fell into a near-death state. Blastoise has lost its fighting capability. The winner is Mingyuan High School. Mingyuan High School earns. As the battle concluded, Chen Ruo returned directly to the resting area of Mingyuan High School, slumping against a chair and falling asleep instantly. The continuous battles had placed an unbearable load on him. Once the battle ended, his taut nerves relaxed, and he naturally drifted off to sleep. Not even half an hour into his rest, Chen Ruo was awakened by Principal Kai. The next match was about to start. This was the downside of having only one participant. The load was simply too great. If there had been rotations, such a situation would not have occurred. Thinking of this, Chen Ruo cast a resentful glance at Principal Kai. Damn it. If the rules could be misheard, how can they not lose? If it weren't for Chen Ruo, Mingyuan High School would have undoubtedly been disqualified due to Principal Kai's negligence. Excluding Sinnoh High School's direct forfeit, up until now none of Chen Ruo's opponents had forfeited. Seeing Chen Ruo, each of them charged at him like sharks, sensing blood, fiercely attacking without restraint. After battling for a full hour, Chen Ruo finally subdued the last 2 schools. Perhaps after defeating Mingyuan High School, there were no more opponents left, so these 2 schools fought fiercely against Chen Ruo. They showed no mercy at all. They fought as if they were willing to injure themselves just to take a piece out of Chen Ruo. Until Chen Ruo could no longer tolerate it, he delivered a punch that left a Gyarados unable to recover, even by the next day, finally subduing his restless opponents. So far, with matches taking place simultaneously in 8 venues, almost all schools have played at least 4 matches, and currently, besides Mingyuan High School, only 4 schools maintain an undefeated record. These were Dongling High School with 6 wins, Chinan High School with 5 wins, Sioux Province High School with 7 wins, and Peisher High School with 5 wins. The overall strength of these 4 high schools was exceptionally strong. In such a tightly scheduled competition, luck was non-existent. A luck might occur once or twice, but it couldn't happen every time. Chinan Sioux Province and Peisher High Schools were all expected by everyone, but Dongling High School and Mingyuan High School were complete dark horses. If Mingyuan High School's success were attributed to Chen Ruo, then Dongling High School was indeed hiding too. The 3 competitors from Dongling High School were all remarkably strong trainers, including Lu Xiang, ranked 17th among the strongest newcomer trainers. The remaining 2 were Chun Peng, ranked 231, and Xiang Xian, ranked 287. Each of these three was capable of being a mainstay trainer in other schools, with Lu Xiang being the highest-ranked Pokémon trainer besides Chen Ruo. This made all the schools unable to help but criticize Dongling High School. This was just too impressive. To have such strength and yet remain hidden was simply unacceptable. As of now, Chen Ruo had won all matches on the first day of competition. Mingyuan High School stood at the top of the leaderboard with 7 consecutive victories. This battle was not easy for Chen Ruo. His Charizard and Gyarados were both on the brink of their limits. Even the strongest King of Absence was panting heavily at the end. If it weren't for his endurance training during this time, he would have likely collapsed. Although tomorrow only had 4 battles, it would be no easier than today. Because in the morning they would face Su Province High School, and in the afternoon they would confront Peisher High School. These 2 high schools were among the strongest of all, and Chen Ruo had no doubt they would not concede. That was simply impossible. However, in the resting areas of Su Province High School and Peisher High School, both schools were also very serious. In Chen Ruo's eyes, they were formidable, but in their eyes, how could Chen Ruo not be formidable? Chen Ruo's tenacious Gyarados, his powerful Charizard, and that unyielding King of Absence were simply not easy to deal with. We cannot afford to lose this battle tomorrow. The leaders of Su Province High School sternly gazed at the 3 competitors in front of them. I know he's strong, defeating him will be difficult. But Mingyuan High School only has him as a participant. As long as we can defeat him, victory will be ours. Moreover, his team's core is that King of Absence. As long as we can contain his King of Absence, victory. The leader of Su Province High School spoke with great authority. However, if Chen Ruo's King of Absence were truly so easy to restrict, he wouldn't have achieved 7 consecutive victories today. He swept through the field. No one could stand in his way. Returning to the hotel where he was staying, Chen Ruo didn't even take a shower and fell asleep immediately. This shows just how great the burden of the day's battles was for him. The next morning, Chen Ruo got up looking quite spirited and began to wash up. Although today's competition was difficult compared to the high-intensity matches of yesterday, the burden on him wasn't as heavy. When Chen Ruo arrived at the gym, he was taken aback. The number of spectators in the Starlight Stadium was at least double that of yesterday. Even the originally clear passage was filled with people. To add to that, trainers with flying-type Pokémon filled the sky above the Starlight Stadium. From a high vantage point, it was a sea of people. They were all packed together. This clearly indicated just how high the excitement was. Yesterday's match had sparked countless viewers' interest. It was truly spectacular. This was also the first time they witnessed such high-intensity Pokémon battles. Throughout the day, the Starlight Stadium had not stopped showcasing Pokémon battles. Everyone was utterly amazed. When Chen Ruo arrived, he was also shocked by the enthusiasm of the crowd. Moreover, due to his immense popularity, everyone in the venue was shouting his name. Ruo Shun. The cheers of nearly 100,000 people echoed through the stadium, and even those passing by could feel the intense atmosphere. As Chen Ruo entered the competition area, his opponent gazed at him with envy. His popularity was simply too high. We forfeit. Chen Ruo was taken aback as his first opponent directly chose to forfeit. The contestant smiled at Chen Ruo and said, "Our strength can only be considered mediocre, and our school is also very close to Mingyuan High School. If nothing unexpected happens, our school should merge with Mingyuan High School. The more resources you can secure, the greater the benefit for us, right? Moreover, we have no reason to help Su Province High School deplete your stamina. Regardless, our school won't be merging with Su Province High School. Even if Su Province High School comes in first, it offers us no benefit, does it? So good luck. I believe you can definitely defeat Su Province High School." Suddenly, Chen Ruo found his reasoning quite compelling. If you can't beat them, join them. That doesn't seem unreasonable, and he had analyzed it quite logically. In every aspect, it seemed unnecessary to engage Chen Ruo in battle, which led him to an unexpectedly easy victory in his first match. Not just Chen Ruo, even the competitors from Su Province High School were bewildered it could be done this way. This was indeed the lament of schools with inferior strength, because they simply lacked the capability to protect their own school. The only path left for them was to merge into other schools. Therefore, instead of this, it would be better to support a nearby school that could definitely enter the top 10 and potentially achieve a higher ranking. This way, when they eventually merge, they could still enjoy equal resources. Chen Ruo didn't have to wait long, as Su Province High School swiftly dealt with their first opponent. Next up is the battle between Mingyuan High School and Su Province High School. So far, both Mingyuan High School and Su Province High School had perfect winning records. Currently, only 5 schools could guarantee such a record. All of them were strong contenders among the top schools. Now, let us look forward to this match. The host shouted excitedly, clearly eager for this match. Not only the host, but also the spectators on the sidelines erupted in cheers. The match everyone was most looking forward to in the morning was this one. This match, along with the afternoon's contest between Mingyuan High School and Peisher High School, was the highlight of the day. Ruo, you are the strongest. Ruo, Ruo, I want to have your children. Ruo, I grew up watching your videos. The spectators on the sidelines were also shouting. Chen Ruo almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This is too absurd. That guy with leg hair longer than most people's hair, and he wants to have his children. And that burly man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s claimed to have grown up watching his battle videos. This is just ridiculous. Go Ruo. Chen Ruo, as usual, chose to start with his King of Absence. However, Su Province High School's first contestant sent out was Zhao Shuang, ranked 317th on the leaderboard. Zhao Shuang wore a cold smile. Su Province High School's strength was not just based on individual ability, but also on their formidable analysis team behind them. They had already found a way to deal with the King of Absence. Go Swampert. Zhao Shuang threw out his main Pokémon Swampert. Swampert used Water Pulse. Zhao Shuang laughed. Underwater Pulse switching Pokémon was impossible. Moreover, Water Pulse would continuously deal damage to the King of Absence. He knew he wasn't the opponent's equal, so he was sent by Su Province High School specifically to wear down the King of Absence. King of Absence Arm Hammer. Take out Swampert. Chen Ruo's expression remained unchanged as he forcefully took out Swampert, eliminating the Water Pulse. As expected, Chen Ruo's King of Absence was still as unreasonable as ever. With one powerful arm hammer, he sent Swampert flying. However, it didn't knock Swampert out of the battle. After all, Swampert was also a very strong starter Pokémon with decent defense. Swampert used Surf. Zhao Shuang commanded directly. Chen Ruo naturally wouldn't give Zhao Shuang another chance to attack the King of Absence. King of Absence one more time. However, due to the Water Pulse's interference, Swampert managed to use Surf first. The King of Absence withstood the Surf, delivering another arm hammer that knocked out Swampert, but he also suffered significant damage. Zhao Shuang smiled. His goal was to wear them down. As long as he continuously depleted the King of Absence's stamina, victory was assured. Even if he didn't lose, defeating him would waste too much stamina, making it difficult for the King of Absence to face the next two competitors from Su Province High School. Chen Ruo frowned. As expected, Su Province High School was formidable, not only in strength, but they had also prepared their tactics thoroughly. They truly held him in high regard. They specifically sent such a competitor to deal with him. If Chen Ruo wasn't mistaken, Zhao Shuang's remaining Pokemon should all be water-type. That could use Water Pulse. Indeed, it was exactly as Chen Ruo had predicted. Zhao Shuang's second Pokemon was the Wailord. Zhao Shuang looked at Chen Ruo, his smirk growing even more pronounced today. The undefeated myth of Chen Ruo's King of Absence would surely come to an end. All three of his Pokemon were water-type Pokemon capable of using Whirlpool. If this couldn't defeat Chen Ruo, then he could only say he had done his best. Wailord, use Whirlpool. Zhao Shuang sneered, bursting into laughter. He didn't believe Chen Ruo could find a solution to his current predicament. Unless his King of Absence could take down Wailord with a single punch, which was completely impossible. Wailord's massive body was not something to be underestimated. With Chen Ruo's current strength, he simply couldn't defeat Wailord with one punch. Indeed, just defeating the Swampert had made Chen Ruo's King of Absence look somewhat fatigued. Chen Ruo's mind was racing. If he couldn't solve this dilemma, even if he defeated Zhao Shuang, his King of Absence would inevitably lose a lot of stamina, and what would happen in the subsequent battles? It's important to note that although his Charizard and Gyarados were quite powerful, they didn't have the overwhelming pressure of the King of Absence. Of facing the remaining two competitors from Su Province High School, he didn't have the slightest advantage. Thus, he had to come up with a way to break the deadlock. Otherwise, he would only face defeat. Wailord used Whirlpool. It was the same old routine as Zhao Shuang didn't even need to give commands, as even his tactics were unchanged yet surprisingly effective. Not only Su Province High School, but other high schools were also watching this battle with keen interest. If Su Province High School's tactics really worked, then the battles Chen Ruo would face next might all follow this pattern. Chen Ruo's brain was whirring. He couldn't just rely on brute force to break through. His King of Absence was still not strong enough for that, otherwise he wouldn't need to think at all. Just unleash a massive punch, and everything would be settled. He had to devise a strategy to counter the tactics of Su Province High School. Everyone's eyes were on Chen Ruo, sparkling with anticipation. He had executed too many incredible maneuvers. They wanted to see if Chen Ruo could once again perform the extraordinary to break through this dire situation. Go Ruo, you're the best. We believe in you. The crowd was chanting, clearly not wanting to see Chen Ruo defeated, especially not wanting to witness the once mighty King of Absence fall. King of Absence use Earthquake. Chen Ruo smiled faintly. This move was ineffective against him. Cracks spread across the ground. Water flowed through the cracks, directly seeping underground, causing Whirlpool to become ineffective. That's right. This isn't a game. You use Whirlpool, and it'll let all your water flow away. Go ahead and show me your Whirlpool. Without the Whirlpool exhausting the King of Absence's stamina, how could you hold out against the King of Absence for even a few punches? Go ahead and pretend. Aren't you fond of laughing? Now let's see you laugh again. Ruo Shun, the eternal god. Damn, awesome. Ruo Shun is incredible. The crowd erupted with various cheers, clearly enamored by Chen Ruo's flashy tactics. Not everyone has such good fortune possessing various powerful Pokémon. In the past, Chen Ruo's King of Absence would defeat opponents with a single punch, and while they found it thrilling, joyful, and aspirational hoping to have such a Pokémon themselves. However, that was unrealistic. They admired Chen Ruo even more for his outlandish thinking in desperate situations, and for his tactics that caught his enemies completely off guard. The whirlpool on the field had vanished. Zhao Shuang was somewhat dumbfounded. Did Chen Ruo just directly break it? What kind of freak is Chen Ruo? Was the strategy crafted by the tactical geniuses of Su Province High School truly broken by Chen Ruo so easily? There's a saying that has never been wrong, but Zhao Shuang would never understand. There are only misnamed titles, not wrongly given nicknames. The title of Pokemon Battle Art Master was one Chen Ruo earned long ago. His expertise in Pokemon battles was evident to all. Zhao Shuang had no countermeasures. He wasn't Chen Ruo. Even this strategy had taken a great deal of effort from the Su Province High School team to develop. Wailord used Surf. He gritted his teeth and commanded, hoping to inflict as much damage on the King of Absence as possible. King of Absence low kick. The King of Absence's figure flashed and appeared right in front of Wailord. With one kick, it directly incapacitated Wailord. How is that possible? Even if your King of Absence is powerful, it shouldn't be able to kick Wailord out of the battle just like that. Zhao Shuang was stunned. He was completely dumbfounded. A single kick incapacitated Wailord. Who would dare to believe that? Zhao Shuang's plan to exhaust Chen Ruo's while using Wailord had completely failed. Chen Ruo didn't need to explain, nor did he have to. Low kick is not about power, it's about weight to determine damage. With Wailord's weight, that kick was enough. It didn't even give him the chance to use Surf to exhaust the King of Absence's strength. Zhao Shuang was clutching the last Pokeball in his pocket, his expression fluctuating. Inside was still a Water-type Pokemon, and it was also a Pokemon capable of using Whirlpool. This was the strategy originally devised by Su Province High School. However, now that the Whirlpool was broken by Chen Ruo, he was in a dilemma, completely unsure whether to release this Pokemon. In the end, he released it as he had no other options against Chen Ruo. Go! Cherry Blossom Fish. Chen Ruo also wore a smile. Indeed, Su Province High School planned to use Zhao Shuang as cannon fodder to exhaust him. Therefore, all three of Zhao Shuang's Pokemon were capable of using Whirlpool. It was all one tactic. This tactic could almost contain any powerful foe. As long as they were caught in the Whirlpool, they couldn't switch Pokemon at all. With the exhaustion from Whirlpool and the attacks from the side, they would inevitably fall. Yet he encountered Chen Ruo, who gave him a lesson. It also let everyone know there is no ultimate tactic, and there are no ultimate Pokemon. Even a powerhouse like King of Absence could lose. What exists is only the most suitable tactics. The most powerful Pokemon trainers. Sakura Fish used Surf, using Surf to wear down Chen Ruo's Absentia King. This was Zhao Shuang's final defiant stand. It was all in vain, as hollow as a jest. If the Absentia King were truly so easily countered, Chen Ruo would have fallen long ago. Without hesitation, the Absentia King delivered a devastating arm smash directly onto Sakura Fish, instantly knocking it out of battle and plunging it into unconsciousness. An unbound Absentia King is the undisputed patriarch of every Pokemon here. No further explanation from Chen Ruo was needed. Our reality had already spoken for itself. Had the Absentia King not been so formidable, Zhao Shuang would never have fielded 3 consecutive Pokemon, all of them title whirls. Zhao Shuang withdrew from the battlefield with a grim, ashen face. His very first Pokemon had barely dented the Absentia King's stamina, and that was only possible due to the element of surprise. Without it, he would have been utterly ineffective. It's fine, this isn't your fault. Still, Teacher Chen and the others anticipated precisely this scenario and prepared contingency plans. Just watch closely now. The second contestant from Suzhou High School gently patted Zhao Shuang's shoulder in reassurance. Only then did Zhao Shuang's expression soften, no longer clouded by sullen resentment, as though the world owed him a fortune. This second contestant was named Chun Chi, a seasoned rookie trainer ranked 332nd on the National Rookie Trainer list, whose prowess commanded serious respect. Chun Chi fixed his gaze on Chen Ruo without uttering a word, and immediately released his Pokemon. Go, Onyx. Use Sandstorm. A cold smile flickered across Chun Chi's lips as he added, You countered Tidal Whirl with Earthquake before, but Earthquake is useless against Sandstorm. Let's see how you block this one, he exclaimed, eyes alight with exhilaration. Chen Ruo remained utterly unfazed, gazing at Chen Chi instead with an expression bordering on pity. Surely you don't mean to tell me all 3 of your Pokemon are rock types, or at least capable of using Sandstorm. Indeed, Chen Chi admitted without hesitation. All 3 of my Pokemon can unleash Sandstorm. We've never underestimated you. Not for a moment. Chen Ruo, the master of Pokémon battle art. The Divine One. Spectators lining the arena erupted in indignant muttering. This is outright shameless. This entire match was clearly engineered against Chen Ruo. Two of the three contestants were deliberately tailored to counter him, while the third's intentions remained unknown. Even a celestial being would buckle under such odds. Damn it. Is Suzhou High School seriously this shameless? They're targeting the Divine One Heathen. Exactly, but I believe the Divine One will prevail. His mastery over Pokemon battles is nothing short of artistry. Go Divine One, go Absentia King. The crowd roared their fervent support. Chen Ruo's popularity soared, fueled by his pre-match bravado, the Absentia King's awe-inspiring dominance in battle, and his flawless command of Pokemon strategy. Chen Ruo remained completely unruffled, merely regarding Chen Qi with quiet, almost sorrowful compassion. Was this young man secretly at odds with his school's own tactical analysts? Did you truly study me? Chen Ruo couldn't resist asking. Chen Qi stood tall with pride. We've compiled every recorded battle of yours since your debut, and scoured every whisper of intelligence we could find. Today's strategy was meticulously designed to defeat you. Chen Ruo pressed a hand to his face, stifling near uncontrollable laughter. You studied me, yet you don't even know what Pokemon I carry. He could no longer hold back. Your analysts must be truly exceptional. Chen Qi, still oblivious, replied confidently. Right now your known Pokemon are Charizard, Absentia King, and Jigglypuff, and Gengar. Though according to our calculations, Gengar's power is so immense that its spectral form hasn't fully manifested in this world. In Suzhou High's resting area, a cluster of tactical analysts swelled with self-satisfaction. Their strategy had seemingly locked Chen Ruo in place. Without their meticulous planning, Suzhou High would never stand a chance against Chen Ruo. We truly are the pinnacle of tactical masters. Look, even Chen Ruo has been exposed and constrained by our analysis. Exactly. Look at his expression. How grim he looks. Unaware of their misjudgment, Chen Ruo might well have quipped that his grimace came not from distress, but from the sheer effort of holding back laughter. Chen Ruo gazed upon them with quiet pity. You know I have Jigglypuff, yet you still deploy Sandstorm. Don't you realize Sandstorm holds no effect whatsoever on Jigglypuff? At those words, Chen Qi froze, stunned into silence. His mind reeled, black and white question marks swirling in his thoughts. Sandstorm has no effect on Jigglypuff. This defied everything he'd assumed. In that instant, Chen Qi wasn't the only one left speechless. So too were Suzhou High's self-proclaimed elite tactical analysts, utterly dumbfounded. Hey, did you know Sandstorm doesn't affect Jigglypuff? One analyst nudged his teammate. The other shook his head, equally bewildered. Never knew, just learned it now. Suzhou High's blunder ignited widespread amusement across the arena. Until now, everyone's attention had been riveted solely on the Absentia King. No one had bothered to analyze the other two Pokémon in Chen Ruo's team. Only after suffering this crushing setback did they finally grasp the truth. Chen Ruo too now understood why none had deployed Ghost-type Pokémon against the Absentia King. He'd even instructed his school to identify moves the Absentia King could learn, moves effective specifically against Ghost-types. Yet until now he'd encountered scarcely any such counters, rendering his preparations nearly futile. He'd been puzzled until now. It dawned on him the flaw wasn't his. It lay in their limited intelligence. To devise and execute countering strategies on the spot required far deeper insight than they possessed. At that moment, Chen Ruo smiled softly. Perhaps his greatest advantage wasn't some mysterious system or the enigmatic Sun organization, but simply his unparalleled intuitive mastery of Pokemon themselves. Not only that, but with the characteristics of Sandshrew, it is even harder for enemies to hit it during a sandstorm. However, even so, Chen Ruo still found it difficult to battle, as a Sandshrew was not as powerful as the King of Vacation in terms of dominance. If it really came down to a fight, the outcome would still be uncertain. Go Sandshrew. Chen Ruo threw out the Pokeball containing Sandshrew. Sandshrew faced off against Onix. And now with the support of the Sandstorm, it was even more advantageous for Sandshrew. Sandshrew used Metal Claw. Onix used Dig. Avoid Metal Claw. Chen Qi was truly afraid to take the hit from Metal Claw, as it was a move particularly effective against Rock-type Pokemon. However, Chen Ruo was almost amused by Lu Qi's actions. It was simply ridiculous. Using Dig against a Ground-type Pokemon was like an old man eating arsenic. Was he tired of living? Sandshrew, go all out and use Earthquake. Chen Ruo acted without a hint of mercy, launching a full-force Earthquake. Chen Qi panicked, realizing at that moment that Chen Ruo's Sandshrew could indeed use Earthquake. Onix come out quickly. However, while entering was easy, exiting was not. Onix didn't have time to withdraw. It took the full brunt of Sandshrew's Earthquake. Fortunately, Onix had thick skin and tough flesh, and as Sandshrew was merely in its juvenile stage, the damage wasn't severe enough to incapacitate it. Even so, that was about it. Chen Ruo smiled, By this time, the sandstorm had dissipated, and he recalled Sandshrew, releasing the King of Vacation instead. King of Vacation used Sonic Punch. Instead of letting Onyx continue to wear down Sandshrew, it was better for the King of Vacation to directly eliminate Onyx, not giving Chen-Chi any chance to exhaust Sandshrew. The King of Vacation's Sonic Punch struck true, taking down Onyx without mercy. Go Antlion. At this moment, Chen-Chi was also feeling awkward. He didn't know whether to use the Sandstorm. If he used the Sandstorm, Sandshrew would receive a boost. If he didn't, Chen Ruo wouldn't swap out the King of Vacation, and Antlion would definitely not withstand 2 punches from the King of Vacation. It would be a gift. This dilemma didn't trouble Chen-Chi for long. He quickly decided to use the Sandstorm. Even actively boosting Sandshrew, he still didn't want to face the full power of the King of Vacation. The Sandstorm rose again. Before it spread, Chen Ruo recalled the King of Vacation and sent out Sandshrew. This battle was between Sandshrew and Antlion. Chen Ruo showed no hesitation. Antlion was also a juvenile Pokemon, not yet evolved into a V-Brava, and facing Antlion Sandshrew was undoubtedly much stronger. Sandshrew used Bite. Chen Ruo chose not to use Rock or Ground-type moves, as they would deal less damage to Antlion than Dark-type Bite would. Antlion, let's use a surprise attack. Chen-Chi had regained some composure and was no longer in a state of... Antlion and Sandshrew collided fiercely with Sandshrew, sending Antlion flying. In terms of strength, Antlion was no match for Sandshrew. Sandshrew was a juvenile Pokemon of the semi-divine Banjira. It would not back down from Antlion. Sandshrew, keep going. Chen-Chi had no better way to turn the tide. He could only encourage Antlion. Antlion, don't be afraid. Let's keep pushing. The two sides clashed again, and the difference was now very clear. Chen Ruo's Sandshrew was only slightly panting, while Antlion was clearly suffering significant injuries. It was like comparing a sack of bricks to a sack of cotton. It was obvious which would hurt more if dropped from the same height. Antlion, let's use Earthquake. As expected, it was Chen-Chi who lost his composure first. If this continued, he would undoubtedly lose. Chen-Chi's change of strategy gave Chen Ruo an opportunity. Sandshrew jump up and use Stomp. Although Antlion used Earthquake, it had no effect at all. Sandshrew jumped up, delivering a Stomp directly onto Antlion. This Stomp firmly landed on Antlion, interrupting the Earthquake it was trying to unleash. This is the most difficult part of facing Chen Ruo. If you don't change your strategy, you're just waiting to die. But if you do change your strategy, his reaction can be faster than yours. A single Stomp can take you out. It's just that tyrannical and unreasonable. This is also why Chen Ruo is known as a master of Pokemon battle art. It's not about anything else, but simply because his command is an art. It's truly hard to replicate. Antlion, withstand Sandshrew's attack and use Rock Slide. Chen-Chi tried to make one last stand. However, this was completely impossible. In front of Chen Ruo, all struggles were futile. Sandshrew, don't give him a chance, use Heavy Slam. Sandshrew, already stomping on Antlion, jumped up again, bringing down a Heavy Slam that crushed Antlion, taking it out. There was no surprise whatsoever. As for Rock Slide, how could Chen Ruo allow Antlion the chance to unleash it? Lucci held the last Pokeball in his hand, his expression grim. If he were defeated by Chen Ruo's King of Vacation, it would be understandable, as the King of Vacation's strength was well known, but if he were taken out by a mere Sandshrew, his reputation would be utterly ruined. It's important to remember that Sandshrew was only in its first form. If it could take out 3 Pokemon in a row, he would truly have no face left to show. Even if your Sandshrew can defeat my 2 Pokemon in a row, this one of yours absolutely cannot defeat me again. This is my trump card. Go Crocodile. A strong crocodile with red skin and stripes, its eyes resembling sunglasses, appeared before everyone. Chen-Chi ranked in the top 500 for a reason, and this Crocodile was the Pokemon that established his standing. Crocodile is a very powerful and wild Pokemon with tremendous biting force. It was truly a tough challenge. Sandshrew was simply too outmatched against such an opponent. Chen Ruo looked at Ugila and asked, Ugila, facing such a powerful opponent, is it still too much for you? Should we switch to the King of Leave? Ugila gazed at the imposing King of Leave and recalled the electric beast it had faced before, the one that had brought it such pressure. Until it ultimately lost its combat ability, Ugila had never managed to achieve evolution. This had always been a thorn in Ugila's heart, and even now, it was still reluctant to accept it. It wanted to become stronger. It desired a breakthrough. When it arrived, the King of Leave was still the hyperactive ape, and the Fire Dragon was still the Fire Dinosaur. Now, the hyperactive ape had transformed into the King of Leave. Meanwhile, the Fire Dinosaur had become the Fire Dragon. It remained unchanged still, just Ugila. This made it difficult for Ugila to accept. It hoped to grow stronger and secure more victories for Chen Ruo. Relying on the Fire Dragon and the King of Leave was not what Ugila desired. Ugila also wished to stand alone. It wasn't fond of relying on Chen Ruo and was exceptionally independent. Almost 80% of the time Ugila was training. Chen Ruo could see all of this, but he had no way to help. He He had tried comforting Ugila, but for it this mental block was impossible to overcome. Ugila looked steadfastly at Chen Ruo, who understood its meaning. Do you choose to fight? Then go for it. Chen Ruo chose to respect Ujila's decision. It was his partner, not a mere tool. Ugila, it's time. Use earthquake. An ant shaking a tree. Rogue Croc used deception. Chen Shi held nothing back, launching an immensely powerful dark-type move deception. Rogue Croc showed no mercy, just like its character. It was truly a rogue, completely unruly. One use of deception sent Ugila flying, and earthquake was never executed. Now Chen Ruo finally experienced the feelings of those trainers who had battled against the King of Leave before his mind was filled with countless strategies, yet he could not execute any of them. Because the opponent would not give him that chance, no matter how he approached, it was just a punch. A single punch that shattered everything, leaving no room for any further discussion. Chen Ruo grew weary of directing. No matter how he commanded, the outcome would be the same. Unless Ugila could evolve into Sangila, any command would seem utterly powerless against absolute strength. Ugila once again initiated a suicidal charge. It completely disregarded its stamina as if it had gone mad. Ugila sought to evolve, harnessing the immense pressure brought by Rogue Croc to gain even greater strength. However, how could Chen Shi possibly allow Ugila the opportunity to successfully evolve? Rogue Croc, give it your all, use Rampage. Chen Shi commanded Rogue Croc to unleash its ultimate move, aiming to finish Ugila in one blow. Ugila also used Rampage, charging directly at Rogue Croc. However, the gap was still too vast, and Ugila's body was sent flying without any power to resist. This time, Ugila lay on the ground, unwilling to accept defeat, appearing in great pain. Yet it still struggled to rise. With an incredibly strong will, Rogue Croc, this is not the time to show mercy to the enemy. Go all out and use Rampage again. Chen Shi felt immensely uplifted. At least now, he could defeat one of Chen Ruo's Pokémon. Ugila, I believe you can do it. Ugila looked at the charging Rogue Croc, and once again recalled the electric beast it had faced before. It also noticed the hope in Chen Ruo's eyes. Last time, it had disappointed Chen Ruo, but this time, it would not let him down. Ugila stood up again. It unleashed another Rampage, clashing head-on with Rogue Croc. This was Ugila, proud, and this time it was not one-sided. A thunderous roar erupted. Ugila's body shimmered with white light, and its form began to change. With the explosive power during evolution, Ugila managed to withstand Rogue Croc's assault. Its body elongated, and its form underwent a dramatic transformation. The once dark green tender armor transformed into a gray-black hue, appearing incredibly sturdy and of high quality. Ugila succeeded. It evolved directly into Sangila. It successfully broke through with the pressure from Rogue Croc. Sangila's injuries all healed, and it now looked fiercely at Rogue Croc. Though still not as strong as Rogue Croc, the gap in momentum was no longer as terrifying as it had. How is this possible? It can do this. Chen Shi looked at the successfully evolved Sangila, his eyes filled with disbelief. Under such immense pressure, it forcibly resisted Rogue Croc's attack and evolved into Sangila. This was truly unbelievable. Not just Chen Shi, everyone cheered. Pokemon evolution was not something one could often witness. To evolve in battle was even rarer. Right before their eyes, such an example occurred. How could they not be excited? Go Sangila, do your best. Righteous God, invincible. Sangila, you are the best. Go. Defeat Rogue Croc. Chen Ruo smiled. Ugila had indeed accomplished it. Its unyielding character was perfect for breaking through under such pressure. Sangila, I look forward to working together in the future. Chen Ruo smiled at Sangila. Sangila looked at Chen Ruo and nodded excitedly. Although its current strength was still the weakest among all of Chen Ruo's Pokémon, it was no longer a hindrance. Moreover, Sangila was determined that as it continued to grow stronger, it could become one of Chen Ruo's true pillars. Chen Shi gritted his teeth, looking at Chen Ruo with envy, wondering what kind of luck this was. But he too believed he would not lose. Even if it evolves into Sangila, it can never be my Rogue Croc's opponent. Go, Rogue Croc. Bite it to pieces. Chen Ruo was equally filled with fighting spirit. Sangila, we must work hard and win this battle. Go, Sangila. Use Rampage. Facing the bite of the Rogue Croc, Shakira directly retaliated with a fierce strike, pushing back with determination. This time, like before, Shakira was knocked back several steps, but did not suffer as much damage. Shakira used Bite. Rogue Croc used Earthquake. Shakira was sent flying again, sustaining some. However, Chen Ruo's expression remained unchanged. Shakira continued using Bite. Currently, the Rogue Croc had the upper hand, so Chen Shi had no intention of changing tactics. Rogue Croc, let's keep using Earthquake. Shakira, Bite. Rogue Croc, Earthquake. Bite, Bite, Bite. Earthquake, Earthquake. Shakira was repeatedly sent, flying, her previously healed injuries reappearing across her body. If she were a Banjira, she could easily crush the Rogue Croc, but she was just Shakira, Yet Chen Ruo showed no signs of changing tactics, and his expression remained the same as always. Shakira completely trusted Chen Ruo's commands and executed them without hesitation. Chen Qi laughed. Even if it has evolved into Shakira, it is still no match for my Rogue Croc. Chen Ruo, you are powerful, but no matter what your Shakira cannot defeat my Rogue Croc. Chen Ruo said, nothing, simply watching as Shakira charged forward once more using Bite. This time Shakira was again knocked back by the aftershock of the Rogue Croc's earthquake, yet the Rogue Croc let out a pain howl. Clearly it suffered more damage than Shakira. Faced with this sudden change, Chen Qi was stunned. Not just him, everyone was in shock. How did Shakira, who was originally struggling under the Rogue Croc, suddenly gain the upper hand? How could this be? On the contrary, Chen Ruo smiled. This was the reason he had Shakira continuously use Bite. Bite has a chance to lower the enemy's defense, and by now, he had used it 6 or 7 times. Even if luck were against him, it was unlikely that none had activated. Moreover, on 3 occasions Chen Ruo had clearly sensed that Bite had deepened the pain for the Rogue Croc. This indicated that Shakira had at least successfully activated Bite 3 times or more. With the defense level of the Rogue Croc lowered by at least 3 tiers, it was now entirely impossible for it to maintain an advantage in this clash of skills. Shakira continued using Bite. This time, Chen Ruo's voice was noticeably more elevated. Chen Qi was panicking. Even in defeat, he didn't understand how he lost. This feeling was truly unbearable. Rogue Croc, keep using Earthquake. Hold on. The Rogue Croc unleashed Earthquake, but this time Shakira did not suffer significant damage. The Rogue Croc was directly sent flying by Chen Ruo's Shakira, howling in pain. Its armor had been severely weakened, and it was no match for Shakira now. Shakira, deliver the final Bite to the Rogue Croc. Chen Ruo issued the final command. This time, just as Chen Ruo had predicted, the Rogue Croc could not withstand the Bite, being forcefully thrown back and directly losing its fighting capability, entering a near-death state. Everyone on the sidelines erupted in cheers filled with excitement. Chen Ruo once again taught them what battle truly means. This is Pokemon battling. It is not merely rigid and lifeless data. As long as you are strong enough, even defeating the strong, while being weak, is not a significant challenge. Chen Qi, feeling dejected, recalled the Rogue Croc that had entered a near-death state. Was this the gap between him and Chen Ruo? It was truly hard to accept. Yet he had no way to counter it. Chen Ruo's victory was completely legitimate, and he accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. His only discontent stemmed from losing to Shakira. It's okay, you did very well. After all, that person is Chen Ruo. The one speaking was Lin Mo, the last contestant from Su Province High School and the strongest anchor contestant. Lin Mo confidently stepped onto the stage and smiled at Chen Ruo. As expected of God Ruo, even my strategies for Pokemon battling were learned from your videos. Chen Ruo merely looked at Lin Mo with curiosity, clearly puzzled by his words. Ignoring Chen Ruo's confusion, Lin Mo continued, actually, whether it's Zhao Shuang or Chen Qi, the Pokemon they use are strictly controlled by the school to better suit their tactics. But I'm different. I am the only seed contestant in Su Province High School who has the right to choose my own Pokemon. Lin Mo was extremely confident, and he was indeed powerful. Chen Ruo, however, didn't pay much attention to this. He suddenly realized that Lin Mo's long-winded speech was just to set the stage for his final boast. Chen Ruo smiled. He had never been impressed by anyone speaking grandly in front of him. Oh, and then, is that how you demonstrate your strength? I'm puzzled. Oh, choosing your own Pokemon is a basic operation, and you take pride in that. Chen Ruo didn't indulge Lin Mo and directly retorted. Lin Mo was taken aback, but he suddenly felt that Chen Ruo's words seemed to make sense. What was there to be proud of in that? Lin Mo's thoughts became a bit chaotic due to Chen Ruo's remarks, but he forcibly regained his composure. Today, I hope to receive guidance from God Ruo. Go! Axedragon. Upon entering the arena, he summoned an extremely powerful Pokemon. Axedragon is a highly formidable Dragon-type Pokemon from the Unova region, showcasing immense strength. It is a trump card. As soon as Lin Mo entered, he directly released Axedragon, demonstrating his power. Lin Mo smiled at Chen Ruo. Actually, the rankings are not without flaws. The 3 Pokemon I currently have were not captured before the competition. They were merely traveling with me. This is also the reason why I am not on the leaderboard. If I had captured them before the rankings were updated, I would definitely be in the top 10. Lin Mo's explanation clarified why he was absent from the leaderboard. Many powers hide talents like Lin Mo. They did not capture Pokemon, they were just traveling with them. At that time, the ranking system would directly ignore them. Thus, the true talents far exceed those present, with many more hidden in the shadows. Many established powers operate this way. With the resources they possess, it is absolutely not a difficult task to cultivate a few prodigies. If one truly believes that their strength is merely what is displayed on the surface, then they are gravely mistaken. Chen Ruo similarly unleashed the Pokeball of his Lazy King. Facing a powerful Pokemon like the Double Axe Dragon, it was sufficient for Lazy King to simply break through with brute force. Double Axe Dragon Claw. Lin Mo was exceedingly confident in his Double Axe Dragon. He felt that even if it couldn't match Chen Ruo's Lazy King in strength, it would not be significantly weaker. Lazy King used brute force. Chen Ruo relished opponents who favored direct confrontation. Overconfidence is certainly not a virtue, so let him be the one to awaken these individuals. When the Double Axe Dragon collided with Lazy King, Lin Mo regretted it. What kind of monster is this Lazy King? When the Double Axe Dragon and Chen Ruo's Lazy King collided, the Double Axe Dragon felt an immense force emanating from Lazy King's iron fist, causing it to be sent flying and crash hard to the ground. Lin Mo's small eyes were filled with great confusion. What on earth is this creature? Not even the strength of Double Axe Dragon could withstand Lazy King. Chen Ruo's Lazy King is simply unreasonable. It is truly terrifying. In a contest of strength with Chen Ruo's Lazy King, it all comes down to whether you can endure the strikes. The main issue is that the characteristic of a strong man is utterly incomprehensible. Physical type skills double the damage. This is far beyond what a normal Pokémon could possess. Lazy King, go and entangle the Double Axe Dragon. Do not give it a chance. Chen Ruo's gaze was extremely shrewd. Lazy King's most formidable ability is undoubtedly its powerful close combat skills. Double Axe Dragon, we must not be afraid. Charge in. Lin Mo found himself at a loss. The Double Axe Dragon was a Pokémon that specialized in direct assaults. If it were up against other Pokémon, it might have a chance, but against Chen Ruo's Lazy King, it was completely outmatched. Faced with the relentless pursuit of Chen Ruo's Lazy King, the Double Axe Dragon could only keep retreating, constantly retreating, struggling to withstand Lazy King's attacks. After just a few punches, the Double Axe Dragon was already gasping for breath. This was not due to the Double Axe Dragon's weakness. Rather, it showcased the Double Axe Dragon's immense strength. Had it not been for the formidable power of the Double Axe Dragon, it would not have been able to endure so many assaults. Before the Double Axe Dragon, even the strongest Pokémon could only withstand 2 attacks from Lazy King's, and now the Double Axe Dragon had remarkably resisted 7 or 8 punches without being knocked down, which was a testament to its power. Other Pokémon trainers at the sidelines were also in awe. This was the first time they had seen a Pokémon endure so long against Chen Ruo's Lazy King, and in a direct confrontation at that. Lin Mo felt incredibly frustrated. He initially thought that even if the Double Axe Dragon was inferior to Lazy King, it shouldn't be far off, but upon engaging, he realized he was mistaken. Not only was he mistaken, but he was absurdly wrong. The immense power of the Double Axe Dragon was rendered completely laughable in front of Chen Ruo's Lazy King, offering no resistance whatsoever. Lazy King, use your final million-ton punch. Double Axe Dragon, hold on. However, everything felt so futile. The Double Axe Dragon had already reached its limit and was taken down in one punch by Chen Ruo's Lazy King. This punch was merciless, sending the Double Axe Dragon crashing away. Since evolving into Lazy King, this was the first time it had truly relished a battle. In previous battles, Lazy King had always resolved its opponents with merely a couple of punches, leaving no room for enjoyment. Lazy King roared towards the heavens, venting the battle intent within. The fierce roar resounded throughout the venue, and all the spectators erupted in cheers. This cheer was dedicated to Lazy King. If Chen Ruo was undoubtedly the king among all trainers in this venue, then Lazy King was the indisputable king among all Pokémon. Lin Mo's expression darkened. He originally thought that the formidable Double Axe Dragon would put on a display, but it was easily dealt with by Chen Ruo's Lazy King, which remained a formidable challenge. Lin Mo was at a loss regarding how to handle Lazy King. Go, Dragonite. It must be said that Lin Mo's background strength was truly formidable. First, he had the strong Pokémon Double Axe Dragon from the Unova region, and now he unleashed the powerful Dragonite from the Kanto region. Without the support of powerful forces, Chen Ruo could have swallowed the entire Starlight Stadium. Not only was there a powerful force backing Lin Mo, but it was also immensely strong. Otherwise, it would be impossible to assemble such a strong team for Lin Mo. Lin Mo releasing Dragonite was not without reason. Not only is Dragonite exceptionally powerful, but Lazy King also lacks aerial capabilities, so Dragonite can be used to counter Lazy King. However, if Lin Mo could think of this issue, how could Chen Ruo not be aware? Shakira also lacked aerial combat methods, but he had Charizard. Charizard had not engaged in any battles yet and had been conserving its energy, waiting for its turn. Chen Ruo recalled Lazy King and sent out Charizard. Go. Charizard. Charizard confronted Dragonite in the air. Their immense auras clashed, causing a gentle breeze to swirl around. Although Charizard is a fire and flying type Pokémon, and not a dragon type, it is still an incredibly powerful Pokémon. And as for Dragonite, there is no need to elaborate further. It's a Quasagode-level Pokémon from the Kanto region, the cornerstone of the Dragon Clan. Charizard. Use Flamethrower. Go. Dragonite. We are going into Use Dragon Rage. Lin Mo was brimming with fighting spirit. He hoped to overpower Chen Ruo, to become the most powerful Pokémon trainer. He was not the only one supported by the forces behind him. If he did not have any outstanding or remarkable performance, it would be mere talk for him to obtain greater support and more resources. And now the opportunity to gain all this lay right before him. Defeat Chen Ruo. Become the most powerful Pokémon trainer. Prove his worth. As long as he could achieve these, he believed that the organization would recognize his potential. At that time, he would surely be able to acquire more resources and grow even stronger. The Charizard and Dragonite stood opposed in the void, unleashing their fury and flames in a relentless. Neither of the two majestic Pokémon was weaker than the other. Their physical collisions and the execution of various skills were executed with remarkable finesse. Charizard unleashed a torrent of flames towards Dragonite, while Dragonite retaliated with a fierce Dragon Rage, both engaged in a fierce battle. The intensity of their fight was truly captivating. Unlike the battle between the Double Axe Dragon and the Lazy King, the strength of these two Pokémon was nearly equal, making it impossible to determine a victor. The battle was far more enjoyable than the one-sided slaughter of the Double Axe Dragon by the Lazy King. Although not the most emotionally stirring, this evenly matched duel was the most visually appealing and spectacular. Neither Dragonite nor Charizard was willing to give in such a moment. If either were to take a step back, they would immediately lose the momentum they had built up and fall into a disadvantage. Both Dragonite and Charizard carried the hopes of their trainers, eager to triumph over their opponent, leading to an even fiercer conflict. Charizard relentlessly exchanged blows with Dragonite, both giving their all, leaving no ounce of energy unspent. In such battles, the struggle is often about who can maintain their breath. The one who gains the upper hand can seize victory. Chen Ruo refrained from giving commands, fully aware that if he disrupted Charizard's rhythm, it would be him. Although Charizard was powerful, it was still inferior to Dragonite. Its ability to contend with Dragonite stemmed from the accumulation of resources from the training shop. Similarly, Lin Mo also chose not to issue commands. He understood the situation and knew that he could not disrupt the flow, just as Chen Ruo had not. If even a moment of distraction allowed Charizard to seize the opportunity, Dragonite would fall into a disadvantage. Lin Mo too was unwilling to break the stalemate. Even if it were broken, he knew the intricacies of commanding Pokémon battles. Chen Ruo could easily turn the tables on him. Lin Mo was not surprised. He had enough self-awareness in this regard. Maintaining the current state was beneficial for both Chen Ruo and Lin Mo, and neither wanted to initiate the breakdown of this deadlock. The battle grew increasingly intense. Charizard's claws left gashes on Dragonite, while Dragonite's breath caused Charizard immense pain. This brutal physical combat stirred a deep desire within all the spectators. This was why in ancient times nobles enjoyed watching others fight for survival against lions and tigers. The momentum of both Charizard and Dragonite reached its peak, and the clash became more ferocious. Both were panting heavily. This level of battle truly consumed the most stamina. Yet even while gasping for breath, they continued to battle. It was a test of endurance to see who could last until the end. Lin Mo smiled. Your Charizard is inherently weaker than Dragonite, and in a war of attrition, Charizard is undoubtedly among the worst. It seeks high bursts of power. Thus you are destined to lose this time. Chen Ruo somewhat agreed with Lin Mo's perspective, realizing that Lin Mo had indeed put in some effort. Charizard's performance in a prolonged battle was indeed subpar, even exceptionally poor. Yet all of this omitted one crucial prefix. Chen Ruo's Charizard had that prefix. It was Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo's Charizard, after extensive endurance training, was not inferior to any Pokémon in a war of attrition. Just like the previous Lazy King battling 7 schools, it was simply fatigued, but it did not fall. Similarly, like the Shakira before evolving into Shakira, it was knocked away time and again by the rogue crocodile. Yet it continued to rise and fight again. These were the effects of the endurance training vest. Without the endurance training vest, all these effects would be greatly diminished. The relentless battle, with blood flying everywhere, was the most brutal. It was often also the most authentic and genuine. Charizard let out a roar. Its body was nearly at its limit, but Dragonite was not far behind, both reaching their extremes. Without hesitation, Charizard unleashed its most terrifying fire-type ultimate move, Burnout. Dragonite also directly used its reverse scale, charging at Charizard. After a tremendous explosion, both Charizard and Dragonite, having lost their combat capabilities, fell heavily to the ground. Chen Ruo withdrew Charizard. Although it was significantly weaker than Dragonite in attributes, achieving this level was already impressive. Despite the mutual downfall, Lin Mo's expression was grim. In his calculations, Charizard should not have been able to endure to this extent. It was impossible for Charizard to directly take down Dragonite. According to his calculations, after Dragonite defeated Charizard, it should still have ample stamina left, allowing it to switch to other Pokémon to temporarily withstand the Lazy King's attacks, giving Dragonite time to recover. Finally, with Dragonite's advantage of flight, it could dominate Chen Ruo's Lazy King, while the remaining injured Shakira could be dealt with at will. This was his strategy. However, imagination is beautiful while reality is often cruel. The reality was that Chen Ruo's Charizard had directly taken down his Dragonite. This disrupted Lin Mo's plan. Holding the last Pokemon ball in hand, he wondered if this Pokemon could defeat the Lazy King. Yet countless answers flashed through his mind, and it was simply impossible. With the strength of Chen Ruo's Lazy King, there was no advantage in fighting this Pokemon unknown. To defeat the Lazy King was akin to dreaming. Rather than exposing his trump card now, it would be better to save it for later, aiming for a higher rank and acquiring more resources. Upon reaching this conclusion, Lin Mo felt a sense of clarity and smiled warmly at Chen Ruo. Shun is indeed worthy of the name. You've won. I concede. Chen Ruo was somewhat surprised. He originally thought Lin Mo would continue to hold out, never considering he would This choice seemed entirely absent from Lin Mo's list of options. After all, Lin Mo had been so arrogant before, never willing to concede, even when at a disadvantage. However, Chen Ruo said nothing. He had come solely for the rewards, and if he could avoid an additional battle that was even better, he was quite willing to avoid fighting. If simply sitting could earn him rewards, wouldn't that be delightful? So far, all of Chen Ruo's battles in the morning have concluded, and all the schools with competent strength have basically emerged. Now even Su Province High School has fallen to him. The only schools left that can still pose a challenge are Pei City High School, Qinan High School, and Dongling High School. In the afternoon, he will face Pei City High School. Not only does he clash with Pei City High School, but Qinan High School also clashes with Dongling High School. The afternoon's contest is undoubtedly extremely exciting, and countless people are filled with anticipation waiting for the competition to begin. In the first match of the afternoon, Chen Ruo does not face Pei City High School, but rather a school that ranks within the top 10 in strength. This school wisely chooses to concede when facing Chen Ruo. They have more than just Chen Ruo as an opponent. Their schedule in the afternoon is quite packed, and they simply do not wish to engage in battle with him. Knowing they cannot win and still insisting on fighting is such a foolish act. Moreover, their school cannot become a subsidiary school to Pei City, nor could they help Pei City High School wear down Chen Ruo. Pei City High School's first opponent, on the other hand, is caught in a tough battle. This school is not particularly strong and is close to Mingyuan High School. Their only option in the end is to merge with Mingyuan High School. They have no other choices. As the competition has progressed to this point, the schools capable of contending for the top 10 have already emerged, and those vying for the top 3 have long since appeared. Currently, the only schools capable of contending for the top 3 are those 5 institutions. So, against these 5 schools, most would choose to concede unless situations like the current one arise. It can be said that the situation has become quite clear. Weaker schools are beginning to align with stronger schools, while medium-level schools are quietly vying for positions in the top 10. The strongest ranks have very few competitors, with only a handful of schools able to contend with them. Undoubtedly, only Chen Ruo's Mingyuan High School is among this group. Moreover, they are the opponents that everyone least wants to encounter. Currently, in terms of difficulty rankings, Mingyuan High School is in the first place. The second is Dongling High School. While Su Province, Pei City, and Qinan have similar levels of difficulty, they have not faced each other yet. With such rankings, no one is surprised. In the morning, Chen Ruo's battle against Su Province High School directly awakened many people and showcased Chen Ruo's immense dominance. This is the power of the number 1 in the new generation of Pokemon. Although that school is trying hard to wear down Pei City High School, it has not caused significant trouble. The gap in strength is simply too vast. After resting for less than half an hour, it is now time for the battle between Chen Ruo and the competitors from Pei City High School. The most formidable Pokemon trainer from Pei City High School is a very cheerful and sunny young man. However, no one can underestimate him. Like Lin Mo before him, he is a Pokemon trainer supported by a significant force. His 3 Pokemon are Lucario, Garchomp, and Charizard. This information was obtained with great difficulty by Principal Kai through connections. If someone were truly deceived by his sunny smile, the one who ends up unfortunate is uncertain. At Pei City High School, Yishio wears a gentle, sunny smile. Everything is proceeding according to the original plan, but don't push yourselves too hard. The other 2 competitors from Pei City High School nod firmly. Senior Yishio, don't worry, we won't hold you back. No matter what, we will give it our all. Yishio smiles gently. It's best not to force it. After all, it's him. Even I have no confidence. Against Chen Ruo, indeed, no one has great confidence. No one dares to say they can definitely defeat Chen Ruo. The first to take the stage from Pei City High School is a girl. Chen Ruo vaguely remembers her name as Li Jia trainer, who primarily uses grass-type Pokemon. Chen Ruo remembers her name mainly because it is rare for her to have 3 grass-type Pokemon. Without even thinking, Chen Ruo directly sends out Charizard. Isn't it just delightful to use Charizard against grass-type Pokemon? Li Jia looks at Chen Ruo sending out Charizard and almost laughs in disbelief. Isn't Chen Ruo being too absurd? To win, she truly is resorting to any means, not even considering letting her Pokemon take a turn. All her 3 Pokemon are grass types, and yet Pei City High School still chooses her to compete. This is no laughing matter. She naturally possesses the strength that can earn trust. Go Venusaur. Li Jia directly sends out Venusaur, showing no regard for type advantage. Venusaur use Vine Trap. Li Jia shouts out. However, Chen Ruo is puzzled. What is Vine Trap? His understanding of Pokemon should not be inferior to anyone else's, yet he has never heard of this skill before. The next moment, Chen Ruo realizes what this skill is. Thick vines cover the entire sky, and these vines do not attack Charizard but tightly wrap around Venusaur. Is this Vine Trap? Chen Ruo is also confused. He initially thought it was a skill. It turns out it's just tying up with vines to protect itself. However, this should not belittle Li Jia's strength. This Venusaur's control over the vines is remarkably strong. Moreover, this Venusaur seems to have some issues. Typically, the vines used by Venusaur are as thick as ropes, but these vines are unexpectedly as thick as a wrist. Furthermore, these vines are intertwined, forming an entire trap. Charizard, take to the skies and use Flamethrower. Chen Ruo commands Charizard to fly up, because these vines almost occupy the entire competition arena and are closing in on Chen Ruo's Charizard. As Charizard opens its mouth, flames spread towards the verdant vine forest. At this moment, Chen Ruo also notices many things. These vines are surprisingly more resilient than ordinary vines. Ordinary vines would instantly turn to ash when hit by Flamethrower. Yet these vines are enveloped in a light green energy, allowing them to withstand the flames for a moment, which surprises Chen Ruo. Ding! Task activated trace of the divine beast. Due to the touch of a certain force, the system sensed the aura of a juvenile divine beast, activating the task, the trace of the divine beast. Trace of the divine beast. Find the mysterious divine beast. Reward mysterious divine beast. A divine beast as a reward. This is incredibly exciting. He has witnessed the power of divine beast. Although Chen Ruo was envious, he knew that if it involved a divine beast, it was best not to approach unless one had the strength, or else the consequences would be dire. This is no joke, but life only comes once, and it must be cherished. Chen Ruo believed that to become stronger, the first step was to stay alive. Being alive and powerful is true strength. Being dead and powerful is worthless. However, Chen Ruo seriously glanced at Li Jia. The aura was 90% likely triggered by her Bulbasaur, and she might have a significant lead to that mysterious divine beast. Moreover, according to the system, this was a juvenile divine beast, and if that is the case, Chen Ruo might have a chance to obtain it. There are many divine beasts, but each has its unique mission and role. They cannot be subdued simply because of their strength. Some divine beasts can indeed be captured, just like Jean Sect and Mutwo. There are quite a few divine beasts like that. Didn't Tianxi also travel with Ash before? Chen Ruo shook his head, pushing away the thoughts in his mind, focusing instead on facing this battle. The flame-throwing dragon was not without consumption, and Bulbasaur completely shielded itself, not retaliating at all with the intent to wear down Chen Ruo's Charizard. The Charizard was becoming increasingly impatient, as it could not break through the vine's protection. Charizard, this isn't working. They are clearly exhausting your stamina. Use Flame Vortex. Then follow it up with Flamethrower. We need to get rid of Bulbasaur quickly. The longer we drag it out, the worse it will be for us. Under the dual burning of the Flame Vortex and Flamethrower, the sky was filled with vines that gradually turned to ashes, unable to keep up with Charizard's destructive pace. Even in a situation of attribute restraint, it took over 10 minutes for Charizard to break the vine's protection and defeat Bulbasaur. Even Chen Ruo's expression was not good. The consumption was indeed too great. Li Jia expressionlessly recalled the fainted Bulbasaur and sent out another one. Chen Ruo was stunned. He knew this girl had 3 grass-type Pokemon, but he only knew of her existence. He had no idea that all 3 of her Pokemon were Bulbasaur. Now that he realized, all he could think was, what the heck? This was too ruthless. He truly had no way to deal with such a consumption tactic. Li Jia didn't confront him heated, but she kept growing vines to protect herself, while primarily exhausting Chen Ruo's Charizard strength. Moreover, Chen Ruo couldn't switch out Charizard, otherwise he would be even more outmatched by Li Jia. Switching to Kingler. Don't joke. With those vines entangling it, escaping would be a dream. And if he switched to Shakira, Li Jia would surely be delighted. Facing a restrained Shakira with her Bulbasaur specialties, she could trample him however she pleased. Charizard, don't give a chance. Directly use Flame Vortex followed by Flamethrower. But it was still a bit slow, allowing Bulbasaur to unleash its vine's prison. The situation on the field instantly reverted to its original state as Charizard's stamina was continuously drained, only able to slowly consume the vine's prison. This time, they were at a standstill for another 10 minutes. Although it was much better than last time, Charizard's condition and stamina consumption became extremely alarming. Watching his Charizard being drained of energy to the point of panting, Li Jia wore a smile. Her goal had been she had come out to exhaustion Ruo, and he was right in his guess. However, the exhaustion tactics of Peishur High School and Sioux Province High School were entirely different. The exhaustion tactic of Sioux Province High School was a strategy, while that of Peishur High School was a conspiracy. I just want to exhaust you. That's the conspiracy, leaving you with no way out. Li Jia sent out another Pokemon, yet another annoying Bulbasaur. Chen Ruo felt completely dizzy. How the hell is he supposed to fight this? Kingler had no way to deal with such an opponent, and Shakira was even worse. Right now, Chen Ruo had no option but to continue with Charizard. At this moment, he thought of capturing more Pokemon. If he had a more diverse range of Pokemon, he wouldn't be targeted. Now, his Pokemon had been thoroughly studied, leading to the tactics from Sioux Province High School in the morning, and then those from Peishur High School afterward. This made Chen Ruo inwardly curse damn it. However, the battle still had to go on. Charizard unleashed Flame Vortex and Continuous Flamethrower again. It was now filled with fatigue, not injured, and had not even taken a single hit. Li Jia hadn't attacked. It was purely exhausted. Being drained to such an extent shows how insidious this tactic is. Fortunately, Chen Ruo had a Charizard, otherwise without this attribute restrained it would be even harder for him to fight. Such a battle felt the most suffocating. It was a complete loss without clarity. Fighting without clarity. Losing without clarity. Chen Ruo fell into contemplation, pondering what position his team was lacking. He lacked no strong attack types. In fact, all three of his Pokemon were extremely powerful strong attack. But he lacked a boosting type Pokemon, or rather support type Pokemon. If he had such a boosting Pokemon now, and various boosts activated, would Li Jia dare to drag it out? If she dared to drag it out once the boosts were fully stacked, there would be no fight left at all. Increasing attack defense and speed are all equally important. He didn't know when he started to increasingly favor strong attacks. This is a very bad change. The eyes of the fire dragon were filled with flames. It was reaching its limit. It could sense it. It did not want to see Chen Ruo's disappointment. Nor did it want to witness its own failure. It longed for victory. It desired to claim triumph in this battle. The fire dragon soared into the air, transforming into a blazing meteor. This was the ultimate move of the fire element, burning everything to ashes. The fire dragon expended its last ounce of strength to unleash this skill, smashing directly towards the Venusaur, ensnared by vines. Boom! The intense heat wave forced the nearby spectators to instinctively retreat. The arena was charred black, and a single figure stood majestically and proudly. That was the silhouette of the fire dragon. It had completely fallen into a near-death state, having reached its limit, yet it refused to fall standing tall and proud in the arena. Beneath the fire dragon, the Venusaur had already fallen into a state of near death. The fire dragon's final desperate strike also took down the Venusaur. Li Jia gazed deeply at the fire dragon. This creature deserved respect. Not just the fire dragon, but whether it was Chen Ruo's fire dragon or Shakira, or Lazy King, all evoked immense envy in others. Chen Ruo's Pokemon exhibited an indomitable fighting spirit. The will to battle was. Li Jia recalled the Venusaur and unhesitatingly stepped off the stage. Her task was complete. Although there was some regret, the outcome was still acceptable. After all, the fire dragon had already fallen into a near-death state. The second contestant from Peishur High School stepped up, looking exactly like Li Jia. They were indeed twins. Chen Ruo was taken aback. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. When Lily released her Pokemon, that premonition became reality. It ultimately culminated in a classic curse. Damn, how is it still a Venusaur? Lily's Pokemon was still a Venusaur, and its aura was identical to Li Jia's Venusaur, which made Chen Ruo unable to restrain his cursing. Losing to Sioux Province High School made Chen Ruo genuinely upset. He did not want to lose. He desperately needed that mysterious ability. If he could acquire that mysterious power, it would undoubtedly be a great help to him. Chen Ruo released Lazy King. Sending Shakira into battle felt like delivering a meal. Please, Lazy King. A glimmer of hope shone in Chen Ruo's eyes. This was the Pokemon he trusted the most. It had accompanied him through countless battles. Lazy King looked at Chen Ruo and patted its chest, understanding Chen Ruo's meaning and knowing his desire to win. Lazy King charged towards the Venusaur, while the endless vines under the Venusaur's control surged to ensnare Lazy King. With a swipe of its large hand, Lazy King directly tore apart the vines. In reality, it had employed a powerful skill, but no one saw it, because it was completely wrapped in vines. Everyone could only watch the vines dance, unable to discern the situation, not even Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo did not issue any commands. He couldn't even see the battle situation and could only choose to trust Lazy King. There were simply too many vines. The vines wrapped around Lazy King's hands, feet, and body, constantly obstructing its advance. Moreover, the Venusaur released a fragrant aroma that could exhaust and confuse Pokemon. However, Lazy King remained unfazed, relentlessly pulling at the vine step by step, advancing towards the Venusaur. The Venusaur, also entangled in vines, was somewhat flustered. What kind of monster was this? This power was truly overwhelming. The Venusaur ceaselessly unleashed vines trying to hinder Lazy. Yet in Lazy King's eyes, there was only the Venusaur. Nothing else mattered, and even as the vines tugged at it, it remained unconcerned. Rip! The sound of cracking echoed as the vines were torn apart by Lazy King. Lazy King's condition was not good. Its eyes had turned blood red. It charged fiercely towards the Venusaur, disregarding the vines that bound it. The vines bound Lazy King, but could not halt its advance. It soon stood before the Venusaur, simply extending its fist and delivered a terrifying punch that knocked the Venusaur over. In the arena, all the vines lost their vitality, sprawling across the ground, revealing the central scene. Lazy King's fist, entangled in countless vines, struck the Venusaur, sending it into a state of unconsciousness. This imposing sight shook everyone's hearts. This was a true Pokémon willing to sacrifice everything for its beloved trainer. This moment influenced countless Pokémon trainers, showing them the genuine emotions Pokémon held. In this instant, many viewed the bond between Chen Ruo and Lazy King as a goal for the future. Chen Ruo locked eyes with Lazy King, and this scene became a vivid painting in everyone's eyes. Lazy King grinned at Chen Ruo, appearing adorably foolish. Chen Ruo remained silent. He understood what Lazy King meant. It was comforting him, urging him not to worry. But how could that be? He saw the deep red wounds on Lazy King's body for being restrained. Moreover, Lazy King's eyes were completely blood red, looking frightfully intimidating. This appearance could easily become a child's nightmare if seen at midnight. Yet Chen Ruo felt no fear. Instead, he was deeply moved. Lazy King could sense his will, feeling his unwillingness, so it fought with all its might. He could also feel Lazy King's emotions at that moment. He seemed to become Lazy King, and Lazy King appeared to understand his inner thoughts. The bond between Chen Ruo and Lazy King deepened, reaching a certain transcendence. Lily said nothing, merely watching Lazy King in silence. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't employ such tactics, but now she had to apologize. Lazy King deserved respect, but right now, she needed victory. All she could say to Lazy King was an apology, for they also needed this victory. Lily threw out another Pokeball, and inside was yet another Venusaur. Chen Ruo had anticipated this, knowing that Lily's remaining Pokemon would likely be a Venusaur. The spectators at the sidelines began to curse. Paisher High School was truly shameless. This tactic was utterly disgraceful, solely aimed at defeating Chen Ruo. They did not acknowledge such a champion. At this moment, in everyone's heart, Chen Ruo was undoubtedly the MVP. Mingyuan High School was the champion. Lily's 3 Pokemon should all be Venusaur, just like Li Jia. Moreover, they're all mutated Venusaur. Chen Ruo had long anticipated this, so he did not show much change. If it were ordinary Venusaur with regular vines, it would not pose such a significant problem for Chen Ruo. However, these were Venusaur infused with the power of some divine beast, and the toughness of their vines exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the Charizard struggled to defeat 3 Venusaur under a tribute disadvantage. Furthermore, there were some restricted Pokemon, like the King of Absence, which were undoubtedly even more difficult to deal with against these mutated Venusaur. However, after connecting with the King of Absence and thought Chen Ruo could fully perceive the boiling fighting spirit and unyielding spirit of the King of Absence. The King of Absence also had no wasteful words, charging directly and fiercely towards the Venusaur. Its stout and solid figure seemed so powerless under the tangled vines. The vines bound its limbs and body, yet it still charged forward towards the Venusaur, without care, determined to reach its target. Each vine brought immense restraint, yet it persevered, step by step, moving towards the Venusaur. To the spectators outside, everything appeared unchanged. No one could discern the battle situation, only seeing a vast expanse of vines forming a gigantic green sphere. This sphere slowly approached the Venusaur, inching closer. Bang! Once again, a tremendous roar erupted. All the vines lost their vitality, revealing the state of the Venusaur. Fell into a near-death state with blood streaks already appearing on the body of the King of Absence. Chen Ruo said nothing. He chose to trust the King of Absence for now. All he could do was to believe in it. The King of Absence's eyes were a deep red, yet after defeating the Venusaur, it shook off all the vines from its body and slowly walked to Chen Ruo, guarding him like an iron wall. In the rest area of Pei City High School, Yishio looked at the King of Absence, lost in silence. Both Chen Ruo's Charizard and the King of Absence were Pokemon deserving of respect. However, this battle was crucial, so apologies were in order. Not everyone was like Chen Ruo, and not everyone had the support of the system and the Hunt organization behind them. Many lacked resources, some couldn't even afford the cheapest Pokemon ball. And those expensive learning machines, professional Pokemon food, and many other Pokemon were nearly impossible for them to acquire. Thus they had to fight for every bit. Chen Ruo did not find any fault in Pei City High School's tactics. This was a competition, not a game. As for the notion of friendship, first competition, second. Then why distinguish between first and second place? It's simply absurd. If Chen Ruo were in Pei City High School's position, he would do the same. Sure enough, Li released her last Pokémon. It was yet another Venusaur. The entire stadium erupted in an uproar. Everyone began to hurl insults, warmly greeting Li Jia and Li's relatives, and of course there were even more warm regards directed towards the leaders of Pei City High School. Naturally, the family of Mingyuan High School's leadership was not spared either. The reason Mingyuan High School had only one competitor was revealed by reporters, as many knew during the selection process. Everyone also understood why Chen Ruo had to fight alone. This was purely a trap set by the school. If Mingyuan High School had 3 competitors, they wouldn't even need to compete. They could easily secure first place. After all, Chen Ruo alone achieved their current rank. With 2 more, a war of attrition would be an impossible feat for Mingyuan High School. The audience clearly felt indignant on Chen Ruo's behalf. This battle was entirely unreasonable. Chen Ruo should not have fallen here. If he lost to Yishio, no one could raise any objections. Even in a tactical showdown, like with Su Province High School, at least it would be a straightforward Pokemon battle. But what about now? It had completely changed character, resembling a war of attrition, clearly aimed at depleting Chen Ruo's Pokemon stamina, not a direct battle. The King of Absence glanced at Chen Ruo, then charged towards Li's final Venusaur. Chen Ruo said nothing. He saw determination and resilience in the King of Absence's eyes. This time the commotion among the vines was significantly smaller than the previous 2 times, and the green sphere, tightly wrapped in vines, moved increasingly slowly. The King of Absence was indeed powerful, but it also had its limits. Its stamina would drain, and its injuries would also bleed. Everyone was cheering for the King of Absence, praying it could break free. The distance between the King of Absence and the Venusaur was closing. These vines not only restricted the King of Absence's movement, but also limited the Venusaur's mobility. The Venusaur had no chance to retreat, only watching as the King of Absence drew closer. Suddenly, some sharp-eyed individuals noticed the blood seeping through the vines. The bright red blood stood out vividly against the green vines like a layer of black ink smeared on white paper. How can this be? The King of Absence seems to be bleeding. Someone whispered, "This." Another person struggled to find words. Everyone's expressions were varied. This was the first time they had seen a Pokemon fight to such an extent. Chen Ruo was also contemplating whether to concede. He did not want the King of Absence to fight any longer. However, the King of Absence appeared to be stimulated by something breaking through the vines and appearing right in front of the Venusaur, delivering a punch that toppled the Venusaur. The originally brown fur was now covered in blood, and the King of Absence's face was filled with exhaustion. However, after breaking free from the vines and defeating the Venusaur, its first action was to shake its head at Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo understood the King of Absence's meaning. It did not want him to concede. The King of Absence and Chen Ruo's minds were in sync, sensing Chen Ruo's desire for the mysterious power and his yearning to grow stronger. Thus, it did not want to disappoint Chen Ruo, willing to continue fighting for him. Chen Ruo gently stroked the fur of the Leaf of Absence King, his hand smeared with blood. However, he said nothing, only patting the Leaf of Absence King. Leaf of Absence King, surrender. You've done remarkably well already. The Leaf of Absence King stubbornly shook his head, his eyes fixed on Yishio, also gazing at the resting area of Peisher High School. Chen Ruo understood that the Leaf of Absence King did not want to lose, nor did he want to disappoint him. Yet he truly hoped the Leaf of Absence King would not continue to risk his life. But he had no right to suggest surrender. This battle was not won by him, but fought by the Leaf of Absence King and the fire-breathing dragon. He had no right to assist the Leaf of Absence King or the fire-breathing dragon in making a decision. The Leaf of Absence King was unwilling to concede, and he had no way to change that. He could only continue to support the Leaf of Absence King. Yishio shook his head and stepped forward. Ruo God, both you and your Pokemon deserve respect, but for this battle, our Peisher High School really needs it, so I must apologize. Chen Ruo remained silent while the Leaf of Absence King stared blankly at Yishio. Yishio shook his head and released Lucario. He could see that the Leaf of Absence King had almost reached his limit, and Chen Ruo's last Pokemon was Shakira, who was simply no match for him. The moment Lucario appeared, the Leaf of Absence King charged directly at Lucario. Lucario used Quick Attack. Yishio also began to issue commands. Lucario's body appeared directly behind the Leaf of Absence King and kicked out. Leaf of Absence King used Counter. Chen Ruo understood very well that Lucario's speed was already fast, and with Quick Attack the Leaf of Absence King would have no chance to react. So he instructed the Leaf of Absence King to use Counter, hoping to trade injury for injury. However, before the Leaf of Absence King could execute Counter, it was kicked away by Lucario. He had long been at his limits, and his physical resilience and abilities were simply no match for Lucario. How could he possibly keep up with Lucario's reactions? Chen Ruo did not speak again, for he knew that if he did, it would only make the Leave of Absence King feel that he still wanted to win, which would have the opposite effect. Chen Ruo now realized that compared to mysterious abilities, he hoped more for the Leave of Absence King to be all right. Mysterious abilities could be obtained later, but truly exhausting potential was what he least wanted to see. Lucario continued with quick attack. Yishio entered battle mode, no longer the gentle person he was before, but turned extremely stern. Though he was a gentle person facing an opponent like the Leave of Absence King, he also summoned all his spirit to give the Leave of Absence King the utmost respect. The Leave of Absence King struggled to rise his body, still completely drenched in blood. Lucario came in with another quick attack this time. The Leave of Absence King did not fly back. Instead, he directly grabbed Lucario's incoming foot. His current state was very unusual. Everyone felt it. His state was very off. Chen Ruo was stunned. He felt a powerful force awakening within the Leave of Absence King. Lucario break free. Yishio also sensed danger and sought to command Lucario to escape. The Leave of Absence King's form began to change as armor-like bracers appeared on his arms. His eyes turned deep black. His entire body seemed to expand significantly. That overwhelming aura left everyone dumbfounded. What is this? Evolution. There was truly no other way to explain this phenomenon. And the Leave of Absence King could still evolve, which completely subverted many people's imaginations. How is this possible? The Leave of Absence King is already in its final form. How can it still evolve? That's impossible. I've never heard of a fully evolved Pokémon being able to evolve again. Chen Ruo's heart began to understand. When he and the Leave of Absence King shared a bond of understanding, he should have realized. This should be a third evolution, a special evolution. Just like in the original work with Ash, when his Greninja reached a bond, it could directly undergo bond evolution. Now the bond between him and the Leave of Absence King had also reached that level. Why couldn't the Leave of Absence King undergo bond evolution? Compared to Mega Evolution, which required evolution stones, special bond evolution was actually much stronger. Mega Evolution generally increases stats by only 100, while bond evolution increases it by 130. And the Leave of Absence King's base stats were already as high as 670. Now with an additional change of 130, it reached an astounding 800. This completely surpassed Chen Ruo's imagination. He now truly only wanted to ask who else is there. Who else could withstand a punch from the Leave of Absence King? Meanwhile, Yishio had already fallen into a state of shock. How could he lose like this? Is Ruo God, the favored child of the heavens? This truly cannot be explained other than by the fact of being overpowered. The Leave of Absence King gripping Lucario appeared extremely terrifying. He simply slammed Lucario down to the ground as if using it like a club, then tossed it away. Lucario, upon landing, had already fallen unconscious. Just a simple slam, without using any skills, had directly taken Lucario out. Yishio was completely stunned. This was too powerful. He numbly released his fire-breathing dragon, which was not weaker than Chen Ruo's fire-breathing dragon, and indeed was on par with it. Before the fire-breathing dragon could even take off, it was caught by the Leave of Absence King, smashed down once more. As if not satisfied, the Leave of Absence King landed another heavy punch. The fire-breathing dragon fell into a near-death state after just one encounter. It had no power to resist at all. Yishio sent out his last Mega Sharpedo, and he was left in awe. This was incredibly powerful. Is this the third evolution? Indeed, just like before, the Leave of Absence King's body appeared directly in front of Mega Sharpedo with a single punch. Just one punch. Incredibly powerful, Yishio's trump card Mega Sharpedo was knocked out. The entire venue fell silent without any sound. Everyone was staring at the Leave of Absence King in the arena. It was truly too monstrous. Even Chen Ruo felt that his advantage was becoming too excessive. How could others possibly compete? This was completely unreasonable. No matter who you are or how powerful you are, it all comes down to one punch. The gym was silent, devoid of any sound. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the Summoned King in the arena as if they wished to devour it whole. This Summoned King was incredibly powerful. Its current appearance was exceptionally imposing, resembling a great demon ape from the depths of hell. Up until now, Yishio's entire team of Pokémon had lost their combat abilities. From the start of the battle until now, only 3 minutes had passed. The most powerful Yishio of Pei City High had thus been defeated. Yishio didn't know how to express his feelings. Who could he blame? The leaders of Pei City High also had nothing to say. Was it that Yishio wasn't strong enough? Was it the fault of the twins Li Jia and Li Li? Yet it was none of them. It was Chen Ruo who had activated his cheat mode. Who had ever witnessed a battle where amidst the fighting a third evolution suddenly occurred? Wasn't this clearly cheating? Having defeated Yi Xiao, the Summoned King smiled at Chen Ruo, then collapsed onto the ground, blood pooling around it. The gruesome wounds on its body revealed the injuries it had suffered earlier, and in the end it had even used a power that did not belong to it. With such a fate, Chen Ruo was not at all surprised. This power did not belong to it. Strictly speaking, it did not belong to its current self. Its body simply could not withstand such immense power. It was akin to a car being fitted with an airplane engine. It might seem powerful, but could it truly handle it? The Summoned King was that broken-down car. The Bond evolution had abruptly equipped it with an airplane engine, and now the aftereffects were naturally manifesting. Both the Summoned King and the Charizard had reached their limits, and judging by their injuries, they likely wouldn't recover by tomorrow. In this battle, Chen Ruo had emerged victorious, but in reality, no one felt that Chen Ruo had truly won. The Summoned King could no longer fight. The Charizard could no longer fight either. With just a Sandshrew, who could Chen Ruo possibly defeat? He did not blame the Summoned King or the Charizard. They had truly done their best. The reason he found himself in such an awkward position was that his time was simply too short. Had he set out with this group of people, he could confidently say that they were all beneath him. No one could rival him. Yi Xiao withdrew his Pokémon and humbly smiled at Chen Ruo, saying, "Ruo, Shun, I look forward to our next encounter, a fair and square showdown, and not a battle like today's." Chen Ruo could see that Yi Xiao's smile was genuine, devoid of any pretense, and he shook Yi Xiao's hand, directly saying, "I look forward to it as well." Yi Xiao's strength was still extremely formidable, not at all inferior to Lin Mo, and perhaps even significantly stronger. However, Yi Xiao's defeat was quite frustrating, even more so than Lin Mo's. Facing the Summoned King under Bond evolution, his rapid loss was something that truly couldn't be blamed on him. Ruo Shun, a rather unruly-looking young man, approached. Chen Ruo furrowed his brows and asked, "Who are you? Do we know each other?" "We didn't know each other before, but now we do." "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shun Mo, a student from Dongling High, and I am your opponent in the first match tomorrow." Shin Mo looked at Chen Ruo with a half-smile, but it seems the Pokémon of Ruo Shun are already injured. That's quite sad. I had really wanted to battle Ruo Shun, but it seems now I can only serve as the trainer who ends Ruo Shun's streak. Thinking about it, it's truly boring. Shin Mo's tone was quite sarcastic and unlikable, and Chen Ruo couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. What Shin Mo said was just a fact. Although it was frustrating, there was nothing to be done. Little did he know, upon learning that Chen Ruo's Pokémon could not battle Shin Mo, let out a huge sigh of relief. After witnessing the Summoned King take down Yi Xiao, Shin Mo knew that even if he were to take Yi Xiao's place, he probably wouldn't fare any better. Watching Chen Ruo's figure gradually walk away, a smile crept onto Shin Mo's face, and at that moment, he felt quite pleased. Chen Ruo had been elevated to a pedestal by far too many trainers, and tomorrow would be the day of his. Since Chen Ruo rose to fame, he had never been defeated. Just thinking that the first person to defeat Chen Ruo would be him, Shin Mo couldn't help but lick his lips in excitement. Upon returning to the resting area, Principal Kai approached, saying, "Chen Ruo, can your Pokémon really not battle? Tomorrow we have 5 battles." Chen nodded. Indeed, the Summoned King and Charizard are too severely injured, and the only one who can still battle is Sandshrew. Tomorrow we have 5 battles. Chen nodded. Indeed, the Summoned King and Charizard are too severely injured, and the only one who can still battle is Sandshrew. Chen Ruo gave a definitive answer, which left Principal Kai somewhat disappointed. His hope had merely been to ensure that Mingyuan High could still exist, but with Chen Ruo's continuous victories, he wanted a better ranking. Although it was somewhat regrettable, Principal Kai was satisfied in that case. "Chen Ruo, make sure to rest well. There's no need to worry about these matters. Although it's regrettable not to secure first place, it's fine. Do not stress." Chen Ruo nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries with Principal Kai, then took a shower and directly rested. He may not have commanded much during today's battle, but the Bond evolution of the Summoned King had nearly drained his spirit, giving him a splitting headache. Unbeknownst to Chen Ruo, while he was resting, discussions in the outside world were fervent. The third evolution of the Summoned King had everyone talking. Not only in the real world, but even the Pokémon world had caught wind of this news. The paper Chen Ruo had originally published at the scholar's home had been brought back to light. It was the paper on the third evolution and special evolution. The evolution of the Summoned King undoubtedly confirmed the authenticity of this paper. All factions invested substantial manpower and resources to begin researching this paper, studying the third evolution of Pokémon, as well as Bond evolution. However, none of the factions dared to disturb Chen Ruo, even though he was the original author of this paper. Even though Chen Ruo had a living example in hand, yet still no faction dared to take risks and disturb Chen Ruo. This was the terror of the Sun organization. The last time they had killed, everyone left a chilling effect, and now it was evident. However, the various factions continued to harbor undercurrents. The powers of the Pokémon they controlled were astonishingly formidable. If they could discover the reasons behind the third evolution or special evolution, the benefits would be unimaginable. Even the League has invested substantial resources into researching the third evolution and special evolution. To be precise, the third evolution is actually the bond evolution, while the special evolution should be the mega. Bond evolution occurs when the emotional connection between a Pokémon and its trainer reaches a certain threshold, culminating in a telepathic link that unleashes tremendous power. Moreover, although this evolution is not far off from mega evolution, the power it bestows is even greater. Not only that, but it does not require any intermediaries. In contrast, Mega Evolution is achieved through the energy of the Keystone and Mega Stones. Chen Ruo released his Charizard, and Slaking, both of which were still unconscious for the upcoming battle. He could only rely on Shakira. Shakira's strength was nowhere near enough to crush opponents like Slaking, and it was often slightly inferior even to its rivals. Unless Chen Ruo could somehow evolve Shakira into Tyranitar in an incredibly short time, tomorrow's battle would be hopeless. But that was completely impossible as Shakira had only just evolved yesterday, and now it was expected to evolve into Tyranitar. This was beyond any ordinary ability. Chen Ruo was too lazy to think about it anymore, and simply turned over and went to bed. After all, there were no answers. It was better to take it one day at a time. When the next day arrived, the audience at the venue was noticeably much smaller than the previous day. Essentially, the vast majority of people had come just to see Chen Ruo, and with both of his main Pokemon in a state of unconsciousness, they hadn't even recovered by today. Everyone felt that Chen Ruo's appearance today was a clear indication of impending defeat, a result that required no prediction. In the past, Chen Ruo had delivered many miraculous battles that left everyone in awe, but now there was simply no way to achieve that. For no matter how miraculous Chen Ruo's performance might be, the most fundamental issue was that he still had Pokemon at his disposal. But now, Chen Ruo didn't even have a single Pokemon left. It felt like a death wish to showcase his skills without any Pokemon. No, wait, there was still Shakira, but it was practically the same as having nothing. Thus, many of Chen Ruo's fans chose not to attend, not wanting to witness his loss, especially in such a disheartening manner. It was said that the official website of Mingyuan High School had been bombarded with many people sending warm regards to Principal Kai's family. Principal Kai's antics were simply too powerful. A school earns a point for a group victory, yet he misheard it as a single person earning a point. How could that be the same? When Chen Ruo entered the arena, an overwhelming cheer erupted from the crowd. Go Ruo God! Even if you lose in our hearts, you are still the champion. Yes, the undefeated Ruo God. We believe in you. This time it has nothing to do with you. I believe that even if you lose, you will rise again. The cheers merged into a roaring ocean, and warmth surged within Chen Ruo's heart. These people truly were adorable. Such was Chen Ruo's terrifying popularity. With his own strength, he pushed Mingyuan High School into the top 10. First, he defeated Su Province High School, and then Pei City High School. Who is the strongest Pokemon trainer in this battle? The answer had long been established in the hearts of all Pokemon trainers. Even if Chen Ruo lost, he was still the uncrowned king. Chen Mo was already standing on the stage waiting for Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo had gained fame, but he had also earned genuine benefits. So seeing everyone on the sidelines cheering for Ruo God, Chen Mo merely wore a smile. Ruo God, I think you should just admit defeat. Your Pokemon are all unconscious. What do you plan to fight? Chen Mo's smirk became even more pronounced. Chen Ruo said nothing. He simply quietly took out Shakira's Pokeball. Before Chen Ruo could release Shakira, a gray-white Pokemon had already descended onto the stage. It was a shade of gray-white resembling mist, entirely different from any pure white. But Chen Ruo immediately recognized it as Baigui. Although Baigui had transformed slightly, its surface was no longer as pure white as before. Its ancient aura was unmistakable. Chen Ruo's Baigui emanated an extremely ancient aura, as if it bore the marks of time. Baigui stood in front of Chen Ruo and beckoned to Chen Mo, seemingly challenging him to make a move. Chen Mo was taken aback. How did Chen Ruo still have Pokemon? At this moment, everyone in the audience erupted into cheers. Everyone suddenly remembered. Chen Ruo did not lack Pokemon. His Slaking was actually ranked second in the Pokemon leaderboard. The first was his Gongui. However, very few people had seen Chen Ruo's Baigui in action, so everyone had selectively forgotten Baigui, forgetting that Chen Ruo had more than just 3 Pokemon. Chen Ruo smiled. Baigui was willing to fight. Furthermore, a warm feeling flowed through his heart as Baigui changed the color of its surface. Chen Ruo thought for a moment and understood why. When Baigui had stopped Gene-Sect earlier, it had shown no change in form. If it had appeared in its pure white state again, it would easily lead to trouble for Chen Ruo, hence it had altered its surface color. Baigui beckoned to Chen Mo, once more provoking him. The audience roared with cheers. The previously ranked second Slaking was already so powerful, and now the first-ranked Gongui Baigui was stepping in. How powerful could it be? One must understand that the strength of Slaking was evident to all. It could take down a kid with a single punch, and after Bond evolution, it could even defeat formidable Pokémon like Garchomp with just one hit. Chen Ruo also broke into a sweat, feeling immense pressure. However, he gritted his teeth. Now that the arrow was on the string, it had to be released. Go, Gung-Gue. I refuse to believe that being the same Gung-Gue, you could possibly be weaker than it. Chen Ruo directly released one of his main Pokémon Gung-Gue. In previous battles, this Gung-Gue had demonstrated terrifying power. And now was Gung-Gue against... Although Chen Ruo was extremely rebellious, his strength was not to be underestimated. Yesterday, against Chinon High School, Chen Ruo single-handedly took down their two most formidable competitors. Even the third-ranked competitor was defeated by Chen Mo's Pokémon. Chen Mo's Gengar was particularly notorious for being both mischievous and powerful. Gengar used Shadow Ball. Chen Ruo commanded directly. However, Chen Ruo did not issue any commands, knowing that even if he did, Gengar might not listen, and it would be quite awkward, making it unnecessary. Although Chen Ruo did not give any commands, Gengar merely lifted its head and glanced at Chen Mo's Gengar. The Shadow Ball that Chen Mo's Gengar had been gathering instantly dissipated, as if it had seen some ancient, terrifying beast retreating several steps, its whole body trembling in place. The scene was eerie. Everyone noticed the unusual behavior of Chen Mo's Gengar. It seemed to be afraid, its body shaking uncontrollably. Baigui's mouth twisted into a grin, as if mocking Chen Ruo not making a move, but simply watching him. Chen Ruo was equally bewildered. What was wrong with his Gengar? Gengar, use Shadow Ball. Shen Montauk shouted anxiously. However, Gengar continued to tremble. Gengar, stand up. Don't be afraid of it. Chen Ruo became even more frantic. Baigui's grin widened, dripping with mockery. Not only that, it even glanced at Gengar, directly causing Gengar to collapse onto the ground, too scared to move. Chen Ruo was not Gengar. He had no idea how terrifying the sight was for it. In its eyes, it was not Baigui at all, but a demon. Gengar was enveloped in a terrifying grudge, as if it were a demon emerging from hell. Baigui smiled at Gengar, making it feel as if its very soul was being crushed. Let alone fighting spirit. It did not even dare to move a finger. Chen Ruo felt utterly humiliated and silently recalled Gengar. Gengar simply did not dare to attack Baigui. Remaining in the arena served no purpose. Go, Hoodie. However, Baigui remained stationary, simply smiling at Hoodie just as before. Hoodie, once brimming with fighting spirit, instantly deflated. It was as if its soul had been drained. This left not only Chen Ruo, but everyone else puzzled. If Gengar was afraid of Baigui, that would be understandable, but Hoodie and Gengar were not even from the same species. How could Hoodie possibly be scared of Baigui? It could be said that in the entire arena, only Chen Ruo found this situation to be entirely reasonable, because that was a Gengar of an ancient monster level. A Baigui that dared to threaten Geneosect directly. Even Geneosect was unwilling to clash with Baigui, and even Yutuo felt Baigui's strength. Given the Pokemon of these competitors, they would be utterly foolish to provoke Baigui. Hoodie cowered in the corner, not daring to look at Baigui. Baigui was that terrifying. As for the audience at the sidelines, they were speechless, now understanding why Qin Jiaqing was so formidable, yet only ranked second on the leaderboard. Because this was simply not a Pokemon of the same caliber. If Qin Jiaqing was a level 30 elite monster, then Baigui was a maximum level boss. There was simply no possibility for comparison. Baigui continued to silently watch Chen Ruo, refusing to make a move. No one knew its thoughts. Only it knew. It only belonged to not interfere with Chen Ruo. It did not think Chen Ruo was unworthy of commanding it. It could be said that if there were any Pokemon trainers in the world who deserved to command it, that person would be Chen Ruo. The reason it did not listen to Chen Ruo's commands was merely that it wanted to stay by Chen Ruo's side and not interfere. If Chen Ruo did not provoke Chen Ruo, Baigui might not have said or done anything. However, Chen Ruo deliberately walked into the line of fire, wanting to provoke Chen Ruo, flaunting himself before him, which naturally angered Baigui. Baigui simply smiled at Chen Ruo, refusing to take action, while Chen Mo's Hoodie lay on the ground, wishing Baigui would not see it. Chen Ruo also felt embarrassed and directly recalled Hoodie. Gritting his teeth, he released his Infernape. Infernape was a Pokemon with a tremendously strong fighting spirit. It radiated an intensely fiery fighting spirit. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to be full of vigor. However, Baigui casually glanced over, and then Infernape too honorably followed the same path as his two predecessors, sinking into self-doubt. It did not dare to look at Baigui, even once more, only able to hide on the ground, drawing circles. Chen Ruo was completely silent now. His Pokemon did not even have the courage to act against Chen Ruo's Baigui. Chen Ruo also remained silent. In his perception, Baigui had never listened to his commands. Baigui smilingly ran over to Infernape's side and plopped down right on top of it. Infernape's body trembled continuously, but it did not dare to show any dissatisfaction, because Infernape could sense that if it truly rebelled it might actually die. In the entire arena, Bai Gui sat atop Infernape while Infernape trembled. The two nearby Pokemon trainers did not speak, falling into silence for a moment. Chen Ruo felt frustrated. No matter how much he shouted, his Pokemon did not dare to attack Chen Ruo's Bai Gui. Yet Chen Ruo was unwilling to admit defeat, but he had no way out. In the end, Chen Ruo clenched his teeth and uttered those words, "I concede." The arena erupted in an uproar. Shen Montak, this super trainer who could rank among the top 5 among all competitors, actually conceded. Not only Chen Ruo, but after him, 2 competitors from Dongling High School also directly conceded. Could Chen Ruo's Bai Gui be a Pokemon that a human could compete against? That was clearly not a normal entity. At least up to this point in the competition, there had been no reports of any Pokemon refusing to attack their opponent. Chen Ruo's Qinjia King had already been strong enough. Yet even the weakest school had not heard of any Pokemon that was too intimidated to make a move against Qinjia King. Chen Ruo also recalled Bai Gui, remembering this favor. Without Bai Gui, he would undoubtedly have lost the battle, and the efforts of Qinjia King, Charizard, and Shakira would have all been in vain. Defeating Chen Ruo involved a total of 5 battles. 2 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. The first battle was against Dongling High School, which conceded defeat immediately, and Chen Ruo's Pokemon was unharmed, allowing them to proceed directly to the second battle. In the second match, he faced off against a school with considerable strength that was competing for a spot in the top 10. The first trainer sent out from this school was a boy dressed in hip-hop attire who smiled at Chen Ruo and his Gung Gui. "Ruo God, I've already seen through your Gung Gui's weakness." So, even Chen Ruo was taken aback. Someone actually saw through the weakness of Bai Gui. To think that even he had yet to find Gung Gui's weakness. This person really had the audacity to say that. The hip-hop dressed boy noticed the shock on Chen Ruo's face, further solidifying his confidence in his judgment. "Ruo God, your Gung Gui always takes a glance at its opponent before each battle. That's when the opponent feels fear and hesitates to advance. And based on the color of your Gung Gui, I can deduce that its ability is definitely not the typical Gung Gui's. Its ability must relate to intimidation." The boy spoke with conviction, causing Chen Ruo to doubt whether he was even inferior to him. To see all this, and to even connect it to the ability. This person is quite talented. So what now, Chen Ruo couldn't help but ask back. "As long as my Pokemon doesn't make eye contact with it, it won't be able to do anything to me. Let's go." Golduck. The hip-hop dressed boy released his Golduck with a confident smile. Perhaps due to prior arrangements, Golduck closed its eyes as soon as it appeared. It completely avoided eye contact with Gung Gui. Golduck used Hydro Pump straight ahead. The hip-hop Chen Ruo laughed, surprised that it could be played out like this. This is too clever. Did they really think Gung Gui wouldn't attack? Gung Gui looked at Chen Ruo with a smile, sensing the Hydro Pump, its smile growing wider. It simply supported itself with one hand, and a terrifying ghostly energy gathered in front of it, blocking the Hydro Pump. This was not any skill, just the power of the ghost type. Such power was exceedingly frightening. Just a glance made Chen Ruo feel as if he might fall into it. This ghostly power was so pure. Although it was daytime, everyone felt as if the sunlight had been consumed, and all they could see was boundless darkness. Bai Gui effortlessly blocked the Hydro Pump with one hand, causing the hip-hop dressed boy to fall silent. However, Bai Gui smiled at him, gathering a shadow ball the size of a pinky finger and tossed it over. Boom! Chen Ruo felt as if he had gone deaf, unable to hear anything. All the spectators at the sidelines covered their ears, appearing to be in great pain. The sudden explosion was utterly terrifying. The entire sports arena was filled with smoke and dust. This was all caused by a single shadow ball. Moreover, this was a condensed shadow ball. After 3 or 4 minutes had passed, everyone finally felt their ears were able to hear again. The smoke and dust on the field had all dissipated, revealing a large pit several meters deep before everyone's eyes. Now everyone was silent, wondering what kind of divine damage this was. Faced with such a result, all Chen Ruo felt was sympathy for Golduck, who lay quietly in the center of the pit, unconscious. Fortunately, the shadow ball had not even 1% of its full power, and Bai Gui had thrown it aside, not targeting Golduck. Even so, just a bit of the residual force was enough to take down Golduck. Given the outcome, all Chen Ruo could say was that the hip-hop dress boy really deserved it. A single skill from Gai Nuo, CK, directly flattened an entire block. It was evident that at their level the damage had long since exceeded normal limits. Isn't it better to concede? Why force Bai Gui to strike? Now that Bai Gui has acted, are you happy? The hip-hop dressed boy indeed seemed very happy. He stared in disbelief at the pit before him. Was this caused by Chen Ruo's Gung Gui? His eyes were filled with incredulity. "I can see." The hip-hop dressed boy decisively declared his surrender. Who would dare take such damage? Just looking at Golduck's tragic state was enough. Golduck wouldn't be able to recover in less than 2 days. If he continued to fight against Chen Ruo's by Gue, he probably wouldn't even need to step onto the field again. He could just return to school. Chen Ruo also recalled Gung Gue. Once by Gue made its move, the outcome was already determined. Today, sure enough, in the afternoon battles, as soon as 3 schools saw that the opponent was Chen Ruo, they couldn't even be bothered to leave the rest area, directly conceding defeat. It could be said that after defeating Dongling High School, Chen Ruo had already secured first place. The following competitors were utterly incapable of shaking that position. Chen Ruo now ranked first with an undefeated record. The second place was shared by Su Province High School, Pei City High School, Dongling High School, and Xinan High School. They had all only lost 1 match, with Su Province Dongling and Pei City losing to Chen Ruo. Xinan High School had lost to Dongling High School, falling victim to Chen Mo. At this moment, Principal Kai emerged from somewhere, excitedly patting Chen Ruo's shoulder. Chen Ruo, well done. If nothing unexpected happens, we Mingyuan High School will be the #1 high school. The support we can get will also be the greatest. What skill books or Pokemon balls do you need? You can tell me anything. Until now, Principal Kai still felt as if he were dreaming. Letting Chen Ruo battle was a reckless gamble, and then it turned out he had misheard the rules. That was quite embarrassing, almost getting Chen Ruo in trouble. Yet Chen Ruo had performed exceptionally well, achieving a continuous winning streak, defeating opponent. He then went on to defeat both Su Province and Pei City, 2 leading schools, and Chen Ruo's Pokemon had also lost its fighting capability, causing everyone to lose hope. But then a Gung Gue emerged, directly securing first place. This sequence of events made everyone feel as if they were in a dream. Chen Ruo shook his head, exchanged pleasantries with Principal Kai, and then went back to rest. He wasn't participating for merely a few resources. Who could rival him in terms of support from organizations? The reason he participated was solely for that mysterious ability. Now that the dust had settled, Chen Ruo could finally let out a sigh of relief. He just needed to wait for the competition to end, and then he would be able to obtain that mysterious ability. In the following days of battle, whenever opponents saw Chen Ruo, they chose to surrender without a second thought, unwilling to confront him directly. Chen Ruo had already secured the championship, leaving everyone else to fight for the remaining ranks. It's worth noting that Chen Ruo's Pokemon had fully recovered, and facing him now would be akin to being ruthlessly slaughtered. Even if his Pokemon had not recovered, it was evident that a white ghost was akin to the father of all their Pokemon. If Chen Ruo were to strike hard, his Pokemon could end up needing 3 to 5 days of rest, unlike Chen Ruo, who could single-handedly annihilate a team. The losses incurred would be substantial. It could be said that the upcoming matches had nothing to do with Chen Ruo. He seemed like an outsider waiting for others to summon him, only to step up and hear an opponent concede, after which nothing else transpired. As time passed, the victor was naturally Mingyuan High School, represented by Chen Ruo, who is undoubtedly the champion. Surprisingly, the second place went to Peisher High School, while Dongling High School secured the third. However, upon reflection, this did not seem unexpected. The twin duo from Peisher High School was utterly perplexing. Their fighting style was purely rogue. It was said that when Chen Mo encountered the twin sisters, he was nearly overwhelmed. Nevertheless, Chen Mo remained formidable, claiming the third place, thus fulfilling Dongling. The once dominant Xinan High School and Su Province High School failed to secure a spot in the top 3 this time, landing in 4th and 5th place instead. When the competition concluded, Chen Ruo received a system notification. Congratulations on completing the Task University ranking battle and earning the reward of Heart Power. Chen Ruo looked at the reward somewhat puzzled. Heart Power? What kind of power is that? While he could understand concepts like wave guidance and overcoming power, Heart Power was entirely unfamiliar to him. Seeing the system fall silent, Chen Ruo panicked. No. Come on. I'm not asking for overcoming power or wave guidance. Just give me something like constant power or dragon power or even a psychic ability if all else fails. What Chen Ruo feared most was an unexpected outcome. He had no idea what Heart Power was, and he would prefer a more conventional psychic ability over this ambiguous force. Heart Power, the immense force contained within one's heart. Chen Ruo glanced at the system's description regarding Heart Power, and he became even more baffled. This was exceedingly severe. What was the difference between this information and having none at all? However, the reward had already been issued, and there was no opportunity for returns. Chen Ruo had no choice but to start investigating this mysterious Heart Power. Heart Power, as the name suggests, combined with the system's introduction, led Chen Ruo to understand that it was the power of the heart. He immediately closed his eyes, attempting to sense the surrounding environment with his heart. Soon a distinct feeling surged within him, unlike anything he had experienced before. Typically, when he closed his eyes, he might feel nothing at all. But now Chen Ruo felt as if he were wide awake, completely free of any disorientation, with everything around him clearly perceptible. Chen Ruo couldn't help but smile at this heart power seemed akin to a superpower. It endowed him with the ability to sense his surroundings. Silently, Chen Ruo attempted to use heart power, trying to control an object to move as one would with a superpower. Powerful, superpowered individuals like Nazi could entirely use their abilities to create a small... Not only that she could channel her superpower into Pokemon, enhancing their strength, and even allowing them to break through their limits. Even ordinary people could often use superpowers to teleport instantly. Chen Ruo employed heart power to try to influence the cup placed before him. The water in the cup began to ripple. Gradually, the entire cup started to sway and lifted off the table. Chen Ruo's heart soared with joy. This heart power completely encapsulated the effects of a superpower. He was just unsure if he could temporarily lend this power to his Pokemon, which he had yet to try. However, with what he had experienced so far, he felt he had gained an advantage. Smash! Perhaps due to Chen Ruo's intense emotions, the cup fell shattering into pieces. But Chen Ruo paid no attention to it and summoned his Sloth King. He began to channel heart power into Sloth King, whose previously dazed expression instantly transformed into one of comfort. Although a long time had passed, Sloth King still bore many injuries from their previous encounters. Even with its recovery abilities, it had not fully healed. It was evident how severe the damage from overloading evolution had been to Sloth King. Yet now, with the aid of heart power, its injuries began to gradually heal. Chen Ruo, watching from the side, was already bewildered. What on earth was happening? This seemed to be the effect of constant power. Generally, only constant power had the ability to aid Pokemon in recovery. Heart power not only possessed the effects of superpower, but also the effects of constant power. This ignited a fire within Chen Ruo's heart. Could it be that heart power had even more to offer? What about wave guidance? What about overcoming power? Or perhaps dragon power? Excitement filled Chen Ruo's eyes. If all these were as he speculated, then obtaining heart power was indeed a significant gain. Chen Ruo attempted to concentrate this heart power in his hands before releasing it. This time he did not succeed. Heart power did gather in Chen Ruo's hands, but as soon as it left his grasp, it dissipated entirely. Chen Ruo gained a moment of clarity if his heart power could grow stronger, perhaps to the point where he could unleash a wave bullet, just like wave guidance. Sloth King looked at Chen Ruo with confusion, unable to comprehend his actions. Only Chen Ruo could perceive heart power. Others were entirely oblivious. Yet he could see the questioning look in Sloth King's eyes, as if asking what Chen Ruo was doing. No, this was not a feeling. It was a fact. It seemed he could truly engage in mental communication with Sloth King. At this moment, Chen Ruo was even more certain of a certain guess in his heart. When thinking of the name Heart Power, he should have realized Heart Power. It is a powerful force released from within the heart. Whether it is the wave guiding force or any other power, they all emanate from the heart. Then, can it be said that heart power is the purest form of strength? There is fundamentally no distinction. It is the simplest and the most unadulterated. If Chen Ruo thinks of it as eternal power, then it is eternal power. If he thinks of it as wave guiding power, then it is wave guiding power. If he thinks of it as overcoming power, then it is overcoming power. Because it inherently has no attributes. It is the purest force, and according to Chen Ruo's thoughts, it can undergo various transformations. A smile filled Chen Ruo's eyes. He really stumbled upon a treasure this time. Heart power is truly a universal ability, which can be used however one desires. After using heart power to calm down the Asking King, the fire-breathing dragon, and Shakira, for a while, Bai Gui surprisingly walked over from in front of the television, sitting down boldly in front of Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo instantly understood Bai Gui's intention and focused on using heart power to soothe him. Bai Gui comfortably closed his eyes as if he had fallen asleep. Chen Ruo also sensed a familiar aura around Bai Gui, which was the reason he always wanted Bai Gui by his side. Otherwise, if Bai Gui were truly as dangerous as Gai Nuo Sekte, filled with a desire for destruction, Chen Ruo would never have kept Bai Gui close. He wasn't tired of living yet. If Bai Gui were to suddenly go berserk, Chen Ruo didn't think anyone would have the ability to subdue him. The reason Chen Ruo kept Bai Gui close was that he could feel a sense of intimacy from Bai Gui, similar to what he felt from the fire-breathing dragon in Asking King. It was an inexplicable trust without needing to worry about any issues. This feeling was something Chen Ruo only experienced with his 4 Pokemon and his Greninja. This is also why Chen Ruo was so attached to the Greninja. He truly felt that it was meant to belong to him. With the competition over, there was no longer any need to stay in Su Province. Chen Ruo wanted to enter the Pokemon world, and the Pokemon League Championship was drawing ever closer. He hoped to collect badges as soon as possible, considering he had this task at hand. Moreover, there were 2 tasks, both with substantial rewards. While others at Mingyuan High School waited for many unrealistic honors, those were meaningless to Chen Ruo, who was ready to return to the villa. Chen Xiao, you're here too. What a coincidence. As soon as Chen Ruo stepped out of the hotel, he saw Wang Hao, the person Lu Zheng had introduced last time, and a girl named Su Yun. Wang Hao slapped his forehead. Chun Xiao, how could I forget? You must be here for the inter-school ranking battle. I heard someone discussing that a remarkable hero would emerge in this inter-school ranking battle. It must be you. Chen Ruo couldn't help but smirk. Wang Hao's acting was overly exaggerated, and Su Yun beside him looked at him with disdain, wishing she didn't know him. With the inter-school ranking battle stirring so much excitement lately, if these two really didn't know about it, Chen Ruo would seriously doubt their capabilities. According to Lu Zheng's earlier introduction, this Wang Hao was the richest man in the entire Sunan region. It was impossible for this to be a coincidence. Before this, Chen Ruo couldn't even say he had coincidentally met the richest man Wang Hao in Sunan, and not even someone like Su Yun, a financial giant, was an easy encounter. However, Chen Ruo said nothing, simply smiling as he spoke. Ha ha, what a coincidence. President Wang and President Su are also in Su province. Wang Hao burst into laughter. Chun Xiao, you don't know. Our company's headquarters is right here in Su province. As if remembering something, Wang Hao addressed Chen Ruo. Oh, right, Chen Xiao, since you're here in Su province, I as the host must extend my hospitality. Do you have time tonight? I can host a meal for you as a gesture of hospitality. Chen Ruo politely declined. There's really no need for that. No need to trouble President Wang. You have so much to do, so it's really not necessary. Wang Hao's smile did not fade. Even after being rejected by Chen Ruo, he was not ready to give up. What do I have to be busy with? Chen Xiao, you're being too modest. Since you come to Su Nan, I must welcome you regardless of how busy I am. Chen Ruo pondered. After taking the wind messenger from Wang Hao last time, it was a gift from him, and he had given Chen Ruo a favor. Now, if he didn't even accept a meal, it would be quite ungracious. Thinking of this, Chen Ruo smiled and directly said, all right then, I shall not be polite. Wang Hao and Su Yun both breathed a sigh of relief. They had learned about Chen Ruo's identity from Lu Zheng and hoped to establish a connection with him. The changes in society are truly immense. No one can determine who will be eliminated and who will survive. All anyone can do is strive to strengthen themselves in hopes of surviving through the upheaval. Currently, the impact on these powers isn't too significant, but once the real world fully merges with the Pokémon world, won't those powerful factions clash with the local forces of the real world? Will both sides be able to maintain balance? Then, there's no need to imagine an earth-shattering upheaval is bound to occur. And while the impact on ordinary people might be minimal, it could be fatal for them. Rather than praying for these, it is better to exert maximum effort to strengthen oneself. This is why so many powerful factions are willing to invest massive resources to cultivate a few talented Pokémon trainers. Not just giants like Su Yun, even someone of Wang Hao's caliber cannot control his own fate. They were once titans in their fields, yet now they cannot even control their own lives and deaths. This disparity breeds fear and anxiety within them. At this moment, Chen Ruo's appearance brought them a glimmer of hope. According to Lu Zheng, if Chen Ruo truly reached that level, there might be a way to ensure their survival. Young Master Chen, in that case, I won't disturb you further. This evening I'll have someone drive over to pick you up. How does that sound? Wang Hao's face bore a warm, affable smile. Su Yun and Wang Hao discreetly took their leave, refraining from further disturbing Chen Ruo. Watching them step into the car, Chen Ruo nodded appreciatively. Though Su Yun and Wang Hao sought to draw closer to him, they did so without sycophancy or discomfort, eliciting a quiet sigh of reflection from Chen Ruo. Having agreed to Wang Hao and Su Yun's arrangement, Chen Ruo returned directly to the hotel. Staying an extra day posed no inconvenience. Outside the hotel, Su Yun voiced grave concern to Wang Hao. Brother, do you truly believe young Master Chen would even care about such matters? I'm confident in my judgment, Wang Hao replied, calm and assured. Young Master Chen is no ungrateful or indifferent man. So long as our allegiance remains clear, he will surely extend his hand should calamity strike. But brother, are you certain he possesses the power to shield us? From what we've uncovered recently, the forces in that world are anything but trifling. Su Yun's brow furrowed with anxiety. Wang Hao clapped his shoulder lightly and smiled enigmatically. Brother Su, some things I've already investigated thoroughly. You've surely probed young Master Chen's background yourself, haven't you? Yet you found nothing at all. Wang Hao didn't wait for Su Yun's reply, continuing swiftly, nor did I. Neither in this world nor in that one. I traced his identity across both realms. And still, nothing emerged. Logically, for an ordinary person, such obscurity might be unsurprising. But who is he? The youngest and most promising Pokémon professor in history. Moreover, he stands as the strongest rookie Pokémon trainer of his generation. By all reason, a figure like this should occupy the very apex of public attention, revered by all. Yet reality defies logic. Not a single trace of him exists, except for those widely witnessed battle recordings, publicly known and unremarkable. Tell me, Brother Su, if he were truly ordinary, would it be possible? Su Yun fell silent, conceding Wang Hao's point. Then what do you suppose? A youth under 20, yet the preeminent rookie Pokémon trainer, and simultaneously a certified Pokémon professor. And the significance of Pokémon's third evolution, and especially Mega Evolution, requires no elaboration from me, does it? Yet he has remained unscathed for so long, while even the most formidable factions show no reaction. Surely that raises suspicion. The Pokémon world has only just descended upon ours, yet he became a professor almost instantly. Do you truly believe there's no hidden hand behind that? Su Yun nodded slowly, suddenly grasping Van Koe's implication. Though Wang Hao left the rest unsaid, Su Yun understood fully Chen Ruo stood backed by someone, or something, powerful, perhaps even an immensely influential faction. Instantly, Su Yun's confidence surged. Wang Hao's discernment had long commanded his deepest respect. Wang Hao's uncanny ability to assess character had forged his current stature. Before Chen Ruo could rest long, a hotel attendant knocked firmly at his door. Young Master Chen, we've been sent by Director Wang to escort you to the gala. The envoy dispatched by Wang Hao gave a light, respectful clap. These garments were prepared for you by Director Wang. Should they fail to meet your standards, or prove unworthy of your refined taste, we can have them replaced immediately. Indeed, Wang Hao's preparations were meticulous. Chen Ruo's current attire consisted of old bargain market clothing, while tonight's gathering would host elite society. To avert any humiliating misstep, Wang Hao had arranged a bespoke high-end suit for him. Chen Ruo was thoroughly satisfied, not merely because it fit perfectly, but because it was undeniably expensive. The cascade of nines on the price tag instantly rendered the garment exquisitely pleasing to his eye. Once dressed, Chen Ruo needed no further arrangements. Wang Hao had seen every detail handled flawlessly. Minghui Restaurant, the most prestigious dining establishment in the entire Su province. More significantly, it was Wang Hao's own enterprise, access granted to only a select few. That evening, nearly every prominent figure in Su province had received Wang Hao's invitation. The grand hall teemed with luminaries raising glasses in practiced camaraderie. Yet, unmistakably, their attention wavered. Every gaze fixed upon the central table, which embodied the totality of Su province's political and economic elite. A portly middle-aged man frowned bitterly beside him. Wang, with storms brewing, you still host banquets. Though the true tempest had yet to break, Su province already seethed beneath its surface. Only through the resistance of men like them had chaos been held at bay. Elsewhere, panic would long since have reigned. It's not just Su province. Feng province has already descended into turmoil. All my enterprises there have suffered catastrophic losses. They sit calmly on the surface, yet beneath fierce rivalry rages across countless domains. Daily, Pokémon manifest in our world, and our world itself expands ceaselessly. Vast mountains and rivers erupt into existence overnight. These are not mere phenomena, but immense untapped resources. Until recently, conflict had remained bloodless. Then between the nations of Xinhua and Keju in North Africa, an ancient ruin was discovered, housing relics of a hyper-ancient civilization. Its inscriptions revealed something profoundly secretive, its latent power terrifying beyond measure. Naturally, Xinhua and Keju erupted into open war, tearing aside the veil of peace forever. Pokémon were soon deployed in warfare. Beneath the facade of harmony, the world had already fractured into chaos. And the emergence of Gene-Sect snapped the last thread of restraint. Science once offered hope, but even nuclear weapons crumbled before Genesect reduced to child's play. Now all scrambled desperately for Pokémon's power. No one wishes to surrender what they possess, but without sufficient strength to defend it, even life and death lie beyond one's control. Just days ago, an entire clan in Feng province was eradicated overnight. No trace of the perpetrator remained. It's here. Looking at the message just received on his phone, Wang Hao's spirit lifted, and he appeared very excited. Seeing Wang Hao's demeanor, those around him also perked up. While Wang Hao was unaware of Chen Ruo's identity, he knew it was elevated to a certain level. That was a level they usually had no access to. So when Wang Hao spoke to these people, he kept it mysterious and did not reveal Chen Ruo's identity or who they were meeting. He simply stated that today's meeting was with someone who had a way to break the deadlock. This filled others' hearts with anticipation. It's here. Wang Hao and Su Yin took the lead and went out to greet him. Young Master Chen, please sit. Seat. Others were somewhat dazed. Was this person Wang Hao referred to really the one who looked like a student? Wang Hao disregarded the gazes of those around him and warmly pulled Chen Ruo to sit at the main table. Chen Ruo looked at Wang Hao and then at those around, smiling faintly as he addressed Wang Hao. Mr. Wang, this banquet you have set up today is not so simple, is it? Those around could easily tell at a glance that they were typically privileged individuals, each dressed in a way that revealed their identity and status. As long as Chen Ruo wasn't foolish, he naturally understood that these people's statuses were extraordinary. Wang Hao laughed heartily. Since young Master Chen has seen through it, I won't keep you in suspense. We all want to follow young Master Chen to make a living, or rather to follow those behind young Master Chen for a livelihood. And the reason, Chen Ruo neither refused nor agreed. The world has changed, the power of technology is no longer mainstream. I believe young Master Chen would not deny this. You must have seen the video of the mysterious Pokemon causing destruction in Scala. Now, it's even more dangerous. Although news about Pokemon causing harm has been suppressed, and everyone is optimistic with young Master Chen's intelligence, it's impossible he doesn't know the immense power contained within Pokemon. If this power is applied in other areas, the destructive potential is completely unpredictable. Some news may be clearer to young Master Chen than to us. Certain forces from that world have already extended. Moreover, many families have not only lost their industries, but also their lives. We don't want to be eliminated by the times, nor does anyone want to abandon what they currently possess, so naturally we wish to follow young Master Chen to make a living. Wang Hao was very frank. However, Chen Ruo was somewhat surprised by Wang Hao's words. It turned out many from the Pokemon world had already entered the real world. But upon reflection, considering that even legendary Pokemon like White Ghost and Genesect had entered the real world, it proved that the barrier between the two worlds had long since cracked, so it was not surprising that someone had entered this world. As for the news Wang Hao mentioned, Chen Ruo had no doubt at all such matters were certainly within the capabilities of those dark organizations. Those people were completely insane. Team Rocket dreamed of ruling the world, while Team Magma wanted to turn the ocean into land and Team Aqua sought to turn land into ocean. As for Team Plasma and others, there's no need to mention them. In short, there were no sane people. Is it surprising that a group of madmen would do such things? It was entirely normal for these people to resort to any means necessary. If one claimed that these dark forces had not been stained with blood, Chen Ruo would dare say he was not a virgin. This is not an anime. There are no benevolent deities. This is reality. Pokemon are mere tools of war. Pokemon themselves are not at fault, but the owners who use them have their rights and wrongs. Chen Ruo smiled at Wang Hao. Then why do you think I, or the forces behind me, can definitely... Wang Hao did not hesitate for a moment, and directly said, I believe that compared to other factors, the third evolution of Pokemon, or special evolutions, is likely to be even more important to those organizations. A potential Pokemon researcher like you, or someone who stands at the peak of knowledge, can live so naturally every day without being affected, and such protection from forces is absolutely impossible. Wang Hao clearly understood that such an important character as Chen Ruo could still be so carefree and healthy up until now, which proved many things. If there was no one protecting him behind the scenes, Wang Hao would dare to drink magma while standing on his head. Chen Ruo was not foolish either. After a moment of thought, he naturally understood. This matter is not up to me. In many aspects, I am too lazy to care. However, you can make this call and speak to them. If they are willing to protect you, I believe that regardless of whether the two worlds merge or whatever the situation is, no one will be able to threaten you. Also, I really like the car you gave me earlier. You can tell them that. Chen Ruo left the contact method for Wang Hao regarding the organization, and then he casually sat down and started. Wang Hao's eyes were filled with ecstasy. He believed Chen Ruo's words. After all, Chen Ruo's value was greater than theirs, and if someone like Chen Ruo hadn't encountered trouble, they were even less likely to. He was too lazy to concern himself with these matters. If he were strong enough, what would it matter, even if it were a legendary Pokemon? Just like Yang Ting before he directly threatened. Even a proud Pokemon like Mutwo was subdued. Not convinced. Then die. This is absolute strength. If you're not convinced, you will die. Why did no one dare to disturb Chen Ruo? Wasn't it due to the strength of the organization? Why did Principal Kai value Chen Ruo? Wasn't it also because of Chen Ruo's strength? So in the end, it all comes down to strength. Only sheep will flock together to intimidate others. A ferocious beast, even if it is alone, can still exert an overwhelming sense of oppression. It can bring an incredibly powerful sense of pressure to others. Early the next morning, Chen Ruo returned directly to the villa, having left Su province. He had very little time left. There was only a month and a half until the Kanto League competition, and he still needed to obtain 5 badges, Rock, Water, Lightning, and the rest. Moreover, the remaining 5 badges were not easy to obtain. Iligia from the Rainbow Gym, Nashi from the Golden Gym, Aju from the Light Red Gym, Xiaoba from the Red Lotus Gym, and Sakaki from the Evergreen Gym. None of them were pushovers. Next, Chen Ruo's destination was the Rainbow Gym. The thought of the Rainbow Gym made him unable to suppress his desire to complain. It could be considered the only normal gym in the Kanto region of the entire Pokemon League in the original story. Aside from Anibi and Hualan gyms, which even Team Rocket disregarded, all other gyms were under Team Rocket's control, except for the Rainbow Gym. This time, there were no unexpected delays on the way, and Chen Ruo arrived directly at the Rainbow Gym, which was run by Iligia, a grass-type Pokemon trainer. In the original story, the main Pokemon used were Vine Whip, Victreebel, and a particularly foul-smelling Vileplume. For Chen Ruo, there was nothing to worry about. Sorry, Charizard specializes in dealing with these. Is anyone there? Chen Ruo walked into the Rainbow Gym. It resembled a green garden with various dense plants growing and different grass-type Pokemon frolicking about. Annoying presence. Are you the challenger? A very neighborly girl came out. She was Iligia, the trainer of the— Hello, I am Chen Ruo, from Shinshin Town, here to challenge the Rainbow Gym. Iligia set down the water bottle in her hand. I can smell the annoying presence of a fire-type Pokemon. Ooh, I won't hold back. You better be careful. Chen Ruo paid no heed and directly threw out a Pokeball, revealing the imposing figure of Charizard before everyone. Iligia hesitated for a moment while throwing her Pokeball, where she felt a powerful pressure from this Charizard. Were rookie Pokemon trainers this terrifying now? This was simply unacceptable. Such a fierce Charizard should not be a Pokemon belonging to a rookie. What a troublesome opponent. But we will go for it. Vineweep. As expected, Iligia sent out a Vine Whip, just like in the original story, but its momentum was quite impressive from all aspects. It had been well trained. After all, Iligia was a professional Grass-type Pokemon trainer, and she couldn't be weak. Besides, she wasn't G. Everyone she faced was on the same level. Charizard, take to the skies. Use Flame Vortex. Vine Whip, entangle Charizard. Don't let it fly. However, Vine Whip was no match for Charizard. It couldn't keep up with Charizard's speed. After all, during the high school ranking battles, the Vine Whip used by the twins Bulbasaur was truly formidable. In an instant, the entire space was wrapped in vines, and those vines had remarkable toughness. Even fire took a long time to burn through. The Pacer High School nearly used that Bulbasaur to take down Chen Ruo. If it weren't for the fact that the final moments saw the King of Vacations go berserk, directly stepping into the realm of Bond Evolution, who could say who would have won first place? Charizard flew up, and the terrifying flames engulfed the entire arena, wrapping Vine Whip within. If this were before the high school ranking battles, when Chen Ruo's Fire Dragon had not yet evolved into Charizard, perhaps Iligia could have put some pressure on him. But now it was impossible for her to pose any threat. Fire-type moves dealt devastating damage to Grass-types, and Vine Whip was continuously howling in the flames, unable to do anything about the Charizard hovering above. Charizard unleashed another burst of flames directed at Vine Whip, leaving no room for defense, and it directly fell into a state of unconsciousness. Iligia's originally demure face stiffened. Chen Ruo was simply too despicable. This strength was far too terrifying. With just one flame vortex followed by a burst of flames, she lost her Vine Whip. Iligia truly wanted to report Chen Ruo now. This brat simply couldn't be a rookie trainer. If a rookie trainer faced Chen Ruo, that would be absurd. One annoying fire-type Pokemon, but now I'm getting angry. Go. Victory Bell. Iligia's Victory Bell was clearly much stronger than the previous Vine Whip. The former Vine Whip should have been faced by a rookie trainer. This Victory Bell had obvious battle scars, showing it had gone through many fights, and it should be one of Iligia's main. Victory Bell used Acid. Iligia's demeanor had turned aggressively assertive, no longer the gentle and soft persona from before. Charizard used Flamethrower. Chen Ruo did not underestimate Iligia. Anyone who could become a gym leader had to have some skills. However, to Chen Ruo's surprise, Victory Bell's acid was not strong at all. It was directly overpowered by Charizard's flames, and the flames engulfed Victory Bell. Chen Ruo began to doubt life. We're all gym leaders this week. I haven't even made a move, and you're already down. Are you trying to scam me? I've never heard of gym leaders faking injuries. Moreover, even if they did, it shouldn't be like this. Perhaps somewhat uncertain, Charizard's little eyes were filled with confusion. It had spent dozens of minutes dealing with that Bulbasaur before, but now a single flamethrower had put one down. With this thought in mind, Charizard tried again, with another flamethrower perfectly hitting Victory Bell, who then fell down and couldn't get up, entering a near-death state. As for Iligia, she was even more dumbfounded. What kind of rookie was this? 2 moves to take out a gym leader. Is this something a human can do? Elijah was now somewhat bewildered. She had battled many Pokemon trainers before, yet this was the first time she felt so powerless. She had no idea how to fight. This challenger was simply beyond her capabilities. It was her first time facing a novice trainer and feeling such a sense of helplessness. This wasn't entirely unexpected. It had been nearly half a year, and during this time, most general Pokemon trainers had already acquired around 6 badges demonstrating considerable strength. In the high school ranking battles, those under Chen Ruo's command could barely survive even a single round. Powerful trainers like Yishio Lin Mo and Shin Mo had even obtained all the Pokemon badges. The main purpose of gym leaders is to teach newcomers how to battle. Focusing more on training them. The Pokemon they use are not their main forces, and often not even part of their secondary team. Take someone as formidable as Xiaobo nearing the level of a champion. Not only are his main Pokemon exceptional, but even his secondary Pokemon are not something an average novice trainer can contend with. As for Sakaki, there's no need for further explanation. He is the leader of Team Rocket. His secondary Pokemon effortlessly dominate other novice trainers. Yet this feeling of frustration was something Elijah hadn't experienced in a long time. She removed the hair tie from her head, letting her beautiful hair fall freely. Elijah then tied her hair back into a ponytail, transforming her previously gentle and sunny image into one of elegance and vigor. Come on, it's been a while since I've had a proper battle. Regardless of winning or losing, the rainbow badge is yours. In this fight, let me see your true strength. This is also a summary of my time as a gym leader. Show me if I've grown. Elijah proactively tossed the rainbow badge to Chen Ruo. Her meaning was clear. The upcoming battle would not be between gym leader Elijah and challenger Chen Ruo, but rather between Pokemon trainers Elijah and Chen Ruo. She would no longer use the Pokemon Mint for battling lower-level novice trainers, but instead her original main Pokemon. Regardless of winning or losing, Chen Ruo would receive the rainbow badge. Chen Ruo did not refuse as he saw the burning fighting spirit in Elijah's eyes akin to flames. The last time he felt such a situation was during his battle against Wu Neng, when the same fiery spirit erupted in his eyes. Now, facing Elijah, Chen Ruo suddenly realized that he too needed such a passionate battle to ignite the flame within his heart. Go Lizard King. Elijah threw out a Pokeball, releasing one of the starter Pokemon, Lizard King. Charizard used Fire Spin to restrain Lizard King's movement. Lizard King used Agility to approach Charizard, then Leaf Blade. Both were filled with fighting spirit, eager to enjoy this high-quality battle. Lizard King used Agility to swiftly close in on Charizard. Meanwhile, Charizard circled in the sky, with Fire Spin descending upon Lizard King. Elijah was full of confidence. Her Lizard King was not just any ordinary Pokemon. Back when she was still traveling, Lizard King was one of her ace Pokemon. It was her most trusted partner, without a doubt. Now's the time Lizard King used Leaf Blade. However, to Elijah's surprise, Lizard King hesitated for just a moment, and in that instant, Fire Spin enveloped Lizard King. Elijah immediately knew she had lost. Originally, the Grass-type Lizard King had no advantage against the Fire-type Charizard, and now it was directly swept into Fire Spin. How could it fight back? Elijah wasn't afraid of losing, but she did not expect to lose so frustratingly. After she gave the command, Lizard King hesitated and did not execute it immediately. In Elijah's eyes, this was undoubtedly a significant failure. Sure enough, Lizard King, trapped in Fire Spin, immediately lost, its fighting spirit unable to resist. Chen Ruo did not pursue his advantage, instead recalling Charizard. Come back, you've worked hard, Charizard. Looking at the somewhat dejected Elijah, he couldn't help but shake his head. As a Pokemon trainer, you are undoubtedly unqualified. If I'm not mistaken, this Lizard King should be your first partner, right? And likely your most trusted partner. Chen Ruo spoke with certainty. Elijah looked at him in confusion. How do you know? When Lizard King battled, I could sense its inner joy. It must have been a long time since it fought alongside you. So, when you commanded it, it hesitated and didn't know what to do. As a gym leader, I can't say if you qualify, but as a Pokemon trainer, you're simply unqualified. Pokemon are not merely tools, they are partners to trainers. If you distance yourself from them, they will naturally question your commands. Elijah also looked at Lizard King, murmuring, "Is it true, Lizard King?" Lizard King remained silent, but its gaze towards Elijah was incredibly gentle. Elijah reflected, throughout these years, she had indeed focused more on gym battles and neglected her original Pokemon. Thinking back to the close bond she shared with Lizard King, Elijah smiled, squatting down to stroke Lizard King's head. Lizard King, was it my fault before? I'm sorry for putting you through this, it won't happen again. Looking at Chen Ruo, Elijah smiled. Thank you, I understand now. I'm not only an unqualified gym leader, but also an unqualified Pokemon trainer. I plan to travel and resign from my position as the Rainbow Gym Leader. Thank you for making me realize this. Chen Ruo was completely bewildered. Had he made a gym leader fall into self-doubt? What did Elijah? He didn't understand at all. He had no idea what Elijah had comprehended. This is absurd. Elijah felt that during her many years as the gym leader, she had never truly experienced a battle against Pokemon of the same level, which had also distanced her from her own Pokemon. Now, she hoped to find the state she had when she first started her journey, becoming stronger instead of continuing to feel lethargic. Chen Ruo couldn't be bothered to persuade her this was Elijah's own choice and had nothing to do with him. He simply continued on his way after obtaining the Rainbow Gym Badge. Elijah did not travel with Chen Ruo, having already completed her journey through the Kanto region. She felt staying here would not serve any purpose for her training, so she chose to leave for the Kalos region. Chen Ruo continued his journey aiming for the Golden Gym in Golden City. The gym leader there, Nasi, was also an extremely powerful Pokemon trainer. The main issue was that her primary Pokemon was Psychic-type, making it particularly difficult to deal with. Without Ghost-type Pokemon, it would be much more troublesome. However, Chen Ruo did not feel concerned. As long as his strength was formidable enough, what did it matter if he didn't have a type advantage? Don't miss out on this. Come see the magic show. A loud-voiced, middle-aged man nearby was calling out. Rugga, you're here too. As Chen Ruo was about to leave, he spotted a group of familiar faces. Pikachu was standing on Ash's shoulder, quickly running over to Chen Ruo. Chen Ruo smiled at the approaching Ash and his friends. Oh, it's you guys. I didn't expect you to be here too. Since the Mutwo storyline, Chen Ruo had not interacted with Ash and the others due to his participation in the high school ranking battles, so he was surprised to meet them here. Chen Ruo politely waved to the three. What a coincidence, Ash Brock. And is this your new partner? What a coincidence, Ruo Shun. Brock and a newcomer appeared a bit reserved, clearly understanding and admiring Chen Ruo's strength. Ash looked at the newcomer in surprise. Wow, Xiao Yao, I didn't expect you to know Ruo Ge. Xiao Yao beside him smiled. Of course, Ruo Shun is very famous. Only you, Ash, wouldn't know. At this moment, Chen Ruo realized that this girl was Xiao Yao, who had taken Xiaoxia's place after her departure. He calmly extended his hand. Xiao Yao, right. Hello, I am Chen Ruo. Xiao Yao seemed a bit flustered and quickly shook hands with Chen Ruo. Hello, Ruo Shun, I'm Xiao Yao, and I'm a fan of yours. Ash, on the other hand, appeared nonchalant. I didn't expect to run into you here. Ruo Ge, are you here to see the Millennium Comet too? Let me tell you, Ruo Ge, you can't run away this time. Let's have a Pokemon battle. Chen Ruo felt a nerve in his brain, being triggered. Wait a minute, Ash, what did you just say you were here for? Ash looked at Chen Ruo with a puzzled expression. What? Ruo Ge, aren't you here to see the Millennium Comet? Brock, worried that Chen Ruo might not know what the Millennium Comet was, directly explained. The Millennium Comet is a beautiful comet that appears once every 1,000 years, and making a wish upon it symbolizes good fortune. It's said to be particularly effective. The Millennium Comet. Making wishes. Magic performances. Ash and his friends. Chen Ruo immediately picked up a flyer from the ground that detailed the Millennium Comet celebration and the magic show. Most importantly, the magician performing the show was someone he recognized, Butler the scientist from Team Magma. Chen Ruo's mind raced. Wasn't this the storyline of the Wish Star Jirachi from the Seven Knights plot? No, wait. According to the movie, Ash, Brock and Xiao Yao shouldn't be traveling in the Kanto region at this time. This triggered a warning bell in Chen Ruo's mind. Sometimes the plot isn't always completely accurate. Just like this situation, there was a significant deviation. Chen Ruo felt excited. The storyline of the Seven Knights Wish Star wasn't dangerous and was not too complex. He was fully capable of inserting himself into this plot, at least to witness the power of the legendary Pokémon. This storyline primarily narrated that during the Millennium Comet period Jirachi awakens, but is controlled by Butler from Team Magma. Moreover, Butler intends to use Jirachi's power to resurrect the ancient legendary Pokémon Groudon and ultimately fails under the protagonist's aura. The involvement of legendary Pokémon instantly piqued Chen Ruo's interest, and he did not rush to leave. Originally, he was puzzled as to why so many people had suddenly appeared in this open area, but now he understood. Ruo Ge, let's have a Pokemon battle. Ash always had a fighting spirit, able to remain enthusiastic at any time. Perhaps this was the unique aura of a protagonist. Staying here wasn't a problem, and Chen Ruo was curious about Ash's strength. The last time they were supposed to battle on the ST, and they were interrupted by a tsunami and storm, causing the ship to sink. This meant that their original Pokemon battle had never taken place, and to this day, they still hadn't had a proper match. Xiao Yao smiled and tugged at Ash's arm. Ash, Ruo Shun just got here today. I'll let him rest properly. Don't challenge everyone to Pokemon battle. Although Ash loved Pokemon battles, he was also considerate, and sheepishly rubbed his head. Sorry, Ruo Ge, well, battle, once you're rested. Chen Ruo waved his hand. Dismissively, it's fine, I'm not that tired. I promised to battle you last time, and since that incident happened, let's make it up now. Ash instantly perked up. Really? Ruye. Chen Ruo smiled. Of course, there's no reason to lie to you about this. Brock and Xiao Yao exchanged glances, understanding each other's helplessness, and smiled apologetically at Chen Ruo. Ash, you're really something. Sorry about that, Ruo Shin. Chen Ruo waved his hand, signaling that it was no trouble. After all, he wanted to see if Ash had some kind of buff that allowed him to evenly match against anyone he encountered. After defeating one region's league and moving to a new one, how Ash managed to balance against rookie trainers was something Chen Ruo had always found puzzling. Moreover, the strength of Pikachu of Yi has always been a mystery. Chen Ruo truly suspects whether it has been brought back for reworking. Every time after defeating a region, it instantly reverts to level 0. When it's strong, it's like a bug strong enough to even challenge divine beasts. Yet when it's weak, it can't even compete against the Pokemon of rookie trainers. Go! Vacation King. We're going into Pikachu. Ash excitedly directed Pikachu to charge in. The Vacation King threw a punch so fast and urgent that it appeared in front of Pikachu in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Chen Ruo also opened his heart's power, sensing everything. Indeed, just as the punch was about to graze Pikachu, it surprisingly dodged at an odd angle, narrowly escaping. At that moment, Chen Ruo felt a peculiar force that emanated from Ash, connecting with Pikachu fortuitously, allowing Pikachu to evade. Chen Ruo couldn't help but laugh. Oh, what the heck is this situation? No wonder Ash's Pikachu is so overpowered. It could be said that Ash and his Pikachu are one entity. When they combine, a unique power is generated, the strength of which is entirely determined by the opponent's power. This is the legendary protagonist Halo, and perhaps the power of fate. However, Chen Ruo does not believe this power is limitless, otherwise Ash wouldn't say he could still lose. In Chen Ruo's estimation, this power would at most provide some auxiliary effects, but it wouldn't have a decisive impact. Vacation King use Earthquake. Pikachu jump up and use Thunderbolt. As Vacation King executed Earthquake, the entire arena trembled. However, Pikachu leaped extremely high, and Chen Ruo noticed that same force seemed to lift Pikachu. It allowed Pikachu to hover in the air for 3 seconds, landing perfectly to evade the earthquake. Moreover, Pikachu promptly unleashed Thunderbolt, directly attacking the main body of Vacation King. Chen Ruo couldn't help but want to complain that this ability is completely a bit twisted. This kind of power is no different from cheating. It's like standing at the edge of a cliff and falling down. Without this ability, you'd naturally be done for. But with it, you somehow discover a stone platform below, landing safely on it, and even fortuitously inheriting a senior's technique. This is so bugged, but suddenly Chen Ruo felt he had no right to criticize this cheat. It seemed his cheat was even greater than Ash's. When it comes to cheating, no one seems to be more of a cheat than him. Vacation King used Rapid Punch. Chen Ruo does not believe this power is limitless. Sure enough, as Vacation King landed 7 or 8 punches in succession, Pikachu's evasion became increasingly difficult. By the final punch, Chen Ruo could clearly feel that this punch was bound to hit Pikachu's head, yet it still... At the last moment, Pikachu casually shook its head, causing the punch to only hit its body. This is the effect of that power. Under its influence, skills that could have caused more damage were minimized. With just one punch, Pikachu was severely injured and struggled to rise. Pikachu. Ash looked at Pikachu, with concern, appearing very anxious. From Ash, that power suddenly became even stronger, enveloping Pikachu, and Pikachu stood up once again. Chen Ruo could now confirm that no wonder Ash and Pikachu's fluctuations were so dramatic, as their own power was not what mattered, was that power of fate that truly dominated them. And Ash is not the protagonist, because Chen Ruo felt the same force from Pikachu that he sensed from Ash, and it was not significantly weaker. The true protagonists are not Ash, but Ash and Pikachu together. Only when these two are combined are they the true protagonists of this world. Pikachu, stand up. Under Ash's loud shout, Pikachu actually stood up step by step. Chen Ruo showed no mercy. Vacation King use Extreme Speed. Extreme Speed is a skill that Vacation King suddenly comprehended after Bond evolution, which greatly surprised and delighted Chen Ruo. After all, Extreme Speed is quite practical and powerful, with a very high priority level, making it virtually impossible to evade. Indeed, no matter how that power of fate guided under Extreme Speed, Vacation King still kicked Pikachu, sending it flying. As Chen Ruo had guessed, that power of fate can influence some things, but it cannot dominate. With just one punch, combined with a kick from Extreme Speed, Pikachu fell into a coma. Earlier, that power of fate did indeed have some blocking effect, but it couldn't fully stop it, as it could only influence. When Pikachu faced off against Vacation King, it was an inevitable defeat. All it could do was delay the failure a little longer. Whether it was Ash, Brock, or Yao, they were all stunned. Is it really over just like that? Though Chen Ruo thought a lot, the actual time was quite brief. In the eyes of the three, it was merely Vacation King throwing a punch followed by a kick, directly resolving Pikachu. And they had previously witnessed Pikachu's tenacity. How could it be resolved in just 2 rounds of attack? This is truly hard to believe. Brock couldn't help but sigh. The gap is just too huge. A Vacation King is the main Pokemon of Ruo God, while Pikachu is utterly defenseless against it. Yao nodded. Yes, the gap between Ash and Ruo God is far too great. They're simply not on the same level of... Chen Ruo smiled at Ash. Ash, this is a 3v3 match. It's only the first round. Is this the concerned look I see on your face? This is not the Ash I know. Ash also perked up. Yes. This is a 3v3 match. We have just begun. I haven't lost yet, Ruo. You better be careful. Go. Charizard. Let Ruo see our power. Ash's fighting spirit was rekindled, and he became extremely invigorated. The earlier gloom was swept away. Xiaoji's Charizard was cultivated exceptionally well, appearing robust and powerful. Chen Ruo also recalled his Charizard and released it. The comparison between the two Charizards was immediately evident. Chen Ruo's Charizard looked even more robust and formidable than Xiaoji's. After securing first place in the high school ranking battle, Chen Ruo gained not only the special heart power, but also a substantial amount of achievement points. With these achievement points, Chen Ruo replaced many training items for his Pokemon in the shop. Not just endurance training vests, but also strength training wristbands and speed training gear. Thus, Chen Ruo's Charizard looked exceptionally powerful at first glance, not something an ordinary Charizard could compare to. Xiaoji's Charizard appeared weaker in comparison. It's not that Xiaoji's Charizard wasn't powerful, but rather that Chen Ruo's Charizard was simply too strong. Xiao Gang merely glanced and shook his head. The gap is just too large. There's no need for a battle. It can be seen at a glance. However, Chen Ruo didn't share this sentiment. Though his Charizard was stronger than Xiao Zhi's, the aura of destiny surrounding Xiao Zhi was no joke. In such battles, no one knew how much impact it could wield. The reason Chen Ruo chose to battle Xiao Zhi a second time was to see the limit of that aura of destiny. Sure enough, the two Charizards clashed, and the situation was not one-sided, it became a stalemate. Chen Ruo's heart power clearly sensed that every strike made an impact. Otherwise, Xiao Zhi's Charizard would never be able to hold its ground against Chen Ruo's Charizard. Several times, Chen Ruo could distinctly see that his Charizard was on the verge of gaining the upper hand, but suddenly it was influenced by that power, leading to a mistake that allowed Xiao Zhi's Charizard to turn the tables. Chen Ruo said nothing. He closed his eyes and activated his heart power. He was attempting to see if his heart power could influence that aura of destiny. As Chen Ruo closed his eyes, his heart power erupted and began to entangle with the aura of destiny surrounding Xiao Zhi. When the heart power touched the aura of destiny, it became violently chaotic and surged forward. Chen Ruo instantly felt immense pressure. The aura of destiny was exceedingly powerful. Though it couldn't change certain things, its strength was still formidable and advanced, even surpassing heart power. Chen Ruo couldn't help but admire it. Truly, the protagonist's halo was remarkable. It was only natural for someone like Xiao Zhi to possess such power. However, the battle situation was still quite straightforward. Despite the enhancement from that power, Xiao Zhi's Charizard was still no match for Chen Ruo's Charizard, which was completely dominating the fight. No matter how Xiao Zhi commanded, he could not contend with Chen Ruo's Charizard. This made Chen Ruo sigh. Indeed, the protagonist's halo was still no match for a cheat. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already lost by now, having been equalized or even defeated by Xiao Zhi. This is the terrifying aspect of that power. The longer it drags on, the more frightening it becomes. However, Chen Ruo was not an ordinary person. Chen Ruo was a cheat. The protagonist's halo at least follows reason, but when have you seen a cheat reason with anyone? Chen Ruo was not merely a cheat. He was a very powerful cheat. He was a cheat with an extraordinarily terrifying backing. This was an entirely insurmountable existence. Charizard used Dragon Rage. Eliminated. Chen Ruo had thoroughly researched Xiao Zhi's secrets and no longer delayed, directly issuing the final command. Hold on, Charizard. Xiao Zhi shouted loudly. If it were normal, this Dragon Rage would definitely not take down Charizard, but now it was different. Chen Ruo's heart power entangled the aura of destiny, and without a doubt, Chen Ruo's Charizard unleashed Dragon Rage, directly taking down Xiao Zhi's Charizard. Xiao Zhi, what do you see Pokémon as in your eyes? Chen Ruo looked at Xiao Zhi and couldn't help but ask. Without hesitation, Xiao Zhi replied, "They are my partners." Chen Ruo chuckled. Partners. Treating them this way is not good for them. Rather, it harms them. With no training at all, your goal is to become a Pokémon Master. Do you think they can accompany you to the level of Pokémon Master? It's true that Pokémon are partners, but I hope you can understand what is the best way for them. Otherwise, with your current mindset, you do not deserve to have these Pokémon. The final battle holds no meaning beyond mere word count. Whenever you come to understand, I will welcome you to challenge me. Chen Ruo directly scolded Xiao Zhi. His Pokémon were throwing tantrums and having little emotions. The Charizard completely ignored his commands. The previous battle with Chen Ruo's Charizard was also initiated by Chen Ruo. Training was practically non-existent. They relied entirely on natural growth. How could such a Pokémon trainer last to the end? If Xiao Zhi's protagonist halo were stripped away, one could only imagine how he would fare. Xiao Zhi fell silent, deep in thought for a long time. Chen Ruo did not disturb him, merely watching Xiao Zhi closely. After a long while, Xiao Zhi lifted his head and Chen Ruo saw determination in his eyes. Ruo, you are the second person to say such things to me. The first time I didn't understand, but now I do. Thank you. You and Xiao Qi are the strongest Pokémon trainers I've ever seen. I truly look forward to the day I can witness you. Xiaoqi, is he the Pokémon trainer who also has a Pikachu? Chen Ruo couldn't help but inquire. Xiao Zhi appeared surprised. You know Xiao Qi. Chen Ruo could tell from Xiao Zhi's reaction that his guess was indeed correct. It was that Xiao Qi. He was the protagonist of the first-generation handheld game, known as Qi, rumored to have captured all legendary Pokémon in the Kanto region, except for Mew. This world was becoming increasingly interesting. Chen Ruo initially thought Xiao Zhi was Xiao Qi, but now it seemed that was far from the case. Thus, many things could now be arranged. Many things Chen Ruo had previously overlooked suddenly seemed feasible, and he began to plan and take action. Chen Ruo had a strong intuition that a battle between him and Xiao Qi was inevitable. This was an instinct Xiao Qi was not an easy opponent for. In the original work, Qi Yi was truly the child of the world. Compared to Xiao Zhi, who was only half-hearted, Xiao Qi was on an entirely different level. In the original story, Qi Yi was a powerful trainer who captured all the mythical beasts in the entire Guangdong region, except for Mew. Chen Ruo shook his head, pushing aside the thoughts in his mind. His primary concern was still the matter of Kirachi. Mission activated the Wish Star of 7 Nights. The Wish Star of 7 Nights complete the storyline of the 7 Nights Wish Star to receive Star Source as a reward. This time Chen Ruo felt somewhat perplexed. This task was too vague. What was the storyline of the 7 Nights Wish Star? How was this completion defined? Chen Ruo had no idea how this boundary was determined. Moreover, it wasn't just the task that was strange. Even the reward was equally odd. Star Source. What on earth was that? Chen Ruo had no clue. Even though he could be considered an expert player of Pokémon, he was still completely ignorant about something like Star Source. However, Chen Ruo knew he had to complete this task. Considering it involved Kirachi, such a unique mythical creature, gaining any understanding would undoubtedly be very beneficial. Although mythical beasts can also be classified as divine beasts, they are fundamentally different as some of their powers might even surpass those of divine beasts. Typical examples include Mew, Kirachi, and Celebi among these mythical Pokémon. To meet Kirachi and engage in the storyline of the 7 Nights Wish Star, it primarily depended on the main character's team, which is why Chen Ruo had been following Xiao Ji and the others. Xiao Yao Xiao Gang and Ruo go, hurry hurry. We are about to see the Millennium Comet. I'm so excited. Xiao Ji regained his spirited demeanor, showing no trace of despair. Chen Ruo quickly followed Xiao Ji and ran along. In the original story, it was at this moment that Xiao Ji collided with his friend Xiao Shang, marking the beginning of events. Now, just to be safe, even though Chen Ruo knew Kirachi should be near Xiao Shang, he still chose to stay close to Xiao. The overwhelming fate power surrounding Xiao Ji might have limited influence during battles, but at times like these was stronger than any ability. If this power weren't significant, given Xiao Ji's reckless nature, he would have died countless times while getting involved in numerous divine beast storylines and dark forces. Yet the reality was that not only had Xiao Ji survived, but every companion by his side had also emerged unscathed. Indeed, when they finally reached the open grassland, the Millennium Comet had already passed. It's all your fault, Xiao Ji. If it weren't for your insistence on battling Ruo, Shun, we wouldn't have missed the Millennium Comet. Now that we've missed it, it will be impossible to see it again next time. Xiao Yao also voiced her complaints. Xiao Ji scratched his head, foolishly knowing he was to blame. Fortunately, Xiao Gang intervened, saying, "All right, Xiao Yao, there will be sightings of the Millennium Comet for the next 7 days, not just today. The 7th night will be the most spectacular. Don't blame Xiao Ji, he's just like this. Once it comes to Pokemon battles, he forgets everything. You know that already." Before Chen Ruo could speak, a very soft and adorable Pokemon bumped directly into his arms. This left Chen Ruo momentarily stunned, especially when he realized which Pokemon it was. It was none other than Kirachi. Kirachi burrowed further into Chen Ruo's embrace, appearing very dependent on him. "Daddy, I finally found you." A very childish voice echoed in Chen Ruo's ears. He was dumbfounded. This voice resonated not only in his ears, but also within his heart. Through the power of his heart, he understood this phrase clearly. To others, it seemed like Kirachi was babbling, but in Chen Ruo's ears, he could actually comprehend it. Chen Ruo was a bit confused. However, Kirachi didn't care about his reaction and burrowed into his arms again, seeking a comfortable position. "Daddy, you can't leave Kirachi this time. Kirachi has been searching for you for a long, long time and has cried for a long, long time." Just now, Kirachi caught the scent of Daddy and immediately ran over. Over the years, Kirachi has been very well behaved and hasn't caused any trouble for the older siblings, really. Kirachi's voice was incredibly soft and adorable, infused with a hint of grievance, joy, and clinginess. Anyone who heard it would feel their heart melt. However, Chen Ruo was still bewildered. He attempted to converse with Kirachi using his heart's power. "Kirachi, can you understand what I'm saying?" Kirachi nodded its cute little head. "Of course, Daddy's words Kirachi can certainly understand." "Wait, don't call me Daddy, Kirachi. Did you mistake me for someone else? I'm not your father." Kirachi shook its head. "No, Kirachi hasn't mistaken you. You are Kirachi's daddy. Are you saying you don't want me anymore?" Kirachi's big round eyes looked at Chen Ruo, and tears were forming in its eyes, as if it would burst into tears the moment Chen Ruo said he didn't want it. Chen Ruo immediately softened. Kirachi exuded a pure and clean aura that made one instinctively want to cherish and protect it. Chen Ruo couldn't bear to see Kirachi cry despite his confusion. He couldn't help but comfort Kirachi. All right, I never said I didn't want you. But first tell me clearly, why are you calling me Daddy?" Kirachi looked at Chen Ruo adorably. "Because you are Kirachi's daddy. Haven't I always called you Daddy?" Chen Ruo felt a headache coming on. What kind of situation was this? Nevertheless, he patiently asked Kirachi, "Kirachi, what I mean is, how did we meet back then?" Kirachi pondered for a moment, its little face scrunched up. Kirachi has been asleep for a long, long time and has forgotten many things, but Kirachi remembers you are Daddy. Chen Ruo was completely speechless. Seeing Chen Ruo's expression, Kirachi carefully asked, "Daddy, am I particularly useless?" Chen Ruo couldn't bear to blame this adorable little Pokemon. Not at all. Kirichi has always been the best. How could he not be useful? Karaki's emotions shifted from frustration to sheer joy. Really? Daddy? Chen Ruo intended to retort, but seeing the tears welling up in Karaki's eyes, he held back. In the end, Chen Ruo couldn't help but say, forget it, call me whatever you like. Karaki squinted her eyes together, looking extremely happy. Looking at Karaki's innocent smile, Chen Ruo couldn't help but smile, as well as mood lifted significantly. Karaki was truly pure and innocent, like a little sprite, effortlessly brightening anyone's mood. Wow, Ruo-go, what kind of magical creature is this? Xiaoji also noticed Karaki lying in Chen Ruo's arms and couldn't help but inquire. Karaki, the legendary magical creature, Chen Ruo replied in a very calm tone. Xiaoji, Xiao Yao, and Xiao Gang were stunned. A legendary magical creature. With just a turn of his head, Chen Ruo had an additional legendary magical creature in his arms. It seemed so attached to him. Was this a joke? Chen Ruo said little more. His movements softened as he sensed that Karaki seemed to have fallen asleep. Not wanting to disturb Karaki, who looked so fragile, he even softened his steps. Chen Ruo returned to the hotel and gently placed Karaki on the bed. Karaki murmured softly beside him, Daddy, Karaki will be very good this time. Karaki won't fall asleep again and won't lose Daddy. You can rest assured, don't be afraid, Daddy won't abandon you. Chen Ruo couldn't help but pat Karaki's head. Her appearance was simply too endearing. Perhaps sensing Chen Ruo's presence, Karaki became very quiet. Chen Ruo stepped out of the room and dialed number. I have a Karaki next to me now. Chen Ruo spoke with a casual tone, as if he were talking about the voice on the other end didn't seem to care if it's Karaki, then there's no problem. It will only be a bit dangerous for these 7 days, but don't worry, Ziji will come over during these days. You need not worry at all. Chen Ruo hung up the phone. He had a strong trust in the person on the other end, as up until now, besides Yamazaki's interference in his life, no one else had been able to disturb him. He was also unaware of how Yamazaki dealt with matters later, but the alliance had shown considerable goodwill. In the Suin organization manner, a tall man swirled the wine glass in his hand. Karaki, is that the adorable little one? After all the trouble to find Daddy, we can't let these people casually ruin this happiness. The man seemed to recall something. A smile creeping to the corners of his mouth. Ziji is also here. I hope she could be a bit more rational. It's been many years. I've almost gone mad waiting. It won't be long now. The man's smile was gentle, like a clear spring in the mountains, very comforting and pleasant. No one knew his identity, only that he was the most terrifying helmsman within this organization. Even a proud creature like Rayquaza had to bow before him. Strong as Kyogre and Groudon, where they didn't dare to act recklessly in his presence. Within the Suin organization, there were adjudicators, leaders, and organizers. And he was the organizer Z. No one had seen him act, nor had anyone laid eyes on him, yet everyone feared him, as if they were afraid of venomous snakes. In the hotel, Chen Ruo was not the least bit lax. He summoned Bai Gui to confirm a certain suspicion. Chen Ruo connected with Bai Gui through his mental power. Bai Gui, you should be able to understand me, right? Bai Gui looked at Chen Ruo with a half smile and directly spoke. When did I say I couldn't understand you? Chen Ruo was taken aback. Bai Gui wasn't communicating through mental powers, but was speaking directly. Damn, so you can talk. Chen Ruo felt his brain was a bit overwhelmed, and it seemed he had been looked down upon by Bai Gui. You call me because of the Karaki matter, right? Bai Gui took the initiative to speak. Chen Ruo did not keep him guessing. Yes, it's about Karaki. Bai Gui smiled. You've already called, son. There's no need to worry at all. Chen Ruo was stunned, realizing that Bai Gui seemed to know more than he had imagined. Bai Gui continued, don't put on that expression, son is far stronger than you think. Why does the Phoenix King patrol Kanto? Why do the legendary creatures in every area not dare to act recklessly, contentedly guarding their territory? These are all the handiwork of that organization. Bai Gui said, moreover, the power of magical creatures is stronger than that of humans. Do you think if it were you, you would heed the words of someone you see as an ant? At the beginning, what was this world like? Humans were as weak as ants. Even the weakest magical creature could kill an adult, let alone those powerful magical creatures. Bai Gui continued, and now all magical creatures have become partners of humans, living together, traveling together, growing stronger together. Do you really think this is the truth? Among all magical creatures, how many savage ones have you seen? Creatures as fierce as the Bloodwing Dragon and the three-headed dragon, how many of those can you still see now? If it weren't for that organization, you would never witness such a peaceful world. Bai Gui's tone was very calm, yet his words triggered deeper reflections within Chen Ruo. Indeed, why are those legendary creatures so obediently coiled up in one area? They don't dare to overstep at all. And even mischievous ones like Mew, why do they become as timid as a mouse when they see Yang Ting? They don't dare to continue mischief. Bai Gui said little, but every statement left Chen Ruo in deep contemplation. These words were simple and straightforward, yet contained many hidden secrets. Very few people know these things now. Those who are aware of these secrets are either ancient monsters like Bai Gui or legendary creatures like the Phoenix King and Mew.